Chapter 1. The Release of the Lovelorn. An unconventional exploration of scientific history, a repository for the mind. Seeing numerous readers expressing their concerns, I initially intended to craft a narrative where the protagonist would play a more significant role. However, given the apparent disinterest, I refrained from doing so. For those who may be bothered by this, rest assured, the protagonist has thus far remained a mere tool in this narrative. This book does not take itself too seriously. The primary aim is to entertain and bring joy. The content has been crafted with care, so please enjoy the experience. It hurts, it hurts. Lin Chi pounded his head, feeling as if his brain were being pricked by needles. After some time, the pain began to subside. Upon opening his eyes, he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, feeling utterly bewildered. This is not right. Where have I ended up? Lin Chi rose to his feet, scrutinizing the strange decor of the room, his brow furrowed in confusion. He closed his eyes, attempting to piece together what had transpired. Suddenly, it dawned on him had struck an extraordinary stroke of luck. But how could this be, when his home was clearly on the third floor? How had he encountered such fortune? Lin Chi found himself at a loss for words. Just moments ago, he had been enjoying hot pot and singing at home when, inexplicably, a stroke of luck had come crashing through his window. Where then was this place? Abruptly, a surge of memories flooded his mind, and he began to comprehend what had occurred. He had traversed into a different realm, occupying the body of a young man who shared his name. Lin Chi picked up his phone, the facial recognition unlocking swiftly, revealing a chat interface before his eyes. You have been released. Released. Lin Chi stared at the chat box, speechless. He had believed he had encountered every conceivable demise imaginable. Yet this particular fate left him utterly astounded. The original Lin Chi was a lovesick fool. He had met a romantic interest online while gaming. Having never been in a relationship, Lin Chi thought he had found true love, but the other party merely viewed him as a financial resource. What began with requests for takeout evolved into a relationship devoid of conversation, reducing their exchanges to mere orders. After some time, Lin Chi realized that this level of servitude was excessively demeaning, even for a lovesick fool. Thus, he messaged the girl, stating that while he was happy to order takeout, she ought to at least call him brother beforehand. The girl readily complied, calling him brother each time before placing her orders. Lin Chi reveled in this illusory self-satisfaction. However, the turning point occurred a week prior. Recently, the latest iPhone 16 had been released, and the girl had dropped numerous hints, hoping Lin Chi would buy one for her. This time, he resolved to be prudent, primarily due to his financial constraints. The latest iPhone 16, even in its basic configuration, cost over $10,000. While Lin Chi could scrape together such a sum, it was not insignificant for him. After rejecting the girl's request, he discovered that all his subsequent attempts to please her seemed to vanish into the void. For a full week, the girl did not respond to any of Lin Chi's messages. Lin Chi scoured the internet, seeking the most economical way to purchase an iPhone 16. An unexpected message from a girl who had not replied for an entire week popped up on his screen. Are you there? I thought you had blocked me. You even deleted me from your friends list in the game. Upon seeing her message, Lin Chi felt a surge of excitement, believing she had forgiven him. Yet, the subsequent words from her left his mind utterly blank. She sold you to me. It turned out that 5 days prior, his online romantic interest had listed his account for sale on a marketplace for 200 yuan. The title read, Transfer of Online Romantic Partner. Enjoy complimentary delivery and beverage services. Recoup your investment within a weekend, opportunity not to be missed. As Lin Chi continued conversing with this girl, he developed a fondness for her, perceiving her as exceptionally kind. He even considered this a peculiar twist of fate, that amidst the vast sea of humanity, they had encountered one another in such an unusual manner. Thus, he confessed his feelings to her, expressing that he did not require her acceptance. He simply wished to treat her well and offer his affection without expectation. In a typical scenario, a girl might have acquiesced, for having a devoted admirer providing emotional support and resources is not undesirable. However, this girl outright rejected him, candidly stating that her acquisition of Lin Chi was solely for the purpose of setting him free. Besides Lin Chi, she had also purchased numerous small animals and insects to liberate, all in the name of accumulating merit. As a rejected admirer, upon uncovering the truth, Lin Chi felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. He could hardly fathom that he had been deprived even of the opportunity to be a devoted suitor. In a fit of disbelief, he gasped and abruptly ended the conversation. Brilliant, simply brilliant. Lin Chi incessantly scrolled through the chat history, observing the various sycophantic declarations made by the original owner of the account, exclaiming in astonishment. So this is what it means to be a devoted admirer. With a bemused expression, Lin Chi reveled in the absurdity of it all, feeling a satisfaction akin to that of a spectator witnessing a grand spectacle. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Oh no, the original owner, having never experienced love, had debased himself to such an extent couldn't possibly be unattractive. Could he? While not expecting to be exceptionally handsome, he at least hoped not to be too disfigured. With this apprehension in mind, Lin Chi hastened to the bathroom. Gazing into the mirror, he was momentarily taken aback. A youth with prominent brows and large, expressive eyes, defined features, and a radiant smile stared back at him. Upon estimating his height, he found himself to be approximately 185 centimeters tall, striking figure indeed. Not to say he rivaled the beauty of Panin, but he certainly surpassed Yin Zhu in charm. He could hold his own against any reader in terms of looks. How in the world did you end up as a devoted admirer with such looks? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow at his reflection and stroked his chin, feeling as though he had stepped into a fantasy. With such appearance, it was unfathomable that he would lack romantic prospects. Not only did he become a devoted admirer, but also one who had been set free. Rubbing his temples, Lin Chi meticulously retraced his memories and began to piece together the reasons behind this peculiar predicament. During his academic years, Lin Chi appeared rather unremarkable. However, as time progressed, he embraced a nocturnal lifestyle throughout his university days, frequently spending nights at internet cafes with friends. Occasionally, he would attend classes after these all-nighters, looking disheveled and drained, often retreating to the back of the classroom to catch up on sleep. After graduation, he chose not to enter the workforce, but instead became a full-time online writer, leading a schedule that diverged significantly from that of a typical individual. As a result, he found himself still without a girlfriend at this point in his life. If only you ventured out more and maintained a more conventional routine, you would have found a girlfriend by now, a friend remarked. It's a shame you've reduced yourself to a mere admirer, only to be left heartbroken. Lin Chi shook his head in silent understanding. Despite his handsome appearance, his reclusive lifestyle and the portrayal of himself in online relationships resembled that of a socially awkward admirer, leading others to assume his pictures were sourced from the internet. Thus, it was hardly surprising that he struggled to find a partner. Emerging from the bathroom, Lin Chi surveyed the room while absorbing the memories of the original owner. At 24 years old, he was a native of Jiangsheng, having lost his parents in a car accident 3 years prior. He resided in a spacious 4-bedroom apartment near the riverside, in addition to 3 2-bedroom units he rented out. With the rental income and earnings from his writing, Lin Chi managed to lead a comfortable life, which allowed him the luxury of being an admirer. Aside from his properties, he owned an Accord for transportation, although his cash reserves were limited, roughly amounting to around 80,000. After a quick assessment of his modest fortune, a smile crept onto Lin Chi's face, realizing that his circumstances surpassed those of the majority. Although he could not fathom why he had suddenly found himself in this new reality after a mere nap, he felt a sense of contentment with his current situation. Suddenly, a flurry of notification sounds broke the silence. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Chi glanced at his phone and saw messages from his previous online romantic interest. Hey, are you all right? Why aren't you responding? Did something happen to you? Please don't do anything drastic. I just wanted to do a good deed. Don't put me in a difficult position. Say something. I beg you, just say a word, please. Before he could finish reading the messages, an incoming voice call notification interrupted him. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Chi answered the call. Hello, can you hear me? A soft, melodious voice filled his ears, sweet as a slice of cake. Ahem, I can hear you, Lin Chi replied, quietly admiring the pleasantness of her voice. Why didn't you speak earlier? You scare me. The relief in her tone was palpable. After his prolonged silence, she had feared that he might have succumbed to despair. If that were the case, her transgressions would indeed be considerable. After sending numerous messages without receiving a response from Lin Chi, she eventually resorted to making a phone call. Upon hearing that Lin Chi was unharmed, her heart finally found solace. It's nothing, I simply didn't notice the messages. You needn't worry unnecessarily, I'm perfectly fine now, he replied with a hint of levity, a smile gracing his lips. Observing the original owner's circumstances as a mere bystander, he deemed them insignificant, even somewhat amusing. Having just reviewed the messages sent by the girl, he found her actions rather peculiar, yet undeniably kind-hearted. However, one must ponder, which virtuous individual would purchase a devoted admirer only to release them? Are you truly all right? The girl on the other end of the line expressed skepticism, her doubts lingering in the air. After acquiring this account, she had perused all the chat logs between Lin Chi and the seller. A desperate admirer, thoroughly devoted, he hardly seemed capable of displaying such nonchalance. Was he merely putting on a brave front? With that thought, she couldn't help but let out a sigh. Had she known this would be so troublesome, she wouldn't have made the purchase. But now that it had come to this, she had to devise a resolution. Clearing her throat softly, she spoke. How about this? You just confess to me, although I cannot accept you at this moment, I believe we could give each other a chance to understand one another. What do you think? Her voice flowed like a babbling brook, lifting Lin Chi's spirits inexplicably. It was truly a melodious sound. Oh no, could it be that I possess the potential to be a devoted admirer as well? Lin Chi shook his head, attempting to dispel such thoughts. It was undeniable, however, that he was indeed a connoisseur of beautiful voices, possessing little resistance to their charm. The tone exhibited by this girl was perfectly attuned to his comfort zone. Very well, let us grant ourselves this opportunity to understand one another, he assented. Excellent. It's settled then. Please refrain from doing anything foolish, understand? Goodbye. With that, the conversation abruptly ended with a soft beep. Lin Chi glanced at his phone and chuckled, shaking his head. Oh dear girl, had you called a bit earlier, perhaps the original owner would have been just fine. Ding dong, the message notification chimed once more. Flying birds and fish. By the way, I still don't know your name. Mine is Lu Yuno. For love's charge. Lin Chi. Flying birds and fish. Okay, let's not dwell on today's events. Take care of yourself, eat well, and remember to love yourself. 7 C's. You are absolutely right. Thank you. Lin Chi responded to the message, nearly succumbing to embarrassment upon seeing for love's charge as a username, promptly changing it. After exchanging a few more casual remarks with Lu Yuno, he set his phone aside. Lu Yuno, I wonder what she looks like. Lin Chi had initially intended to browse through her moments, but suddenly recalled that this account was purchased, thus she reluctantly abandoned the thought. Chapter 2. The Arrival of the Celestial Canopy, a tremor across the realms as Lin Chi acclimatized to the familiar confines of his home. A tumultuous upheaval unfurled across the temporal nodes of the myriad realms. A colossal celestial canopy inexplicably emerged, enveloping the entire sky. Despite its imposing presence, the canopy bore no adverse effects on the lives of the populace. Anyone who merely gazed upward would find it seemingly materialized before their eyes. Initially inciting a measure of unrest, it soon became apparent that the canopy posed no threat, and following governmental regulation, the disturbances gradually subsided. This immense veil hung in the heavens for 3 months, during which the populace transitioned from curiosity to indifference. By the end of this period, the canopy remained motionless, and few citizens paid it any heed, although officials from various dynasties continued to monitor and study it closely. On this day, the celestial canopy finally illuminated. In the 26th year of the reign of the first emperor, the final nation among the 6, Qi, surrendered, marking the conclusion of a 15-year conflict. At the age of 39, Yingzheng had achieved what many deemed impossible, the unification of the 6 kingdoms. Ascending the steps of the palace in Xianyang, Yingzheng approached the pinnacle under the watchful eyes of ministers and military leaders, along with the remnants of the 6 kingdoms, who gazed upon him with a mixture of reverence, fear, and resentment. Gradually turning, he held aloft a jade seal inscribed with the words, bestowed by heaven. May it endure eternally and prosper. From this day forth, I am the first emperor. My life shall echo through the ages. The great Qin is ordained by heaven, destined for everlasting prosperity. In that moment, regardless of their sentiments, all present knelt before the formidable figure atop the steps. Long live the emperor. Yingzheng silently observed the scene before him. Was he exhilarated? Thrilled? Among the throng were subjects of the Qin and nobles from the 6 kingdoms, all prostrating themselves at his feet. Yet, he felt not the joy he had imagined. Perhaps upon hearing of Chu's defeat, He had indeed felt a surge of excitement. However, he now understood that this seemingly vast empire was not as stable as it appeared. Shadows concealed turbulent currents beneath the surface, and myriad challenges awaited his resolution. If only. Ing Zheng's gaze turned towards the celestial canopy. If only there were a divine miracle to bestow upon him eternal life. At that moment, the long-dormant canopy finally burst into brilliance. A cacophony of startled exclamations erupted. Li Si emerged from the crowd, bowing respectfully before proclaiming, on this grand occasion, "The revival of the long-silent canopy is surely a testament to your Majesty's remarkable achievements, moved by heaven to grant such power. I extend my congratulations." Flatterer. The other ministers and military officials silently cursed him, yet promptly echoed, "We too congratulate your Majesty." The noble lords of the Six Kingdoms were equally unwilling to lag behind, showering compliments as if they cost nothing. At such a moment, while the emperor might remain oblivious to who uttered flattering words, those who failed to do so risked their very lives. During the reign of the Han Dynasty's Emperor Gaozu, in the Weiyang Palace, news reached Liu Bang, "Your Majesty, there is movement in the celestial canopy." Startled, Liu Bang, upon receiving the report from the guards, brightened with excitement. Without even donning his shoes, he dismissed the woman in his arms and rushed out, disheveled. After 3 long months, was there finally a sign? Gazing at the sky, a smirk of nonchalance graced his face, as if he were utterly indifferent to the sudden appearance of the celestial phenomenon. "I shall see what this peculiar spectacle entails." During the reign of Emperor Wu of the Han, he mused, in warfare, there is no constant strategy, just as water takes no fixed form. If only you, Hui Yubing, would delve deeper into the military texts of Xuanzi and Wu Qi, your battles would be even more splendid. On this particular day, Liu Che was inspecting the troops led by Hui Yubing. After reviewing them, he expressed his satisfaction and remarked to Hui Yubing, "My dear general, I believe that in military operations, one must adapt to the terrain and circumstances, and while studying military texts is essential, one cannot rely solely on them. Would you not agree, Your Majesty?" Emperor Wu turned and regarded Hui Yubing with a profound gaze, unable to suppress a smile at the sight of this spirited young man he had nurtured. "Only you, Hui Yubing, would dare speak thus to me. You truly wish to impress me, do you not? It is evident in your very essence." At this point, his smile broadened unabashedly. The previous year, as a lieutenant, Hui Yubing had embarked on his first military campaign, leading 800 light cavalry on a reckless charge deep into enemy territory, directly assaulting the heart of the Xiongnu. In this battle, he captured and beheaded over 2,000 foes, including the Xiongnu's prime minister and several high-ranking relatives. Hui Yubing's inaugural campaign culminated in a resounding victory, earning him the title of Champion Marquis. This triumph not only elevated his status, but also brought great honor to the Han Dynasty. Initially, Emperor Wu had intended for the merely 18-year-old Hui Yubing to gain some worldly experience, yet he ended up showcasing the true capabilities of warfare. Witnessing such praise from Emperor Wu, Hui Yubing raised an eyebrow and grinned widely, offering no rebuttal. Those accompanying them had grown accustomed to this spectacle by now. It was common knowledge how favored Hui Yubing was by the emperor. This affection was beyond the reach of others and evoked envy in many. Hui Yubing was not merely a subject. He was akin to the emperor's own son, nay, even more favored than a biological heir. It could be said that Hui Yubing was another incarnation of Emperor Wu himself. Indeed, Hui Yubing lived up to this affection by achieving remarkable military success in his first battle. Just then, a voice broke through the excitement. "Your Majesty, the celestial canopy has illuminated." At that moment, someone finally took notice of the stir in the heavens and cried out in astonishment. In truth, there was no need for others to remind him. The moment the celestial canopy illuminated the sky, Emperor Wu of Han had already taken note. Preparations for the Battle of Longxi were thoroughly in place, and as this divine phenomenon stirred, one could only ponder whether it heralded fortune or misfortune. Liu Che slightly raised his gaze, and the celestial expanse vividly came into view. At this moment, the emperor's brow furrowed. He was inherently convinced of the power of sorcery and the supernatural. For the past 3 months, the celestial canopy, which had hung ominously in the heavens, had been the subject of relentless study, yet no revelations had emerged. As the Battle of Longxi approached, the canopy stirred, casting a shadow of unease over his heart. "Your Majesty, there is no need for concern. In this battle, with my service, victory is assured, regardless of the demons and monsters that may obstruct our path." I shall wield the sword bestowed upon me by your majesty to cleave through all that stands before us." Huitzubing gazed toward the horizon, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Emperor Wu, suddenly turning to regard this fearless young man before him, felt a surge of inspiration within, dispelling the clouds of doubt that had lingered in his heart. Chapter 3. Zhu Di. At worst, I shall kneel and acknowledge my faults during the reign of Wang Mang in the Xan dynasty. As his army battled Lu Xiu, a sudden brilliance illuminated the sky, instilling a profound sense of dread among Wang Mang's troops. No way, not again. Is there no end to this? Are you perhaps the son of heaven? On the other hand, Lu Xiu's forces, witnessing the unexpected collapse of Wang Mang's army due to the revival of the celestial phenomenon, gazed upon their leader with fervent admiration, as if they beheld a divine being among them. However, atop his steed, Lu Xiu found himself bewildered by the intense scrutiny of his soldiers. "Why do you look at me like that? This truly has nothing to do with me." Yes, you are absolutely right," the generals replied, their understanding dawning upon them. Such extraordinary mastery over the natural world could not be known to outsiders, and they naturally grasped this truth. While they might accept a single occurrence as mere coincidence, repeated instances would surely raise suspicions. "All right, think as you wish," Lu Xiu conceded, having no clearer explanation to offer. Could it be that he indeed possessed a mandate from heaven? Gazing at the resplendent sky, even he began to harbor doubts. During the Three Kingdoms period, in Jingzhou, a fierce warrior with a leopard-like head and piercing eyes burst into the room. "Eldest brother, that strange phenomenon in the sky appears to be stirring. Do not speak recklessly, third brother. Such divine signs cannot be casually discussed." Liu Bei scolded Zhang Fei with irritation, then turned to the imposing figure behind the desk. "Military advisor, shall we venture outside to observe?" At this moment, Zhuge Liang had tidied the bamboo slips on the desk and stood up. However, upon stepping outside, he gazed at the heavens and found himself equally perplexed by the sudden appearance of the celestial phenomenon, despite his keen observations of celestial omens. In this critical season of survival, the emergence of such an entity could incite unpredictable turmoil. In Xuchang, as the commotion in the sky unfolded, Su Chu swiftly pulled Cao Cao behind him, shielding him. "You oaf, step aside." Cao Cao rubbed his forehead, glancing at Su Chu with annoyance before shoving him away. "Why such force? You nearly caused me to injure myself. Let us go see for ourselves." In Xinya, Sun Quan also received the news and turned his gaze skyward. In the Great Tang during the 4th year of the Jingguan era, after receiving the report, Li Shimin waved his hand grandly, leading the civil and military officials outside. The recent victory over the Eastern Turks, who had brought shame upon him with the White Horse Alliance, was fresh in his mind. Not only had they been vanquished in battle, but their Khan, Qieli, had also been captured and brought to Chang'an. Having witnessed Qieli's humiliating dance, Li Shimin's spirits were evidently high. With his hands clasped behind his back, he surveyed the sky, where the radiant celestial display appeared almost invigorating. Though numerous challenges remained within the realm, in that moment, Li Shimin felt no uncertainty about the future, his heart brimming with lofty ambitions. Confident in his leadership, he believed that the Tang dynasty would ascend to unprecedented heights. He was determined to prove himself to his father and to posterity. The incident at Xuanwu Gate was undeniably justified. It was he, Li Shimin, who was the most suitable candidate for this position. In the Song dynasty, as Zhao Guangyi sped along the Gaoliang River, he was startled by the sudden illumination of the heavens above. He narrowly avoided being thrown from his cart. Fortunately, his reputation as a skilled driver was well-deserved, and he quickly regained control. However, this deviation from the path resulted in an arrow striking him squarely in the rear. "Oh, the pain. An arrow has pierced my backside." In the 5th year of the Hongwu era of the Ming dynasty, in the capital city of Yingtian, Zhu Yuanzhang eagerly called for his son. "Come quickly, the heavens have finally lit up." Without hesitation, he seized his beloved son and led him outside. "Goodness, after waiting so long, this phenomenon has finally shown some response." "Father, please slow down," Zhu Biao said, exasperated, as he watched the overly excited Zhu Yuanzhang. That old scoundrel Liu Bowen claimed to study the celestial phenomenon, yet after 3 months, he has produced nothing. Frankly, I believe he deserves punishment for deceiving the throne. "Father, not this again. We agreed not to bring it up," Zhu Biao sighed, feeling weary, perplexed by his father's relentless disdain for Liu. Had it not been for his mother's intervention, Liu Bowen might have faced dire consequences. Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze softened as it fell upon Zhu Biao. Throughout his tumultuous life, he had endured countless hardships and near-death experiences to reach this moment. Now, only his sister and his beloved son could touch the most tender part of his heart. Zhu Biao turned his gaze to the sky, a shadow of worry clouding his brow. The emergence of the unknown naturally stirred apprehension within him, especially as the crown prince of the nascent Ming dynasty, where many issues required attention. Seemingly sensing Zhu Biao's unease, Zhu Yuanzhang asked, "Are you troubled by the celestial phenomenon?" Zhu Biao nodded. In the presence of others, he might conceal his thoughts, but before his father, he felt no need for pretense. "You are right, my son. Our Ming dynasty is still in its infancy. The Mongols in the north have not been entirely subdued, and the realm is in disarray, requiring much governance. With the appearance of this celestial phenomenon, I am uncertain whether it heralds fortune or calamity for our Ming. If ill-intentioned individuals exploit it, chaos may arise once more, and my heart is indeed restless." Zhu Yuanzhang affectionately ruffled Zhu Biao's hair and laughed heartily, his gaze drifting towards the heavens, as if reminiscing. "In those days, your father could scarcely afford a morsel of food or a modest plot of land. In this world, there would be no Zhu Yuanzhang, and in his place would be a humble Zhu Chongba, toiling daily in the fields, tending to the land, and living a life of simplicity and restraint. Yet, the Yuan court was tyrannical. We shall forever remember the year of our 16th, when my father passed away on the 6th day of the first month. My brothers followed suit on the 9th, and on the 19th, my mother also departed. Within the span of a mere month, I lost my entire family. My father, my mother, my brothers, and your uncles, they all perished from starvation. What is truly lamentable is that we lacked even a patch of earth to bury my parents. From that moment onward, I was reduced to beggary, relying on a bowl to survive each day." As I recounted such sorrowful memories, Zhu Yuanzhang's countenance remained remarkably tranquil, as if the tale he shared were not his own, but rather a distant story belonging to another. A pang of bitterness surged within Zhu Biao as he grasped Zhu Yuanzhang's hand. Although he was aware of his father's past hardships, he never fathomed the extent of such suffering. This was the first time he had heard his father articulate the details of that harrowing period in his life. In response to his son's compassion, Zhu Yuanzhang smiled with a sense of detachment. "Upon reaching the age of 19, I finally discovered a piece of land and became a monk, solely for the sake of securing a meal. However, it was not long before my stable life was disrupted, as the temple too lacked provisions, forcing me back down the mountain. During those years, I witnessed the Yuan people oppressing us Han, and the officials exploiting the common folk. The Yuan oppressed us, and the Han officials regarded us as less than human. Does such a court, such a world, still warrant existence? Thus, I enlisted in the military, wielding my sword to carve out a new realm." As I spoke, a cold smile crept upon Zhu Yuanzhang's lips, and the stench of blood and despair loomed heavily, instilling fear. In that moment, even though Zhu Biao knew that the man before him was his beloved father, he could not suppress the cold sweat that broke upon his brow. I never anticipated that one day I would truly hold dominion over this vast land. Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly drew his sword and gazed towards the heavens. "Biao, you need not worry. Should the sky fall, your father will be here." During the Yongle era of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di, having just secured the throne for his dear nephew, gazed at the sky, his expression fluctuating between gloom and brightness. "Father, could it be that you are manifesting your spirit?" "Oh, father, please see clearly. This is not the path I sought. In truth, even if deities were to reveal themselves, Zhu Di would not be afraid. Yet, there was one person who could instill genuine fear within him, and that was his father, the Ming Taizu Zhu Yuanzhang. To be honest, even though he now occupied this position, Zhu Di never contemplated how events had unfolded to reach this point. Truly, fate governs all, and we have little control over it. When his elder brother was still alive, Zhu Di occasionally fantasized about one day occupying this position. But those were mere dreams. Who does not harbor a dream in their heart? Yet, he never once considered the notion of usurping his elder brother's throne. Upon introspection, setting aside the opinions of others, he must acknowledge that his elder brother, Zhu Biao, rightfully occupies the throne. Even when his ambitious nephew, Zhu Yunjin, ascended to power, though he may have harbored resentment, he never entertained thoughts of rebellion. How did circumstances evolve to this juncture? Perhaps it was the moment he learned of the Prince of Xiang's self-immolation, or the days spent feigning madness in the pigsty. Reflecting on this, Zhu Di's heart grew as cold as steel. Even if the heavens themselves were to manifest his father's spirit, he would simply kneel and admit his faults. What significance does it hold? Chapter 4. Two cats, each in their own era. Countless souls, each harboring a myriad of emotions, gazed upon the long-dormant, celestial canopy. As the brilliance of the sky dissipated, an unfamiliar chamber revealed itself before their eyes. Within the confines of this room, a young boy lay in a deep slumber upon a modest bed. Upon witnessing the long-awaited transformation of the celestial expanse, a flicker of astonishment crossed Ing Zheng's features, and his previously composed demeanor faltered. Was this truly all that awaited after such a prolonged anticipation? Could this be a celestial being from the heavens? A minister, with glazed eyes, murmured to himself as he beheld the sky. This celestial figure bore a striking resemblance to us. Yet why does he sport such short hair? Is this diminutive dwelling truly the abode of a heavenly being? The furnishings within the chamber were perplexing, leaving many noble lords scrutinizing the spectacle, whispering amongst themselves. Zhu Di, observing the sleeping youth, felt a weight lift from his heart. Regardless of his identity, as long as he was not our father, all was well. At that moment, countless commoners also turned their gazes skyward, many with wide-eyed wonder, yet silenced by the fear of inciting the celestial's wrath with careless words. However, several bold souls began to engage in hushed discussions. The celestial is remarkably handsome. Just look at those eyes and that nose. How could one be so striking? You audacious girl, do you not fear the celestial's displeasure? And you dare to criticize me. Your face is flushed. Could it be that you are smitten by the celestial? You impudent wretch, I shall silence you. Throughout the ages, countless young ladies exchanged whispers, their initial caution fading as they realized the miraculous event would not bring about divine retribution. With growing boldness, they spoke freely, delighting in the sight of a handsome youth. A rarity for women of status who seldom encountered men beyond their immediate circle. Ha ha ha. Qi Bing, do you see the spark in the celestial's eyes? It bears a resemblance to yours. Lu Che scrutinized Hua Tsubing for a moment before adding, indeed, you are a few shades darker than this young lad. Hua Tsubing chuckled, unperturbed, acknowledging that his years of riding and warfare had indeed darkened his complexion. Li Shimin stroked his beard thoughtfully, pondering the significance of this scene if the young boy were truly a celestial being. Across various realms and epochs, a multitude engaged in discussions about the unfolding spectacle in the heavens. Some speculated whether the boy was genuinely a celestial being, while others examined the peculiar objects within the chamber, and skilled artists endeavored to capture the sights before them in their art. As they watched with rapt attention, the young lad in the celestial realm finally stirred awake. Their intrigue intensified, for the unfolding spectacle raised countless questions. Lin Qi, groggy from slumber, was dimly aware of something soft and furry brushing against his face, followed by a sudden weight on his chest. Ow, turning his head, he beheld a plump feline visage before him, realizing that the tickling sensation on his face had been the cat's paw. Glancing down, he noticed another cat perched on his chest. It seemed to sense his gaze, casting a glance in his direction before stretching languidly, then nuzzling closer while mewing insistently, as if to express its discontent. Stop pawing at me. Move aside, Lin Qi muttered, ruffling his hair as he tossed aside the covers and descended from the bed. Checking his phone, he discovered it was nearly noon, having slept for a solid 10 hours. After casually donning a jacket, his eyes fell upon the two cats squatting before him. Ah, he remembered now. His previous incarnation had cared for two cats, a beautiful American shorthair named Wu Yi and a short-legged, cream-colored munchkin named Lu Yi. Ow, Wu Yi leaped onto his lap, while Lu Yi, with its short legs, made a valiant but unsuccessful attempt to join him, appearing almost as if it were about to speak in its urgency. It dawned on Lin Qi that he had yet to feed them since last night. Rising, he initially intended to prepare a meal for himself, but the cat's desperate demeanor compelled him to prioritize their needs. Surely, they required cat food. After contemplating briefly, he opened a cabinet brimming with various feline supplies. As he moved, the two cats circled around him eagerly. Clink. Clink. The sound of cat food pouring into their bowl prompted Wu Yi and Lu Yi to rush forward, burying their heads in the bowl, devouring the food with fervor. Quite well behaved indeed. Lin Qi chuckled, patting their heads. At that moment, the two cats were solely focused on their meal, pausing only briefly to acknowledge his affection before resuming their feast. My, these little ones can eat. No wonder they are so plump. Observing their round faces and ample bodies, he playfully patted their backs before rising. Although the sudden transition into this new life felt surreal, it was time to eat. He opened the refrigerator, frying 2 eggs, stir-frying a bowl of spicy meat with peppers, and adding a generous handful of noodles. A steaming bowl of fragrant spicy meat noodles was soon ready. Slurping and savoring delicious, Lin Chi took hearty bites of the noodles, popping a clove of garlic into his mouth. The carbohydrate-laden satisfaction bringing a sense of comfort to his expression. As the saying goes, to eat noodles without garlic is to miss half the flavor. The dish of stir-fried chili and meat served over noodles, enhanced with a few cloves of garlic, is a flavor known only to those who have tasted it. Just as Lin Chi savored his meal, the ancient observers gazing at the celestial screen were equally astonished. For the wealthy landowners and noble officials, Lin Chi's meal was nothing out of the ordinary. However, his actions were utterly perplexing to them. The stove that ignited with a mere twist and the faucet that yielded water with a gentle turn opened their eyes to a world of wonders. Everything felt remarkably novel. What miraculous entities were those in the sky, that fire could be summoned with just a twist? It was truly enchanting. Liu Bang casually squatted outside the grand hall, marveling at the spectacle above. Zifeng, have you discerned any insights? Zhang Liang chuckled softly, replying, I cannot say for certain, but it appears to reflect the lifestyle of those celestial beings. It seems rather convenient. He then turned to those behind him. Have you all taken note? Behind Zhang Liang sat a dozen individuals, fervently scribbling down the heavenly display, their pens moving so swiftly that they seemed to emit smoke. They had captured the textual elements, but the imagery would require additional time. Zhang Liang nodded, insisting they miss nothing. Understood. The aroma wafting from the dish was irresistible, and Liu Bang, feeling a pang of hunger, laughed heartily and commanded, bring me some of that soup and pancake as well. Oh, what an adorable raccoon. Mother, I too desire such a raccoon. Many affluent children and young maidens gazed at the 2 charming raccoons on the celestial screen, their hearts melting as they clamored for attention. But don't you already have a raccoon? Yet mine pales in comparison to those in the sky. Quiet down, or I'll give you a thrashing. If you want one, your father desires one even more. Meanwhile, countless common folk watched Lin Chi devour his meal, swallowing hard with envy. My goodness, what kind of household could afford such a feast? Truly, they must be immortal. Even the emperor would not dare indulge so. Farmers swallowed their saliva, contemplating the rich grains and fine meats disappearing before their eyes, lamenting the fleeting nature of their provisions. Mother, I too wish to eat meat and noodles. Many tattered children stared longingly at the celestial display, some mimicking Lin Chi's every bite, as if that could somehow allow them to taste the noodles through the screen. Mother, I'm hungry. Drink some water, it will stave off your hunger. The weary mother, lowering her gaze, brought a bowl of water for her child before sipping some herself. It was not yet mealtime. If they ate now, there would be nothing left for later. Numerous commoners and children knelt in earnest prayer, beseeching the heavenly beings for a morsel of food. After devouring an entire bowl of noodles, Lin Chi settled at his computer desk, taking a hearty gulp from a can of Pepsi, followed by a satisfied belch. This cola must be Pepsi. Coca-Cola is so unappealing that even dogs would refuse it. Lin Chi placed the can of cola on the table. This too. 5 yuan can beverage is worth 49 yuan with just the first sip. Chapter 5. How to alleviate the pain of longing. Seated before his computer, Lin Chi shook his neck. Prior to his transmigration, he was already a 30-year-old individual. With his parents having passed away and remaining unmarried, he found himself unburdened by attachments. Now, having regressed in age by over a decade, he considered this transformation to be far from insurmountable. It was, however, regrettable to part with the Douyin account he had diligently cultivated for 5 years. In his previous life, as an outdoor enthusiast, he garnered nearly 4 million followers by creating videos on travel and hiking. With a steady income from advertisements and his own outdoor brand store, he was comfortably well off. Yet, it appeared he would need to start anew. Lin Chi sat at his computer and retrieved his phone to explore some information about this world. Remarkably, this realm bore little distinction from his former life, whether in terms of history or technological development. The similarities were striking. This spared him the arduous task of acclimating to his new surroundings. However, he needed to contemplate his next steps carefully. Becoming a web novelist, akin to his predecessor, was not a path he wished to tread. Although the profession seemed accessible, earning a living through it proved to be quite challenging. Furthermore, he had no desire to engage in such a line of work. His true passion lay in the great outdoors. He yearned to traverse the world with his own 2 feet and behold the majestic landscapes with his own eyes. It was essential for either his body or soul to be on the journey. Having resolved to pursue his original vocation, he decided to remain within his comfort zone as an outdoor content creator. After some reflection, Lin Shi acknowledged that the digital infrastructure in this world surpassed that of his previous existence. Except for a few remote mountainous regions, most renowned peaks and rivers were enveloped in connectivity. This aspect made it significantly more convenient than before. Previously, he often faced signal issues while traveling, necessitating the recording of videos for post-production. Now, he could simultaneously live stream and record video content. Although various video applications had already advanced rapidly, the outdoor sector had yet to reach complete saturation. Entering this domain at this juncture presented him with better prospects than in his former life. Coupled with his 5 years of experience and a handsome visage, he was confident that success would be even more attainable than before. In the worst-case scenario, should his outdoor endeavors falter, he still possessed several properties to fall back on, ensuring he would not descend into destitution. Ultimately, if all else failed, he could always rely on his looks to secure his sustenance. Nevertheless, before embarking on this journey, thorough preparation was imperative. If he merely intended to engage in casual outdoor excursions, minimal preparation would suffice. A backpack would enable him to set off at any moment. However, for an in-depth and prolonged exploration of the great outdoors, a comprehensive array of gear was essential, and he must resist the temptation of cheap alternatives. At times, a single piece of equipment could prove life-saving during critical moments. As a professional venturing deeper into this field, he understood this principle all too well. With determination, Lin Shi opened his computer and began to search online, comparing the outdoor gear he desired. It must be said that the internet is indeed a marvel. The plethora of reviews on various outdoor equipment left one dazzled. For a novice entering the field, hesitation and indecision might ensue, rendering the choice daunting. However, having previously run an outdoor equipment store, his selection process was considerably swifter, although it still took him nearly 3 hours to finalize his desired items. When he tallied up his expenditures, he was astonished to find he had spent nearly 20,000, and this was with many items still left unpurchased. Letting out a long sigh, Lin Shi felt that the exhaustive process of selection was more tiring than a mountain trek. He decided to take a moment to relax by watching a video. Stretching his body, he took out his phone and opened the familiar icon resembling a musical note. Indeed, in this world, there exists Douyin, identical to its predecessor, and it remains the most prominent app in terms of user base and activity. Lin Shi aimed to browse Douyin not only to unwind, but also to gauge the current state of the app in this world. As he opened Douyin, the screen split, showcasing scenes from various dynasties, with Lin Shi's image relegated to a small corner while the Douyin content dominated the display. In that moment, a tempest of astonishment surged through countless hearts as they witnessed this remarkable phenomenon. How could it be that voices and figures appeared with a mere touch? As the ancient onlookers grappled with their bewilderment, a voice resonated. How to alleviate the pain of longing? I have heard of a remedy that can heal the affliction of yearning. 2 tails of Jiuyue Cho Lu, 1 penny of winter solstice cicada pupa, boiled as if from snow of years past, can cure the heartache of the world. Accompanying this voice was a short-haired female teacher, clad in a white shirt and bespectacled, who appeared on the screen. Who was this individual? Could she also be a celestial being? The crowd gazed in astonishment as the woman spoke eloquently to them. An elderly scholar, witnessing this scene, fumed with indignation, exclaiming that it was outrageous for a woman to publicly present herself. A nearby young scholar echoed his sentiments, stating, "Indeed, sir, it is preposterous. Not only does she show her face, but she has also cut her hair. This is an affront to propriety, for as the saying goes, one's body, hair, and skin are gifts from one's parents. How dare she defile them? It is a most unfilial act." Another bystander shot a disdainful glance at the young scholar and retorted, "Perhaps you should hold your tongue. Let us not discuss her actions for now. You, a grown man, are idle and live off your wife. What gives you the right to pass judgment? Besides, that celestial being also has short hair. Why do you not dare to speak against her?" The young scholar's face flushed slightly, and he retorted in a huff, "A sparrow cannot comprehend the ambition of a swan. When I achieve success in the imperial examination, my wife will have a bright future, and what concern is it of yours? You? Do you think I am unaware of your circumstances? You spend your days idling, neglecting your studies. If you can succeed, then surely my dog could as well." Laughter erupted around them, and upon hearing the words, the crowd burst into uproarious laughter. Such a disgrace to propriety, indeed. The scholar, hopping in indignation, only elicited louder guffaws from the onlookers, prompting him to raise his sleeve to cover his face and flee in embarrassment. In the video, the female teacher wore a serene smile as she recounted her tale. Yet I am perplexed. How can the cicadas emerge in winter? And what of the snow that falls every other year? How can longing be resolved? It was later revealed that summer's decay corresponds to the nine-tiered pavilion, where the cicadas reveal themselves after digging 3 feet into the earth, and when the new year's snow falls, a year has already passed. After parting, longing too can be alleviated. However, dear students, if longing does not penetrate the bones, how can a remedy be found? This remedy is not less bitter than longing itself. How then can it cure the poison of yearning? Beneath the vast heavens, countless individuals were enraptured by the teacher's narration. Even those who were illiterate found her tales vivid and far more captivating than those of any storyteller. During the Ming Dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang scratched his back with a scratching tool, casting a cold smile at the sky. Initially anticipating some miraculous spectacle, he found nothing but trivial matters of romantic entanglements. Having traversed through bloodshed and turmoil, his heart had grown as cold as the steel blade he wielded. My son, you must remember that the affairs between men and women are trivial. One may have women, but one must never become ensnared by them. You are our eldest son, the heir to the empire we have built. You must discern what truly matters. Zhu Biao cast a complex glance at his father, as if wishing to say something, but ultimately refrained. Father, I understand. I shall heed your teachings. Zhu Yuanzhang smiled with satisfaction and continued, as for women, have as many as you wish. But never let a woman lead you to despair. Otherwise, I shall not acknowledge you as my son. Son, what troubles you? Why do your eyes twitch so? Are they uncomfortable? Just as Zhu Yuanzhang contemplated summoning a physician, he suddenly felt a chill creeping up his back. As he prepared to speak, a furious voice erupted from behind him. Zhu Chongba, sister, why are you out here? The wind is fierce. Look at you, not dressed warmly enough. What will you do if you catch a chill? Zhu Yuanzhang turned to see his wife, Empress Ma, approaching. You, Zhu Yuanzhang. What nonsense are you spewing in front of our son? Is this how you instruct him? Empress Ma glared at him, pulling Zhu Biao closer. What were you saying about women? I am a woman too. Now, repeat that in front of me. Let me hear if I am also dispensable in your eyes. Oh dear sister, I merely spoke without thought. Why take it to heart? Confronted by the gaze of Empress Ma, the formidable and ruthless Emperor Hongwu, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly took a few steps forward with a forced smile. We'll settle the score later, he said. Empress Ma, with an air of irritation, remarked before turning her attention to Zhu Biao. My dear Biao, though your father's words may be coarse, they carry a profound truth. As the saying goes, excessive wisdom leads to injury, and deep affection does not endure. The essence of love can be enduring, yet one must never allow it to become too profound. Otherwise, it is oneself who ultimately bears the consequences. Do you understand? Zhu Biao nodded, affirming. I shall heed my mother's teachings. Chapter 6. Only money can alleviate longing. In the 11th year of the Jingguan era, Li Erfing gazed at the heavens, and involuntarily, his thoughts drifted to his late wife, Empress Chang's son, prompting him to weep uncontrollably. How might one alleviate the torment of longing? Your Majesty, do not be overly sorrowful. Such is the decree of fate. What can be done? The departed are gone, and the living must carry on, offered Chang's son Wuji, who, recalling his deceased sister, felt a wave of melancholy wash over him as he consoled Li Shimin. Have you not heard? The 9-leafed, the winter solstice cicada pupa, and the snow of the following year, do not delay in searching for them. Li Erfing wiped his tears with his sleeve, truly wishing to escape the agony of longing. The mere thought of Guanin's maid kept him awake throughout the night. During the Kaiyuan era of the Tang dynasty, Wang Wei contemplated the vast sky and pondered the nature of longing. Inspired, he took up his brush and inscribed, Red beans grow in the southern land. When spring arrives, they sprout anew. I hope you gather more, for this is the essence of longing. After completing his verse, he sighed deeply, bowed to the circle of flattering literati around him, and departed. In the Jiajing era of the Ming dynasty, Gui Youguang sighed as he gazed at the loquat tree in his courtyard. In the blink of an eye, the trees had grown tall and lush. Longing, longing. Who among us is free from such sentiments? During the reign of the benevolent Emperor Renzong, in Dongshan, Su Shi raised his cup and drank deeply, followed by a profound sigh. 10 years of life and death, both shrouded in uncertainty. unworthy, cannot forget. A solitary grave 1,000 miles away, with nowhere to turn. Such words are desolate. Sister, in an instant, a decade has slipped by. Are you faring well on the other side? The world often sees only a fragment. Loss is mutual, yet longing entraps the self. Only after 1,000 sails have passed does one awaken to realization. Summer's withering yields rare 9-leaf plants. A 3-foot cicada pupa is not a cold cicada. No snow has fallen that might be sought. Yet, of 3 flavors, 2 are lacking. In truth, longing has no resolution. Dear students, knowing that longing brings no benefit, why then indulge in such melancholy? Admiring, listening to cicadas, awaiting auspicious snow, how delightful it would be. When longing ceases, rebirth begins. Love is governed by heaven's design. This matter has always been difficult to fulfill. May all refrain from carving boats in memory to seek swords. Upon concluding her words, the female teacher smiled warmly and deeply bowed to the audience. In the Qin dynasty, Yingzheng frowned at the heavens, and after a moment's contemplation, uttered a single word, boring. Li Si, what is your perspective? Li Si felt a shiver run down his spine. What is my view? I stand here observing. Your Majesty, the woman appearing in the sky resembles a learned teacher. Her manner of speech is quite distinct from ours. From what I have just heard, she possesses considerable knowledge, and her words are both profound and accessible, captivating to the ear. Yingzheng nodded and returned to the palace. If the heavens were to merely recount such tales, while intriguing, he felt little inclination to listen further. There were numerous affairs of state awaiting his attention, leaving him scant time to squander on leisurely amusements. You may remain vigilant here, should any pressing matters arise. Do not hesitate to inform me. After bowing respectfully, Li Si's gaze returned to the celestial expanse above, finding it rather intriguing. During the reign of Emperor Xian of the Western Han Dynasty, Lu Sun felt as though something weighed heavily upon his chest. The unresolvable pangs of longing. With a deep sigh, his gaze drifted, as if he could once again behold the enchanting smile of that young maiden. Cursed be she, that wretched woman. How dare she conspire against Pingjun? I shall ensure your demise, that you may accompany my beloved to the grave. Lu Sun clenched his fist tightly, vowing silently within his heart to avenge this grievance. The affection of the Southern Garden, the enduring bond of old blades. Even if the annals of history are as unyielding as iron, recording with clarity the profound love Lu Bingyi bore for Su Pingjun, it is indeed rare for the political progeny of the Lu family, notorious for their peculiarities, to produce such a profound romantic soul. Upon finishing the video, Lin Chi couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. Longing, perhaps? In a fleeting moment, he recalled a girl from his youth. They never became a couple, nor did they share much interaction. Yet, affection is affection, lingering in the heart despite the passage of years. Strangely, when he encountered her again after many years, his heart stirred not with the tumult of emotions. Perhaps he was enamored merely with the memory of her, captivated by the warmth of that day's breeze. Or perhaps by the beauty of the setting sun that left a radiant imprint on his heart, rendering her unforgettable. In accordance with his habit of browsing Douyin, after enjoying a particularly favored video, he instinctively scrolled through the comments, knowing that neglecting this would diminish the joy of the experience. Opening the comments section, a highly rated remark caught his eye. The 9-leaf heavy lotus can be grafted, greenhouses can nurture winter cicadas, refrigerators can preserve snow from the previous year. Only money can alleviate longing. Lin Chi chuckled softly, shaking his head at the cement-heartedness of this generation of netizens. More terrifying than the white moonlight is the deceased white moonlight. I advise all, the 9-leaf heavy lotus is a second-class protected plant. If you dig it up, you'll be imprisoned for 2 years, enough time for you to forget your sorrows of longing. I truly adore Aunt Lin. Her manner of speaking is genuinely delightful. So, this teacher is called Aunt Lin, he mused, nodding in agreement. Sharing a surname, it is no wonder her voice is so pleasant. The original Lin Chi likely stumbled upon such videos due to heartbreak. Indeed, big data proves its might. He promptly searched for Aunt Lin. And another video began to play immediately. In the era of the 3 kingdoms, Liu Bei glanced at Zhuge Liang, who was engrossed in his writing. Military strategist, do you discern any insights? Zhuge Liang put down his brush and smiled, indicating he had some thoughts brewing. Oh, Liu Bei's eyes brightened. It is too soon to disclose. Let us observe further. Alas, military strategist, why keep us in suspense? You are driving me to distraction. Zhang Fei interjected, leaning in with an impatient expression, while Guan Yu, though silent, slightly shifted his body closer. Zhuge Liang paid no heed to the few of them. From what he had just observed, it seemed that the celestial figure was not a deity, but rather, well, it was still too early to make a judgment. If the strategist remained silent, so be it. However, do you know what grafting, greenhouses, and refrigerators, mentioned in the celestial realm, are? Liu Bei inquired, shifting the topic. Zhuge Liang, momentarily taken aback, shook his head, admitting ignorance. The others expressed their disappointment upon hearing this. The terms grafting, greenhouse, and refrigerator sounded like remarkable inventions capable of harnessing the forces of nature. It was unexpected that even the strategist, well-versed in both astronomy and geography, was unaware of them. During the reign of Emperor Wu of the Western Han, Liu Che marveled after reading. Did you see? Money is indeed a marvelous thing. It can even alleviate longing. Liu Che wholeheartedly recognized the utility of money. In recent years, as he fought against the Xiongnu, he had been nearly driven mad by a lack of funds. Money was needed everywhere, and his palace had not been renovated in ages. Sang Hongyang, did you hear that? Bring me more money, do you understand? Below. Sang Hongyang nodded with a wry smile. He had long understood his sovereign. No matter how much money was procured, it would never suffice. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, countless women gazed at the radiant and confident figure in the celestial realm, their eyes filled with envy and yearning. As the two dynasties that bound women the most tightly, the oppression they faced had reached an appalling degree. Not only could they not aspire to be like the woman in the celestial realm, but many women could only dream of even showing their faces in public. The phrase not stepping beyond the threshold could almost exclusively refer to the women of these two dynasties. In contrast, prior to the Ming and Qing, during the Song dynasty, when the teachings of Cheng and Zhu were just budding, the oppression of women was not as severe. The Song era also produced remarkable women like Li Qingzhao, who dared to defy feudal ethics and actively sought divorce, earning great admiration. The earlier Han and Tang dynasties need not be elaborated upon. Although women faced varying degrees of oppression, it was a far cry from the plight experienced in the Ming and Qing. Oh, how wonderful it would be if I could be like her, even for just one day. I would willingly die for it. The thought of being able to step forth and be recognized as a scholar truly inspired envy. Sister, look at the woman in the celestial realm. She is so vibrant and spirited. I never imagined that women could be like this. In that moment, countless women secretly nurtured the seed of hope within their hearts. Chapter 7. The Begonia Remains. Do you have any regrets? I once believed that the greatest regret in life was the love that lies across mountains and seas, an expanse that cannot be traversed. Only later did I realize that the sea has boats to ferry us, and the mountains have paths to tread. Mountains and seas can indeed be crossed, but what remains unbridged is the human heart. I once mistakenly took vinegar for ink, pouring my life's bitterness onto paper. Then I misjudged ink as vinegar, consuming a lifetime of sorrow within. In the end, I foolishly blended ink and vinegar, resulting in a lifetime of bitterness and acidity. Yet, dear classmates, no one escapes the pangs of pain. Even amidst the grandeur of Chang'an, stretching 30,000 miles, are there not regrets that must be inscribed? During the Jingguan era, Li Shimin expressed surprise, gazing at the ministers beside him, harboring a glimmer of hope. Could it be that this magnificent Chang'an, spanning 30,000 miles, refers to my own Chang'an? Upon his utterance, a minister immediately proclaimed loudly, "Since your majesty ascended the throne, your diligent governance has quelled the Eastern Turks, Tuoba, and Gaochang. Your martial prowess is unparalleled throughout history. Moreover, the people thrive in peace and prosperity, their granaries overflowing. This splendid Chang'an, indeed, speaks of us without a doubt." Upon hearing this, Li Erfing felt a swell of satisfaction, his eyes narrowing with pride. The minister's words struck a chord deep within him. Since his ascension, the Tang dynasty had achieved remarkable stability under his leadership, victorious in foreign wars, swiftly dismantling nations, and enjoying a clear political atmosphere at home. He had appointed talented individuals, ensuring the populace's well-being. Although previous dynasties had also regarded Chang'an as their capital, he was certain that none had ever witnessed such prosperity before his reign. This splendid Chang'an, stretching 30,000 miles, was indeed a testament to his governance. In the midst of his elation, Wei Zheng stepped forward, clasping his hands and speaking coldly. "Your Majesty must not succumb to arrogance. One must always harbor humility and vigilance, maintaining an open heart. We must not allow the Tang to tread the same path as the fallen Sui." At this, Li Erfing clenched his fists in frustration. This old curmudgeon. Why must he always dampen my spirits at moments of triumph? Li Shimin scoffed softly. Since I assumed the throne, I have toiled day and night without a moment's respite, as all can attest. This splendid Chang'an, how could it be unworthy of my Tang? Wei Zheng remained unyielding, acknowledging within himself that indeed, the emperor had accomplished much over the years, both in culture and military might, akin to the ancient sage kings. However, he was aware that the emperor was prone to bouts of pride, especially in recent years, as the nation basked in peace, leading to a degree of complacency and indulgence. Wei Zheng was determined to awaken the emperor from this slumber. Let us not disregard whether this splendid Chang'an truly reflects our realm. Have you not heard the words from the heavens? Even amidst such grandeur, are there not regrets? If this celestial proclamation indeed refers to Chang'an under your rule, then we must remain vigilant to avert such regrets. How shall we proceed? Li Erfing waved his hand, feeling a throbbing headache. There was indeed some truth in the old curmudgeon's words. During the Tianmu era, Li Longji, reveling in the exquisite wine poured by the enchanting Yang Guifei, stood up, his face flushed with inebriation, bursting into hearty laughter. My beloved concubine, this splendid Chang'an, stretching 30,000 miles, surely speaks of my own illustrious domain, he declared. Even the Chang'an of Taizong's reign pales in comparison to mine. In that moment, though the traces of age marred his visage, the air of triumph that radiated from his brow was unmistakable. He had every reason to feel proud. Since the Xinlong coup, the Tang dynasty, under his stewardship, had ascended to unprecedented heights. He was confident that even Taizong could not match his accomplishments. Does Gao Shi, who has toiled through half a lifetime, feel no regret in his twilight years? And what of Li Bai, whose carefree spirit, despite lofty aspirations, found himself shackled? Ultimately reflecting on a life devoid of fulfillment, does he feel no remorse? Young Du Fu, vibrant and spirited, yet could only lament the bullying of village children in his old age, does he feel no regret? No one is without grievances, and all affection can lead to misfortune. Everything transforms, and desires often go unfulfilled. Just as the character for person is composed of two strokes. One, a dot representing the tenacity of youth. The other, a downward stroke symbolizing the acceptance of later years. What we must strive for is to embrace the mountains and waters within our hearts without pretense. To remain tranquil and uncontentious, far removed from disputes. Let us pause, forget, and go with the wind. Let us walk, observe, and remain unhurried. Do not dwell on the past, nor fear the future. In the end, I wish for everyone to witness the snowy mountains at dusk, with the begonia still blooming, unafraid of the disturbances of time, and free from sorrow. During the Kaiyuan era, Li Bai and Gao Shi exchanged a silent glance, each reflecting the astonishment mirrored in the other's eyes. After a moment of silence, Gao Shi found himself at a loss for words to comfort his dear brother. Finally raising his cup towards Li Bai, "Brotherly, I beseech you, do not dwell too heavily on your woes. The heavens themselves declare that you possess the ambition of a great rock, destined for remarkable achievements." With a hearty laugh, Li Bai clinked his cup against Gao Shi's, then pointed skyward with a flourish. When the great rock rises, it soars with the wind, ascending to 90,000 miles. Alas, the great rock eventually broke its wings and fell into the northern sea. What a scene of snowy mountains at dusk, with the begonias still blooming. Come, let us drink. As Gao Shi beheld the liberated spirit of Li Bai, his worries eased. Indeed, let us drink. He raised his cup and downed the contents in one gulp. Gao, 35. I have always said that the brilliance within you will one day burst forth. Though you find success in your later years, you still surpass me, your elder brother. Li Bai offered Gao Shi a few comforting words, well aware of the ardent ambitions harbored by his dear brother. Achieving success in later years. Does that not imply that the splendid years of the earlier part of life have been squandered? Alas, if only Zimei were here, I would truly inquire of him. What does it mean to be bullied by village children in old age? Their laughter resonated as Li Bai and Gao Shi raised their cups in a toast to the distance. To Zimei, just as they reveled in their drinks. A commotion arose. May I inquire if this is the esteemed Li Bai and Gao Shi? Before they could respond, a throng of admirers surged into the tavern, showering compliments upon them. Jokes aside, let us not dwell on any regrets, for these are figures that even the heavens have acknowledged. If one were to miss the opportunity to cultivate relationships at this moment, that would indeed be foolishness akin to that of a pig. Should one succeed in befriending these two individuals, Who knows what the future may hold? Perhaps there will come a day when they too are mentioned by the heavens. In the blink of an eye, the illustrious names of Li Bai, Gao Shi, and Du Fu from the Kaiyuan era have resonated throughout the world. Even Li Longji, residing in Xingqing Palace, has sent emissaries to seek them out. Since the Tang dynasty, countless ancients have been taken aback upon hearing the names of these three. They are well acquainted with them, indeed too familiar. Some lament for Li Bai and his companions, while others express curiosity as to why the heavens have chosen to mention them. There are those who feel a thrill of excitement, for if these esteemed figures are recognized, might they too have a chance to be acknowledged by the heavens one day? Chapter 8. Ying Zheng earns the MVP title. In the palace of Xianyang, Ying Zheng sat before his desk, diligently attending to state affairs. Yet, despite his focus, a part of his mind wandered to the celestial canopy above. This canopy possessed a unique advantage. Even indoors, one could catch glimpses of it, albeit not as grand as the view outside the palace. Do not dwell on the past. Do not fear the future. Upon hearing these words, Ying Zheng paused momentarily, letting out an almost imperceptible sigh. It was indeed a beautifully articulated sentiment. After a brief distraction, he swiftly regained his composure. The complexities and tumult of his life had rendered him emotionally resilient, so much so that few events could provoke a significant upheaval within him. As a child, he had been left as a hostage in the state of Zhao alongside his father, who had subsequently fled, leaving him behind. The animosity between Qin and Zhao is well known, particularly following the Battle of Chongping, whereby Qi mercilessly slaughtered 400,000 Zhao soldiers, an unfathomable loss of young men. At that time, the entire population of Zhao was barely 6 or 7 million. This catastrophic defeat left the state reeling, with mourning evident in every household. As a hostage in Zhao, it was easy to imagine the treatment he received in such a hostile environment. Upon returning to his homeland, he faced further tribulation. Elbo Wei suppressed him for the sake of power, his own brothers rebelled, and the betrayal during the campaign against Chu by Chongping Jun compounded his woes. Alongside the scandal involving his mother and Lao Ai, each of these events contributed to his profoundly pessimistic and despairing outlook on emotional bonds. Anyone could betray him. Even his own mother was not exempt. Solitude and desolation were the inevitable fate of an emperor. Beyond the burgeoning empire, nothing else could stir his heart. With a sardonic laugh, Ying Zheng mused that ultimately it was all mere lamentation, devoid of any benefit to the state. Just then, a voice erupted in his ear, exclaiming, "Ah, I, Ying Zheng, have earned the MVP." Ying Zheng. What the devil? Startled by the proclamation, his eyes widened, and he sprang to his feet, hastening outside to gaze at the celestial display. There, amidst the spectacle, was a man who bore a striking resemblance to him, albeit depicted in an exaggerated manner, speaking with flamboyant gestures. As Ying Zheng stepped outside, the assembled nobles and ministers averted their gazes, unable to meet the sight above. An eerie atmosphere pervaded the air, while the video continued to play on the canopy. "Ah, and some dare to compare me to Liu Bang, a feudal ruler. How is it that the common folk of Xianyang rate him higher than you? Why do you take this rating system so seriously? It distorts the value of one's contributions. Do you not understand? Do you comprehend the concepts of alienation and concretization? Allow me to illustrate through an analogy. In my quest for unification, I, Ying Zheng, have endeavored to fulfill the monumental task of consolidating the 6 states. While I bear the responsibility for this unification, my predecessors laid the groundwork. Once the 6 states were vanquished, a reckoning ensued. I, Ying Zheng, have been awarded the MVP. Outside the palace of Xianyang, the court officials knelt in utter dismay, wishing fervently that they had left their ears behind that day. What had they just heard? Was the celestial screen mocking his majesty? Moreover, it dared to address him by name. Could someone intervene? Ying Zheng gazed at the celestial screen, his expression shifting from green to pale as he struggled to suppress his rage and refrained from uttering profanities. What does it mean that I, Ying Zheng, have been deemed the MVP? What criteria are used for this evaluation? As if attuned to his unspoken questions, the screen promptly began to elucidate the meaning of the rating and the MVP distinction, promising to clarify any ancient references that might be perplexing. In an instant, all present beneath the celestial screen grasped the term's significance. Who can enlighten me on this Liu Bang? Why does the celestial screen compare him to me? Furthermore, why is it suggested that the citizens of Xianyang rate him higher than I? Does this imply that I am inferior to Liu Bang? The assembly of officials fell into a profound silence, while the faces of several nobles from the 6 states grew austere, though they inwardly reveled in amusement. It serves you right, tyrant. The celestial screen has spoken aptly. Although they remained unaware of who Liu Bang was, it mattered not. The notion that Ing Zheng's rating was inferior to Liu Bang's echoed fervently in the minds of these nobles. Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. The Right Chancellor, Feng Quji, stepped forward and declared, the immediate priority is to dispatch someone to locate this Liu Bang. As for the other statements, Your Majesty need not concern yourself. They are but trivial jests. Ing Zheng remained silent for a moment before resolutely commanding, at once, send forth individuals to scour the realm until we uncover this Liu Bang. Indeed. Meanwhile, the ancestors who followed the Qin dynasty erupted in laughter, pondering in that moment whether they too might be considered MVPs. Chapter 9. You are all lazy winners. After listening to these words, the ancestors of the Qin could not help but chuckle. In the Western Han dynasty, within the Weiyang Palace, Liu Bang erupted into hearty laughter upon seeing the proclamations in the heavens, his expression betraying a hint of pride. Ah, Aju, did you hear that? The heavens declare that my rating surpasses that of the first emperor. Ha ha. Quickly, bring me some wine, for I must indulge in a grand toast. Beside him, LG adjusted her skirt, casting a slightly disdainful glance at Liu Bang's carefree demeanor. This rogue man, even as emperor, remains unrefined. Father, have you ever met that first emperor? Liu Ying inquired with curiosity. Liu Bang wiped his mouth with his sleeve and affectionately ruffled Liu Ying's hair, his gaze drifting toward the sky. Indeed, I have encountered the first emperor of Qin. What manner of man was he? Liu Bang smiled and sank onto the steps. He had once witnessed the emperor during an inspection, and that moment had profoundly shaken him. It was the first time he realized that someone could possess such majestic authority. With soldiers like a forest and chariots like dragons, the sight of those clad in black armor from the great Qin riding forth was more thunderous than a mountain collapsing. A true man ought to be like this. Yet, he never imagined that merely 7 years later, this vast land would fall into his grasp. Liu Bang sighed. It was only upon ascending to this position that he began to comprehend the thoughts of the man labeled as a tyrant. Feudal divisions are unwise. Look at these ancestors of Qin, whether through reform or military strength. In the end, they relied on me, Ing Zheng, to achieve the unification. You lazy winners. Qin Shaogong, Qin Huaiwen, Qin Wuwang, Qin Zhaoxiang, Qin Xiaowen, Qin Zhuangxiang. All of you are lazy winners. Your contribution to Qin's unification is rated at 3.0. Meanwhile, I, Ing Zheng, have destroyed many states, achieving a 13.0 carry. Does that count? The 6 monarchs of Qin, mentioned by the heavens, could not contain their laughter, spitting out their drinks in surprise. Coughing lightly, Qin Shaogong glanced at his companion Shang Yang and pointed at himself. Am I a lazy winner? Beside him, the usually stern Shang Yang could not help but chuckle. Your Majesty, you must recognize that this is merely a sarcastic remark. In fact, it affirms your contributions. Qin Shaogong nodded in agreement, realizing that the reforms referenced were indeed his doing. This thought only strengthened his resolve to support Shang Yang's reforms. He never expected that his descendants would possess such capability, achieving the monumental task of unification. Alas, how glorious! In Xianyang, King Zhaoxiang of Qin gazed at the heavens, his fingers calculating. If this is the case, with 3 more monarchs behind me, I could unify the 6 nations? With this thought, Ing Ji stood up, his face alight with excitement. Is it Ing Zheng? Ing Ji directed his gaze toward his son, Ing Zhu. Following the demise of Crown Prince Dao, he found himself with but one heir, his son. This certainly implied that the lineage would continue through him. Your grandson is remarkable, Ing Ji remarked, a broad smile gracing his face as he patted Ing Zhu on the shoulder. A smile also emerged on Ing Zhu's countenance. According to the heavenly decree, he was destined to become Qin Xiaowen Wang. He pondered how he would fare once he ascended the throne. By the way, whom do you intend to designate as the crown prince? Ing Zhu contemplated for a moment, ultimately deciding on the child Zichu. Ing Ji nodded in agreement. Ah, it is indeed that child Zichu. This means that it will be Zichu's son who unifies the 6 kingdoms. Ing Zheng, what a splendid name. He commanded, summon him at once. I wish to behold my esteemed grandson. Suddenly, Ing Yiren recalled something, and a look of panic crossed his face. Father, that child Ing Zheng is still held as a hostage in Zhao. This was dire news. The expression on Ing Ji's face shifted drastically as he hastily dispatched someone to retrieve Ing Zheng, while sending word to Zhao, declaring, If anyone dares to harm my grandson, I shall not rest until I exact vengeance. Ingzhu sprang to his feet, angrily kicking Zichu aside. You fool! Why did you not bring Ingzheng back when you escaped? If anything were to happen to him, I would not forgive you. Zichu, nearly in tears, scrambled to his feet. Could he be blamed for this? The fact that he managed to return at all was a feat. Meanwhile, Ingzheng, still in Zhao as a hostage, was galloping away on horseback. The moment he first heard his name proclaimed in the heavenly decree, he had already been devising his escape. Does it not require a closer examination of your deeds? Did the 6 dynasties not implement reforms, recruit the talented, establish a capital in Xianyang, unify alliances, and expand their territories? Did they not conquer Yang, stabilize the 3 rivers, advance eastward through Hangu Pass, annihilate Ba and Shu to the south, subdue Yitu to the west, and defeat the 3 Jin states, leading to the downfall of Qi and the capture of the capital of Chu, thus extinguishing the Zhou dynasty? All they do is linger around, raiding and grading. What a farce! Qin Huiwen Wang chuckled, stroking his beard. The achievements of advancing eastward through Hangu Pass, annihilating Ba and Shu, and subduing Yitu indeed pertained to him. He, Ing Si, was not one to achieve victory without effort. Even if his score did not match that of the later unifier Ingzheng, it certainly deserved a commendable rating. Qin Wuwang emerged from the hall, laughing heartily. I conquered Yang and stabilized the 3 rivers. Previously, you all opposed my endeavors. Look, even the heavenly decree acknowledges my contributions. What more can you say? In a fit of joy, he suddenly noticed the grand cauldron outside the hall, addressing the assembled nobles. Today, I shall demonstrate my martial prowess by lifting this grand cauldron for your admiration. Qin Zhao Xiang Wang felt a surge of emotion as he gazed at the heavenly decree, reflecting on his life, which was now being revisited in his mind. Since ascending the throne, he had engaged in distant alliances and aggressive tactics against Chu, Wei, Han, and Zhao, ultimately leading to the downfall of the Zhou dynasty. One could say his life had not been in vain. Qin Xiaowen Wang contemplated the heavenly decree, reflecting on his own actions and whether any of them could be measured against it. King Zhuangxiang of Qin, Ing Yiren, was not overly concerned at this moment. He gazed upon his son, who stood beside him, exhibiting an expression of calm detachment, yet smiling with unabashed exuberance. This sovereign, poised to unify the realm, was none other than his son, Ingzheng. With this singular fact, he felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. Within the grand hall of the Xianyang Palace, upon completing the viewing of the entire video, Ingzheng felt as though he might shatter, nearly succumbing to the urge to vomit blood. While the mocking remarks could be brushed aside, the crux of the matter lay in the words spoken under the celestial canopy, particularly those concerning the individual identified as Liu Bing, who had made his initial appearance. Chapter 10. Who is the enigmatic Shang Yang? Rated at 18. 0. What significance does this celestial display hold? It must surely be comparable to some illustrious emperor. Thus, does it imply that my Qin shall not endure for millennia? Contemplating this, Ingzheng felt a shroud of gloom envelop his heart. Had he not exerted sufficient effort, nor achieved enough merit? If his Qin is destined to be ephemeral, then how long has its legacy persisted? Surely, it cannot be shorter than that of the Zhou dynasty. The Western Han. Ha ha ha, this truly brings me mirth. Ingzheng has secured the MVP. Liu Che gazed at the celestial display, his visage illuminated with joy, even performing a dance to express his exuberance. At last, he fathomed the essence of this display, which indeed seemed rather limited. He recalled the great Emperor Gaozu, who, upon entering Xianyang, established 3 articles of law with the populace. The score surpassing that of Ingzheng must stem from this, he surmised. In high spirits, Liu Che turned to his ministers, asking, Wei Qing, enlighten me. Who ranks higher between Emperor Gaozu and the first emperor? Wei Qing hesitated, pondering the impossibility of offering a definitive answer. If one must compare, it is likely that Emperor Gaozu's score exceeds that of the first emperor. Liu Che nodded in agreement. Though the first emperor was formidable, unifying the 6 states to great acclaim, he failed to impart wisdom to his progeny, resulting in the downfall of the second emperor. Were I in his stead, I would never allow my son to become such a figure. With this thought, Liu Che turned to his son, Liu Ju. You must learn from me. Do not present yourself as weak. You ought to embody the strength of my lineage. Liu Ju, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, replied, Your son shall heed the king's counsel. Satisfied, Liu Che murmured to himself, pondering how history would ultimately judge his deeds, and whether his rating could rival that of Emperor Gaozu or Emperor Wan. After watching the video, Lin Chi could not suppress a chuckle. Truly, a talent indeed. It seems that AI is still a century away from surpassing humanity. As per tradition, one must peruse the comments section after viewing such abstract videos. AI laughed for 2 minutes before sending the video to the blogger. Qin Ershi, my father received the MVP. Ing Zheng furrowed his brow, his gaze landing on Fusu. Indeed, Qin Ershi must be Fusu. Shan Yang also scored 3-0, but combined, the score is higher. Follow-up comment. You are going to make me laugh to death. So, combined, it totals 15 points? Follow-up comment. You haven't spared him either. Follow-up comment. Haha. I am utterly amused. What a hellish joke. Follow-up comment. No, strictly speaking, it should be 18 points, with 6 components. This time, Shan Yang could not contain his laughter. Through these remarks, he began to grasp the peculiar circumstances surrounding him. Dismemberment by 5 horses. Above, Duke Xiao of Qin cleared his throat softly, attempting to mask his embarrassment, feeling somewhat hesitant to meet the gaze of Shan Yang. The situation dawned on him. The backlash against the reforms was formidable, and Shan Yang, the initiator of these changes, had become a target of retribution. After a prolonged silence, Shan Yang found solace in his acceptance. He had anticipated a grim fate when he resolved to undertake this endeavor. In fact, the remarks from the celestial realm only fortified his determination to pursue this course of action. The more they opposed him, the more it validated his choices. The poets of the Song dynasty paused momentarily upon encountering the term Ci, Pai Ming, wondering if the celestial beings were truly oblivious to its meaning. Strictly speaking, Duke Wen of Qin indeed had a rather brief reign, passing just 3 days after ascending the throne. One might argue that he did not truly fulfill his role. Duke Wen of Qin exclaimed, "Wait a moment, have you mistaken something? I only reigned for 3 days after my ascension. Is this a jest?" It was indeed a feat that he had managed to endure until his coronation, considering his father had languished in power for decades until his untimely demise. Reflecting on his deceased elder brother, Ing Zhu felt a sense of relief wash over him. In the land of the 3 kingdoms, in Gong'an County, Liu Bei and his companions were enveloped in laughter and cheer. Regardless of the celestial display, it appeared rather intriguing for those accustomed to a lack of entertainment. It was an excellent diversion to pass the time. Kongming smiled and shook his head, addressing his lord, "My lord. It is now nearly certain that the beings above are not celestial immortals." Oh, Liu Bei's eyes brightened with curiosity. Then who might they be? If Zhuge Liang's conjecture were accurate, they were likely individuals from the future. Guan Yu, upon hearing this, could not contain his astonishment. What leads you to that conclusion? Kongming rose and pointed towards the celestial display. Everyone, take note. After each segment concludes, this young man clicks on the screen, and subsequently, a piece of text appears. A careful analysis of these words reveals they are evaluations provided by various individuals, coupled with the previously mentioned figures, such as the first emperor and Emperor Gaozu. The conclusion was evident. The celestial display predominantly showcased events from the future. Liu Bei nodded in agreement with Kongming, gazing at the celestial display with a complex expression. One could only wonder how much time had elapsed since then. To possess such seemingly divine capabilities was truly awe-inspiring. Zhang Fei, filled with yearning, remarked, "If that is the case, I wonder if we have left our names in the annals of the future, and how future generations will judge us." Guan Yu, stroking his magnificent beard with a hint of pride, responded, "Given the prowess of our trio, we surely would not fade into obscurity. Dear brother, rest assured." Chapter 11. The controversies surrounding the Eternal Emperor throughout the ages. Countless individuals have gazed in delight at the discourse unfolding in the celestial canopy. The narratives surrounding the second emperor of Qin and Shan Yang are familiar to many. Moreover, after being exposed to several videos, many astute observers have discerned that the figures depicted in the sky are not celestial beings, but rather individuals from a future unknown to them. Nevertheless, even with this realization, many still regard Lin Chi as a divine entity. After all, such extraordinary abilities, whether or not they stem from divinity, are indeed godlike. With a smile gracing his lips, Lin Chi perused the comments section, finding it at times even more amusing than the videos themselves. Despite the illustrious legacy of the sixth emperor, Qin Shi Huang rightfully claims the title of the Eternal Emperor. Leaning back thoughtfully, Lin Chi reflected with a hint of nostalgia. One should not assume that Ing Zheng's unification of the six kingdoms was solely reliant on the achievements of his ancestors. As if he merely benefited from their legacy to accomplish this monumental feat, Such a perspective grossly undermines Yingzheng's contributions. The tumultuous 500 years of the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods were marked by relentless conflict among the states. During this extensive time frame, it was not only Qin that had the opportunity to claim dominion over the realm. The states of Qi, Jin, and Chu, at their respective zeniths, equally possessed the potential to fulfill this historical duty. Yet, for various reasons, they ultimately fell short. These shortcomings stem from both subjective and objective factors, however. The crux remains that they did not succeed. Practice makes perfect. The accumulated legacy of the 6 generations prior served as an objective foundation for Yingzheng's unification of the 6 kingdoms, but it was not a guaranteed outcome. If another had occupied Yingzheng's position, would they have been capable of achieving the same unification? Even to surpass the challenge posed by Elba Wei would have been arduous. Upon ascending to power, Yingzheng accomplished the unification of the 6 kingdoms in a mere decade. Beyond the unification itself, what truly merits admiration is the implementation of policies following the consolidation of power, abolishing the feudal system, instituting a prefectural system, strengthening central authority, standardizing cart tracks, unifying scripts, and establishing consistent measures. These policies elevated Yingzheng to his esteemed status as the Eternal Emperor. Prior to Yingzheng, the Zhou dynasty had maintained a feudal system for nearly 8 centuries. Yet, he dared to abolish it and introduce a novel governance structure, the future of which was uncertain. Nonetheless, he took that bold step. This is Qin Shi Huang, the ruthless figure who concluded centuries of warring states' turmoil, sweeping across the land to achieve unification. He was the first emperor in Chinese history, ushering in the feudal era, establishing the first unified multi-ethnic state, and founding a system of centralized governance. He dismantled feudalism, implemented the prefectural system, standardized the written language, unified transportation, established measurement systems, constructed the Great Wall, repelled the Xiongnu to the north, and quelled the Baiyu to the south. Revered as the ancestor dragon, the eternal emperor Yingzheng is an exceedingly complex individual. Even in later generations, while many admire him, an equal number harbor resentment towards him. However, the assessment of his merits and faults remains subjective, yet none can truly disregard his accomplishments. One by one, the emperors of Chinese history are brought forth for assessment. Among them, the ancestral dragon undoubtedly holds a distinguished position. In the broader public consciousness, this premier status is firmly occupied by the ancestral dragon, unshakable and eternal. I extend my congratulations to your majesty, Zhao Gao proclaimed with a smile. Your majesty, behold. Even the celestial beings acknowledge your achievements, declaring you the eternal emperor. We celebrate you, your majesty, echoed the assembled ministers and officials. In that moment, their hearts surged with elation, for the celestial beings had proclaimed their sovereign as the eternal emperor. Who would dare label him a tyrant after such divine endorsement? Surely, the treacherous and rebellious must feel a twinge of fear upon witnessing this celestial decree, hesitating to act out of line. Within the city of Xianyang, countless loyal subjects of Qin looked up at the celestial screen, filled with pride. Did they not hear the words of the divine being? Their sovereign is indeed the eternal emperor. Wind, a strong wind, someone shouted, and the cry grew louder, coalescing into a resounding cheer that reverberated throughout Xianyang. The sound was deafening, reaching even the royal palace. The ministers of the Qin stood tall, faces aglow with pride. This is their great Qin. Meanwhile, the remnants of the 6 defeated states feigned joy, inwardly cursing the divine being for its apparent blindness. How could such a tyrant be deemed an eternal emperor? It was utterly outrageous. Yingzheng suppressed a smile at the corners of his mouth, genuinely believing he had performed admirably. Otherwise, he would not have proclaimed himself as surpassing the 3 sovereigns and possessing the virtues of the 5 emperors, thereby bestowing upon himself the title of emperor. He had become accustomed to accolades, to the point of indifference. However, the praise that emanated from the celestial realm carried a weight that was distinctly profound. At that moment, Yingzheng felt a surge of secret delight as the shadows cast by the celestial jest were dispelled. Liu Bang raised a wine cup to the sky in tribute, acknowledging Qin Shi Huang as the eternal emperor without reservation. Not long ago, Liu Che had issued a self-criticism edict reflecting on his own misdeeds. Now gazing at the celestial display with unease. He had accomplished much in his life, but had also erred significantly. He pondered how future generations would judge him. Would Liu Che be worthy of the title of Eternal Emperor? During the Kaiwang era of the Sui dynasty, Yang Jian too contemplated whether he could be considered an eternal emperor. He had ended an era of chaos and unified the realm once more. While his achievements might not eclipse those of the first emperor, they were certainly commendable. The recently crowned Emperor Zhenzong of Song, basking in the afterglow of his successful ritual at Mount Tai, looked proudly at his array of civil and military officials. In terms of merit and accomplishments, I should rightfully be considered an eternal emperor. The ministers below nodded in agreement, yet inwardly they scorned such shamelessness. If there were a category for the most brazen eternal emperor, surely he would be a contender. In the Hongwu era, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a twinge of indignation. How could the tyrant Qin Shi Huang be deemed an eternal emperor? In his view, that title should belong to Emperor Wen of Han. Alternatively, one might begrudgingly concede that Emperor Taizong of Tang could qualify, but it remained absurd. Zhu Biao was indeed somewhat perplexed. Based on his education, he did not believe that Qin Shi Huang could be deemed the eternal emperor of all time. It seemed that the words of the heavens were not to be taken at face value. Zhu Yuanzhang, in a fit of anger, expressed his thoughts. Zhu Biao pondered for a moment and replied, "Father, perhaps it is merely that the perspectives of future generations differ from ours. Moreover, while the first emperor may have been rather tyrannical, his contributions cannot be overlooked." Zhu Yuanzhang initially intended to say more, but reconsidered, turning his gaze to his eldest son. "Biao, tell me, do you think I can be considered an eternal emperor?" Zhu Biao straightened his demeanor and responded, "Of course, father. As a commoner, you quelled the chaos of this era, expelled the Tartars, restored the Chinese heart, and reclaimed the 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun that had been divided for 4 centuries. You are undoubtedly deserving of the title of eternal emperor. Haha, what a fine son we have. You speak so eloquently." Zhu Yuanzhang laughed heartily. "Look at your elder brother. Learn from him, and refrain from playing with cats all day. Do you understand?" Upon finishing, he shot a fierce glare at Zhu Di. "You, the fourth. I am referring to you. We heard from the master that you had the audacity to skip class yesterday. It seems that you are itching for a lesson." Zhu Di glanced at his brothers, who were reveling in his misfortune, and then at his father, whose expression was one of despair. Finally, he could only cast a pleading look towards his elder brother. His father's threats were not to be taken lightly. During the Yongle reign, Zhu Di, now approaching the twilight of his life, was on the path of his 5th northern expedition. The eternal emperor, at my age? To ride into battle and then govern the realm, which emperor throughout history can compare to me? Surely, there must be a place for me among the ranks of eternal emperors. Zhu Di cast a hopeful glance towards the heavens. Since the Jingnan campaign, he had been diligent, never daring to slacken his efforts, all out of fear that the annals of history would record him as a usurper. Chapter 12. Through Wind and Rain. Xuanwu Gate awaits you thus. He dared not pause for even a moment, eager to demonstrate to the world, to posterity, and to his father that he had indeed secured this position, yet he performed admirably. The esteemed emperors Kangxi and Qianlong gazed at the celestial screen, eager to voice their thoughts, convinced that if the title of the greatest emperor were to be debated, they too deserved a place at the table. Within the confines of the room, Lin Qi, after a moment of contemplation, entered the name Ying Zheng into the search bar. Instantly, a plethora of videos materialized before him. One particular frame captured his attention. It depicted 2 individuals divided by a chasm. On the left stood a youth with a grim visage, exuding the ambition to conquer the 6 states, flanked by a towering figure, beneath which was inscribed the character for dragon. On the right stood a serene young man, accompanied by a dignified gentleman, marked with the character for phoenix. Upon seeing this, Lin Qi felt a surge of curiosity and clicked to delve deeper. As a stirring soundtrack resonated, a voice emerged, echoing in the ears of all beneath the celestial screen. Next to appear are 1 dragon, 2 phoenixes, 3 pigs, for monks, 5 rascals, and 6 guangwu. Following the introduction by a female voice, 2 additional frames appeared, labeled pig, monk, rascal, and guangwu, similar to the previous images. Each depicted a youth with an adult figure standing behind them, clearly representing their future selves. Beneath the celestial screen, countless ancestors engaged in spirited discussions about the identities of these 1 dragon and 2 phoenixes. Many had already surmised, through Lin Qi's actions, that those featured in this celestial display were likely emperors. The dragon, without a doubt, referred to Ying Zheng. This implied that the subsequent figures worthy of being mentioned alongside the first emperor were indeed other significant emperors. In myriad temporal nodes, emperors, prompted by astute observers, began to grasp the situation, their expressions shifting to one of palpable tension as they turned their gazes toward the celestial screen. With a sweeping gesture, Ingzheng commanded, "Celestial Screen Division, record every word without omission." Outside the grand hall, over 20 men fervently transcribed the events displayed on the celestial screen. This newly established Celestial Screen Division was tasked with recording and analyzing matters pertaining to the celestial display. Other dynasties were no exception, each forming their own departments dedicated to documenting the celestial screen. The first Dragon Emperor, who unified the world, subdued the southern Yu and vanquished the northern Xiongnu, constructed the Great Wall, standardized writing, transportation, and measurements, abolished feudalism, instituted the prefecture system, and is the founder of the imperial system. He is the ancestral dragon, Qin Shi Huang. Ingzheng, my strategist, your conjecture was indeed correct. This speaks of the ancestral dragon's legacy. Liu Bei, with fervor etched across his face, gazed at the celestial screen, pondering the illustrious figures who would share the stage with the first emperor. How many illustrious predecessors do we have in our Han lineage? Kong Ming, fanning himself with his feather fan, smiled gently, now fully confident that the celestial screen undoubtedly revealed the perspectives of future generations. At that moment, he too was deeply curious about what the future held, whether the Han dynasty would truly flourish. Casting a glance at Liu Bei, he discreetly sighed, contemplating the challenges that lay ahead. However, the esteemed Lord Zhuge, deeply committed, vowed to serve with utmost diligence until death, determined to carry forth the illustrious legacy of the Han dynasty, which had spanned over 4 centuries, regardless of the challenges that lay ahead. TSK Liu Bang gazed at the celestial screen, marveling at the image. Was this how Emperor Shi Huang looked in his youth? He seemed formidable, and the 6 kingdoms must have indeed met their misfortunes upon encountering him. Within the palace of Xianyang, Fusu scrutinized the celestial screen, his gaze occasionally drifting to his father. Was this truly what his father looked like in his childhood? Li Si stroked his chin, observing the heavenly display, recalling that the young monarch did not quite resemble this. After watching several videos of the celestial screen, Ingzheng had grown somewhat indifferent. The audacity of these later generations to jest about him was rather bold. Did the emperors of later times allow such mockery to go unchecked? Yet, rather than feeling anger, Ingzheng found himself more intrigued by the identity of the emperor referred to as Feng in the recent depiction. He pondered the merits that warranted his inclusion alongside him in the same illustration. With a keen gaze fixed upon the celestial screen, he believed that this descendant must possess significant accomplishments to stand in his company, lest he disappoint him. The second Phoenix Emperor, fatherly and loving, brothers friendly and respectful, founder of the Xuanwu Gate succession law, implementer of the imperial examination system, architect of the Jingguan era, he is the heavenly Khan Tang Taizong, Li Shimin, who pacified the world through martial prowess but was posthumously honored as the literary emperor. During the Jingguan era, Li Erfing's eyes widened in astonishment at the celestial screen, even pulling out a few of his beard hairs. Is this notion of fatherly love and brotherly respect to be taken seriously? And what on earth is this Xuanwu Gate succession law? Buffed minister in the audience could not contain his laughter, but quickly stiffened under the piercing gaze of Li Shimin, transforming into a wooden statue. Hardening, his fists clenched. Were the circumstances different, Li Shimin might have taken a knife to strike down this audacious individual who dared to laugh. Moments ago, he had found amusement in the mockery of Qin Shi Huang, but now that the jest was directed at him, he could not share in the laughter. Excessive, utterly excessive. This segment shall not be recorded. With a sweeping gesture, Li Shimin attempted to regain his composure, then glared at Wei Zheng, who was about to rise to speak. You rustic fool, do not assume that I would hesitate to strike you down. Pray, do not speak further. Li Shimin implored with sincerity, hoping for mercy from Wei Zheng, wishing he would refrain from inserting more daggers into his heart at this moment. Ahem. Wei Zheng cleared his throat lightly. Your Majesty has misunderstood. What I intended to convey is that you should not take the celestial screen's jest too seriously. Was not the first emperor also the subject of jest? I stand here to congratulate your Majesty. Regardless of how one interprets it, the celestial screen affirms your accomplishments, placing you in second position alongside the first emperor. Though Wei Zheng was stubborn, he was not foolish. He knew precisely when to be assertive and when to be conciliatory. At this juncture, to rub salt into the emperor's wounds would indeed provoke a fury that could cost him his life. Upon hearing the words, numerous nobles and ministers promptly raised their voices in unison, exclaiming their congratulations to the sovereign. although they secretly chuckled at the remarks made by Tianmu. Their intentions were genuinely to celebrate the emperor. The merit of an emperor is not solely measured by personal virtue in terms of achievements. Our sovereign is indeed both sagacious and formidable. They felt quite content to associate with such a monarch. Moreover, since Tianmu acknowledged the emperor's accomplishments, it was reasonable to believe that these ministers who assisted the sovereign would also leave their mark in historical records. Contemplating this, many could not help but wonder if Tianmu would also mention them in the future and how they would be perceived by posterity. Li Shimin felt a slight alleviation of his inner turmoil upon hearing the congratulations from the ministers. While some flattery was present, it was nonetheless an accurate reflection of his merits. The title of Emperor One of the Tang, conferred with the posthumous name One, carries immense weight. For an emperor, it ranks among the most prestigious titles. Furthermore, he had been honored with the epithet Heavenly Khan. This realization brought a faint smile to Li Shimin's lips. Is there really such a thing as paternal affection and fraternal harmony? Lin Qi, mid-sip of his cola, spewed it out in disbelief. He paused the video and ventured into the comments section, certain that it would be abuzz with activity. No one understands brotherly relationships better than I do. I have at least 9 methods. 9. Founder of the Xuanwu Gate succession law, laughing and crying, laughing and crying. Follow-up comment. Xuanwu Gate stage, come if you have dreams. Follow-up comment. Xuanwu Gate awaits you through wind and rain. Follow-up comment. Xuanwu Gate was not built in a day. Li, Dogehead. Follow-up comment. You didn't spare Li Jianqing either. What a hellish joke. His Majesty the Second Phoenix is all about paternal love and fraternal respect. Ha ha, this truly cracks me up. Lin Qi's lips curled into a smile. The comments section did not disappoint, aligning perfectly with his expectations. Chapter 13. My son Lu Che possesses the bearing of a great emperor in the grand hall of the Daming Palace, the once mighty Li Yuan. Now reluctantly reduced to the status of a retired emperor, wore a countenance as dark as if ink were about to drip from it. Rebellious offspring, this wayward child, has brought disgrace upon our lineage for generations to come. Li Yuan paced restlessly within the palace, his anger manifesting as he puffed his cheeks and glared fiercely. Now, the entire realm watches our humiliation unfold. At this moment, a foreboding sensation gripped Li Shimin. Could the succession at the Xuanwu Gate be as he feared? Panic surged through him. If his descendants emulated his actions, what fate awaited the Tang dynasty? Yet, why had it come to this? He had appointed the young Chengqian as crown prince precisely to avert such calamities. The heavens are truly vexatious. What transpired behind the scenes? Must the narrative be so convoluted, oscillating from east to west without clarity? During the era of Wuda, Crown Prince Li Jianqing violently hurled his wine cup to the ground. Did you all witness that? The heavens declare that King Qin has ascended the throne. I have long suspected his ulterior motives. It infuriates me. Without hesitation, he commanded, prepare for action. Li Jianqing's wrath was palpable. The notion of the Xuanwu Gate not being solely his domain was intolerable. Even the manipulations of the Yinyang practitioners seemed trivial in comparison to this affront. Just as he was about to mobilize his forces, his palace was besieged. At this moment, Li Shimin, as the general of Tianmu, wielding the might of the 12 guards, commanded far greater power than the upheaval at the Xuanwu Gate could ever yield. Moreover, the heavens had already proclaimed that the throne would ultimately belong to him. Upon ascending, he could stand alongside the likes of the Qin emperor. Faced with such circumstances, no one could impede his progress. Rallying troops was akin to a single call summoning hundreds, with no obstacles in sight. After all, who would not aspire to partake in the glory of a dragon-esque achievement alongside a sovereign compared to the illustrious Qin Shi Huang? In the Western Han Dynasty, Lu Che, still dissatisfied after a victorious campaign against the Xiongnu, rose to his feet. Who is this Li Shimin, to be ranked second? I refuse to accept it. I should rightfully hold that position. After venting his frustration, he turned to his esteemed General Wei Qing. Wei Qing, do you believe I am deserving of this second place? Wei Qing replied earnestly, Your Majesty, your exceptional talent has vanquished the centuries-long decline of our Han against the Xiongnu, restoring our dynasty's prestige. Thus, you undoubtedly deserve the second rank. Lu Che nodded in satisfaction, then lamented, This so-called Phoenix Emperor, of the Li surname, I have never heard of before. It seems our Han has ultimately met its demise. What manner of virtue does this Phoenix Emperor possess, that he is so prominently highlighted by the heavens? I wonder how long our Han legacy endured before its curtain fell. My curiosity is piqued. Upon hearing this, The numerous nobles and ministers gathered below bowed their heads in silence. Such words could only be uttered by Lu Che himself. No one else dared to interject. Seeing that no one responded, Lu Che remained unfazed, fully aware that no dynasty could endure indefinitely. What of the illustrious Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor, who envisioned an eternal legacy beginning with himself, only to meet the fate of a swift demise in the hands of his own progeny? In contrast, the Han dynasty, since the reign of its founder, had flourished for nearly 80 years under his stewardship, far surpassing the fleeting existence of the Qin. Lu Che gazed at the heavens, pondering whether he truly deserved the second place, and if the third was rightfully his. Finding solace in the comments section, Lin Chi contentedly closed it and replayed the video. Third Pig Emperor. To the same destination, I shall also go. Qin Emperor, Han Wu, the Golden Chamber of Concubines, the inception of the Enfeoffment Edict, the dismissal of the 100 schools, the singular reverence for Confucianism, territorial expansion, the reclamation of the Heshi Corridor, possessing the strongest dowry in history. Wei Qing, Hui Tsubing. Wu Guang, he is the great Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che. In the Weiyang Palace of the Western Han, Lu Che felt as if struck by lightning. Although he took delight in being ranked third, the designation of Pig Emperor left him bewildered. Why were the first two exalted as dragons and phoenixes, while he was relegated to such an ignoble title? How intolerable! Lu Che overturned the table before him, brandishing a Han sword at the sky. Who will explain this Pig Emperor to me? Step forth and speak, he bellowed, pointing his sword at a trembling minister. The minister, in a state of panic, fell to his knees, pleading, "Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. Speak," commanded Lu Che, his voice thunderous. The minister, on the verge of tears, steeled himself and replied, "It may be due to your humble childhood name, Enough. No need for further explanation," Lu Che interjected, realizing the implication of his childhood name meaning pig. In that moment, he could not help but resent his father for bestowing such a name upon him. Hui Tsubing stepped forward, his voice resonant. "Your Majesty need not be troubled. The heavens proclaim you as the great Emperor Wu of Han." Laughter erupted, and Lu Che, casting aside his sword, beckoned Hui Tsubing over with a smile. His fondness for Hui Tsubing had always been profound, and now, with the heavens echoing his name, his joy knew no bounds. The assembly of ministers and officials prostrated themselves, exclaiming, "Your Majesty possesses unparalleled wisdom and has established an immortal legacy. We celebrate you, great Emperor Wu of Han. Rewards shall be granted, all shall be rewarded." Lu Che exclaimed, his spirits lifted. Great Emperor Wu of Han. The title resonated with grandeur. At that moment, as he surveyed the loyal ministers and glanced at Wei Qing and Hui Tsubing, a surge of ambition coursed through him. Third place was commendable, but for any other emperor, being ranked third in the annals of history would elicit boundless excitement. Yet Lu Che was not satisfied. Dragons and phoenixes. In his heart, Lu Che resolved to surpass them and elevate himself to the pinnacle of greatness. During the reign of Emperor Jing of the Western Han, Lu Che gazed in astonishment at the child before him, a young boy clad in a simple pair of shorts, rolling about playfully on the ground. How could this child possibly become the illustrious Emperor Wu of Han, reigning in the heavens above? Lu Che rubbed his temples, feeling a sense of surrealism wash over him. It seemed improbable for there to be a namesake. The emperors of the Han dynasty did not share names, let alone one as whimsical as the Pig Emperor. He had affectionately named his son Ji, a moniker inspired by a dream he once had of Emperor Gao, who had urged him to choose that name. Little did he anticipate the remarkable achievements this child would one day attain. Indeed, it was no wonder that Emperor Gao had visited him in a dream. Everything aligned perfectly. Lu Che's gaze turned toward the somewhat bewildered Wang Meiren. Initially, he had harbored some hesitation, but now he felt resolute. "Jir, come here," Lu Che beckoned to Lu Che. "Father," Lu Che exclaimed joyfully, running into Lu Che's embrace. "Look at you, like a little kitten," Lu Che remarked, filled with immense satisfaction as he observed Lu Che. "Jir, father has a question for you. Do you wish to become an emperor in the future?" Lu Che gently wiped Lu Che's face with his sleeve. "Father, what does it mean to be an emperor?" Lu Che inquired, puzzled. "It means to be like your father," Lu Che clarified. Lu Che pondered for a moment, then replied, "In that case, I do not want to be an emperor. Father has to do so many things every day and has no time to play." Lu Che erupted into hearty laughter, then playfully flicked Lu Che's forehead. "Go on, play now." As he watched Lu Che bounce away with exuberance, Lu Qi felt a profound sense of contentment. The future of the Han dynasty was secure. His son Lu Che possessed the potential of a great emperor. Chapter 14. Zhu Yuanzong. The three emperors cannot produce a crown prince. A certain valiant warrior of the Ming dynasty gazed contemplatively at the heavens. The three emperors ranked among the top were renowned for their martial prowess. This implies that to ascend as a formidable emperor, one must achieve remarkable feats in warfare. Indeed, it must be so. With this thought, Zhu Qizhen no longer hesitated. Wang Dabin, summon the civil and military officials. This time, I shall personally lead the expedition against the Walla. Wang Zhen's face broke into a smile. Your Majesty is wise and formidable, reminiscent of Emperor Taizong. This personal campaign will undoubtedly elevate your Majesty's name across the realm. Zhu Qizhen nodded in agreement. He was indeed the grandson of his illustrious predecessor. As he contemplated this, his gaze drifted toward the north. He was determined to pursue the glory of his grandfather and to behold the magnificent vistas of the vast seas with his own eyes. In the early Western Han dynasty, Liu Bang began to dance joyfully beneath the sky. Aju, do you see? My descendants are heralded by the heavens as the great Emperor Wu of Han. I long to witness the splendor of this successor, who stands comparison to the first emperor. LG observed Liu Bang's exuberance with no surprise, nor did she harbor any anger. After all these years, she had grown accustomed to his antics, having endured far worse. Her heart had nearly withered for this man. Yet, due to the phenomenon in the heavens, they found themselves together each day. She turned to Liu Bang and inquired, 3 of the 6 spots have already been taken. Are you not curious or concerned that you may not have a place among them? Do you not feel anything about being overshadowed by your own descendants? Liu Bang laughed heartily. What should I worry about? No matter how remarkable this descendant may be, at the end of the day, he is still my grandson. When we meet in the afterlife, will he not bow before me? Aju, observing Liu Bang's carefree demeanor, suddenly chuckled, a rare warmth filling her heart. Perhaps it was this very attitude that allowed such a wayward man to ultimately triumph and unify the vast lands. Liu Bang spoke no falsehood. He truly did not care. He set his own rhythm and sang aloud, gazing at the heavens. During the Three Kingdoms period, Liu Bei beheld the figure of Emperor Wu of Han in the sky, his heart swelling with emotion. Future generations, Liu Bei bows to the late emperor. As he spoke, he knelt down, with Kong Ming, Guan Yu, and the others immediately following suit. After all, the emperor before them was none other than the illustrious Lu Che, the renowned Emperor Wu of the Han. In Xuchang, within the palace, Emperor Xian of Han, Lu Xie, looked up at the heavens with tears brimming in his eyes. Ancestral spirits, my unworthy descendants have allowed the Han dynasty to fall to such depths. I am but a puppet, manipulated at will. Oh, ancestors! Treacherous ministers and ungrateful sons are seizing our ancestral lands. I am powerless and of shame to you. If you possess any spirit in the heavens, please open your eyes and witness this calamity. Send down divine retribution to annihilate these traitorous ministers. In the prime minister's residence, Cao Cao gazed at the heavens, a tumult of emotions surging within him, accompanied by an ever-deepening sense of dread. In the illustrious era of the Han dynasty, spanning for centuries, one can only ponder the fate that would befall them should the spirit of Emperor Wu truly manifest and witness their actions. To claim such an occurrence is impossible, seems futile. With the celestial veil having unveiled its mysteries, what remains beyond the realm of possibility? Nevertheless, Cao Cao, a formidable figure of his time, has reached this juncture, and further contemplation bears little significance. Moreover, he is a loyal minister of the Han. The realm has descended into chaos, and without his influence, one cannot fathom how many would lay claim to the throne or title themselves as kings. In Jiangdong, Sun Quan too felt a tremor of fear. Should the spirit of the Emperor Wu indeed exist, then they are all deemed treacherous usurpers. The 4th monk emperor, beginning with a single bowl, he turned the tide, the first to achieve success in the northern expedition. Atop Purple Gold Mountain, he established the Hongwu era, illiterate yet mastering the 6 classics, reclaiming the 16 provinces of Yin and Yun. He is among the most rightful sovereigns. The great Hongwu emperor, Zhu Yuanzhong. In the Ming dynasty's Hongwu era, Zhu Biao exclaimed with excitement, "Father, do you see? This says you are in 4th place." Zhu Yuanzhong, unable to suppress a triumphant smile, mused on the providence of the celestial veil, affirming his deserved 4th position. Having traversed a life of adversity and bloodshed, Zhu Yuanzhang naturally felt a surge of pride for having attained his current stature. Yet, did you not just claim that the celestial veil was misguided in placing the first emperor in the foremost position? Zhu Yuanzhang raised an eyebrow. So you are dissatisfied with your father's south fourth place? Should we consider passing this imperial title to you? Zhu Di chuckled awkwardly, for his son dared not harbor such thoughts. Zhu Yuanzhang cast a stern glance at Zhu Di. You would do well to refrain from such notions. He then turned his gaze upon his other sons, number 2, 3, 5, and 6. Though they were aware, he seized this opportunity to clarify matters. This position is reserved for your elder brother. You better not entertain thoughts otherwise. Should anyone harbor discontent against your brother and dare to conspire in secret, do not blame me for disregarding our familial bond. Zhu Yuanzhang's words struck a chord, rendering all present silent, as if the air itself had crystallized. His fierce gaze swept across his sons, searching for any signs of dissent upon their faces. Father, your words are unfounded. My brothers are all virtuous, Zhu Biao interjected. Zhu Yuanzhang smiled, as if the previous tension had been but a figment of imagination. All right, rise. Do not blame your father for speaking sternly. In earlier years, while I fought on the battlefield, it was your mother and your elder brother who managed affairs at home, allowing me to pursue battle without concern. You may say you were all raised under your elder brother's watchful eye. You must know what is permissible and what is not. Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze fell upon Zhu Biao, his chosen successor, whose capabilities were indisputable even without emotional ties. Suddenly, Zhu Yuanzhang erupted in laughter, as a thought of profound amusement struck him while contemplating the celestial veil. Among the 3 emperors who preceded him, Yingzheng, Li Shimin, and Lu Che, though they were endowed with extraordinary talents and remarkable achievements, even Zhu Yuanzhang found himself ranked beneath them by the heavens. Yet, there was one aspect in which he undoubtedly surpassed them: the cultivation of the crown prince, the heir to the empire. Father, what are you laughing at? Zhu Biao inquired. Puzzled, Zhu Yuanzhang gently patted his shoulder and replied, My dear boy, look at the 3 emperors listed up there in the heavens. Regardless of their prowess, combined they could not produce a single crown prince. But as for me, I am blessed with a wonderful son like you. In this regard, I am superior to them. I believe that when you assume my position, you will excel. Feeling somewhat bashful, Zhu Biao touched his head and chuckled. Father, when did you become so narrow-minded? At that moment, Zhu Yuanzhang beamed with pride. Meanwhile, Zhao Kuangyin, the founder of the Song dynasty, felt a twinge of discontent. Have I not ended the chaotic centuries of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, yet I am placed outside the top 4? He mused. While it was understandable that Yingzheng, Li Shimin, and Lu Che were formidable figures, he questioned the emergence of Zhu Yuanzhang. How could the Ming dynasty possibly compare to his grand Song? During the era of the Tianmu, Li Longji smashed his wine cup upon the ground in frustration. What nonsense is this, Zhu Yuanzhang? I see nothing but a pig in a pandemic. He believed that his accomplishments were no less than those of Emperor Taizong, and thought he should at least be ranked 5th. 5th place, the rogue emperor. A true man should be like this. The sparrow outshines the phoenix, possessing inherent charm. One may lose 100 times, but must win the final battle. Yet he has triumphed from the beginning to the end, proclaimed the man of humble origins. The founder of the Han dynasty, Liu Bang. 6th place, the Emperor Guangwu. A meteor fell from the heavens, shattering Wang Mang's hundreds of thousands of troops. He surged forward, seizing the opportune moment, reviving the Han dynasty and establishing the Eastern Han. He was known as the Son of Destiny, the Grand Mage of the Han, Lu Xiu. Haha, did you hear that? Our esteemed one is ranked 5th, and behind our great Han, there lies another at 6th. Liu Bang exclaimed, leaping up and pointing towards the sky, addressing all around him with fervor. He had no objections to the moniker of Rogue Emperor bestowed upon him. Rather, he found it quite fitting. Your subjects offer their congratulations. Your Majesty. Zhang Liang and Xiao He exchanged glances, both revealing smiles as they proclaimed in unison. May the heavens bless the Han. They understood well the significance of Guangwu. On a future day, when the Han faced decline, they would once again embrace the mandate of heaven. Indeed, the mandate resides with the Han. Chapter 15. The back of the emperor at this moment, Lu Che and the esteemed emperors of the Han dynasty were filled with unparalleled excitement. Throughout the vast expanse of history, countless dynasties and emperors have emerged, yet among the top 6, the Lu family boasts 3. In the palace of Xianyang, Yingzheng let out a cold snort. How could the Han dynasty possess such extraordinary fortune to have 3 representatives on the list? What of his own descendants? The Ying clan? Where had they gone, and what had they accomplished? How is it that none of them, apart from himself, could make their mark? With this thought, his gaze shifted to Fusu, questioning the capabilities of his progeny. Fusu felt a twinge of injustice. After all, were not these also your descendants? Was it fair to place the blame solely on him? Meng Yi pondered as he gazed at the heavens. It seemed that following the Qin dynasty, the Han, Tang, and Ming dynasties emerged. Each must have lasted at least 3 generations, yet the chronological sequence of these dynasties remained a mystery. The Han dynasty appeared to have endured for quite some time, even spawning the Eastern Han. Regrettably, the celestial display lacked detail, otherwise, he would have eagerly sought to comprehend the complete lineage. The assembled ministers engaged in hushed discussions, exchanging thoughts amongst themselves. Ing Zheng sighed deeply, setting aside other matters. Even a mere few words revealed the remarkable talents of these descendants. The founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, along with the Han Gaozu, both hailed from humble beginnings, a mere commoner and one who started with nothing. In such dire circumstances, their ability to unite the realm and establish a dynasty is truly remarkable. Could he, with his own capabilities, have achieved a similar feat? Ing Zheng narrowed his eyes, mentally reminding himself not to underestimate the heroes of the world. He contemplated what he would do if he were to start with nothing. Lu Xiao, my legacy surpasses yours. What a pity, had Zhuge Liang succeeded in the northern expedition. Emperor Zhao would have become Emperor Zhao, reviving the Han dynasty. The prophecy of the Golden Blade would have been fulfilled, and only a Lu could ascend as emperor. The top 4 cannot even produce a crown prince. There is no dispute about the top 3, but the latter comments are contentious. Surely, no one believes Lu Xiao merely relied on luck. Feeling a sense of relief, Lin Qi found clarity after scrolling through the comments once more. He subsequently liked the remark about the inability to produce a crown prince among the top 4. Witnessing this, Zhu Yuanzhang was left dumbfounded. What did it mean that the top 4 could not yield a crown prince? His own legacy stood strong. Was it possible that his heir would rebel, or that he would be deposed? How could that even be conceivable? In a state of distress, Zhu Yuanzhang anxiously scratched his head, wishing to ascend to the heavens to seek clarity. In the 3 kingdoms, Liu Bei gazed at the celestial display, lost in thought. Strategist, it appears we have failed according to the celestial proclamation. I am deeply ashamed of you. Brother, let us depart and abandon all thoughts of the outside world. Let us conclude our lives here. As he lamented, tears welled up in Liu Bei's eyes, and he began to weep uncontrollably. Eldest brother, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei grasped Liu Bei's arm. Brother, what are you saying? We 3 brothers have long sworn to live and die together. What does defeat matter? Regardless of the outcome, I shall accompany you, elder brother. I feel the same, responded the 2nd and 3rd brothers. Liu Bei, deeply moved, declared, with these 2 brothers by my side, I have no regrets in this life. At that moment, Kong Ming emerged from his contemplation, stating, My lord, there is no need for such despair. Since the heavenly curtain has appeared, the future cannot be clearly defined at this moment. I implore you to regain your spirit and respond to the words of the heavenly curtain, and together we shall revive our Han dynasty. Are you suggesting we still have a chance? Liu Bei raised his head, his gaze filled with hope. Indeed, Kong Ming replied with a smile, nodding. Before this, who could have imagined such a celestial phenomenon? If such miracles exist, then what is impossible? Kong Ming's thoughts flowed, and truthfully, he was not surprised by their failure. He had undertaken actions he knew were fraught with risk, and the appearance of the heavenly curtain instead offered him greater hope. It was regrettable that he could not discern the exact nature of their failure. How he wished to witness it firsthand. Liu Bei, revitalized, proclaimed, Kong Ming, you are indeed my Zifang. Kong Ming, waving his feather fan, humbly responded, My lord, you flatter me. How can I be compared to Liu Ho? Liu Ho once assisted our founding emperor in establishing the Han dynasty, while my lord, under my counsel, has encountered failure, which is truly shameful. Liu Bei waved his hand dismissively, fully aware of the profound assistance Kong Ming had provided. Previously, he and his 2 brothers had floundered like headless flies until Kong Ming appeared, guiding him to clarity regarding the path ahead. Even if they ultimately failed, the blame should rest upon his shoulders. With his resolve renewed, Liu Bei swiftly shifted the topic. Realizing the figure referred to by the heavenly curtain as Emperor Zhao Lai must indeed be him. This thought invigorated him further. The achievement surpassed what he had initially envisioned. In truth, at that moment, Liu Bei found himself more steadfast in his faith in Zhuge Liang. I wonder about this Zhao Lai. Liu Bei gazed at Kong Ming with anticipation. Kong Ming, understanding instantly, explained, Zhao means to illuminate virtue, while Lai signifies the establishment of peace through merit. The term Zhao Lai not only extols moral character, but also speaks to achievements, which is perfectly fitting for you, my lord. Liu Bei puffed out his chest in pride. However, before he could revel in his joy, Kong Ming doused him with a dose of cold reality, saying, My lord, you must not become complacent. You should strive diligently towards what the heavenly curtain has proclaimed. Indeed, Liu Bei replied, I shall not slacken in my efforts. There is no need to overexert yourself. Balance is essential, and you must take care of your health. Kong Ming meticulously analyzed the words within the heavenly curtain, recognizing that it spoke of his leading the northern campaign. This indicated that his thoughts had not erred, given the current state of the world. Only the land of Shu could serve as their stronghold. Moreover, the tone of the speaker conveyed a sense of regret, suggesting that there was indeed a chance for success in the northern expedition. What, then, had gone awry to lead to their failure? Kong Ming furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation, striving to extract valuable insights from each character before him. The celestial tapestry had mentioned these emperors, yet it remained uncertain whether their opportunities were elaborated upon. Qing's Emperor Qianlong glared at the celestial display, his wrath ignited upon realizing that none of the first 6 featured his esteemed self. It was evident that this celestial tapestry could hardly be deemed miraculous. He shun, issue a decree. Anyone daring to gaze upon the celestial tapestry again shall be seized. He shun, with a face of compliance, silently mused that the celestial tapestry was visible to all beneath the heavens. How could they apprehend everyone? However, a thought struck him. This could indeed be a lucrative opportunity. Returning to the search interface, Lin Chi began to scroll for the next video. After swiftly dismissing 2 lackluster options, the algorithm kicked into gear. The subsequent video unfolded like a thunderclap, instantly capturing Lin Chi's attention. I shall sing a song for you, a carefree battle scene. Who possesses the beauty of a city? Do not part from UG. The background music resonated beautifully, yet Lin Chi's focus was firmly anchored in the video. On the left side of the frame stood 6 individuals, each exhibiting distinct expressions, while on the right, 5 figures remained poised. With a mere glance, Lin Chi recognized the illustrious emperors of Chinese history. However, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the figure at the center, sporting short hair and carrying a burden. Though merely a silhouette, Lin Chi instantly identified the individual. Indeed, only he could occupy such a position. In that fleeting moment, Lin Chi straightened his back, and as he absorbed the scene accompanied by the stirring BGM, an electric current coursed through his spine, sending shivers throughout his body. Lin Chi's peculiar reaction captured the attention of countless onlookers beneath the celestial tapestry. Previously nonchalant and at ease while perusing those videos, they now wore solemn expressions. Many observed closely, noticing the profound reverence reflected in Lin Chi's eyes. Countless spectators found themselves pondering in hushed curiosity. Who could this figure be? To elicit such a profound response from this celestial being? They could see that Lin Chi's gaze was solely fixed upon that singular silhouette, disregarding those on either side. With a deep exhale, Lin Chi scrolled to reveal the next image, unveiling the names of the 6 individuals on the left. Starting from the first, they were Ying Zheng, Liu Che, Yang Jian, Kublai Khan, Zhu Di, and Xian Yi. In the subsequent image, the 5 figures on the right were listed as Liu Bang, Liu Xiu, Li Shimin, Zhao Kuangyin, and Zhu Yuanzhang. Yet, the solitary figure in the center was devoid of a name. All 11 emperors, with their varied expressions, gazed at the screen, while the central figure remained merely a silhouette. At that moment, countless ancestors collectively inhaled sharply, their hearts swelling with awe. These individuals were among the most illustrious emperors in history, arguably within the top 10. Yet, astonishingly, these 11 figures served only to accentuate the presence of the one whose identity was shrouded in mystery. Who could this person be? At this instant, the curiosity of all present reached its zenith. At this moment, if Lin Chi were aware of the thoughts swirling in their minds, he would merely smile. No problem at all. Chapter 16. The wheat has ripened. Xianying. Ying Zheng could not help but marvel. Who was this individual, standing at the center of our assembly? Merely a silhouette? Upon reflecting on the previous video, Ying Zheng suddenly realized that all 5 figures flanking him were emperors, each distinguished by monumental achievements. He initially intended to question this person's capabilities, yet inexplicably, as he gazed upon the silhouette, his heart trembled, as if confronted by something profoundly terrifying. Hissed this person. This person. Liu Bang rose to his feet, shedding his usual jovial demeanor, his face now solemn. What is it? Do you recognize this individual? LG inquired, intrigued. I do not, Liu Bang replied, his gaze unwavering on the silhouette. LG fell silent. Liu Bang turned to LG, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts, yet it was evident that this figure was extraordinary. Even he felt a chill run down his spine, more so than when he first encountered Xiangyu. Liu Che, observing the celestial canopy, remained silent, sharing Liu Bang's sentiments. Though unable to voice it, he was certain this individual was no ordinary person. Indeed, a sense of trepidation stirred within him. Li Shimin clenched his fist. The silhouette loomed larger and more majestic in his eyes, gradually resembling a radiant sun suspended in the sky. Thump, thump, thump in that moment. Li Shimin seemed to hear the pounding of his own heart. Who was this person? He cried out internally in a frenzy. Zhao Kuangyin finally spotted his name upon the celestial expanse, feeling a slight sense of consolation. After all, he had founded a new dynasty, bringing an end to the tumultuous chaos. It would be too unjust if he failed to secure a place among the top 10. Zhu Yuanzhang regarded the silhouette with a somewhat sullen expression, his words lingering on the tip of his tongue, ultimately resulting in only a couple of chuckles. Xuanya was immensely displeased but at a loss for words. At least his name graced the celestial tapestry, yet he believed his life's achievements warranted a fifth-place ranking. Indeed, the world had been reclaimed by the Han, and vigilance against the Han people could not be relaxed. If Xuanya felt mere dissatisfaction, then Hongli was outright furious. This celestial display is undoubtedly a malicious trick by the Han, designed to deceive us. And this silhouette, too cowardly to reveal its true form, has no right to stand there. Get down. Hongli cursed vehemently at the celestial tapestry. Suddenly, a voice of overwhelming authority reverberated across countless realms. Aizenjoro Hongli has spoken disrespectfully. His lifespan shall be reduced by 20 years as punishment. Should he offend again, he shall be cast into the Tung exile, doomed to never be reborn. In the blink of an eye, Hongli's visage visibly aged. All the civil and military officials within the Grand Hall immediately fell to their knees, fervently praying for the celestial tapestry as forgiveness. It was not us who spoke disrespectfully. We are not implicated. We beseech the immortal to discern the truth. Hongli, gazing in horror at his reflection, collapsed to the ground, pleading for mercy. In the myriad of temporal and spatial nodes, countless emperors, officials, and gentry gazed upon this figure, inexplicably feeling their hearts race and their throats dry, uncontrollably swallowing. Much like a rat in a gutter encountering a cat, beneath the vast sky, innumerable commoners looked upon this silhouette with an overwhelming sense of familiarity, as if their shoulders had relaxed and their spines had straightened just a tad. Some of the more astute among them were already contemplating returning later to carve a tablet in homage. Who on earth is this person? Countless voices cried out within their hearts. Lin Chi, filled with anticipation, opened the comments section, and instantly, a multitude of comments flooded his view. Z-Run. The winds and rains of Zhongshan rise ominously. 1,000,000 valiant troops cross the great river. Qin Shi Huang. They have never stood at my height. How could they comprehend the scenery through my eyes? Z-Run. Do not yearn for me. Learn from me. Become me. Surpass me. Z-Run is not merely Z-Run. I am utterly amazed. Every fiber of my being resonates with clarity. I was just pondering who could stand in the center, and indeed, only he is worthy. The most formidable carbon-based beings of the past millennia of Huaxia are all here. Well, I actually feel that Kangxi would be better replaced by Yongzheng. How should I put it? A single drop of rat dung spoils the entire pot of porridge. As expected, the Sima family ought not to be seated at the table. Follow-up comment. It's not just the Sima family. There are few in the entire Jin dynasty worth mentioning. Your Majesty, Airfeng, appears rather sinister. Follow-up comment. The dragon and phoenix demeanor, a manifestation of celestial grandeur. One must grasp this. With details akin to a pockmarked face, summon Kong to be removed from my sight. Lin Chi could not help but smile broadly. Reveling in the accolades showered upon the great man within the comments section, a swell of pride blossoming in his heart. At that moment, he could not restrain his exclamations. The seas roil with wrath, the winds of the 5 continents tremble with thunder. Wheat has ripened countless times, and for the first time, long live the people. A wave of astonishment resonated throughout all temporal and spatial nodes beneath the sky. Chapter 17. Is it right because it has always been so? They could scarcely believe their ears. What does long live the people truly mean, and how could the people possibly be celebrated? A dreadful speculation reverberated in the hearts of countless individuals, sending shivers down their spines at the mere thought. The winds of change swept through Zhongshan. As a million valiant warriors crossed the great river. What audacity, what grandeur! Ingzheng clenched his fist, a tumult of emotions surging within him. He yearned to behold the true essence of this individual. Yet, upon hearing the phrase "long live the people," a flicker of shock and fear appeared in his eyes, as if a realization dawned upon him. The arrival. Never mind. Ingzheng waved his hand, a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind. Before letting out a sigh, the heavens above would remain there, and there was no way to prevent the common folk from witnessing it. What purpose would there be in engaging in self-deception? Fengqing. Issue a command to halt all major projects for the time being and dedicate our efforts to pacifying the people. As you wish, Your Majesty. I shall attend to it at once, Feng Qiji replied solemnly. In the Weiyang Palace, Liu Bang, after a moment of stunned silence, opened his mouth wide. Ha ha ha, remarkable. Truly remarkable. This person is indeed extraordinary. I am humbled. I am genuinely humbled. Oh, how I wish to share a drink and converse freely with him. Long live the people, long live the people. Liu Bang seemed entranced, lost in thought, murmuring incomprehensible phrases. Beneath the celestial canopy, numerous illustrious emperors and wise ministers gleaned much from these comments and Lin Qi's words. Yet, no matter how they pondered, they could not fathom why someone in such a position would utter such statements. Is it conceivable that one could betray their own class, especially from the pinnacle of power? During the Jingguan era of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth under the celestial dome, sensing he might be on the verge of a revelation. But how could this be possible? Only after ascending to this position did he truly comprehend the allure and allurements it possessed. The power to command the realm, held in one person's grasp, seeped into his very marrow like a toxin. How could anyone dare to relinquish such authority, especially to? He could not understand. He truly could not comprehend. He stood at the highest point, yet he did not turn a blind eye. He witnessed the greatest sacrifices made by the people, who bore the deepest suffering. Perhaps one might argue that this is simply how the world operates. But is it right simply because it has always been so? Boom. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted from the countless nodes of time and space. Many with guilty consciences, those shadowy and timid souls, were so frightened that they fell ill, some even perishing from sheer terror. During the Hongwu era, Zhu Yuanzhang, though equally shaken by Lin Qi's words, found himself confronted with an even graver matter before him. His heart was entirely captivated by that silhouette, rendering him oblivious to the identities of others within that scene. Upon glimpsing the name Zhu Di in the comment section, he felt a jolt of alarm. How could the fourth prince be among these 11? Could it be? Zhu Yuanzhang's piercing gaze hardened, his voice as cold as steel. Fourth, pray tell, why are you amongst them? Zhu Di, feeling weak all over, collapsed to his knees like a limp rag. Father, I am wronged. The heavens have unjustly accused your son. Observing his father's murderous glare, Zhu Di sensed he was on the verge of meeting his ancestors. By heaven's conscience. He truly did not comprehend the situation. Father, I lack the audacity for such treachery. Moreover, even if I harbored such thoughts, how could I possibly rival my elder brother? He continued, even if I were to rebel, I lack the prowess to contend against him. Zhu Biao also knelt, imploring his father to temper his wrath, asserting his belief that the fourth brother would never act thus, insisting that a misunderstanding must be at play. The entire court sat in stunned silence, their breaths held, hearts heavy with despair. Had they known what awaited them today, they would have penned farewell letters before departing their homes. Zhu Yuanzhang's expression was one of profound shock. In his youth, he had lacked the opportunity for formal education, but once the circumstances permitted, he diligently pursued knowledge, particularly enamored with historical texts. Since ascending the throne, he had meticulously studied and drawn lessons from the experiences of his predecessors, striving to avoid the pitfalls of past dynasties. This was especially true regarding the matter of succession. After thorough examination of historical precedents, he unearthed a troubling pattern. The transition of power was invariably accompanied by bloodshed and treachery, with the likelihood of a crown prince successfully inheriting the throne hovering around a mere 30%. Even illustrious emperors such as Qin Shi Huang, Liu Bang, Liu Che, Yang Jian, Li Shimin, and Zhao Kuangyin encountered significant challenges in selecting and nurturing their successors. To prevent fraternal strife, he had designated the heir apparent while still the Prince of Wu. Upon his ascension, he immediately named Biao as the crown prince, dedicating himself to his education with unwavering diligence, ensuring no slackening in his efforts. Before his other sons, he made it abundantly clear that they should relinquish any aspirations for the throne, adopting a distinctly contrasting attitude towards them. His objective was to instill in them an early understanding that the imperial seat bore no connection to them. Although this approach may seem harsh, it was preferable to the bloodshed that could arise among brothers. Furthermore, in matters of discipline, Zhu Yuanzhang often entrusted Zhu Biao with the responsibility of mediating and advocating for his brothers, granting him the opportunity to intercede on their behalf. In truth, Zhu Biao was regarded as a second father by his brothers. Yet, now the very scenario he feared had come to pass. The fourth prince had become an emperor. In an instant, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a wave of despondency wash over him, leaving him at a loss for what to do. Zhu Biao, Zhu Di, come here, Zhu Yuanzhang called. Zhu Biao and Zhu Di exchanged glances, then silently approached their father. Fourth, now that your elder brother is present, I ask you in front of us both, do you acknowledge his position as emperor? Zhu Di gritted his teeth and replied, I do acknowledge it, not merely in words, but with my heart as well. In my youth, while you were away on campaigns, it was my elder brother who guided and educated me. To me, he is no different from you, father. My greatest aspiration in this life is to serve as his general in the northern campaigns, ensuring the safety of our borders. Zhu Di spoke earnestly, meeting the eyes of both Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao with unwavering resolve. Zhu Biao sighed softly, affectionately ruffling Zhu Di's hair, his gaze towards his brother remaining gentle, as though the celestial realms had no bearing on their bond. Father, it is not just fourth brother. You are well aware of the personalities of second and third brothers as well. I firmly believe they would never engage in the actions you fear. The assembled lords and ministers nodded in silent agreement, recognizing the sincerity with which Zhu Yuanzhang had nurtured his sons. Beyond the crown prince, the other princes were indeed remarkable individuals. As Zhu Yuanzhang observed Zhu Di's earnest and aggrieved expression, uncertainty crept into his heart. Could fourth brother truly possess the capability to rebel against his elder sibling? Chapter 18. Die like a human. Zhu Yuanzhang could hardly believe his eyes. Setting aside other matters, the execution of Lan Yu was a trivial task that could easily be managed. If the fourth prince were truly to ascend the throne, it could only stem from two scenarios. Either he was bequeathed the position by his father, or he had orchestrated a rebellion against his nephew. The fourth prince was acting much like Sima Yi. Under what circumstances would Zhu Yuanzhang consider passing the throne to the fourth prince? It could only be if Zhao heir. The mere thought of this possibility sent a chill down Zhu Yuanzhang's spine. Indeed, only if Zhao heir were to meet with misfortune could the fourth prince seize this opportunity. Summon the imperial physicians. Zhu Biao observed as a dozen physicians swarmed around him, feeling somewhat exasperated. Father, you are being excessively alarmed. Upon hearing the physicians declare that his eldest brother was unharmed, Zhu Di let out a sigh of relief. Zhu Biao offered words of comfort. Father, there is no need for such concern. If that day were ever to come, it would simply be a matter of my ill fortune. The revelation that the fourth prince was even mentioned in the celestial tapestry signified that, should he indeed become emperor, he would undoubtedly achieve great things, becoming a virtuous ruler capable of propelling the Ming dynasty forward. Moreover, the fourth prince is also your son, as his father. You should take pride in having such an extraordinary child. Truly, he is the crown prince. The assembly of civil and military officials below silently praised this eloquent statement, acknowledging the expansive mindset it reflected. In contrast to Zhu Di, even though the celestial tapestry had indicated a promising future for him, these ministers were still more inclined for Zhu Biao to occupy the throne. Firstly, Zhu Biao had been meticulously groomed by Zhu Yuanzhang, exhibiting impeccable skill and temperament. Most importantly, Zhu Biao had long been regarded as the designated successor. The noblemen and ministers below could be considered his loyal supporters. Once Zhu Biao ascended, the transfer of power would undoubtedly be seamless, allowing them to continue their duties without disruption. However, should Zhu Di take the throne, the future for them would be uncertain. The king of Yan had his own established circle. In such a scenario, even if Zhu Di were as sagacious and valiant as Li Shimin, it would bear little relevance to them. even disregarding their own interests, purely for the sake of the Ming dynasty. Stability outweighed all else. Presently, Zhu Biao's ascension would ensure the unwavering progress of the dynasty. Looking towards the future, the smooth transition of the legitimate eldest son Zhu Biao would set a commendable precedent for future generations, preventing the Ming from descending into chaos akin to that of the Tang dynasty. In this moment, the ministers resolved to keep a vigilant watch over the king of Yan. If, prior to the celestial tapestry's revelation, Zhu Di had any chance of ascension, thereafter, unless Zhu Yuanzhang explicitly bestowed the position upon him, it could be said that Zhu Di had irrevocably severed his ties to the dragon throne. For the next emperor would be Zhu Biao, and whoever occupied that position would inevitably prioritize the elimination of Zhu Di as their first course of action, even if, one day, something were to befall Zhu Biao. Zhu Yuanzhang had no intention of bestowing the throne upon Zhu Di. Before his demise, he would undoubtedly take Zhu Di away. Alas, dear brother, believe me, I have never harbored thoughts of rebellion against you. Upon hearing Zhu Biao's remarks, Zhu Di lamented like a child, tears welling in his eyes. Fourth brother, I trust you. Put your heart at ease. With your elder brother here, nothing untoward will transpire. Why adopt the demeanor of a timid maiden? Zhu Di felt a profound sense of injustice. He truly bore no rebellious intent, merely some fleeting fantasies regarding that position. Su De, frowning, observed the scene with urgency, knowing that he should offer some comforting words to Zhu Biao. Yet Zhu Di was his son-in-law. Speaking out could inadvertently harm him. Reluctantly, Lan Yu rose at Zhu Biao's subtle urging. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, the future remains uncertain, and there must be hidden truths at play. Moreover, with the appearance of such a celestial phenomenon, the future may not be predestined. In Lan Yu's heart, he believed the right course of action would be to eliminate the Prince of Yan at this very moment. With Lan Yu taking the lead, others exhaled in relief and quickly followed suit. Observing his father's expression, Zhu Biao sensed that the matter had passed, and he pressed Zhu Di's head down. Fourth brother, do express your gratitude for father's forgiveness. Zhu Di, prompted by Zhu Biao, responded by bowing deeply on the ground, the sound of his forehead striking the earth resonating with sincerity. Father, I vow before you and my elder brother, should I ever dare to rebel against him, may I be struck by heavenly thunder and never attain rebirth. Zhu Yuanzhang sighed. Very well, rise. Fourth, you shall remain by my side for the time being. You are not to venture out without my permission. Your son obeys. During the Yongle era of the Ming dynasty, Prince Jin Duzi was utilizing his intelligence to congratulate his father. At that moment, Zhu Di was indeed filled with immense joy, having seized the throne through rebellion. The knot within his heart remained unresolved. Now, with celestial affirmation and recognition from his descendants, Zhu Di felt tears welling in his eyes. Even if future generations might scorn me, they have nonetheless afforded me a modicum of respect. Suddenly, Zhu Di felt a chill at his rear. Reminiscent of the times when his father was about to chastise him, he awkwardly pondered whether, in his father's time, there was indeed a similar celestial phenomenon. Forgive me. Former self, were you in my situation, you too would have rebelled. During the Kangxi era of the Qing dynasty, Xuanya gazed at the statements upon the celestial screen, his expression dark as a pot lid. What does it mean to have a pockmarked face? He acknowledged that there were some acne scars upon his visage, yet it hardly warranted being labeled as such. The Han people have indeed reclaimed this realm, which infuriates me beyond measure. Xianyi clenched his fist, feeling an overwhelming urge to curse, yet he hesitated, recalling the warnings he had heard earlier, and swallowed his words. Upon hearing that the figure was the emperor of their Qing dynasty, Hongli realized that this celestial screen had unjustly robbed him of 20 years of life. He was now certain that this ethereal presence harbored grievances against his dynasty. Nevertheless, it mattered little. After all, he bore no goodwill towards the Han people. Lin Chi tightened his fist and, unable to resist, watched several more videos. The world belongs to us, and it belongs to you, but in the end, it is still yours. Strike the first blow to prevent 100 blows. To count the illustrious figures, we must look to the present. No kneeling, stand up. As each video unfolded, countless individuals gazed at the celestial screen in disbelief, struggling to fathom the existence of such a person. Could such a being truly exist? Some swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down their spines. Others shook their heads in frantic disbelief, convinced that this must be a fabrication of the celestial screen, merely an illusion. Numerous commoners knelt upon the ground, tears brimming in their eyes. It was the first time they had heard someone urging them to stand. Yet in this moment, they knelt willingly. Those who found themselves in dire straits cried out in desperation, lamenting the absence of a figure who treated humanity with respect. In the Tang dynasty, during the Jingguan era, Li Shimin sighed deeply, having come to a sense of acceptance. He was now convinced that no such individual could possibly emerge in his time. His resolve had nearly crumbled moments ago as he grasped the thoughts and actions of the figure in the celestial realm. I may strive to emulate him, yet I shall never become him. Quickly regaining his composure, a glimmer of determination flashed in Li Shimin's eyes. His mission was clear: to exert every effort in making the Tang dynasty even greater, ensuring that its citizens could live as dignified human beings, able to enjoy a full meal. Each generation bears its own mission. To forcibly imitate this figure would undoubtedly lead to ruin. Wei Qing, I implore you to point out my shortcomings, and to all my ministers, let us unite in our efforts, so that future generations do not belittle our legacy. At that moment, the ministers solemnly echoed his sentiments. We shall devote ourselves to supporting your majesty and ensuring the stability of the people. Wei Zheng observed the resolute spirit radiating from Li Shimin and could not help but smile, secretly lamenting, Your Highness, your loss is not in vain. His Majesty is indeed a timeless sage. As Li Shimin regarded the spirited Wei Zheng, an ominous premonition washed over him, making him acutely aware that he had perhaps spoken too confidently. Throughout history, some emperors dismissed such ideals, viewing them as the folly of fools. Yet, more often than not, emperors chose silence. The more enlightened the ruler, the more acutely they felt their own insignificance in the presence of such a figure. Unsurprisingly, in many dynasties, numerous oppressed citizens rose in rebellion, drawing strength from the silhouette above the celestial screen. They wished to convey to those seated within the palace, to those inhabiting the bureaucratic residence, that they too are human. If they cannot live as one, then let them. Let them perish with the dignity of a true human being. Chapter 19. In old age, many dreams startle. As if there were a blade-bearer, Zhao Ergu plunged the spear he held into the chest of a corrupt official. You vile scoundrel! How dare you? Blood gushed from the official's mouth, accompanied by fragments of his ruptured insides. His face was a mask of disbelief, unable to fathom why this once docile peasant, meek as a lamb, possessed the audacity to kill him. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced flesh, and Zhao Ergu soon found himself toppled to the ground by a flurry of blades. Ha ha ha! You bleed too. You shall die as well. You are not as formidable as I imagined. Yet what astonishes me is that your blood is red as well. Struggling to rise, Zhao Ergu wore a smile on his face, having forgotten that he too was capable of laughter. The fear reflected in the official's eyes only delighted him further. So, you can feel fear too. Zhao Ergu gazed skyward, pondering, if there is a next life, I wish to follow that silhouette. I truly long to know what it feels like to be treated as a human. The corrupt official widened his eyes, unable to comprehend how this lowly peasant dared to act so audaciously. Had it not always been this way? Why was it different now? Zhao Ergu was not an isolated incident. Beneath the vast sky, similar scenes were unfolding in countless places. The spirit of defiance is eternally etched within the bones of the people of Huaxia. When oppressed to the utmost degree, they will shed the sheep's clothing they wore to disguise themselves, revealing their fangs and claws. After a considerable time, Lin Qi's turbulent emotions gradually settled, and he let out a soft sigh. His understanding of this figure was indeed quite complex. In his youth, he questioned him. As he matured and grasped certain truths, he began to comprehend him, and as time passed, his respect deepened. The more one understands human nature, the more one marvels at how some can commit such acts. At times, Lin Qi couldn't help but ponder whether it was due to the oppression of Huaxia's fortune being driven to the abyss that such a person emerged in response. Regaining his composure, Lin Qi turned his gaze to the next video, or rather, an image. In a black and white scene, two young boys stood, one glancing back over his shoulder. Behind them, an elderly man adorned with a ceremonial crown and luxurious attire silently stared at the boys. What are you looking at, Mingda? Don't miss the time for receiving your rations. Ben Chu, that old man behind us, the more I look at him, the more I loathe him. The image did not reveal the identity of the old man, prompting Lin Qi to raise an eyebrow. After a moment of contemplation, a smile crept upon his lips. Oh, a play on temporal dislocation. This current creator truly knows how to entertain. If this were to reach Cao Cao's ears, he would surely be furious. During the Three Kingdoms period, Cao Cao gazed at the content in the heavens, feeling invigorated. It seemed that Qiao Mengde had not been forgotten by posterity. At that moment, Cao Cao felt a surge of excitement, pondering what kind of image he held in the eyes of future generations. Congratulations to the Chancellor. Congratulations to the Chancellor. The title of the Chancellor will be remembered throughout the ages. Even the heavens have not forgotten the Chancellor's contributions. We celebrate the Chancellor. Listening to the praises echoing in the hall, Cao Cao felt a sense of joy. You flatter me, he replied. The heavens have not solely mentioned me, but also referred to Yuan Benshu. Reflecting on Yuan Shao, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. Once, Yuan Shao, a descendant of 4 generations of officials, had commanded hundreds of thousands of troops in Hebei with great might. During the Battle of Guandu, Cao Cao had prepared himself for defeat, yet ultimately, he outmaneuvered his opponent. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze shifted to the old man depicted in the celestial screen. He shared the sentiments of the young man in the image, finding the old man rather irksome. However, what did the immortal mean by displaced time and space, and why did it provoke such irritation in him? Alas, the celestial screen failed to mention his elder brother, instead highlighting that scoundrel Qiao Mengde, which truly vexed him. Zhang Fei, upon hearing Qiao Mengde's name mentioned, was incensed. Liu Bei cast a helpless glance at Zhang Fei, saying, Ida, cannot you learn a thing or two from Zilong and remain composed? Your incessant fidgeting is making me dizzy. Kongming chuckled. There is no need for Ida to be impatient. Let us await the unfolding drama. In my view, the mention of Qiao Mengde by the celestial screen does not bode well. Oh, pray, enlighten us, strategist, Liu Bei responded with renewed interest. Zhao Yun and the others also turned their attention to Zhuge Liang, knowing well that the strategist's words were never without purpose. Kongming's smile faded as he focused on the celestial screen. That elegantly dressed elder, if my conjecture holds true, must be the aged Cao Cao, while the young man represents the youthful Cao Cao. Coupled with the preceding dialogue, it surely becomes far more intriguing, does it not? At his words, the eyes of the gathered crowd brightened with newfound interest. During the Three Kingdoms period, the various factions beneath the celestial screen were also stirred to attention. Lin Chi opened the comment section, anticipating a flurry of small theatrics within. In a moment of daze, Cao Cao seemed to hear the clash of weapons. And while he pondered in surprise, a voice rang out in anger. As a Han minister, yet failing to serve the nation, how are you any different from a beast? Cao Cao rose, scanning the room, seeking the source of the voice. Who was it that dared to insult him? Suddenly, he turned towards the entrance of the grand hall, where, amidst the hazy light, a general clad in armor appeared, hand resting on the hilt of his sword. His voice resonating like thunder, I am Qiao Mengde, the general of the Western campaign of the Great Han. With a start, Cao Cao took a few steps forward, feeling slightly unsteady, barely managing to brace himself against the doorframe. Boom! The words from the celestial screen echoed in Cao Cao's heart like a thunderclap, causing his blood to momentarily freeze in his veins. In that fleeting moment, the image of the young man on the celestial screen seemed to merge with Cao Cao's own essence. Memories surged in Cao Cao's mind like a flowing river. Both vivid and ethereal, real yet elusive, he appeared to have glimpsed the fervent ambition of his younger self, who aspired to become the general of the Han dynasty's Western campaigns. Cao Cao laughed heartily at Ji Ping, mocking him for failing to slay him, ridiculing himself for not having eliminated Dong Zhuo in his youth, and further jesting at the irony of having become a figure akin to Dong Zhuo himself. In old age, dreams often bring forth startling visions, as if there were a man bearing a dagger. Wang and the colonel, suddenly, with a violent cough, Cao Cao expelled a mouthful of blood, and in that instant, it seemed as though he had lost all strength and means, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 20. The exhaustion of heroic spirit in the Three Kingdoms Chancellor. Chancellor. The crowd surrounding Cao Cao's tent was engulfed in panic. Leave me be. Do not touch me. Cao Cao rose despondently, and after a moment, a sardonic smile crept across his face, leaving one to ponder whether he mocked himself or others. In my old age, I am startled by dreams, as if a knife-bearer were presenting his blade. Well said, indeed. Following his defeat at the Battle of Guandu, the waning Yuan Shao lay in bed, lost in thought before erupting into a mad laughter. Qiao Mengde, you clever Qiao Mengde, are you truly the Chancellor of the Han or the General of the West? Perhaps even you are uncertain of your own identity now. In a haze, Yuan Shao appeared to glimpse his younger self, the impassioned youth who once drew his sword against the overwhelming might of Dong Zhuo. Who among us was not once a fervent young man? After his laughter subsided, he met his end. Liu Bei gazed up at the heavens and sighed deeply, a tinge of compassion in his eyes. At that moment, he recalled the time he had shared with Chao Mingde, discussing heroes over a cup of wine. "My dear strategist, you truly possess divine insight," Zhang Fei exclaimed joyfully. "I imagine that Chao the villain must be seething with rage now." Kang Ming shook his head gently, fanning himself lightly. Though he harbored a deep disdain for Cao Cao, he would not resort to mockery over this matter. Zhang Fei looked at everyone with confusion, unable to comprehend why they did not share in the laughter. The emperors of the Han dynasty focused intently on the words General of the West, their expressions somber. From the aforementioned remarks, it became evident to them that Chao Mingde was indeed a powerful minister of their Han dynasty, perhaps even during its twilight. Traitors and usurpers. Liu Che slammed his palm upon the table, exasperated that the younger generation was so inept, unable to suppress even a mere subject. Tang dynasty. Li Shimin was well versed in the history of the Three Kingdoms. Observing Cao Cao's life, who could have imagined that he initially aspired to be a loyal minister of the Han? Li Shimin's expression remained calm as he gained a deeper understanding of human complexity at this moment. Ming dynasty. Zhu Yuanzhang let out a cold laugh. How ironic that the Three Kingdoms were ultimately seized by the Sima family. Truly repugnant. Zhu Biao nodded in agreement, finding the Sima family's methods of seizing power utterly despicable. In the end, victors and vanquished are defined by their names. Yet even should the Sima family ascend as rulers, they remain far inferior to the reputation of mere bandits. Lin Shi, after reading several highly praised comments, felt a tinge of complexity in his emotions. To kill is one thing, but to pierce the heart is another. If this were to reach Boss Chao's ears, it would surely be catastrophic. Cao Cao responded, "Thank you, I have already seen it." The Three Kingdoms exhausted their heroic spirit, and the Jin dynasty was filled with mere rodents. This grand saga of the Three Kingdoms, teeming with heroes, may sound enchanting, yet for the common folk of that era, was it not akin to a purgatory? Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, those from before the Jin dynasty were intrigued, wondering what actions had led to such celestial condemnation, while those from the dynasties that followed nodded in understanding. The summary is commendable. Following the Jin dynasty, whether during the Sui and Tang, or the Song, Yuan, and Ming dynasties, even extending to the Qing, discussions surrounding the Jin are often met with disdain. Only the emperors of the Jin dynasty express their discontent with fervor. What does it mean to say that the two Jins are merely populated by insignificant figures? Even if one were an immortal, it would be unbecoming to slander others. At this moment, the ancestors seem to have little desire to be mentioned in the grand narrative. The subsequent generations exhibit a palpable lack of reverence for their forebears, their words piercing like daggers to the heart. Even the emperors are not exempt, and one particular figure remains untouched by ridicule. Although being referenced by the grand narrative signifies that they have not been forgotten by history, thus securing their legacy, they fear their hearts may not bear such weight, leaving many in a state of inner turmoil. However, they need not concern themselves, for Lin Chi has resolved to cease his indulgence in Douyin. He set aside his phone and rose to stretch his limbs. Indeed, the allure of Douyin is insidious, and in a moment of distraction, 2 hours had slipped away. What began as a mere intention to watch a few videos spiraled into an unbroken binge. After completing 100 push-ups, Lin Chi stood, slightly breathless. His body felt somewhat feeble, as even 100 push-ups left his muscles aching. In his previous life, he could execute 200 without breaking a sweat, particularly with legs that his fans affectionately dubbed iron legs. He could traverse 20 kilometers of mountain paths in 7 or 8 hours. It was imperative that he prioritize physical training. Otherwise, as an outdoor content creator, he would find himself panting after mere moments of hiking, an embarrassment he could ill afford. Suddenly, a commotion in the living room drew his attention. Lin Chi approached to find a moment of mutual stare-down with Lu Yi, who was squatting in the litter box. After a cursory glance at Lin Chi, Lu Yi resumed attending to personal matters. The sound of litter being disturbed filled the air. Once Lu Yi had buried his business. He exited the box and shook himself off contentedly. Lin Chi, exasperated, slapped his forehead. He truly found it challenging to manage a cat. With a sigh, he retrieved the litter scoop, ready to fulfill his duties as a poop-scooping officer, turning his head away in mild disdain during the process. It must be said, cat waste is indeed odorous. One hardly notices until one is compelled to clean it. Nearby, 2 cats sat not far from Lin Chi, tilting their heads in confusion, seemingly pondering why he would unearth the mess they had painstakingly buried. After securing the trash bag and spritzing some air freshener around the room, Lin Chi felt revitalized. Ow! Upon noticing Lin Chi's indifference, Wu Yi began to rub against his pant leg, paws resting on his calf. With a resigned gesture, Lin Chi scooped Wu Yi into his arms, cradling him against his chest. The moment he lifted Wu Yi, the cat emitted a rumbling purr akin to a well-tuned engine. Lin Chi scratched Wu Yi's chin, distinctly sensing the vibrations emanating from the cat's throat. If his memory serves him correctly, cats emit such sounds only when they are comfortable and content. Meow, meow. Lin Chi lowered his gaze to see Lu Yi hopping excitedly by his side, attempting to leap into his lap. However, due to its short legs, it could only bounce in place, eventually rising on its hind legs, continuously meowing with a visible urgency etched upon its face. Ah, so even cats can be possessive, it seems. Lin Chi found Lu Yi's antics amusing. This short-legged cat, affectionately dubbed the ground flyer, appeared almost legless when it sprinted, as its low vantage point caused it to stand on its hind legs whenever it grew anxious. He casually scooped Lu Yi into his arms, and soon both cats nestled against him, jostling for space yet refusing to leave. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Chi adjusted the two cats, both of which were males and neutered. Presently, their temperaments seemed quite amiable, endearing them to him. He entertained them with a cat teaser for a while. Although he had a preference for dogs, he understood that embracing the identity of the original owner meant he must also care for these two felines. Of course, this was also due to their pleasant dispositions. Had they been the type to scratch or bite, he would have had to consider sending them to fend for themselves. Chapter 21. The Malevolent Silver Tabby Ya Bai. Where have you gone? The sound of frantic calls caught Lin Chi's attention. Setting aside the cat teaser, he approached the window to find a long-haired girl crouching by the flower bed below, calling out as she walked. This voice seemed eerily familiar. Lin Chi stroked his chin in contemplation, and at that moment, the girl stood upright. In an instant, Lin Chi caught a glimpse of her visage, and his eyes sparkled with astonishment. The girl wore a short pink top paired with a tailored linen long skirt, her skin radiant and fair as snow, glowing under the golden hues of the setting sun. Her petite face exuded an extraordinary sweetness, with bright, clear eyes and gently curved brows, embodying the essence of a charming young maiden. However, her expression bore a hint of urgency, as she scanned her surroundings in search of something. Placing a hand on his chest, Lin Chi felt his heart race in that fleeting moment. Shaking his head, he attempted to suppress the sudden flutter of emotions that welled up within him. Could it be that his rejuvenated physique made him more susceptible to feelings of attraction? Or was it the lingering influence of the original's infatuated disposition? Lin Chi found himself perplexed. In his previous life, after 30, he had only experienced such heart-stirring sensations during his youth. Beneath the vast sky, as Lin Chi lowered the mobile device, the previously confined image that had pushed him to the bottom left corner of the display expanded to occupy the entire screen. Countless ancestors observed Lin Chi's peculiar movements with confusion, though many recognized it as a form of physical exercise. Consequently, a number of them began to mimic his actions. Upon witnessing the heartwarming interaction between Lin Chi and two raccoon-like creatures, the ancestors felt a newfound sense of relatability towards this individual they regarded as a celestial being. This immortal appeared surprisingly affable, seeming far less daunting than initially perceived. It was a pity that such a figure did not engage in agriculture. He certainly possessed the stature of a capable farmer, lamented some onlookers. Do you think a naturally gifted immortal would toil in the fields like the rest of us? Someone scoffed. The farmer muttered, but even immortals need to eat. To eat, one must cultivate the land. Truly, this immortal is extraordinarily handsome. How wonderful it would be to marry him. Your aspirations are audacious. I'm not as greedy. I would feel fortunate just to exchange a few words with him. Oh, but the dwelling of this immortal seems rather humble, no larger than my own courtyard. Yet, the brightness of this abode is remarkable. Look at the tiles on the ground. As white as glass, and the walls painted so impeccably white, it truly confounds the mind. Is it possible that celestial beings reside in such modest quarters? The ancestors engaged in lively discussions beneath the celestial screen. In a realm devoid of entertainment, they had come to regard watching the heavens as their sole source of amusement. Throughout the various dynasties, wise rulers and esteemed ministers seldom possessed the leisure to observe the unremarkable. Upon noticing the absence of anything worthy of their attention, they busied themselves with their own affairs. After all, the vast expanse of the sky could be gazed upon whenever one wished, even from indoors, alleviating any concerns about missing crucial information. Shaking his head to dispel the myriad of thoughts swirling within, Lin Chi tidied up the clutter in his room, preparing to descend the stairs. As soon as he opened the door, however, he halted in his tracks, his gaze fixed at the entrance. There, a silver-shaded cat sat, tilting its head curiously at him. The man and the feline exchanged a silent stare at the threshold. Lin Chi raised an eyebrow, pondering, "Is that Yue Bai?" The silver cat, in response, opened its mouth to reveal sharp teeth. It was unmistakably the mischievous silver tabby. Lin Chi extended his hand in an attempt to capture it. But the cat sprang forward like a wild stallion bolting from its tether, startling Wu Yi and Lu Yi, who promptly leapt onto the sofa. Resigned, Lin Chi placed the trash at the door and closed it to prevent the cat from escaping. If his suspicions were correct, this mischievous silver tabby must be the cat abandoned by the girl outside. During this commotion, several cats in the room had already begun to frolic. Wu Yi, upon encountering the unfamiliar feline, approached it curiously from behind, only to be met with a huff from the silver tabby, causing him to retreat in fright. Lu Yi, however, possessed a bolder temperament than his brother. Instead of fleeing, he appeared vexed by the huff and scrunched his chubby face in determination, extending his short leg in an attempt to swat at the silver tabby. Alas, his legs were far too short to reach, and his flailing paw barely grazed the air before the silver tabby, creating a comical scene as though he were trying to fan away the very atmosphere that surrounded the tabby. Lin Chi observed this spectacle with an amused frown, bemused by the eccentricities of the two cats, whose comedic talents seemed to flourish. "All right, that's enough. If you keep fanning like that, you might just give it a cold." He chuckled, shaking his head at Lu Yi's earnest attempts. Grabbing the scruff of Lu Yi's neck, he pulled him aside. Unwilling to concede, Lu Yi protested in midair, huffing defiantly at the silver tabby. He then squatted in front of the tabby, inquiring, "Are you called A.O. Bai?" The tabby tilted its head, indifferent to his question. Lin Chi made another attempt to catch it, but the silver tabby nimbly evaded him with a twist of its body, showcasing agility that far surpassed that of Wu Yi and Lu Yi. Left with no other options, Lin Chi retrieved a cat toy, hoping to lure the tabby closer. Yet, the cat seemed to possess an uncanny intelligence, only nibbling on the bait without taking the hook. Even when it did partake of the toy, it maintained a high level of vigilance. "Oh, you wretched creature, if it weren't for the fear of startling you, I would show you what true terror looks like," he muttered. The tabby, unfazed, merely regarded him with disdain, before its ears perked up and, with a couple of agile leaps, it bounded to the windowsill, meowing insistently. Curious, Lin Chi approached, and at that moment, he spotted the girl standing by the bushes beneath his window. The silver tabby continued to call out, pawing at the screen as it meowed fervently. The girl downstairs seemed to have heard the sound as well, her face lighting up with surprise as she looked up, locking eyes with Lin Chi. In that instant, Lin Chi felt as though the very pace of the air around them had slowed. The phrase "a glance could last 1,000 years" suddenly sprang forth from the depths of his heart. This scene resembled a meticulously curated moment from a film, with the setting sun casting a golden glow upon the girl's face, as if she were enveloped in a delicate filter, radiating a beauty that was breathtaking and soul-stirring, crafted with exquisite intention. Chapter 22. Hunter X Prey Bai, where have you run off to? The young girl sighed in relief as she gazed at the cat perched on the windowsill. Then her attention shifted to Lin Chi. "Hello, I sincerely apologize. This is my cat, who unexpectedly darted out of the house today. I searched for it downstairs for quite some time." Lin Chi nodded, suggesting, "Let's head inside first." Room 602. "All right, I'll be right there," the girl replied. After approximately 3 minutes, a girl peeked through the door. Lin Chi acknowledged her with a nod, saying, "No need to change your shoes, just come in. Your cat keeps dodging me. It's best if you handle it." He gestured towards the silver tabby lounging on the sofa. Upon seeing the girl, the silver tabby stretched and gracefully leaped from the sofa to her side. The girl crouched down and gently tapped the tabby's forehead with her fingertip. Bai, why are you being so naughty, sneaking out and into someone else's home?" She scooped the cat into her arms. Bai cast a somewhat exasperated glance at the girl and let out a weak meow, as if to protest. "I truly apologize for the trouble," the girl continued. "This is my cat, Bai. I'm not sure what got into it today, but it suddenly bolted outside." She then pulled out her phone. "I can show you photos to prove it's mine." Lin Chi waved his hand dismissively, a smile gracing his face. "No need for that. Just look at how affectionate it is towards you. You can tell it belongs to you. It's quite agile. Finally seizing the opportunity, Lin Shi reached out and playfully ruffled Ao Bai's head a couple of times. His gaze then shifted back to the girl. Earlier, from upstairs, he hadn't seen her clearly, but now, at such close proximity, her exquisite features were fully revealed. The girl had her hair tied in a ponytail, a smooth forehead accentuated by slightly thick, willow-like eyebrows. Beneath her long lashes, her eyes sparkled like black crystals, brimming with vitality. Her lips were rosy and full, and the pink short-sleeve top she wore accentuated her remarkable curves. She appeared to be about 165 centimeters tall. Her sweet appearance and striking figure exuded a captivating blend of innocence and allure. Lin Shi dared not stare too long and redirected his gaze to the cat, as if trying to memorize every detail of it. A fleeting glance from the girl caught his eye, accompanied by a sweet smile. I am incredibly grateful to you. How about this? Tomorrow, I'll treat you to a meal as a token of my appreciation, if that's all right. Lin Shi cleared his throat, feeling somewhat uneasy. That's too kind of you. It's really no big deal. A meal isn't necessary. He sensed a twinge of discomfort the moment she smiled. His heart seemed to skip a beat. What was going on with this girl? Was she possessed by a succubus? Danger, danger. Lin Shi, you must remain vigilant. Do not let the charms of the wicked women outside ensnare your heart. Love is something even dogs avoid. After a series of mental affirmations, Lin Shi regained his composure. The girl hurriedly exclaimed, yes, absolutely. To me, Ao Bai is akin to family. You have no idea how frantic I was just a moment ago when I couldn't find him downstairs. She continued, after all, one cannot simply accept assistance without offering something in return. It's merely a meal. If you refuse me, I would feel quite remorseful. As she spoke, her expressive eyes gazed pleadingly at Lin Shi. Lin Shi bit his lip, feeling an increased sense of caution towards this woman. All right then, tomorrow it is. The girl's south eyes curved into crescent moons as she playfully shook her phone, whispering, shall we add each other on WeChat? Okay, skim me. Lin Shi retrieved his phone and displayed the QR code. Ding. After she scanned it, her mouth slightly agape, she added, oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lu Yuno, from Sichuan, and I live just upstairs, in 701. Lin Shi's eyes widened in astonishment. Lu Yuno? What a coincidence. He thought to himself, recalling how her voice seemed familiar, realizing she was indeed the eccentric girl who had bought and released a pet. Noticing Lin Shi's peculiar reaction, Lu Yuno tilted her head in confusion. Is there something wrong with my name? Lin Shi, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, no, it's a lovely name. I'm Lin Shi. Hello, Lin Shi. Lu Yuno raised an eyebrow, as if a realization struck her, her expression turning rather odd. Lin Shi nodded, confirming her thoughts. Goose, goose, goose. Lu Yuno couldn't contain her laughter, resembling a giddy goose, then quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Though her body still trembled with suppressed amusement, Lin Shi wore a slightly helpless smile. It's fine. If you want to laugh, go ahead. There is no need to hold back. Goose, goose, goose. I'm so sorry. After a while, Lu Yuno finally calmed down, her chest rising and falling as she took a couple of deep breaths, nearly gasping from laughter. She glanced at her newly added WeChat contact, and the avatar indeed resembled that of the infatuated admirer from yesterday. But that can't be right, Lu Yuno thought, stealing a couple of glances at Lin Shi, her cheeks flushing as she averted her gaze. With looks like that, how could he be just an infatuated admirer? Have the standards for such admirers risen so high? In that moment, Lu Yuno felt a peculiar sensation. The whim that led her to purchase the pet for release on a whim had unexpectedly led her to meet him in real life. Regardless, thank you for your help. So, see you tomorrow? Her eyes sparkled with unspoken words. Yes, see you tomorrow. Just then, a mischievous silver tabby leapt from the girl's arms. Hey, wait for me, Ao Bai. Lu Yuno took 2 steps forward, then turned back to wave at Lin Shi, bidding farewell. Lin Shi waved in return, watching the girl disappear down the corridor before shutting the door with a heavy sigh. What a bizarre situation. How tragic. Meanwhile, around the corner of the corridor, Lu Yuno leaned against the handrail, using her delicate, slender fingers to fan her flushed face. Phew, my heart nearly leapt from my chest just now. She took a moment to steady her breath, recalling the conversation with Lin Shi that had left her palms clammy with anxiety. Apologies, Ao Bai. I must have squeezed you a bit too hard. Lu Yuno squatted down, affectionately patting Ao Bai's head, a hint of sheepishness evident as she stuck out her tongue. Meow. Rawr. Ao Bai playfully struck Lu Yuno's arm, clearly displeased. Oh dear, I didn't mean to. Please forgive me. And I promise to reward you with a couple of treats later. Arg. Two. Two will suffice, right? Lu Yuno scooped Albei into her arms, reveling in her own cleverness. Upon returning home, she kept her promise, opening 2 cans for Albei before flinging herself onto the bed, her long, supple legs gently swaying. As she gazed at Lin Chi's WeChat messages on her phone, lost in thought, her cheeks flushed, and she buried her face into the pillow. Tossing Albei at Lin Chi's doorstep had truly been an ingenious move. Lu Yuno rolled around on the bed with her pillow, her skirt riding up to her waist, revealing a generous expanse of porcelain skin. Albei raised its head from the cans, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Yuno. Spring is nearly over, yet here we are? Albei seemed puzzled, observing for a moment before losing interest and returning to its meal. Chapter 23. Wonders mislead the nation beneath the canopy. The ancients, too, followed Lin Chi's gaze and beheld the sudden appearance of a young maiden. What do these descendants consume to grow so remarkably beautiful? Many were utterly astonished by the striking looks of Lin Chi and Lu Yuno displayed upon the celestial screen. This must be the embodiment of the poetic notion of a talented man and a beautiful woman, indeed. Li Longji remarked, "This maiden is exceedingly beautiful, alas. She is beyond my reach." Zhao Ji, captivated by the enchanting maiden on the celestial canvas, could not resist the urge to sketch her likeness. Is it possible that all these descendants have taken to nurturing raccoon pets? Observing the frequent appearances of these creatures on the screen, some pondered whether they, too, should acquire one. Consequently, a trend of raising raccoon pets emerged across various dynasties, heralding a triumphant victory for the feline enthusiasts. At long last, the immortal's name was revealed. It turns out the immortal's surname is Lin. I share that surname as well. Does this not imply that I, too, possess an immortal's grace? Some secretly rejoiced. Upon the revelation of the immortal's name, many who bore the surname Lin stood a little taller, filled with pride. It was remarkable. Not only did they feel a sense of pride themselves, but onlookers also regarded the Lin surname with newfound respect, inwardly lamenting why they did not share the same surname as the immortal. Some even contemplated adopting the Lin surname, hoping to garner a hint of celestial affinity. I cannot shake the feeling that the maiden gazes at the immortal with ulterior motives. I find her unappealing. Indeed, I share this sentiment. Immortal, you must open your eyes and see clearly, lest you be deceived by this wicked woman. Countless young ladies, having gazed at the celestial screen for so long, developed a modicum of affection for Lin Chi, although they hesitated to voice their feelings, fully aware that the immortal was beyond their reach and that they would likely never encounter him. They could not help but regard him as their own. Much like the fervent fans of idols in later generations, they feared that their beloved immortal would be ensnared by that wicked woman. Meanwhile, the pedants observed the maiden's attire, exposing her arms, and shook their heads in disapproval. Such a disgrace to decorum. Does she not understand the principles of propriety and honor? They lamented. Indeed, the standards of etiquette have deteriorated to this extent in later generations, and even the immortal is not exempt. Not only is her clothing revealing, but her hair is also disheveled. How can this woman so brazenly present herself? Absurd. Quite absurd indeed. It is better to avert my gaze from this celestial display. Very well, I shall not watch any longer. It is settled, exclaimed one bystander, displaying an expression of surprise. This irritable old man is utterly unbearable, incessantly critiquing while simultaneously enjoying the spectacle, his discontent palpable. Many turned their attention to Lin Chi and Lu Yuno. Yet the truly astute individuals contemplated the breathtaking scenery glimpsed through the window. Though it was merely a fleeting glance, the towering edifices beyond the windows left them profoundly awestruck. Ing Zheng gazed in astonishment at the magnificent structures, wondering if buildings in this future world were truly so grand. Li Si marveled at the towering structure, pondering whether it was truly habitable. How did the inhabitants ascend and descend daily without fatigue? Fu Su mused that those residing in such elevated buildings must surely belong to the nobility, perhaps even carried aloft by servants. The others nodded in agreement. It seemed plausible. To dwell in such grandiose edifices could not be the fate of mere commoners. Even the immortal beings resided in such lofty towers, reinforcing their convictions. Beneath the celestial canopy, many sages observed this scene with a tinge of concern. These constructions appeared nothing short of wondrous. One could only wonder how many common folk labored to erect such marvels and the vast resources expended in the process. Zhang Yanghao, unable to contain his feelings, lamented. In prosperity, the commoners suffer. In demise, the commoners suffer. It seemed that even in later times, the populace still endured great hardships. Wonders lead to ruin, sighed Hai Rui deeply. Under the vast sky, no one regarded Lin Qi and Lu Yuno as ordinary citizens. Not only did they surpass commoners, but even typical princes and aristocrats seemed less distinguished than these two. Their attire and, more strikingly, their skin revealed their noble lineage, untouched by the toil of labor. In ancient times, the distinction between commoners and nobility was stark, easily discernible at a glance. The common folk toiled daily under the sun, their skin often weathered and darkened by hardship. Even landlords, in the eyes of the commoners, did not possess great wealth. Bureaucrats, too, often faced poverty before achieving success. Much like Fanjing, only the scions of prominent families and aristocrats, who lived in luxury, could maintain the pristine appearance of Lin Qi and Lu Yuno. Entering the room, Lin Qi opened a can, offering comfort to the two cats, whose spirits were somewhat wounded. Initially intending to explore the vicinity, he found his motivation dissipated with Lu Yuno's interruption. Instead, he retrieved his phone to order takeout. Faced with an array of enticing dishes, Lin Qi found himself in a quandary. Each time he ordered, it seemed he suffered from indecision. Often, after perusing the options, he would revert to the first choice, or simply venture out to dine. After much deliberation, Lin Qi resolved to treat himself to a lavish dinner costing over 100 yuan, just to celebrate his newfound journey. Oddly, while spending 200 or 300 at a restaurant felt inconsequential, ordering takeout exceeding 30 yuan felt like a heavy burden. Curiously, he often did not lack for money. Once he resolved the monumental dilemma of what to eat, Lin Qi reclined on the sofa, snacking and scrolling through videos. Beneath the celestial canopy, countless ancestors gazed at the tantalizing dishes displayed on Lin Qi's mobile device, tears uncontrollably streaming from the corners of their mouths. The allure of the takeaway was undeniable. The promotional images appeared irresistibly enticing, yet the reality of the delivered meals often left much to be desired, a sentiment that surely resonated with many. What kind of magical artifact did Lin Xianren possess to contain such an abundance of exquisite delicacies? This divine item was indeed marvelously mysterious. It seemed to me that the immortal was engaged in the selection of food. The payment interface suggested that Lin Xianren had indeed settled a monetary amount. Must even the immortals pay for their meals? Surely they must. If an immortal were to dine at my establishment, I would guarantee that no charge would be levied. Alas, what folly to entertain such thoughts. If anyone were to grace my restaurant, it should be the immortal. Liu Bei cast a hopeful glance at Kong Ming, causing the latter to feel quite uneasy. What is your perspective, strategist? Kong Ming pondered for a moment and, with a mix of conjecture, suggested. It appears that this is a process of selecting items, and the subsequent payment likely involves some form of currency, though I am uncertain what the number 156 signifies. Zhang Fei expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "The methods of this immortal are truly remarkable. Such casual gestures yield sustenance?" Zhao Zilong echoed his confusion, questioning how such food could be delivered. Suddenly, Kong Ming's eyes brightened with a bold hypothesis. This rectangular box might function similarly to a carrier pigeon, as the young lady who had appeared earlier also possessed such a box. If everyone in the future had one of these containers and could communicate through it, the concept would indeed make sense. Liu Bei experienced a moment of epiphany, gazing at Kong Ming with awe. "Strategist, you are truly extraordinary. I humbly bow before your brilliance." Guan Yu expressed his admiration, stating, "Indeed, strategist, your knowledge is profound, encompassing even such enigmatic methods." Zhang Fei sighed toward the celestial expanse, lamenting, "If only I too could journey to that future realm. It is truly a source of fascination." Liu Bei, disregarding Zhang Fei's lament, fixed his eager gaze upon Kong Ming. "Strategist, I wonder if you could. Such methods are beyond comprehension. If the strategist could decipher them for our benefit, it would be of immeasurable assistance." The others quickly turned their expectant eyes toward Zhuge Liang. Kong Ming responded, "Why do you all gaze at me so? If I could unravel this mystery, I would surely ascend to immortality myself." The group sighed in unison at his words. Just then, a resonant voice echoed from above the celestial canopy. Chapter 24, Nobility and Royalty. Is there any distinction in birth? Upon the utterance of these words, an immediate wave of attention surged forth. The emperors, including Ing Zheng and Li Shimin, lifted their gazes from their desks towards the heavens. It is indeed the phrase uttered by King Huiwen of Qin, Ing Si, "The strong shall thrive, the weak shall perish." King Huiyuan of Qin, taken aback, could hardly believe he was mentioned again, despite the absence of imagery. The voice proclaiming these words resonated with undeniable authority. Or perhaps it is Ing Zheng's declaration as he vanquished the 6 states, endowed by heaven. May longevity and prosperity be ours. A sense of pride swelled among the old Qin citizens, for their sovereign was indeed formidable. Countless emperors, upon hearing these words, clenched their fists. For endowed by heaven, may longevity and prosperity be ours was the aspiration they all yearned to achieve. The voice that echoed these sentiments from the heavens carried a profound sense of fate, stirring the souls of all who listened. It is Chun Sheng and Wu Guang, defiantly shouting against destiny, nobility and royalty. Is there any distinction in birth? When that deep, hoarse voice proclaimed the phrase, nobility and royalty. Is there any distinction in birth? The multitude beneath the celestial screen felt as if struck by lightning, their hairs standing on end. With a grave expression, Ing Zheng gazed at the heavens, recognizing the ominous portent of those words. The scent of impending turmoil filled the air, as if the very essence of bloodshed lay before him. The identity of the speaker remained a mystery, yet even the seasoned General Wang Jian, who had traversed through countless battles, felt a chill course through him in that moment. Within the grand hall, the nobles and ministers wore expressions as somber as still waters. In an era where lineage was paramount, these words served as a harbinger of chaos. They could easily envision the upheaval that would ensue among the commoners upon hearing such a phrase. Should these individuals be incited by remnants of the 6 states, the realm would descend into discord once more. During the spring and autumn and warring states periods, countless monarchs and aristocrats gazed in horror at the celestial display. They had never encountered a phrase more fearsome. In just a few words, their governing principles were utterly consumed. In the lengthy epochs prior to the Qin dynasty, nobility and royalty held a distinct advantage. A child born of a king would be a king, and a child born of nobility would be noble. No one could shatter such confines. It was not until the Qin reforms, introducing the merit-based system of bestowing titles, that a pathway from commoner to aristocracy emerged. This accounts for the formidable military prowess of the late Qin dynasty. Under the skies of the Jin dynasty, the emergence of the 9-rank system led to a court where the upper class had no commoners, and the lower class had no aristocrats. If this was the case for the commoners, one can only imagine the plight of the masses. Although these words had appeared prior, how could the commoners ever grasp their significance? Nobility and royalty, is there any distinction in birth? Liu silently repeated these words, his eyes growing ever brighter. Nobility and royalty, is there any distinction in birth? Beneath the vast canopy of heaven, countless commoners silently murmured, their words planting a seed deep within their hearts. A seed that would take root and await the day it would burst forth from the soil. Lin Qi narrowed his eyes slightly, to him. These 8 characters resonated with a profundity surpassing even the decree of heaven. May you live long and prosper. The phrase noble lords and dignitaries, do they not possess lineage? Essentially encapsulated the essence of the Huaxia people, distinguishing them from other nations. In moments of utmost oppression, these words provided a final avenue for the desperate populace, a call to rebellion. Li Shimin chuckled helplessly. Indeed, these words were renowned for inciting bloodshed and upheaval. At this moment, he felt a sense of resignation. He was well aware of these phrases, for his own family had risen in revolt, embodying their very essence. However, while the bureaucrats and landlords might comprehend these sentiments, the destitute populace could not. For those with nothing, should they face dire circumstances again, they would truly rise in revolt. Huang Chao swung his blade, severing the head of a noble clan leader, nodding in agreement with the heavens. Indeed, noble lords and dignitaries, do they not possess lineage? He then found satisfaction in the family tree he had unearthed. What a remarkable invention it was. The Song, Ming, and Qing dynasties fared somewhat better, as the imperial examination system offered at least a glimmer of opportunity for the common folk, particularly for the astute among them. Without such clever individuals, a mere rebellion would hardly create significant turmoil. Those who can go, I too can go, Liu Che exclaimed, rising with excitement. His face radiated admiration as he contemplated these words. How eloquently they were articulated. Regardless of their origin, they now belonged to him. Heaven is dead, the yellow heaven shall rise. In the year of the Jiazi, good fortune shall reign. A chill ran down the spines of the emperors of the Han dynasty as this proclamation echoed through the skies. Whether it was their imagination or not, They felt as though the statement was directed at them. During the Three Kingdoms period, countless souls gazed at the heavens, seemingly transported back to the tumultuous times of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, which swept across the land. Those vivid memories stirred a sense of dread, as they recalled a horde of starving refugees, driven forth like locusts. "Oh, General of the Heavens!" wailed the Yellow Turban soldiers, their cries resonating through the air. They knew nothing of the state or its governance. All they understood was that it was the great sage who had given them a bowl of rice porridge in their time of need, allowing them to survive. The scions of noble families, ensconced within their fortresses, scoffed at the heavens, dismissing the cries of the commoners. What plight is this? Have we not endured for years? Why do they claim they can no longer survive? Must they speak nonsense with their eyes wide open? The landlords and noble families have their own struggles. If one finds oneself struggling to survive, it is imperative to reflect upon one's own circumstances. Have you diligently tended to the fields? Have you earnestly labored for the landowners? Let us refrain from making unfounded statements. Chapter 25. Ancestors above Zhu Yuanzhang, having decisively quelled the tumult in the south, stained his sword with the blood of 100,000 soldiers. Ing Zheng raised an eyebrow. If memory served him correctly, this Zhu Yuanzhang was indeed the Ming Taizu mentioned in the celestial scrolls. Such a heavy aura of slaughter. Ing Zheng regarded him with admiration, having come to terms with the reality that his Qin dynasty would not endure for millennia. His disposition was relatively serene at this moment. Through the words inscribed, one could discern that Zhu Yuanzhang was a remarkable figure of his time. Rising from humble beginnings to claim the realm was no small feat. This reflected the age-old adage that nobility and power are not determined by one's lineage. Fusu, do you see? Only such extraordinary individuals, possessing such formidable prowess, can unify this splendid land. Remember this well. Fusu furrowed his brow, pondering the excessive bloodshed. What sin had the common folk committed to endure such suffering? The realm had been ravaged by war for far too long. It was high time for the people to recuperate and thrive. Foolishness. It is not that I deny them rest, but one must not forget the art of war. Are you aware that the Xiongnu beyond the borders still lurk with malevolent intent? A ruler must wield both benevolence and might. Reflect upon this. Ing Zheng sighed, inwardly lamenting whether he was truly incapable of imparting wisdom to his son. At this moment, Li Shimin found a kinship with Zhu Yuanzhang. The words revealed that Zhu Yuanzhang was also a sovereign poised to seize the world. Contemplating this, a spark of ambition ignited within his eyes, pondering who among them possessed superior martial prowess. In Jiangnan, please, do not approach us. The local gentry and common folk gazed in horror as the heavens seemed to rend apart, questioning what sins they had committed to warrant such slaughter. These are the anguished words of the failed scholar Huang Chao, lamenting the injustice of the gentry. When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, my flowers will bloom, and the fragrance shall fill Chang'an, as the city dons its golden armor. In the Three Kingdoms, Chao Ji closed his eyes, absorbing the essence of these verses. Though the language was simple, the undercurrents of bloodshed imbued them with a compelling allure. In the Tang dynasty, Brother Li Bai, I wonder if you could compose such poetry? Ah, verses like these are but a mere trifle for Brother Li Bai. Li Bai, slightly intoxicated, erupted into laughter at the chorus of flattery surrounding him. Since his name had been mentioned in the celestial scrolls, his renown spread throughout the land, and his poetry became widely celebrated, known to both young and old alike. During this time, Li Bai reveled in his fortune, enjoying a life filled with banquets and merriment. Such poetry is easy, the brush and ink await. With a grand gesture, he summoned the necessary materials, and the crowd fell silent, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they turned to Li Bai. He grasped the brush, paused for a moment in contemplation, and a smile graced his face as he composed. Zhao's guests wear caps of flowing tassels. Wu's swords gleam like frost and snow. Silver saddles adorn white steeds. Swift as shooting stars they go. 10 paces to slay a man. 1,000 miles leave no trace. Once the matter is settled, I retreat in silence, concealing both my name and face. Ha ha ha. Splendid poetry, splendid indeed. As the inspiration surged, Li Bai cast aside his wine cup and took to drinking directly from the jug, the smile at the corners of his mouth becoming ever more pronounced. Eventually, after inscribing the 5 characters of the Taikshuanjing, he casually tossed aside his brush and reclined on the ground, gazing at the bright moon outside with an entranced smile. What a sight it was, a man capable of slaying one in every 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Truly, Li Bai deserves the title of poet immortal. All present closed their eyes, lost in the exhilarating emotions woven within the verses. What's this? Release it. This manuscript belongs to me. It is mine indeed. The crowd soon noticed someone secretly attempting to conceal the manuscript, and they glared in anger, disregarding their status and dignity. Plunging into a fierce contest of fists right there in the hall, Zhang Su, holding a wine jar, clapped in delight, exclaiming, "Well done." Dodge to the left. Strike his chin. Beneath the vast sky, numerous poets and talented individuals were inspired to compose verses of their own. During the Jingguan era, Li Shimin observed the gathered ministers within the hall, his eyes narrowing. The aristocracy, the 5 surnames and 7 esteemed families, is it? He knew all too well the immense power held by these clans. They monopolized educational resources, causing scholars to be, in one way or another, intertwined with these families. Any scholar aspiring to achieve greatness must seek counsel from these noble houses. Their influence extended beyond the court, deeply rooted within the provinces and counties. What was even more alarming was their inflated sense of superiority and their extreme exclusivity, often intermarrying within their own ranks or forging alliances between their prominent lineages. Li Shimin had once sought to marry his daughter into the esteemed Shui family of Qinghe, only to be rebuffed. What nobility did they possess? Even when reduced to trading, they still took pride in their lineage. Li Shimin's tiger-like gaze narrowed, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Not long ago, in compiling the clan records, he discovered that his family's Li surname was ranked a mere 4th, an affront too grievous to bear. These ruffian, fallen houses. One day, I shall eradicate you all. Wu Zetian, observing the heavens, let out a cold laugh, declaring that these aristocrats indeed deserved their demise. At that moment, Huang Chao, freshly arrived, burst into maniacal laughter, never imagining he would etch his name in history. Aristocrats, wait for me. In that instant, all the noble families felt a chill run down their necks after the utterance of those words. After watching the video, Lin Qi felt a surge of passion. While the text was somewhat palatable, the accompanying voiceover was superb, effortlessly drawing one into the narrative. In Lin Qi's view, among all the slogans, he favored the phrase nobility and ministers. Do they possess any unique qualities? He even believed these words resonated as the strongest echoes in history. As usual, he opened the comments section, where a stream of remarks caught his eye. Ancestors above, I have been unfilial. What audacity! Upon reading this comment, Lin Qi's pupils dilated. Such words were undeniably impactful, filled with promise. Follow-up comment. After uttering this, one must fight with all their might. Postscript. Once those words were uttered, it truly signified that today would either be your demise or mine. Indeed, the very essence of the statement is steeped in an atmosphere of impending doom. Beneath the vast heavens, countless individuals nodded in agreement upon hearing this phrase, acknowledging its wisdom. They resolved that whenever they faced an adversary, they would invoke such a declaration. Strangely enough, it indeed instills a sense of fortitude. While some remained cautious observers, the brave were already reveling in the world. Ancestors above, my child. Smack. A young man had barely exclaimed those words when a sharp slap landed on the back of his head. Father, why do you strike me? That is but a light reprimand. Your father and grandfather are present here, yet you boldly proclaim such things. Huang Chao, storming into Chang'an is far easier than passing the imperial examination. At this moment, Huang Chao, who had already led his troops into Chang'an, felt the sentiment keenly. Damn it. I should have risen in arms long ago. Examinations? What a farce. Zhang Jiao, left 0, right fire, let the thunder god assist me. Uniting the masses of the 9 provinces, we shall shake the royal court. I, Zhang Jiao, beseech the Han to meet their demise. At this, the emperors of the Han dynasty could no longer remain seated, their expressions darkening as they gazed at the heavens. It is no wonder that they found Zhang Jiao's words disconcerting. Little did they realize they were awaiting them here. The call for the Han to meet their end was a proclamation too terrifying for them to bear. Chapter 26. I attend the early 8th emperor when of Han cast his gaze across the ministers below, his eyes flickering with an endless chill. What had transpired in the later days of the Han dynasty that prompted such utterances from Zhang Jiao? Strikingly, from the words of future generations, it seemed there was a certain admiration for Zhang Jiao's actions. Had the Han dynasty truly lost the favor of the people? The thought was infuriating. At that moment, Lu Qi wished to seize the chessboard before him and strike Zhang Jiao with it. How audacious it was to invite the Han to its demise. If he possessed the courage, Let him come forth, and we shall engage directly. At this moment, Lu Che paced back and forth at the steps of the grand hall, feeling a sense of helplessness as he gazed at the heavens. The notion of inviting the Han to its death. How many years would transpire after him before such a fate befell the dynasty? What was the state of the Han's national strength at that time? Were there sufficient troops, provisions, and strategies to counter such a threat? Lu Che knew nothing of these matters and could only feel anxious. If it were merely a rabble of commoners rebelling, he would harbor no concern. His dread lay in the possibility that amidst this turmoil, someone might intentionally allow these insurgents to grow in power. Zhang Jiao possessed audacity in abundance, yet alas, he was not present. Otherwise, I would surely capture him and inquire about the source of his boldness in inviting the Han to its demise. Lu Che struck the pillar fiercely, venting his pent-up fury. LG observed Liu Bang, who was heartily devouring roasted venison, with confusion. Did you not hear the proclamation from the heavens? This Zhang Jiao has called for the fall of your Han. Liu Bang casually wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. So what? LG's lips twitched. It was indeed a stroke of fortune for the descendants to have such an ancestor as him. Liu Bang sighed. Ah, my dear, it is not that I am unperturbed, but rather that worry is in vain. If Zhang Jiao were here, I would assuredly demand his head. Yet he is absent, and I have never considered the longevity of the Han dynasty. Even the first emperor could not achieve such a feat. Let go of your worries. Our descendants will find their own fortunes. Based on the information gleaned from the celestial announcement, the Han dynasty I established has endured for at least 200 years. What is there for me to be discontented about? LG nodded, calming her emotions. Though her feelings toward this man had cooled, she still held deep affection for the Han dynasty she had witnessed being built, hence her concern. You certainly take things lightly, Liu Bang said, raising a cup of wine and downing it in one gulp. At this moment, I wish for nothing more than for our descendants to bring about a dignified conclusion to the illustrious Han. Let us hope so, LG sighed. Lacking Liu Bang's carefree disposition, Lu Xiu rested his chin on his hand, pondering, shall the yellow sky be established? Intriguing. He was not particularly angry. After all, Wang Mang had been a recent affair. He was merely curious about the character of Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao sacrificed his life to shatter the last vestiges of the Han's fortune, gravedigger of the empire. Is Zhang Jiao present? What is his Douyin account? I wish to follow. Lin Shi stroked his chin, noting the comments section was filled with expressions of regret for Zhang Jiao. It is rather peculiar that, despite the majority being Han Chinese, there exists such an affinity towards the individual who unearthed the tomb of the great Han dynasty. Perhaps it is a collective sentiment that the decayed Han has indeed arrived at its inevitable demise. Alas, in all the calculations and schemes, who could have anticipated that the Sima clan would ultimately seize the realm? Such is the way of fate. As the next video materializes, accompanied by an energetic and pulsating DJ beat, a young lady with long legs and ample bosom, clad in a cropped top and hot pants, sways rhythmically to the music. It is you, Fully G. Lin Shi, maintaining a stoic expression, swiped past the video but paused to reconsider and return to it. Do not misconstrue his intentions. He harbors no fondness for such vulgar displays. Today, he is determined to critique it thoroughly. Where are the morals? Where is the conscience? And where is the dignity? Beneath the vast sky, witnessing the appearance of the alluring maiden, countless ancestors widened their eyes, wishing they had forebears of them. The moment Lin Shi swiped away the video, they felt as though their hearts were shattering. Do not swipe away. Just watch this. It is captivating, delightful to behold. When they saw Lin Shi return to the video, they collectively exhaled in relief, sharing a knowing smile with those beside them who mirrored his gesture. In the Qin Palace, numerous generals and ministers fixated their gazes upon the celestial screen. Despite their power and influence, they had never beheld such a dance. Moreover, under the enchanting filter, the young lady appeared breathtakingly beautiful, each movement seemingly captivating their hearts. Ahem, upon hearing a commotion from the throne, the ministers hastily wiped their mouths and averted their gazes, donning a facade of decorum. Ingzheng shook his head, continuing to lean over his desk, and as he observed this scene, the minister's admiration for his majesty deepened. Such exquisite beauty before them had not swayed him in the slightest. However, they failed to notice that the bamboo slips laid before Ingzheng were upside down. Slurp Liu Bang gazed at the stunning woman on the celestial screen, swallowing hard, oblivious to the wine cup that slipped from his grasp and shattered on the ground. Such beauty! This lady is exquisite. May fortune come. Liu Bang clumsily began to mimic the young lady's movements, astonishingly quick in his learning, soon appearing quite adept and rather flamboyant. This display caused LG to grimace, unable to bear the sight, lamenting her poor judgment in choosing such a foolish man. During the Three Kingdoms period, Cao Cao found himself utterly mesmerized, taking a considerable time to regain his senses, astonished at the existence of such unparalleled beauty. Surveying the surroundings, Chao Mingde licked his lips and inquired, "Are there any courtesans in this city?" In the Wei, Jin, and Five Dynasties periods, many gazed upon the enchanting young woman on the celestial screen, saliva pooling at the corners of their mouths. Such skin, such a figure, the allure must be delightful indeed. The attire of women in later generations is remarkably daring. Many women, upon witnessing this captivating maiden, scoffed at her, branding her a vixen, yet could not help but continue watching. Indeed, it is not solely men who admire beauty. Some women share this appreciation as well. The woman, clad in audacious attire, moved with unparalleled grace, undeniably captivating. One must learn to master such allure to keep their partner enthralled. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, some pedantic scholars, with their eyes wide open in astonishment at the spectacle above, shook their heads and muttered in disdain, "What an affront!" Before the erudite could complete his sentence, he was met with a well-placed punch from a companion nearby. "I've endured your nonsense long enough." Chapter 27. Who says heaven is not hospitable? Lin Chi silently gave a thumbs up, and the system subsequently recommended a plethora of videos featuring various styles of beautiful women. A smile crept onto his lips. Indeed, gazing at legs could truly elevate one's mood. This marked the first occasion he wholeheartedly agreed with the expert's assertions. Beneath the celestial canopy, numerous ancestors nodded fervently, affirming the sage's words. Such sights indeed bring joy. Let us hasten, for they are delightful and captivating. Many venerable figures seized this opportunity to organize the content they had just witnessed, while also indulging in the visual pleasures of enchanting women. After viewing a dozen videos, the next moment ushered in a change of theme. What is the most famous snow in literary history? Oh, intriguing indeed. With the video's inquiry, many ancestors began to ponder what kind of snowfall could be deemed the most renowned in literary annals. Lin Chi, too, found himself in contemplation, and images of the northern landscapes flashed before his mind. 1,000 miles of ice, 10,000 miles of snow. It is the snowfall that accompanied Zhang Jujing, who says heaven is not hospitable. A blizzard envelopes a single individual. In the 12th month of the 8th year of the Wanli reign, during a severe winter in the capital, snow accumulated to great depths, rendering passage impossible. Thus, the emperor suspended court for several days. Only the grand minister ventured forth alone. Upon hearing this, the emperor ascended the throne, and on that day, only the emperor and his two advisors were present. The Ming dynasty, under Zhu Yuanzhang, suddenly found itself intrigued. This Wanli emperor was many years ahead of him, yet he exuded an air of wise governance. A broad smile spread across Zhu Yuanzhang's face. To have a snowfall recorded in literary history seemed quite prestigious. However, what did the title of Grand Minister entail? Zhu Yuanzhang pondered this for a moment, but could not quite grasp the meaning. He then addressed the numerous ministers present, saying, "It appears the snowfall outside is rather substantial. Let us suspend court for 3 days starting tomorrow." The ministers below exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their understanding of the emperor's intentions. They realized a discussion was necessary to determine how to proceed the following day. Not only Zhu Yuanzhang, but several emperors also considered this matter, declaring a day of rest at the grand court. The justification for the snowfall was clear, and those sweltering in the heat could find cause for sympathy. The cold could be understood, and extreme heat could also warrant consideration. The principle was clear. If conditions warranted, one would proceed. If not, conditions would be created to justify action. During the reign of Emperor Renzong of the Northern Song, he felt somewhat dissatisfied. He had been exceedingly lenient with the civil officials, often granting rest days. Why had no one reciprocated with such courtesy toward him? Were he in Wanli's position, he would surely extend even greater honor to Zhang Jujing. Lin Chi shook his head, reflecting that the fame of this snowfall stemmed not merely from the solitary journey to court, but rather from the actions undertaken by Zhang Jujing, who traversed a path of singular resolve, allowing others to empathize profoundly. During the Wanli era, Zhang Jujing had already ascended to the role of Grand Minister and had championed a series of reform measures. He silently gazed at the celestial expanse. As the narrative unfolded, he too recalled that fateful snowfall. Was it truly as voluminous as he now remembered? Zhang Jujing let out a sigh, lowered his head to take a delicate sip of tea, and his gaze was filled with unwavering resolve. It was the snow that marked the conclusion of Dream of the Red Chamber, blanketing the earth in pristine white. Chao Shuiqin, witnessing the fervor of his writing, was momentarily bewildered. Was this Dream of the Red Chamber truly the masterpiece I have penned? Is it so remarkable that it could endure through the ages? It was in the 5th year of Chongzhen that Zhang Dai, at the lakeside pavilion, beheld the heavy snow that fell for 3 days, silencing all sounds of man and bird alike. It would be long before one realized that this was already the twilight of the Ming dynasty. For the next 3 centuries, the Han people would no longer experience the serene enjoyment of snow at the lakeside, sipping warm tea. Chongzhen? The 3rd year of Chongzhen. He gazed incredulously at the heavens. This cannot be correct. The treacherous minister Wei Zhongxian has already been removed by me, and even the Jinyui has heeded the counsel of the ministers to disband. The court is now filled with virtuous gentlemen from the Donglin faction assisting me. A veritable assembly of righteousness. How then could it be the end of the dynasty? Rarely, in the court assembly, did Chongzhen, facing these ministers he trusted, express his frustration. Did you not often assure me that our court is filled with virtuous ministers, each a loyal servant, and that the populace enjoys peace and prosperity? How can the heavens declare that the Ming has reached its demise in my hands? In that moment, Chongzhen felt a genuine panic. If the 3 centuries of the Ming dynasty were to perish under his reign, what face would he have to present to his ancestors in the netherworld? He had ascended to the throne in a time of crisis, lacking the education and imperial strategy. And unlike the naturally astute Emperor Wen of Han or the intelligent Emperor Jiajing, he was merely an ordinary man. Thus, he often hesitated to act independently, seeking the counsel of these ministers for every matter. Now, to be told that the Ming is destined to fall under his rule? Surely, they cannot be deceiving me, he thought, nervously scanning the ministers. Upon witnessing Chongzhen's anger, the ministers exchanged silent glances and spoke in unison. Your Majesty, please calm your wrath. We do not dare to speak lightly. Under your leadership and that of the esteemed ministers, our Ming is thriving. Perhaps some natural calamity has led to the foreboding of our demise. To ensure the peace of the common people, we humbly request that your Majesty issue a self-punishing edict to align with the will of heaven. Chongzhen, disoriented by the minister's words, began to ponder whether he was indeed to blame. Regardless, he resolved to summon Zhang Dai, for being mentioned by the heavens must indicate significant merit. Zhu Yuanzhang glared furiously at the heavens. What? Our Ming has perished? What does it mean that the Han people no longer possess a tranquil mindset? Could it be that our Ming not only fell, but was also extinguished by foreign tribes? This terrifying conjecture ignited a peak of murderous intent within Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Di angrily turned to Zhu Gaoqi, elder brother. How have your descendants governed as emperors? Not only has our Ming perished, but it may also have been extinguished by foreign foes. Zhu Gaoqi fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words to explain. Meanwhile, Zhu Gaoxiu reveled in the misfortune, remarking, Father, it seems my elder brother's lineage cannot maintain this realm. Perhaps it is better to let my son take the throne. You? Zhu Di raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Zhu Gaoxiu. Look at you, with your crooked brows and slanted eyes. Your sharp features resembling those of a monkey. Where is the dignity of an emperor in that? He continued, This realm has been upheld by your elder brother and has been passed down. If it were entrusted to you, I fear it would meet its doom at your hands. Zhu Gaoxiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Who was it that once told me, the heir is often unwell, I must strive diligently? And now you criticize my appearance? You must retain this position. Do not ever pass it on to me. With that, he stormed off in anger. Zhu Di took several heavy breaths, watching Zhu Gaoxiu's departing figure, shouting, unruly child. The snow at Huxin Pavilion was indeed substantial. On that day, I braved the blizzard, enduring the wind as I copied it 20 times in the corridor. Zhang Dai, allow me to express my gratitude. Follow-up comment. Because of you, the seasons have been warmed? Haha. Follow-up comment. Upon reflection, the snow does seem quite heavy. Follow-up comment. Zhang Dai, are you blaming me for your punishment of copying books? The court requires the likes of Zhang Jujing, while the people yearn for Hai Rui. Follow-up comment. No. Both the court and the populace need Zhang Jujing. Humanity requires Hai Rui. Follow-up comment. One Zhang Jujing outweighs 100 Hai Ruis. 1,000 Hai Ruis surpass 1,000 Zhang Jujing. Without Zhang Jujing, the Ming dynasty could not have endured for so long. This path is incredibly long and solitary. No one can accompany me. Esteemed scholars and friends, if you find my writing satisfactory, please consider adding me to your bookshelf. My updates are consistent, allowing for assured reading. Thank you. Chapter 28. The notion of unrecognized talent during the reign of Emperor Jiajing of the Ming Dynasty. The emperor, adorned in his Taoist robe, gazed in astonishment at the ministers assembled within the hall. After a sweeping glance, his attention settled upon one individual. If his memory served him correctly, the current vice minister of rites was indeed named Zhang Jujing. Your Highness, the eyes of the ministers flitted between Yin Song and Zhang Jujing. Little did they expect that Zhang Jujing would later ascend to the position of prime minister, leaving behind a considerable reputation in posterity. In that moment, many reform-minded officials silently resolved to align themselves with Zhang Jujing in the future. Meanwhile, Yin Shifan cast a fierce glare at Zhang Jujing, inwardly lamenting. The entirety of the Ming dynasty's 2 capitals and 13 provinces rested upon my shoulders alone. What merit does Zhang Jujing have to receive such accolades from future generations? Stir as you may, you future generations. Ah, Zhang Aiqing, it appears you are held in high esteem by posterity, remarked Emperor Jiajing with great interest. Curious about the deeds that had earned Zhang Jujing such commendation from those renowned for their sharp tongues. While he was well aware of Zhang Jujing's considerable abilities, he was also cognizant of his own dwindling time. Zhang Jujing was someone he had long intended to entrust to Prince Yu, alongside the likes of Hai Rui. Had it been 20 years prior, he would have surely had Hai Rui executed for his audacity. Yet now, he found himself in need of retaining some talent for the Ming dynasty. Your Majesty, you flatter me. I am but an unworthy servant. My actions are merely those expected of me, made possible by your virtuous rule and sovereign authority, which have granted me the opportunity to showcase my abilities. Moreover, in comparison to my fellow ministers, I am indeed far inferior, replied Zhang Jujing, his countenance unruffled, showing little delight at the praise he received from posterity. A smile crept upon Jiajing's lips as he jested. Well said, Zhang Jujing. Meanwhile, Lin Qi liked a video before scrolling to the next. Zhang Heng, what unrecognized talent. Just practice more. Genius is merely the threshold to my door. The ancestors? Students from various dynasties watched the celestial display unfold before them. Their defenses crumbling in an instant. How could they lament their unrecognized talent in the future when, upon voicing their grievances, someone would retort with, just practice more? Zhang Heng noticed the hostile gazes of the students surrounding him and cleared his throat twice. I did not utter those words. This is slander. The celestial display is defaming me. Let us shift the timeline back to the 2nd year of the Jiayu era of the Northern Song dynasty, where the imperial examination resembled a clash of deities. The Northern Song Jiayu? The eyes of Emperor Renzong Zhaozhen lit up. As his era name was indeed Jiayu, surely this tale pertains to him. That year's examination featured Su Zhe, Su Shi, and Zheng Gong, the 3 luminaries of the 8 great prose masters of the Tang and Song dynasties. Zheng Gong, I never anticipated my name would be mentioned. I thought I had been forever forgotten. Literati of the Tang and Song dynasties. Who else from the 8 greats is included? We too wish to be part of this esteemed list. The 8 great prose masters. How illustrious that sounds. And that great Confucian, Zhangzai, who proclaimed, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for life, to carry on the teachings of the ancients, and to usher in peace for all generations. Zhangzai. So, I am destined to become a great Confucian in the future? When did I utter those words? It matters not. I can say them now as well. Furthermore, let us not forget the illustrious founders of Chengzhu philosophy, Cheng Yi and Cheng Hao, who are indeed immortalized in the annals of history. Cheng Yi and Cheng Hao gazed in astonishment at the celestial expanse. Are we truly enshrined in history? Huzzah! And then there is Zhang Heng, lauded as the top scholar in the millennium's esteemed examination rankings. Zhang Heng gasped. Oh, is it true that I am so remarkable? Su Shi remarked upon him. A talent like zipping, unmatched for a century. Is it not curious that such an erudite individual receives scant acknowledgement in later generations? To put it succinctly, once one secures a civil service position and sails smoothly through the bureaucratic waters, who possesses the leisure to busy themselves with social media? Others may lament their unrecognized talents by penning treatises, yet Zhang Heng found greater satisfaction in confronting officials directly. Su Shi savored a taste of his newly crafted dish, letting out a contented sigh. Indeed, a talent like zipping is beyond my reach. Brother, do seize the moment. The climate here is rather unfavorable. The multitude of scholars collectively inhaled sharply, realizing the intensity of the current year's imperial examinations. Observing this, the students of the second year of Jiao exchanged glances, each reflecting the bitterness in the other's eyes. Students of the second year of Jiao, you may merely be spectators, but we are the ones embroiled in this. How unfortunate that this cycle has befallen us. Perhaps we ought to return and study for a few more years before reattempting in the next session. Zhang Heng mused. Should I compose more poetry or verses? Suzhou and Sushi are one thing. But why should Cheng Hao and Cheng Yi possess greater renown than I? The imperial examinations? Ying Zhang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It seemed to be a system for selecting talent through examination. Might this be applicable in my Qin? After pondering for a moment, Ying Zhang shook his head. It would not be feasible. His hesitation stemmed not from fear of opposition among the court officials, but rather from the current circumstances that did not permit such a system. Knowledge resided solely within the aristocracy, leaving the common folk devoid of the means or channels to acquire it. Even if an examination system were to be instituted, the outcomes would predominantly favor the noble offspring, yielding little distinction. Yet, there remained a difference. At least it could filter out those noble scions with intellect and ambition. Ying Zhang's mind raced as he contemplated how to implement this system, while Lu Che pondered with keen interest, troubled by how to circumvent the court's officials and assemble his own cadre. This examination system might indeed present an opportunity. Lin Chi's eyes sparkled with wisdom. Was Zhang Heng truly so formidable? He was familiar with the 8 greats of the Tang and Song dynasties, yet Zhang Heng was a revelation to him. Zhang Heng declared, I am innately gifted. Others retorted, and what of talent? Zhang Heng replied, all present here possess it. Postscript. Postscript. I do not know you, and I apologize for my boldness. After much contemplation, I finally realized the absurdity of the situation. How could one truly believe that talent goes unrecognized? Every day is a whirlwind of responsibilities. Who possesses the leisure to compose such trivial poetry? It is not merely a matter of one individual. Upon closer examination, one finds that even the greats, such as Han Yu, Lu Zongyuan, Wang Engshi, and Su Jia, had scant time to engage in poetic endeavors. For those of antiquity, poetry was merely a secondary pursuit. Many students lament, is it truly excessive to have an early start at 8? Am I truly lacking in skill? As Li Bai might suggest, Du Fu offers a knowing smile, inviting personal reflection. In light of subsequent developments, it becomes apparent that Zhang Heng did not traverse an entirely smooth path. As a pragmatic individual, he was akin to a modern accountant scrutinizing funds, inevitably earning the ire of many. Consider this. One may labor silently, dedicating a lifetime to tangible contributions, ultimately achieving fulfillment and departing unscathed. Such individuals are indeed remarkable. Under the vast canopy of the heavens, numerous officials found themselves in admiration. Chapter 29. The commoner Zhu Yuanzhang meets the Yongle emperor. They had spent their entire lives in officialdom and were acutely aware of the true value of withdrawing unscathed, and not merely as invisible figures. Those who initially harbored dissent were now subdued. Li Shimin, upon hearing this, expressed a tinge of envy, remarking that such talents were regrettably absent from the grandeur of the Tang dynasty. Liu Bei gazed at Zhang Heng, his mouth nearly watering, exclaiming that if they were to meet, they should revel in camaraderie and share a bed of companionship. Lin Chi chuckled and shook his head, reflecting on the vast disparities among individuals, sometimes greater than those among canines. Just as he prepared to watch the next video, a knock on the door interrupted him. Your delivery has arrived. Please come to collect it. Coming, he replied. Thank you. Lin Chi set down his phone, opened the door, and accepted the takeout from the delivery person, placing it on the table. He patted his stomach, feeling a pang of hunger, and with a sense of anticipation. He opened the bag, a wave of spicy aroma wafting towards him. A large bucket filled with incredibly enticing beef bones was presented before him. Lin Chi laid his phone horizontally, selecting a lengthy video to accompany his meal, donned some gloves, and triumphantly picked up a beef bone. Wow, it's quite spicy. The meat, saturated with broth, was exquisitely tender, and with each bite, his taste buds danced in delight. Indeed, one receives what one pays for. If this takeout, priced over 100, were to disappoint, Lin Chi would not hesitate to voice his discontent. Countless ancestors gazed down through the heavens at the alluring beef bones, unable to suppress their salivation. By heavens, what delicacies do the immortals consume? It appears so delectable. It seems to be beef bones, but those red bits remain a mystery. Oh dear, how can one consume beef? Exclaimed a farmer, hopping in dismay, for cattle were the most vital labor force in agriculture. So this is what beef looks like. If only I could taste it once in my lifetime. Sister, I want to eat too, piped a little girl of 5 or 6, squatting on the ground, her dirty face filled with longing. An older girl, around 8 or 9, wiped her sister's face, her eyes dull and lifeless, only sparkling with a glimmer when gazing at the heavens. When you grow up, you'll be able to eat, she comforted her younger sister, fully aware that they might never savor a morsel of beef in their lifetimes, hoping that her sister would be reborn into a better life in the next incarnation. In truth, sometimes the more one knows, the more one suffers. Liu Bang clicked his tongue, lamenting that being an emperor held little allure if one could not even indulge in beef. The Chu-Han contention had only recently concluded, and the Han was left in ruins. Although Liu Bang proclaimed himself rich across the seas, he certainly did not enjoy beef at every meal. Liu Che sampled a piece of the freshly served beef. Yet he could not shake the feeling that the meat before him paled in comparison to that which hovered in the heavens. Li Shimin, pondering whether to summon a bowl of beef, contemplated the eager demeanor of Wei Zhong, tightening his fist in resignation. There was no alternative. One must accept the consequences of their choices. Perhaps he would inquire later with the foolish Qing Jijia, whose family always had cattle with broken legs. He knew all too well how that came to be. The generals of the 5 dynasties harbored no envy. They hardly even relished beef, finding greater satisfaction in human fare. The emperors of the Qing dynasty cast a disdainful glance at the heavens, deeming the lives of later generations rather unremarkable. How could one savor even a mere beef bone so delightfully when their dogs feasted upon superior sustenance? In the era of the Hongwu emperor of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di found himself utterly disinterested in what Lin Qi was consuming. As he gazed at the footage playing across the celestial canvas, a sense of impending doom washed over him. "Ah, fourth brother, did you hear that?" The Yongle emperor. "Zhu Di, you have done well." "Indeed," Zhu Yuanzhang sneered before approaching Zhu Di, his gaze playfully scrutinizing him. He then placed a hand upon Zhu Di's shoulder, which slowly ventured to the nape of his neck. Feeling his father's rough, calloused hand glide across his skin, Zhu Di was struck by a chilling sensation, as if that hand might soon crush his throat. In an instant, cold sweat broke forth on his brow, and his body trembled uncontrollably. "Damn it, Lin Qi, you wretched scoundrel, why must you persist in tormenting me?" Zhu Di cursed inwardly, disregarding his other concerns. "Please, father, forgive me." Zhu Di trembled as he knelt before him. Zhu Yuanzhang responded with a kick to Zhu Di's shoulder, sending him sprawling. Yet, Zhu Di quickly regained his composure, returning to his knees, relieved that his father's aggression indicated he had no intention of taking his life. "Fourth brother, how are we to address you? You have assumed the role of emperor. Yet it seems you have forgotten your father," Zhu Yuanzhang remarked, beckoning Zhu Biao and his daughter forward. "Dad." Zhu Biao cast a sympathetic glance at Zhu Di as he approached. Empress Ma, puzzled by Zhu Yuanzhang's behavior, shot a disapproving look at Zhu Di, lamenting, "This foolish child. How can he be so daft as to forget that one cannot simply claim the title of ancestor without consequence? He deserves a good thrashing." Commoner Zhu Yuanzhang, accompanied by my lowly wife, Ma, and son, Zhu Biao, humbly pay homage to the Yongle emperor. Zhu Yuanzhang, grasping Empress Ma's arm and Zhu Biao's, feigned a bow. Zhu Di exclaimed, "What? If you speak thus, it would be better to end my life with a single stroke." Frustration mounted within him, realizing this was a matter of life and death. "Father, please do not frighten fourth brother," Zhu Biao remarked, exasperated as he glanced at Zhu Yuanzhang. Empress Ma shot Zhu Yuanzhang a reproachful look. "Is this how a father behaves? Rise now, fourth brother." "Mother, I shall remain kneeling," Zhu Di replied, his voice earnest. "Father, allow me to explain." Zhu Di raised his head, his expression one of indignation. "I harbor no such intentions. Should I ever ascend to the throne, my thoughts would only be of Emperor Taizong." Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled, delivering yet another kick. "And you claim you have no desire to be emperor. Yet you have already envisioned your posthumous title, have you not?" Zhu Di could not help but give himself a slap, realizing how foolish he had been to utter such words. "Get up, fourth brother," Zhu Biao said, assisting Zhu Di to his feet. Zhu Biao, possessing a certain confidence in his own abilities, believed that if he were alive, he would easily keep his younger brother in check. If the fourth brother were to ascend the throne, it would surely be due to some unforeseen circumstance. "Fourth brother, I often urged you to study, yet you neglected it. Do you even comprehend the significance of Yongle? Can one haphazardly choose such an era name?" Zhu Biao remarked, lightly tapping his naive brother's head. Zhu Di looked at Zhu Biao in confusion. Doesn't Yongle sound rather pleasant? Zhu Yuanzhang scoffed. Yongle the Great? This era name dates back to the Song dynasty, used by the rebel Fang La during his uprising. Scholars are subtly mocking you, and here you are, reveling in your ignorance. You fool. Ah, a rebel's era name? Zhu Di's eyes widened, and in that moment, he felt a genuine pang of dismay. After casting a glare at Zhu Di, Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze swept over the assembly of officials, lingering particularly on the literati. Indeed, there was little good to be found among the scholars. Although he was somewhat displeased by Zhu Di's ascension to emperor, he could not help but feel irked at seeing his son ridiculed by the civil officials. During the Yongle period, Zhu Di happily observed his several sons alongside the multitude of civil and military officials. Yongle the Great, splendid, how uplifting. Yet, something felt amiss. As Zhu Di's mind whirled, he suddenly grasped the implications. What was the meaning of Ming Qingzu? Chapter 30. The Confession of Zhu Di, Part 1. Zhu Di gasped for breath. Eldest brother, do enlighten me on the matter of the Qingzu title. Is this how you intend to honor our father? Zhu Gaozu smiled lightly. Father, dear brother is merely administering eye drops to you. Zhu Gaoqi knelt on the ground, his chubby face etched with confusion. By heaven's conscience, I harbor no such intentions. Father, I assure you, I have no such designs. Perhaps a misunderstanding has occurred among the younger generation. Your Imperial Majesty, you are aware that father held you in the highest regard. How could he possibly grant you the title of Qingzu? It is likely a mistake made by those who follow. I am Zhu Di, the Yongle Emperor. Throughout my life, I may have gathered iron from the 9 provinces, yet I cannot forge such a grievous error. Amidst a somber backdrop, a formidable general clad in armor slowly emerged, embodying the gravitas of a life nearing its twilight. The camera shifted, revealing the general adorned in a dragon robe, a terrifying authority seemingly casting its shadow across the annals of history. Ing Zheng, in his dragon robe, scoffed coldly, "What power do you wield here to intimidate anyone? The rebel of the heavenly decree may seek redemption, yet I remain unaware of how this shall transpire. The chilling winds of Yumu Chuan are as harsh as the fate that looms, yet he seems to forget that I am both the foolish old man and the Jingwei. My life, intertwined with the fates of countless others. I seek not a perfect strategy, but rather the perpetual prosperity of the Ming dynasty. What constitutes the world? The Ming dynasty is the world." As Zhu Di recounted his tale, emperors from various dynasties paused their endeavors and quietly made their way outside the hall. They yearned to witness and hear how the life of Yongle unfolded. If memory served correctly, not long ago, among the top 11 emperors, stood the name of this great Yongle emperor, Zhu Di. I was born amidst the chaos of the late Yuan dynasty, schooled by my father's teachings, and accompanied the generals into battle, fighting fiercely on the fields and waging war across the realm. After seizing the throne, I was bestowed the title of Prince of Yan, governing the military affairs of the north. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang could hardly contain his fury. "You little rascal, is this how you heed your father's teachings?" In the 31st year of Hongwu, Zhu Yunwen ascended the throne. To be frank, I was quite dissatisfied at the time. My elder brother had passed, and my second and third brothers were gone. Why should this position not be mine? Yet I endured, for it was the old man's choice, and my elder brother's son. Little did I know that this rascal Zhu Yunwen, a mere year into his reign, would heed the counsel of Qi Tai, Huang Zicheng, and Fang Xiaoru, seeking to diminish the vassal states. First, he deposed the king of Zhou, exiling him to Yunnan, and within a month, he also deposed the king of Dai, imprisoning him in Shu for eternity, followed by the king of Min. This little scoundrel has utterly lost his conscience. The 5th brother was ever so kind to him, and upon his ascension, he treated his uncle thus. Moreover, he committed the unthinkable, forcing Bai heir to her death, leading to the self-immolation of the 12th brother and his entire family. The scene in the celestial realm flickered. Women wept while cradling their children, and servants collapsed to the ground, their eyes filled with despair. A tall man, mounted on a white steed, laughed heartily towards the heavens before igniting the estate and leaping into the flames, bow and arrow in hand, to immolate himself. The crimson blaze opened its maw and consumed the entire residence of the Prince of Xiang in one ferocious gulp. The flames soared skyward, carrying with them an ineffable blend of blood and tears. In the first year of the Zhengwen era, Prince Zhu Bai perished in self-immolation, posthumously titled Li. During the Hongwu period, the atmosphere felt as though it had solidified, enveloped in a profound silence. Zhu Biao bit his lip, the veins at his temples pulsating with a mix of disbelief, sorrow, and anger, his heart a tumult of emotions. How audacious, this wretched creature, who granted him the audacity to treat his own father's brother in such a manner. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes flared crimson, resembling a wrathful beast, as he overturned the table before him in a fit of rage, still unsatisfied, drawing his sword to deliver a flurry of strikes. He had labored a lifetime, painstakingly amassing a grand legacy, hoping his sons would enjoy a better life. Little did he know, as soon as he closed his eyes, his sons would be subjected to such persecution. Who could endure this? Bring that wretched Zhu Yinxian here. We shall see if his heart is truly as black as it seems. In the 29th year of Hongwu, Zhu Yuanzhang, now in the twilight of his years, bore the marks of time upon his brow. Yet, even in his advanced age, his eyes, when opened and closed, radiated imperial authority, akin to that of an aged dragon. Father, father, look. See how this wretched creature treats us. Father, surely my transgressions do not warrant death. The throne must not be passed to that little wretch Zhu Yunxian. If you bequeath the crown to him, it would be tantamount to condemning your sons. A multitude of sons knelt before Zhu Yuanzhang, weeping and casting loathing glances at Zhu Yinxian. Regardless of the circumstances, we are your uncles. This is not a contest for the throne that necessitates a fight to the death. Since you have ascended to this position, why employ such cruel and foolish tactics? Grandfather, I assure you, I would never commit such acts. I have been by your side since my youth, guided by your teachings. You know my character well. Zhu Yunxian, in utter disbelief, knelt before Zhu Yuanzhang, tears streaming down his face in a torrent of despair. Meanwhile, his mother, Lady L, wore a grim expression, forcing a smile as she ventured, Your Majesty, this child, Yunxian, has always been earnest and kind-hearted, grounded in goodness. His filial piety is evident, and many scholars commend him. Perhaps the heavens have made a mistake. After a moment, Zhu Yuanzhang opened his eyes. Though his visage was aged, his gaze remained sharp, like two bright lanterns. He shot a cold glance at Lady L. When did this become a matter for you to voice? Guards, escort Lady L away and confine her within the estate. She is forbidden from stepping outside without my decree. Yes, Your Majesty, the guards replied expressionlessly, standing beside Lady L. Please, Crown Princess. L's heart sank. His complexion turned pale as a ghost, and his lips were nearly bitten through. He stammered, attempting to articulate something further. Yet the predatory gaze of Zhu Yuanzhang rendered him mute. Dazed and disoriented, he followed the guards out. Zhu Yuanzhang took a deep breath, as if steeling himself, and turned his attention to the silent Zhu Di, who remained kneeling on the ground. Proclaim the decree. Zhu Di, my fourth legitimate son, possessing a magnanimous spirit, courageous and resolute, with a heart for the world, closely resembles my own essence. I hereby appoint Zhu Di as the crown prince, granting him the privilege to walk before the court and partake in the governance of state affairs. Zhu Di knelt heavily on the ground. I humbly thank Your Majesty for your divine favor. Fourth son, raise your head. Zhu Di lifted his gaze to meet that of Zhu Yuanzhang, noticing a flicker of earnest plea within his father's eyes. This father, who had been fiercely proud throughout his life, now appeared as a celestial figure seeking his counsel. Zhu Di knelt thrice upon the ground. Father, please rest assured, I vow here to treat my younger brother and my nephews with kindness. Should I break this oath, I shall have no face to meet you in the underworld. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded, a weight lifting from his heart. Perhaps this was the most favorable outcome after all. Biaoer, I trust you understand and shall not hold it against us. As for that little wretch, Yunwen, let him enjoy a few more years of prosperity. When he departs, even if he does not perish, his days will not be easy. Yet, this is his own doing, is it not? And there is one more matter. After surveying the grand hall, Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze darkened with ferocity. Bring forth Qi Tai, Huang Qingzi, and Fang Xiaoru, those wretches, and have them flayed alive. The men shall be exiled, and the women conscripted into the Imperial Music Bureau. At your command, Your Majesty. Zhu Yuanzhang dismissed any thoughts regarding their motives. Those foolish individuals could not even comprehend the ramifications of their actions. Chapter 31. The Confession of Zhu Di, Part 2. In the Western Han Dynasty, Emperor Liu Che bore a sardonic smile. This little beast exhibits quite the ferocity, albeit with a mind lacking clarity. The act of dismantling princely states is not as simple as it appears. From the reign of our esteemed Gaozu until my father's time, it was only tentatively resolved. For him to undertake such measures immediately upon ascending the throne is to court disaster. as if he finds his royal seat too comfortable. Lu Che was genuinely exasperated by Zhu Yunwen's foolishness. Even he, through subtle maneuvering, employed the tactic of the decree of favor to undermine the power of the princely lords. What right does Zhu Yunwen have to do the same? The Assembly of Ministers nodded in agreement, recognizing that such ruthless tactics without the requisite capability would lead to an inevitable downfall. In the face of such circumstances, how could I await my fate passively? A gentleman must navigate the treacherous waters with the agility of a dragon or snake. Having feigned madness and consumed swine feed for several years, I have finally seized this empire. The scene shifted, revealing a man who had recently donned battle armor and a dragon robe now appearing in tattered, unkempt clothing. Heedless of the gazes of passers-by as he wandered the streets. Occasionally, he shouted incomprehensible phrases, and when fatigue overcame him, he laid down in a pigsty, indifferent to the filth and stench, sleeping soundly. Upon awakening, hunger drove him to scavenge alongside the pigs. Zhu Yuanzhong, observing this from the heavens, felt a pang in his heart akin to a needle's prick. It was true he favored his eldest son, yet he held affection for his other children, especially the earlier ones. Witnessing his once valiant and spirited fourth son now reduced to foraging in a pigsty was a bitter pill to swallow. Biao, your son must be dealt with by your own hand. Zhu Yuanzhong chastised Zhu Biao, a hint of irritation in his voice. From now on, I do not wish to see him again. Then, he reconsidered his tone. Biao, I mean no harm. You must take care of yourself and avoid overexertion. Wherever you go, ensure you bring along 2 imperial physicians. Do you understand? He had just been infuriated by Zhu Yunwen's antics. Now, recollecting the earlier pronouncement of Biao's demise, he felt an urgency growing within him. During the Yongle era, Zhu Di's countenance turned ashen. Such disgraceful matters need not be mentioned. Yet now the entire realm was aware of his consumption of swine feed. Within the palace, a multitude of nobles and ministers gazed at Zhu Di with admiration. No wonder you were able to seize the empire. Truly a formidable individual. Zhu Gaoqi's head hung low, while Zhu Gaoxiu, lacking any sense of gravity, laughed heartily. Father, it is indeed you. Indeed, it was proven that silence often gives way to laughter. Zhu Di, witnessing Zhu Gaoxiu's mirth, retorted in exasperation. Bring 2 bowls of pig feed over for our Han Wang to taste as well. You enjoy laughter, do you? In the Qin dynasty, Yingxing shook his head, recalling how, in years past, King Yu lay upon firewood and tasted bitterness, ultimately leading 3,000 Yu soldiers to swallow Wu. The Yongle emperor indeed possessed a resilient spirit. Having endured such humiliation, he surely harbored a fierce tiger within, biding its time to emerge and cleanse this affront with blood. If he does not raise an army, it would indeed be strange. Zhu Yunwen is truly a fool. Having acted so ruthlessly, he surprisingly shows mercy at such a critical moment, and thus deserves to lose the realm. Back when he was a hostage in the Zhao state, he endured humiliation, but after the fall of Zhao, he returned to that land, to Handan. Those who once tormented him are now long buried, their graves likely overgrown. After seizing the throne, I am plagued by nightmares daily. Beseeching Mr. Yao for clarity, yet he merely states that one can evade for a time but cannot escape for a lifetime. Eventually, a new cycle will come to supplant us. He also remarked that eternal conflict is the fate of my Zhu family for generations. I believe this, yet I refuse to accept it. I swore a blood oath with 4 others. Perhaps only in this way can I find a fleeting moment of solace amidst the chaos. Tang Dynasty. Li Shimin gazed somberly at the heavens, his mind lingering on the succession method of the Xuanwu Gate, as recounted by later generations. Although he was unaware of what transpired after him, one could glean some understanding from those words. Surely, future generations would emulate him, resorting to rebellion to ascend. If this continues, can the Tang Dynasty survive? Perhaps he should take a page from Zhu Di's book and bind his sons with a blood oath as well. Kaiyuan, Li Longji scoffed, thinking that such measures could prevent his sons from turning against each other was a gross underestimation of the allure of power, regardless of gender. Once one has tasted the sweetness of authority, relinquishment becomes impossible. He could assert with certainty that Zhu Di's sons would not rest peacefully after his demise. Later, I fought for the nation for over 2 decades, trembling with trepidation for decades, never experiencing a single day of peace. They say each generation must handle its own affairs, yet I have never dared to rest. When the morning sun on the northern frontier is obscured by smoke and flames, the thundering hooves should trample your Mongolian steppe. Mongolia. Genghis Khan unsheathed his saber, his gaze fixed on the sky, his murderous intent palpable. Such arrogance. I wish to see how you, Zhu Di, would conquer my Mongolian plains. Yuan dynasty. Kublai Khan narrowed his eyes, crushing the wine cup in his hand. The end of the Yuan. It seems my great Yuan is destined to perish at the hands of the Ming dynasty. At this moment, Kublai's fury surged, if circumstances allowed. He would lead his cavalry to confront Zhu Di and ascertain whether Zhu Di's words held any weight. I too wish to conclude this war before the snow falls. Yet even the greatest heroes grow old. I see my father and elder brother in the depths, brandishing their swords, and a chill runs through me. Yet what is destined must come to pass. Just remember to place a bouquet of begonia flowers on my grave when they bloom next year, transforming me from a dreamer into a messenger of dreams. As Zhu Di spoke, various scenes flashed across the heavens, images of Zhu Di weeping, clad in battle armor, leading his troops into the fray. There are also scenes of Zhu Di lying on his bed, on the verge of returning to his ancestral home. These countless images unfold like a scroll, revealing the entirety of a person's life before the eyes of all. Chapter 32. The Confession of Zhu Di, Part 3. Zhu Biao gently stroked Zhu Di's nape, a look of remorse etched on his face. Dear fourth brother, it is I who have wronged you. Do not dwell on it too much. Zhu Di, caressing his chin, felt a sense of acceptance. After all, he had not personally endured those trials, and thus his insights were not as profound as those of the elder Zhu Di. Gazing at the celestial canopy, it felt as though he were witnessing the tale of a man named Zhu Di unfold before him. If only that scene of him consuming swine fodder could be omitted. The heroes of the realm are as numerous as the fish crossing the river. I have traversed the battlefield throughout my life, swallowing the mountains and rivers in my pride. The scene shifted to a military tent, where Zhu Di donned full armor. Despite his aged visage, his countenance exuded an air of authority and decisiveness that inspired dread. I, alone on horseback with my sword, shall not allow them to step even an inch beyond the great wall. I shall first evade their onslaught, and then retrieve my blade. In the 11th year of Yongle, the 12th year of Yongle, the 15th year of Yongle, you led your armies to plunder my borders, and now you speak of retreat? It is too late. A faint smile played on Zhu Di's lips, his words laced with a palpable killing intent that seemed to pierce through the heavens, reflecting in the eyes of every individual across dynasties. In the Hongwu era, Zhu Yuanzhang erupted into hearty laughter, dispelling the frustrations of the moment. Indeed, he is my son. Such words invigorate the spirit. The fourth brother may not perceive it, but this little rascal's talents are ever growing. Zhu Di, feeling a tinge of bashfulness, scratched his head and stole glances at the celestial display. Was I truly so formidable in the days to come? During the Xuande period, Zhu Zhanji regarded Zhu Di in the heavens with a heart full of nostalgia. In his youth, he had accompanied his grandfather on numerous campaigns to the northern deserts. Qizhen, do you see? Your grandfather, through a lifetime of warfare, forged the grandeur of our Ming dynasty and instilled in it a spirit of resilience. Such grace, such an aspiration to emulate. It is difficult to ascertain how much Zhu Di influenced his own later expedition against Mahmud. Coughing lightly, Zhu Zhanji reflected on his declining health. But the mere thought of reuniting with his father and grandfather in the afterlife rendered death less daunting. Zhu Qizhen tugged at Zhu Zhanji's sleeve, eyes filled with aspiration. Father, I too wish to lead our forces into battle, just as you and grandfather did. Leading the charge is not as simple as it seems, Zhu Zhanji chuckled, ruffling Zhu Qizhen's hair while gazing at the celestial tapestry. The sun, the moon, and the mountains shall endure. The Ming dynasty shall prevail. Zhu Di's majestic presence stirred the hearts of emperors across the ages, particularly those of the Ming dynasty. As they beheld the celestial display, their spirits soared, a feeling that was truly ineffable. For this was their revered Taizong emperor, the Yongle emperor, Zhu Di. Only after the reign of Jiajing would emperors dare to exclaim great ancestor. In the southern song, Xian Qiji watched the scene unfold, his heart a tumult of sorrow and joy. The sorrow stemmed from witnessing the Song dynasty, under the blade of the Jin, reduced to mere survival in the southern lands. While the current court showed no ambition to reclaim lost territories, the court was filled with inept individuals, indifferent to the call of patriotism. Such a magnificent land had fallen into foreign hands. A decade ago, he audaciously disregarded the prohibitions of the bureaucratic realm, submitting his treatise Meichin Shirluan, which meticulously expounded upon the strengths and weaknesses between the Song and Jin dynasties, fervently proposing strategies to reclaim lost territories. Yet, his earnest entreaties seemed to vanish into an abyss, stirring no waves whatsoever. The gifted Xian Shiji, brimming with talent and a longing to eradicate the enemy, found himself bereft of avenues to serve his nation. Thus, he squandered his precious years, leading to a life of regret. The silver lining, however, lay in the fact that, despite the inadequacies of his predecessors, the Han people ultimately reclaimed their magnificent lands, restoring the glory of the Han. In this moment, Xian Shiji yearned for the contemporary ruler to be the illustrious Yongle Emperor. Although the achievements of posterity filled him with immense joy, he longed to serve such a formidable sovereign, wielding his sword to vanquish the Jin invaders himself. Only then would his sojourn in this world be deemed worthwhile. From where shall I gaze upon the divine land, filled with the resplendent scenery of Beigu Tower? Standing atop the mountain, the fierce winds tousled his white hair. As he gazed affectionately at the northern expanse, that land occupied by the Jin, which he called home. After 43 years, memories lingered amidst the forgetfulness of the fiery paths of Yangzhou. Who dares inquire, is the venerable Lien still able to feast? Even with hair turned white, his heart never wavered in the pursuit of the northern expedition. He still grasped his sword firmly. His blood remained unchilled, even in death. He wished to perish upon the soil that birthed him. In Yuezhou Shanin, now over 85 years of age and nearing the twilight of life, Lu Yu gazed at the heavens, his smile reminiscent of a child's. Ha ha ha, cough, cough. At last, I have witnessed it. I have witnessed the day when the royal army marches north to reclaim the central plains. Not all Han are cowards. How exhilarating indeed. Even in death, I behold the unity of the 9 provinces. Thus, my life holds no regrets. Upon uttering these words, Lu Yu's laughter abruptly ceased. In 5 centuries, perhaps only I have fought to this point, a series of bold yet solemn drumbeats resonated continuously. Zhu Di, clad in ebony battle armor, atop a similarly adorned steed, reined in his horse at a mountain peak, accompanied by dozens of armored men and steeds. Atop the summit, the relentless wind swept through. The neighing of horses filled the air, which seemed infused with the scent of blood and fire. A majestic eagle soared overhead, and as the camera followed its perspective, the view ascended higher, revealing a lofty and unending mountain range, ancient and mysterious, akin to the legendary mountains described in literature. In the scene, as the eagle came to a halt, Zhu Di transformed into a mere speck below. Nearby, a few bold characters appeared against a dark background, Wolf Mountain. With the emergence of these characters, a tempestuous wave surged through the annals of history. Chapter 33, The Confession of Zhu Di, Part 4. Ing Zheng's lips unconsciously curved into a subtle smile, his eyes shimmering with a hint of exhilaration, seemingly delighted by the accomplishments of future generations. Bring forth the map, he commanded, gesturing with his hand. Immediately, Meng Yi produced a map and unfurled it on the wall of the Grand Hall. Who among us knows the whereabouts of Mount Wolf Jushu? Meng Tian stepped forward, scrutinizing the map for a moment before pointing to a location far to the north. Your Majesty, I have heard from the Xiongnu and Shangjuan. Though my information may not be entirely accurate, it undoubtedly lies within this region. The assembled generals gathered closely, and upon seeing the location Meng Tian indicated, disbelief flickered in their eyes. If Mount Wolf Jushu truly resided in such a place, it could hardly be called the heartland of the Xiongnu. It would be deep within the territory of another. How astonishingly distant. Meng Tian nodded in agreement. I dare not speak recklessly, but it is said that Mount Wolf Jushu is the sacred mountain of the Xiongnu, where their significant rituals are conducted, holding a stature akin to that of Mount Tai in our realm. With this comparison, a collective understanding dawned upon them. Should the day arrive when the great Qin were to be driven to Mount Tai by the Xiongnu, their morale would surely shatter. Ing Zheng hastily took up a brush and encircled that location, then drew a line from Mount Wolf Jushu all the way to Xianyang. The fervor in his eyes seemed to penetrate the map, envisioning the vast and desolate expanse of Mount Wolf Jushu. Ing Zheng turned to gaze at Zhu Di in the heavens, clenching his fist tightly. At that moment, he longed to live for several more decades, so he might personally lead an army to witness the majesty of Mount Wolf Jushu. In Baidang, Liu Bang rode on horseback, laughing with unrestrained glee. Mao Dun, do you see? Your Mount Wolf Jushu has been trampled by the descendants of my lineage. Mao Dun, incensed by Liu Bang's mockery, shouted, You insolent brat. I will slay you. Come here then. Liu Bang retorted, casually cleaning his ears. Do you think you are Xiangyu? In the Western Han dynasty, Liu Che straightened himself, feeling a twinge of envy. Indeed, the Yongle emperor possesses some capability. It seems not all descendants are without merit. He scoffed. What significance does Mount Wolf Jushu hold? I, the champion marquis, have been there before. To be precise, it was Guobin who first set foot there and seized the Xiongnu's heavenly sacrificial artifacts for their ceremonies. Have you done so? Liu Che's words dripped with a hint of bitterness. He might not be regarded as a true emperor of the battlefield. Yet he mused that Guobin's visit was tantamount to his own. Mount Wolf Jushu, what is so remarkable about it? With just a slight exertion from my ministers. That is your utmost limit. During the Tang dynasty's Jingguan era, Li Shimin's innate desire for battle was thoroughly ignited by the figure of Zhu Di in the heavens. He had enlisted at the age of 17 and, within a few short years, had fought countless battles without a single defeat, always leading the charge. At the age of 22, he annihilated Lu Haitu with 3,000 elite troops, capturing the dual kings at the Battle of Hulao Pass. By the age of 23, he was conferred titles beyond measure, appointed as the general of heavenly strategy. Even amidst the brilliant stars of the Tang dynasty, none could overshadow his radiance. What is merely a modest summit of Mount Wolf Jushu? I shall not allow others to bask in its glory alone. I, too, shall seek to earn the illustrious title of the one who conquered Wolf Jushu. How could Li Shimin permit any imperfection to linger within himself? In the past, he regarded the conquest of Wolf Jushu with indifference, believing it insignificant and unworthy of a special journey. However, upon realizing that posterity might surpass him, a sense of discomfort crept into his heart. His blood still ran warm, as the memories of blood and fire from the battlefield were etched into his very bones. Never to be forgotten, no monarch before him had achieved greater military feats, not even Liu Yu or Tuoba Tao, whom he deemed mediocre. His reluctance to lead troops stemmed from the urgent need to revitalize the nation and the brilliance of the stellar generals within the Tang. Yet the most significant reason was his own weariness. He had lost interest. Yet now, beneath the heavens, Zhu Di, the newly crowned emperor of Wolf Jushu, had rekindled his yearning for war. Setting aside all else, he was determined to claim Wolf Jushu for himself. Wei Yan's expression darkened as he stepped forward. Your Majesty, I implore you to reconsider. Abandon this notion at once. You are a treasure of immeasurable worth, and the battlefield is fraught with peril, not to be trifled with. Wei Zheng, you rustic simpleton, do not dampen my spirits. Did you not hear? The Yongle Emperor has claimed Wolf Jushu, and I have yet to behold the magnificent scenery of this sacred mountain of the Xiongnu. How could I allow future generations to underestimate it? He continued. What danger could there be? I have traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood for years. What is Wolf Jushu to me? It cannot possibly be my downfall. Do not speak further. Your Majesty must prioritize the affairs of the state. While the Tang can endure without Wei Zheng, it cannot survive a day without you. Wei Zheng stood his ground. At once, Fang Xianling and Changsun Wuji offered their counsel. What Dr. Wei says is wise. Your Majesty must prioritize your health. A gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. Warfare is a matter of life and death. It demands careful consideration. Your Majesty is well versed in military strategy and should recognize this. Furthermore, our Tang is not lacking in capable and valiant generals. If Your Majesty wishes to subdue Wolf Jushu, it can be accomplished with ease by dispatching any general. Though they spoke of conquering Wolf Jushu, it sounded as effortless as ascending the hillside at their doorstep. Yet, at that moment, with the martial spirit at its zenith, it truly seemed that simple. Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, and Yuqi Jingda immediately rose to their feet. Your Majesty, it is merely Wolf Jushu. There is no need for your personal involvement. Just grant us 20,000 troops, and we shall surely flatten this mountain. The three exchanged glances, their expressions filled with indignation. How dare you compete with me? Your Majesty, allow me to go. I need only 10,000 troops. Should I fail, I shall present my head. 8,000. I require only 8,000. 5,000. Ahem. Li Jing coughed lightly. Gentlemen, do not underestimate the Xiongnu. At this point, he turned his gaze to Li Shimin. Your Majesty, I require but 3,000. Li Shimin. In the northern Song dynasty, Zhao Kuangyin gazed longingly at the distant Mount Wolf Jushu. Could future generations truly be so formidable? Let us momentarily set aside the matter of Mount Wulingshu. It is imperative that the 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun be reclaimed into my grasp. Shi Jingtang, you are truly despicable. In the Southern Song dynasty, General Yu Fei, his visage marred with blood, stood under the pitch-black night enveloping the entire camp. The crackling of the burning bonfire echoed through the air, illuminating General Yu's face and revealing the fervor in his fiery eyes. Cross the river, cross the river. Yu Fei clenched his fist tightly, filled with pride for the achievements of future generations. Not only must the 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun be restored, but even Mount Wulingshu must once again bear the footprints of the Han people. He, as a predecessor, cannot allow the younger generation to underestimate him. In this moment, the blood coursing through Yu Fei's veins burned hotter than the flames of the bonfire. Above, the silhouette of Zhu Di gradually became ethereal. With scenes flashing by in succession, thousands of troops engaged in fierce combat, the valiant soldiers of the Ming dynasty bravely battling their foes. There were also images of the Golden Hall, where Zhu Di sat majestically upon the dragon throne, receiving tribute from emissaries hailing from all directions. Ultimately, vast territories continuously pieced together behind Zhu Di, dominating the scene, with a grand character for Ming spanning across the map, evoking a sense of serene exhilaration. Chapter 34, The Confession of Zhu Di, Part 5. In the grandeur of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin felt a twinge of envy. The monumental achievements of Zhu Di were indeed commendable, earning him the title of the Yongle Emperor in the annals of history. Observing the scene where dignitaries from all corners of the realm bowed in submission alongside the vast map, Li Shimin's heart stirred with a bittersweet sensation. However, what truly gnawed at him were the words spoken beneath the heavenly canopy. The 6 armies march forth, the northern dust settles, and the wolf's abode is sealed. What good were the martial prowess of his Tang generals if they had no opportunity to lead an expedition? At his side, Changsun Wuji chuckled softly, remarking that the emperor need not covet the accomplishments of the Yongle emperor, since his majesty ascended to the throne. The renown of the Tang dynasty has echoed across the seas, with foreign tribes daring not to raise arms, and his majesty being hailed as the heavenly Khan by the various tribes. Such achievements, in any measure, could not pale in comparison to those of Yongle. Li Shimin, stroking his beard, nodded with a smile, acknowledging the truth in those words. While Yongle was formidable, he believed it paled in comparison to his own legacy. He recalled clearly that in the rankings of emperors from various dynasties, he stood proudly in second place. With this thought, the aches in his back and legs dissipated. If the sealing of the wolf's abode were to be relinquished, he exuberantly commanded, "Bring forth the Qin king's battle music." During the Tianmu era, Li Longji let out a cold snort. Zhu Di certainly had an audacious tongue. Did he not fear his own words might betray him? While he might speak of the Han dynasty with ease, how could he, in all his audacity, presume to surpass the splendor of the Tang? Under my governance, the Tang dynasties might extend across the seas, standing as the celestial empire, with a formidable army of millions, and the common people live in peace, with ample provisions in every household. Moreover, in terms of territorial expanse, how could my Tang be deemed smaller than his Ming dynasty? Li Longji felt a profound discontent. He was still vexed by the celestial proclamations, deeming them grossly unjust. Zhu Di, despite appearing competent, could not be compared to him. Why should Zhu Di be ranked among the top 11 while he, Li Longji, remained overlooked? Furthermore, the Ming's territory could hardly rival the vastness of the Tang. It was evident that the Tang was indeed more expansive. Absurd, utterly absurd. Li Qing, what say you? How does Zhu Di measure against me? Li Linfu chuckled lightly, responding, "In my humble opinion, while the Yongle emperor may be regarded as a formidable sovereign, he pales in comparison to your majesty. Even when set against the likes of Taizong, your majesty stands equally distinguished. As I peruse the annals of history, I have yet to encounter any dynasty that can rival the prosperity of the Tianmu era. This is all due to your majesty's sagacious governance and martial prowess, which has brought forth this splendid age." Li Linfu's words were both flattering and sincere. In his view, the prosperity of the Tianmu era was indeed remarkable. Peace reigned in all directions, the populace thrived, and even the barbarian tribes gazed upon the Tang with admiration, regarding it as the celestial empire. Such an era of prosperity had never been witnessed before. He too felt the celestial proclamations were unjust. Surely, it could not be that the Tang would fade into obscurity under the reign of your majesty? In the Western Han dynasty, Liu Che furrowed his brow in contemplation. In the grand hall, the ministers knelt and sat, gazing at the celestial tapestry, their mouths spewing forth grievances. What does it mean to surpass the Han and Tang dynasties? What is so remarkable about this Ming dynasty? Indeed, our Han dynasty's martial virtues were once resplendent. Did not the once mighty and arrogant Xiongnu flee in panic before us? I lament that I cannot serve as an envoy to this Ming, to showcase the splendor of our Han. How can a firefly hope to compete with the brilliance of the moon? It is a travesty. Your Majesty is proclaimed by the heavens as the third-ranked emperor. What merit does the Yongle emperor possess to claim superiority over the Han and Tang? Such arrogance is insufferable. The ministers, filled with indignation, could scarcely contain their anger. Since the founding of the Han, our national strength has continually flourished, and under the current emperor's leadership, we have decisively shattered the invincibility of the Xiongnu. The self-respect of the Han officials is at its zenith. They cannot tolerate such slander. Liu Che clenched his fists, perusing the map before him, constantly comparing it with the one displayed in the heavens. Although reluctant to concede, it was undeniable that the territory of the Ming was indeed significantly larger than what he currently held. Subjugation of the Four Corners, is it? After a prolonged silence, Liu Che spoke with a hint of something ineffable in his tone. I was unaware that the people of the steppes possessed such a lack of fortitude. It appears I have not yet struck them with sufficient severity to subdue them. Merely lamenting the loss of the Yinji mountain serves no purpose. They still seem unconvinced. Hua Tsubing rose with a confident smile, assuring His Majesty that he would ensure the Xiongnu would come to our Han to pay tribute. Wei Qing spoke with equal conviction, asserting that the Ming could never compare to our Han. Judging by their territories, in the future, the Xiongnu will have lost much of their land. How could they be compared to the Xiongnu of our Han era? Were it not for your Majesty's decisive actions that crippled the formidable Xiongnu of today, how could future generations so easily triumph over them? Their accomplishments owe entirely to your Majesty's endeavors today. They merely bask in the glory of our Han. Indeed, what Wei Qing said struck a chord. Liu Che's eyes brightened. Although Hua Tsubing's words were uplifting, it was Wei Qing's insights that truly resonated within him. Indeed, how could the Xiongnu of future generations be compared to those I faced? It is essential to remember that before me, the Xiongnu's territory was even more expansive than that of our Han. Observing the future maps, it is evident that the lands occupied by the Xiongnu then are considerably smaller than they are now. How shameless it is for them to disregard gratitude and belittle the past. Is it possible that the achievements of my lifetime cannot earn even a single mention of merit in the annals of history? In the celestial tapestry, Zhu Di donned a black robe, meticulously arranged, yet his countenance revealed the wear of age, as if he were nearing the end of his days. His voice was calm, yet anyone could perceive the turmoil within him. Li Shimin, anxious, stamped his foot, questioning why he was so concerned about such evaluations. Do you not understand that they will distort the efforts of individuals? Do you not know what it means to alienate and to specify? Is it not necessary to consider what you have accomplished since ascending to power? Li Shimin's learning speed was remarkably swift. He grasped the recent mockery aimed at Ing Zheng with exceptional clarity. The words of Zhu Di resonated deeply with him. Much like Yongle, he too had risen through rebellion, harboring grand ambitions. To prevent future generations from belittling his ascent, he diligently governed the nation, striving to demonstrate that his claim to the throne was indeed justified. Yet, akin to Yongle, he was profoundly concerned about how posterity would perceive him. Despite his outward indifference, who can truly remain unconcerned about such matters? If he were not worried, he would not have altered history. I, Li Shimin, bestow upon you a rightful title. You may rule from Wolf-Jushur. Your reign as emperor has not been lacking. So speak not of merits balanced by faults. Rather, merits outweigh faults. As the saying goes, what harms one's kind is merely this. How others interpreted Zhu Di's words was unclear to Li Shimin, but he felt somewhat vulnerable. In the Sui dynasty, Yang Jian laid down his brush, the pristine paper boldly inscribed with the characters for Yongle. Indeed, the heroes of the realm were as plentiful as the minnows crossing the river, and Yongle's life inspired profound admiration. My son, I do not wish for you to possess the same extraordinary talents as Yongle, but you must learn from him to some degree. Thus, with the vast estate I have amassed for you, you may ensure the enduring peace of our great Sui dynasty. The world has been chaotic for far too long. Do you understand? Yang Yang bowed respectfully, acknowledging his father's teachings. I shall diligently pursue my studies, ensuring that our great Sui, like the Ming dynasty, commands respect from all corners. Yang Guang, observing his brother's pretentious demeanor, scoffed silently, thinking, "Father has truly lost his senses. How can this inept brother aspire to learn from Yongle? He lacks the capability." Indeed, the great Sui could only flourish under his stewardship. As Yang Guang gazed upon the figure of Yongle in the heavens, he saw a reflection of himself. Exceptional talent, grand ambitions, yet equally disregarded by his father, unable to ascend to that coveted position. It seemed imperative to study Yongle thoroughly, regardless of the means employed to attain the throne, as long as he achieved merit. Others would surely regard him with greater esteem. At that moment, what grand title would befit him? Yang Guang found himself lost in a reverie. Chapter 35. Such a land. How can one not long for it? And, on that day, I lowered my head and realized that I had already surpassed 65 years of age. The physician remarked that I was like a candle before the wind, a lamp in the rain, and you might say, at my age, to mount a steed for battle and dismount to govern the realm, which sovereign throughout history could rival my endeavors. Beneath the celestial canopy, countless emperors fell silent at that moment. Figures such as Ing Zhong, Liu Che, Li Shimin, and Zhao Kuangyin, all renowned for their exceptional talents, could not help but pay their respects to Zhu Di. At 65, still fighting for the nation and its people. Indeed, no emperor throughout history has matched him in this regard. They need not ponder if they could even reach Zhu Di's age. Merely living to such an age in self-sufficiency is already a blessing from ancestors, let alone engaging in warfare. Many emperors were perplexed, thinking that being an emperor should simply be about enjoying life. Why toil so intensely? They not only failed to understand, but even mocked Zhu Di in their hearts, considering him the greatest fool among sovereigns. The more radiant the sun, the more it illuminates the discomfort within the hearts of men. Its brilliance reflects all one's weaknesses, selfishness, frailty, and incompetence. In that fleeting moment of contemplation, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Yet, it was akin to my solitary vessel traversing countless rivers and mountains through the cyclical passage of day and night. A farewell to the capital thrice transformed by flames. Journeying across the vast world, seeking temples and burning incense with relentless devotion, still smiling as spring approaches. The winds of the capital rise again. Wildflowers by the roadside lay abandoned, and a handful of my homeland's yellow earth suffices to bury the past of my life. Life is indeed fleeting. How can such a land not evoke longing? Under the expanse of the heavens, the sun's rays ignited the sky in a fiery red, a gentle breeze caressed, like a warm hand softly brushing against one's skin, as time seemed to come to a standstill. It was a scene as beautiful as a painting filled with profound meaning. At the painting's end, a figure, indistinct yet noble, rode a steed, gradually approaching across a small river. Time then began to flow once more, and the canvas slowly unfurled. As the figure drew nearer, the focus shifted to his face. Zhu Di, clad in battle armor, rode alone across the river. The view then turned to reveal what lay ahead of him, the horizon, entirely stained crimson by the setting sun. Upon closer inspection, the sky resembled a map of the vast Ming Empire, with a colossal character for Ming suspended in the upper right corner. The scene froze, as Zhu Di rode towards that cartographic expanse, growing ever more distant, until he vanished into the horizon. The image faded to darkness, signaling the curtain call of Yongle's life. All of this was imbued with a sense of destiny, akin to a grand epic that lingers in memory. 5 campaigns against Mongolia, 6 voyages to the Western Ocean, the compilation of the Yongle Encyclopedia, the relocation of the capital to Beijing, and the establishment of the precedent for monarchs guarding the nation's gates, historically termed the Great Emperor Yongle. In the end, as the screen turned pitch black, a passage appeared in the sky, as if to deliver a final verdict on Yongle's life. Thus encapsulated is the essence of Yongle's existence. Beneath the celestial canopy, countless ancestors fell into silence. It was not merely the emperor who was silent. The exquisitely crafted video and voiceover resembled a splendid narrative, allowing the hearts of the common folk to rise and fall along with the life of Zhu Di. In their previously mundane and monotonous existence, how could they have ever encountered such a breathtaking tale, one they had seldom even heard of, though everything seemed distant from them? And they were mere commoners who often worried about their next meal. An inexplicable sense of pride welled up within them. Perhaps it was because the Emperor Zhu Di, beneath that vast sky, appeared far less remote and unattainable than the legend suggested. Through this celestial display, they gleaned the essence of the Yongle Emperor's life, witnessing his joys and sorrows, and the clang of his weaponry throughout his existence. In that moment, countless ancestors realized that emperors, too, were not as godlike and aloof as the tales depicted. They could weep, laugh, and fear the reproach of their fathers. Indeed, they were flesh and blood beings. In the grand halls of the Qin, Yingzheng remained silent beneath the sky for a long while, eventually snapping back to reality from the grand life of Yongle. Shaking his head slightly, a bittersweet smile graced his lips. Even the greatest of heroes must grow old. Standing at the highest steps of the Xianyang Palace, he surveyed the vast expanse of Xianyang City, with distant mountains shrouded in mist appearing like shadows. Such a realm truly evokes nostalgia. Raising a goblet, he offered a toast to the heavens, but as he turned away, all emotion in his eyes was replaced by resolute determination. Your Majesty, the map has been completed. Yingzheng received the freshly drawn map from the hands of his attendant, slowly unfolding it to reveal the territory of the Ming dynasty that had just appeared in the celestial display. With such a vast and splendid domain, he, as their forebear, must leave something substantial for future generations, to spare them undue hardship. He commanded, "Dispatch the order. The Great Wall shall not be repaired, and the Apang Palace construction shall cease. Meng Tian, Li Xian, you two are to immediately proceed to Shangjuan and await my further instructions." Yes. Meng Tian and Li Xian knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. Clenching their fists, they felt the rush of blood coursing through their veins. They, too, were captivated by the grand vision portrayed in the sky. So this was what it meant to seize the opportunity. They suddenly realized that emulating their successors' endeavors could be quite exhilarating. The prospect of Yingzheng's commands filled them with excitement, especially for Li Xian. During the war against Chu, he had been so full of vigor, personally leading an army of 200,000 against the state of Chu, only to return in defeat. Though the failure was partly due to the betrayal of Chang Pingjun, he, as the commander, bore an undeniable share of the responsibility. With the fall of the Six States and the cessation of conflict, he had thought he would never again lead troops into battle. Little did he expect that the emperor would bestow upon him this opportunity once more. Indeed, please take a moment to peruse this letter. Yingzheng handed a missive to the temple attendant, clasping his hands behind his back as he gazed once more at the celestial expanse. Meng Tian unfolded the letter, his face instantly betraying astonishment, while Li Xian, unable to contain his curiosity, leaned in closer. Upon glimpsing the name inscribed at the letter's conclusion, disbelief washed over him as well. It was none other than Li Mu, the illustrious general, renowned as one of the four great generals of the warring states, alongside the venerable Wang Jian. During the reign of Liu Bang, the founding emperor of the Western Han, a soft sigh escaped his lips. He had never been one to dwell on the matters of life and death, and even as emperor, he had never once considered seeking longevity. Yet, as he reflected upon the grand and magnificent life of Zhu Di, now slowly approaching its end, a twinge of sorrow welled within him. Time, it seemed, had flown by in the blink of an eye. This year, he was already 58. Life is indeed fleeting. The memories of the day he wed you felt as vivid as if they had occurred just yesterday. LG, too, was stirred by Liu Bang's words, unconsciously brushing her fingers against the corners of her eyes, acknowledging her own aging. Ha ha ha. Yet, Liu Bang mused, my life has been worth it. His melancholic reflections dissipated as swiftly as they had come, and he poured himself a bowl of wine, erupting into hearty laughter. What more could he desire? Having risen from humble beginnings to seize the world? During the reign of Emperor Wu, the aged Liu Che gazed at the heavens, lost in contemplation. Sima Qian, throughout my life, I have accomplished many things, some commendable and others regrettable. How shall you evaluate my reign, and what shall posterity say of me? Reclining upon a soft couch, Liu Che, despite his twilight years, emanated an aura of authority that felt as oppressive as a mountain pressing down upon one's chest. Sima Qian lifted his gaze slightly, feeling every part of his being tremble in the presence of someone who resembled not a mere mortal, but a venerable dragon. Even in decline, a dragon remains a dragon. Sima Qian took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. I lack the right to comment on your Majesty's life. My words in this tome are but the musings of a humble servant. Should your Majesty disapprove, I may remove your annals and draft anew. As for the judgment of future generations, there is no need for your Majesty to fret. Among all emperors throughout this vast continuum, future generations shall rank you third. And that is the highest commendation. Lu Che scoffed lightly, resigning himself to the notion. Very well, let this book remain as it is. Even if you were to alter it, would your heart truly accept it? Enough, it is what it is. I have indeed erred, and let posterity speak as they will. Many matters, ultimately, are known only to heaven. What has transpired and what is not, I have neither the time nor the capacity to change. Lu Che felt a heavy weight in his heart, longing to turn back the clock 30 years, given another chance at life. He would never allow the events of these years to devolve into such chaos. Chapter 36. Li Shimin. How frustrating. Liu Bei gazed at the celestial tapestry, tears brimming in his eyes as he contemplated the illustrious life of the Yongle Emperor. A question burdened his mind. Could a man as foolish as he truly achieve great success? Surely, had Yongle been in his place, he would have swiftly united his brothers and strategists to seize the realm. Yet Liu Bei, accompanied by his band of brothers, had wandered aimlessly for over a decade, only now securing a modest domain. In that moment, Liu Bei's heart felt a profound sense of despair. He perceived his own capabilities as woefully inadequate compared to Yongle's. As he wallowed in his sorrow, Liu Bei noticed Kongming diligently scribbling at his desk, piquing his curiosity. "Master, what occupies your attention so fervently?" Liu Bei inquired as he approached. Kongming set down his brush and smiled. "Based on the celestial tapestry and insights from future generations, I am cataloging the succession of dynasties." The others perked up, gathering around. "Is there any clarity on this matter?" Liu Bei pressed. Kongming nodded, affirming that, as anticipated, the dynasty closest to us in the timeline is the Jin dynasty. "How do you conclude this?" Liu Bei asked, puzzled, observing the naive expressions of those around him. Kongming elucidated. "Previously, Mr. Lin remarked upon us, stating that the three kingdoms exhausted the heroism, while the two Jins were filled with scoundrels. It is evident that the three kingdoms refer to our lord, the treacherous Chao, and the forces of Jiangdong, while the Jin dynasty, mentioned in conjunction with us, must logically follow our era." Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd, and they began to vocally condemn Chao, believing that if he were to claim dominion, the Jin dynasty would inevitably be his creation. Indeed, a pack of scoundrels. Zhao Yun urged silence before inquiring further, "And what follows?" Kongming lifted the papers from the table, stating that the subsequent order of dynasties, excluding those not previously mentioned, should be Tang, Song, Yuan, and Ming. He added, however, that he could not ascertain if there were any other dynasties among them. It was confirmed that the Ming dynasty emerged from the demise of the Yuan dynasty, which had been established by foreign tribes. Kongming shared his deductions and analyses with the group, who listened with newfound understanding, their gazes toward him akin to that of reverence for a celestial being. They had been engrossed in the narrative woven into the celestial tapestry, oblivious to the broader implications. Truly, the strategist lived up to his title. Lin Chi finished gnawing on the beef bone in his hand and discarded it into the trash. Silently removing his gloves, he washed his hands and gave the video a thumbs up. The production was remarkable. Judy's life was indeed grand and worthy of respect. Alas, it was a pity. Lin Chi found himself emotionally entwined with the video, recognizing that Yongle's achievements required no further elaboration. Judy's prowess would rank prominently in the annals of history. It was simply unfortunate that this was the historical juncture, for it was a time of tumultuous upheaval upon the seas, with the age of exploration merely beginning to unfurl its sails. During the Yongle era, there existed a remarkable capacity and opportunity to lead a global tide. The 7 voyages of Zheng he illustrate that at this juncture, the Ming dynasty was equipped with the foundational elements for initial long-distance maritime navigation. It is indeed regrettable to have missed such a historical opportunity. Had there been an initiative to vigorously promote overseas trade at this moment, perhaps the Chinese civilization would have been spared a century of humiliation, and the Ming dynasty could have genuinely embarked on the path of imperial glory. Under the celestial canopy, many ancestors nodded in agreement upon hearing Lin Chi's words. The video was indeed well crafted, far surpassing the narratives of the storytellers in tea houses. However, upon listening to Lin Chi, Zhu Di felt a sense of urgency. He pondered what exactly was regrettable. In his heart, Zhu Di could vaguely sense that Lin Chi's unspoken thoughts were of paramount importance to the Ming dynasty. Carrying a weight of unspeakable emotions, Lin Chi left a comment. "The achievements of my lifetime cannot even warrant a balanced assessment. This sentiment truly brings tears to my eyes." Follow-up comment. "Greatness needs no elaboration. Zhu Di is indeed the rightful emperor." Follow-up comment. Zhu Di's ascension to the throne is indisputable. Comment by Li Erfing. What a coincidence. You are also the Taizong, and so am I. We both rose to power through rebellion. Zhu Di, this is slander. I will sue for defamation. My father bequeathed the throne to me in the 35th year of Hongwu. Do not spread falsehoods. Follow-up comment. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. After successfully usurping the throne, Zhu Di erased the 4 years of Jiang Wen's reign, claiming he ascended in the 35th year of Hongwu. Follow-up comment. In retrospect, Zhu Yunwen truly was inept. Zhu Di launched his rebellion from merely a small territory, and yet managed to overturn him in 4 years. If I were in his position, I would have certainly lasted longer. Follow-up comment. I find myself at a loss for words. Perhaps we would indeed outperform Zhu Yunwen. In the Hongwu era, Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao simultaneously covered their eyes, feeling that future generations' words were rather biting, as if they were poking at every sore spot. You little rascal. Look at yourself. You have brought shame upon us, and where shall we hide our faces? Zhu Yuanzhang scratched his back with a scratcher, feeling a prickling sensation all over. Since you have resolved to rebel and seize power, why concern yourself with so much? Why even mention that it was in the 35th year of Hongwu that I passed the throne to you? Do you think the eyes of the people are blind? We are embarrassed on your behalf. After being scolded by Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Di could only mutter softly to himself, can you blame me? If you had directly passed the throne to me, there wouldn't have been so many complications. Where are you murmuring, young one? Are you dissatisfied with your father? Zhu Di forced a smile, saying, how could a son dare to feel such discontent? Afterward, he gazed at Zhu Biao with tears in his eyes. Elder brother, do take care of yourself. Zhu Biao, witnessing Zhu Di's heartfelt expression, felt a surge of emotion within. Having learned about the life of the fourth brother from the celestial realm, Zhu Biao experienced a blend of joy and uncertainty. He was pleased to see his younger brother possess such remarkable talents. As an elder brother, he genuinely rejoiced for him. After all, the fourth brother had grown under his watchful eye, and the bond between brothers required no further elaboration. He often found himself pondering in silence whether, should he ascend to the throne, he could ever rival the prowess of the fourth prince. Even if fate were to take an unexpected turn and he remained alive, would it not be more prudent to bestow the imperial crown upon his younger brother? After all, the fourth prince had already demonstrated his exceptional capability in such a position. Zhu Di's thoughts were considerably more straightforward. To be frank, he felt that his reign as emperor was akin to that of a general commanding the northern frontiers. Bestowing the title of general upon his son seemed less favorable than allowing his elder brother to assume the role, for then his father would cease to constantly nag him. Many emperors couldn't help but grimace, aware of their own circumstances. Their reigns could be likened to that of mere parasites, and they could only speculate how future generations might scorn them. Li Shimin and Zhu Di, both emperors who had ascended through unorthodox means, were indeed spending their lives proving their superiority over others in governance. As Li Shimin gazed at the heavens, his expression darkened. He thought to himself that the affairs of Yongle had no bearing on him, and he wished those references to unorthodox ascension would cease, for they were quite bothersome. He had rightfully inherited the throne as the crown prince, a situation entirely distinct from that of Yongle. Chapter 37. Prince Yuan honestly. I fail to comprehend the exaltation surrounding Zhu Di. Comparing him to Erfing is utterly unfounded, as their circumstances are fundamentally distinct. While both figures appear to have engaged in rebellion, Erfing's coup at the Xuanwu Gate was merely an internal palace conflict, essentially a struggle within the royal family that bore little relevance to the common populace or the state. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the annals of ancient Chinese dynasties, numbering in the hundreds if not thousands. It is merely the audacious and flamboyant nature of Erfing's life that has rendered him so renowned, whereas Zhu Di's actions represent a genuine insurrection. The turmoil that ensued lasted a full 4 years, with the flames of war engulfing nearly the entirety of the Ming dynasty. Countless common folk bore the brunt of Zhu Di's ambitions, and the wealth painstakingly amassed by his father, Zhu Chongba, during the Hongwu era was squandered amidst this chaos. Moreover, even after ascending the throne, he continued to wage war, 5 campaigns against the Mongols, proclaiming the glory of the emperor while the state teetered on the brink of collapse. Such endeavors, many of which were entirely unnecessary, demonstrated his obstinacy. If not for the efforts of Zhu Gaoqi, the steadfast deputy emperor, who stabilized the rear by securing resources, the Ming dynasty might have faced an untimely demise. The era of Yongle, thus, should not be conflated with Erfing's legacy. Additional commentary. I cannot wholly agree with this perspective. Regardless of the circumstances, for years of conflict undoubtedly displaced countless citizens. The fervor with which he pursued his objectives after ascending to the throne was likely an attempt to atone for the suffering he inflicted upon the Ming. Further commentary. Let us refrain from embellishing his legacy. Had he genuinely cared for the populace, he would not have resorted to such militaristic endeavors. The extensive cavalry campaigns of ancient dynasties required immense resources, ultimately at the expense of the common people's lives, merely to embellish his own era of tranquility. Upon reading these reflections, Zhu Di felt a surge of indignation. The ease with which later generations expressed their opinions belies the gravity of his circumstances. Had he not taken up arms, the lives of his entire family would have been in peril. Was he to stand idly by and await capture? Zhu Di was genuinely agitated, primarily because there was a kernel of truth in the words of posterity. The 4 years of the Jingnan Rebellion resulted in considerable loss of life, marking a significant blow to the once stable Ming dynasty. His relentless efforts post-rebellion were not solely to prove himself to his father, but also to demonstrate to the people that he had acted rightly. Your Majesty, please temper your anger. Those who speak from the future lack the clarity to fully grasp the situation you faced. And the distinction between right and wrong holds less weight than it may seem, remarked Yao Guangxiao, clad in black. Zhu Di remained silent. Although he acknowledged the wisdom in those words, the judgment rendered by future generations nonetheless left him feeling unsettled. The loss of Prince Yuan is truly lamentable. His position as crown prince was as solid as a mountain, possessing both capability and cunning, yet lacking just a touch of destiny. In the context of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Biao was indeed the most fitting choice for emperor. This is not to say that Zhu Di was inadequate, but rather that Zhu Biao was distinctly more suitable. In a candid reflection, I find myself increasingly exasperated by the incessant praises lavished upon Zhu Biao. History has unequivocally demonstrated Zhu Di's capabilities, whereas Zhu Biao remains an enigma. What justifies the assertion that Zhu Biao would undoubtedly be more suitable than Zhu Di? To clarify, let me articulate this. Zhu Biao holds an impeccable standing. Being the firstborn son of Zhu Yuanzhang and Empress Ma, thus representing both primogeniture and legitimacy. His ascension would herald a promising commencement for the nascent Ming dynasty. One must not underestimate the significance of this rightful succession, as it substantially ensures the stability of the imperial transitions that would follow. In terms of experience, Zhu Biao accompanied Zhu Yuanzhang throughout the chaotic era, possessing credentials that are beyond reproach. Had Zhu Biao not met an untimely demise, Zhu Chongba would not have resorted to the extensive purging of the influential Huaishi nobles to pave the way for Zhu Yunwen, nor would the Lanyu incident have transpired. This is not to diminish Zhu Di's abilities. Had the likes of Lanyu survived, Zhu Di would have faced insurmountable odds. Even if the Jingnan Rebellion were to recur 100 times. During the Hongwu era, upon contemplating this matter, Zhu Yuanzhang was filled with joy, recognizing Zhu Biao's exceptional qualities. Even in hindsight, acknowledging Zhu Di's successful reign and the honorific title of Yongle Emperor bestowed by posterity, Zhu Yuanzhang remained steadfast in his intention to bequeath the throne to Zhu Biao. He had unwavering confidence that this heir, nurtured by his own hands, would not fall short of his fourth son in capability. Furthermore, the reasoning of posterity holds considerable weight. If Zhu Biao were to ascend smoothly, it would indeed set a commendable precedent for future generations. The illustrious Tang Taizong, Li Shimin, exemplified extraordinary prowess, and following the Xuanwu Gate incident, subsequent transitions of power were often marred by palace coups. Thus, fortune played a crucial role in averting chaos. However, a misstep could plunge the entire realm into turmoil. Zhu Biao, take heed of the words of future generations. Do not belittle yourself in light of the accomplishments of your fourth brother. Take care of your health, for your position will undoubtedly rival that of Zhu Di, if not surpass it. Zhu Yuanzhang patted Zhu Biao's shoulder with conviction. Previously puzzled by how Zhu Di managed to seize the realm amidst such formidable generals and the likes of Lanyu. In retrospect, it appears that Zhu Biao's contributions were indeed significant. With a bittersweet nod, Zhu Biao acknowledged the elevated expectations placed upon him. The esteem of posterity weighed heavily upon his shoulders, particularly in contrast to the formidable capabilities of Zhu Di. Meanwhile, Lan Yu and the Huaishi nobles glanced uneasily at the heavens, pondering the implications of the Lan Yu incident. I find myself more inclined to favor Zhu Biao, primarily because he is distinct among the princes. It is crucial to understand that in ancient times, an emperor's endeavor to cultivate a suitable heir was an immense challenge. On one hand, the emperor yearned for a capable successor. On the other, a successor deemed too exceptional could pose a threat to his own position. This situation creates a rather perplexing dynamic for the emperor regarding the crown prince, who is both nurtured and suppressed. In contrast, Crown Prince Yiwen enjoyed an almost unguarded relationship with Zhu Yuanzhang, who allowed his son to share the same court officials that he himself had assembled during his rise to power. The entire court was predominantly composed of the crown prince's faction. During his tenure as crown prince, Zhu Biao had already begun to undertake certain imperial responsibilities. For instance, while Zhu Yuanzhang reviewed memorials, Zhu Biao was frequently present, and it could even be said that these documents were first perused by Zhu Biao before being shown to Zhu Yuanzhang. Such privileges, if known to other crown princes, would likely evoke tears of envy. Furthermore, Zhu Biao's capabilities, temperament, and strategies are well documented. He personally handled 3 of the 4 major cases during the Hongwu era, and his benevolence was lauded by the entire court. This skill is one that others would aspire to emulate silently. Zhu Biao's ascension was undoubtedly the optimal solution at that time. Even if his abilities did not surpass those of Zhu Di, the prospects for the Ming dynasty under his reign would have been significantly brighter than under Zhu Di's rule. On one hand, the regime could transition smoothly without the internal strife of the 4 years of the Jingnan Rebellion. On the other hand, the influential nobility of Huaishi would not face extensive purges. These capable generals, combined with the military prowess of Zhu Di, would have posed considerable pressure from the Mongolian front. Moreover, Zhu Biao's esteemed reputation and adeptness could command the respect of all, and I cannot fathom that his reign would be inferior to that of Yongle. Beneath the heavens, crown princes from various dynasties gazed upon Zhu Biao's favorable treatment, their envy almost bringing them to tears. Was such treatment truly existent? The crown princes of the early Tang dynasty felt a pang of bitterness akin to consuming an entire bottle of vinegar. They could only wish for the stability of survival, let alone the luxury of sharing a court with their father. Indeed, they had no desire to assume the burdensome role of crown prince. Chapter 38. The Dilemma of Rewards During the Hongwu Era. Many officials could not help but shudder upon witnessing the 4 great cases. Numerous senior officials, upon recalling those events, trembled with fear. One by one, they were dragged out and executed like chickens, and the overcrowded prisons could scarcely accommodate them. Each day before attending court, they were compelled to pen their last wills at home. The officials lamented in silence, fully aware of the prince's disposition. When the higher-ups sought to annihilate their entire clans, the prince, deeming this excessive, proclaimed a full extermination instead, leaving them weeping in gratitude. The ancestors of various dynasties, observing the myriad of disputes echoing through the celestial vault, found themselves perplexed. It appeared as though a multitude engaged in fervent debate, each voice articulate and well-founded. How could it be that the future generations possessed such profound knowledge of history, as if every individual were a learned scholar? At this moment, Li Shimin was filled with curiosity, pondering how the descendants could articulate their understanding of history so eloquently. This was indeed peculiar. Typically, only those with the privilege of education would delve into the classics, yet so many seemed well-versed in historical matters. Did the future generations truly engage in the study of history? Fang Xianling contemplated and commented, "It is not entirely as you presume. Those who voice their opinions are indeed knowledgeable about history, while those who lack understanding remain silent. Moreover, those descendants wielding Mr. Lin's remarkable tool must inherently belong to the influential classes, their scholarly pursuits undoubtedly surpassing those of ordinary individuals." Wei Zheng nodded in agreement, stating, "Just as in our great Tang, those who can utilize such tools are certainly high-ranking officials. Our own scholarly endeavors concerning history are similarly profound. What a splendid invention! If only our Tang possessed such a means of communication, it would greatly facilitate my counsel." Realizing this, Li Shimin acknowledged that only those with knowledge would speak. Countless others remained voiceless, thus validating his thoughts. The tool in Mr. Lin's possession was indeed extraordinary, capable of connecting so many people. He wondered if any of his ministers could devise a similar contraption. The ministers fell silent, recognizing that such a miraculous object resembled the legendary artifacts of immortals, far beyond their capacity for creation. During the Yongle era, Zhu Di gazed at the heavens, watching as future generations ardently debated between him and his elder brother, feeling a tumult of emotions within. The recognition of his efforts brought him immense joy, yet he was also contemplative. Would his brother, had he survived and ascended to power, have achieved greater success? Most likely. Memories of the past replayed in his mind, his brother's earnest teachings vividly present. Zhu Biao's strategies were well known to him. He had never underestimated himself, yet he could not deny that aside from military leadership, his brother excelled in every other aspect. Nevertheless, the die was cast. He had no regrets. The judgment of posterity is something he already comprehends. If there lingers any regret within his heart, it is the desire to know whether his father would blame him, should he uncover the entirety of these events. At this moment of inner turmoil for Zhu Di, a voice thundered from the heavens above. It was announced that the video had amassed a multitude of wishes, thus presenting an opportunity for the Yongle Emperor to receive a reward, divided into 2 options, from which he must choose one. Reward 1, an extension of life by 3 years. Reward 2, an opportunity to travel back to the Hongwu era. Now, make your choice. The suddenness of this occurrence shocked emperors from various dynasties, causing their breaths to quicken dramatically. The celestial realm could bestow additional years of life. At this instant, countless emperors were unable to remain composed, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they gazed at the heavens. Ing Zheng exclaimed, "I too desire the reward of longevity." Lu Che implored, "Please," my voice was merely raised out of excitement. "Grant me this opportunity." Li Shimin queried, "What must one do to attain the reward of longevity? Provide me with a standard, and I shall ensure to meet it." Lu Bang added, "Even I yearn for such a boon." This was indeed a matter of longevity, a precious gift for emperors of the feudal era who already stood at the pinnacle of humanity, enjoying privileges beyond the imagination of common folk. The prospect of additional years of enjoyment was irresistible to many. It was not solely the emperors. Anyone wielding power and influence shared this sentiment. Countless individuals halted their activities, their curiosity drawn towards the heavens, eager to discern Zhu Di's ultimate choice. During the Yongle period, Zhu Di stared wide-eyed at the celestial display, stunned for a full 3 seconds before processing what had transpired, his breath quickening. He glanced at those around him, seeking confirmation that he had not succumbed to hallucinations. But upon witnessing their equally dazed expressions, he was assured of his own clarity. 2 rewards, 1 choice. Zhu Di's expression contorted as he gazed at the heavens. How vexing it was, he desired both. Through the celestial display, he had learned that his lifespan would conclude at the age of 65. While 65 is not an insignificant age, who would not relish the prospect of living 3 additional years? Yet, he yearned desperately to meet his father, a matter that had become a haunting specter in his heart. "Father, I must choose the first option," Zhu Gaoqi exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he grasped Zhu Di's hand. Zhu Gaoqi's words seemed to awaken the others. As the ministers of Yongle urged with urgency, "Choose, your majesty. This is a matter of 3 years of life." Yao Guangxiao remained silent, internally believing that the second option was more advantageous, yet recognizing it as a detrimental choice for himself. "Grandfather, do not hesitate. Select the first option swiftly," Zhu Zhangji implored, appearing even more anxious than Zhu Di. "Your Majesty, I dare to offer counsel. You must select the second option. This opportunity is one that cannot be missed," a young official asserted, his demeanor grave. "Preposterous. Such absurdity is but a ruse. Yu Qian, what is the true intent behind your words?" Facing a plethora of accusations, Yu Qian remained undaunted. As long as he secured the recognition of Lord Hongwu, Zhu Di's position would be beyond reproach, and no one in the realm could dare to utter a word against it. The effort that could be spared in this regard was of far greater significance than 3 years. During the Hanwu period, Zhu Yuanzhang, stroking his chin, gazed curiously at the heavens, pondering how his 4th son would ultimately decide. "Sister, do you think the 4th dare to meet us?" Zhu Yuanzhang inquired, casting a glance at Empress Ma, who was seated beside him. Throughout the annals of history, only Empress Ma had the honor to share the dragon throne with the emperor. After a moment of contemplation, Empress Ma shook her head, saying, "If it were the current 4th, he likely would not dare to face you. However, the Yongle period is a different matter." Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. Such a choice was not easily made, considering it meant sacrificing 3 years of life. Had he been in that position, he too would have coveted those 3 years. Yet, he harbored a desire to meet Yongle. It remained uncertain how the young man would choose. The ministers of the Hongwu court focused intently on the celestial display, while Zhu Biao, and young Zhu Di awaited Yongla's decision with bated breath. Zhu Di furrowed his brow. His fists clenched tightly, grappling with inner turmoil for a full minute before exhaling deeply, as if shedding a heavy burden. "I choose the second option," declared Zhu Di, gazing at the heavens. "If it is possible, I wish to return to the 15th year of Hanwu." "As you wish," a voice echoed from the void. Suddenly, golden light enveloped the grand hall, and when the ministers of Yongla regained their senses, they were astounded to find that Zhu Di's figure had vanished from the hall. Chapter 39. Kings meet in the 13th year of the Hanwu reign, within the expansive and resplendent hall of the Ming dynasty. A sudden burst of golden light erupted. Before the ministers of Hanwu could comprehend the spectacle, a figure emerged from the radiant glow, clad in a dragon robe. The individual bore an air of profound maturity and regal authority that rendered onlookers unable to meet his gaze. "Fourth brother, it truly is you." Zhu Biao gazed in disbelief at Zhu Di. The officials bowed their heads, retreating to the sides, granting space in the center, as they too realized that the man before them was none other than the future Yongla emperor. Simultaneously, the scene above shifted within the broad and luminous hall. Officials adorned in various official garb filled the space, yet it was the two figures in dragon robes that captivated their attention. Observers from various dynasties quickly recognized that the celestial display depicted the momentous meeting between the Hanwu and Yongla emperors. The Yongla emperor had chosen not to seek a reward of longevity, but instead opted for a reunion with his father. The depth of his yearning was profound. Countless individuals pondered that had they been in his position, they would have unhesitatingly chosen the gift of life. The astute minds of each dynasty watched intently, eager to witness what transpires between these two legendary emperors. The emperors of the Qing dynasty wore expressions of dismay as they beheld the spectacle. These were the two most illustrious emperors of the Ming dynasty. With this scene unveiled, the world would come to understand that Zhu Yuanzhang was not merely a figure of his portraits. Zhu Di's vision darkened momentarily as his sight cleared. He became acutely aware of his surroundings, feeling a rush of emotions as he focused on the two seated figures upon the dragon throne. "Father, no, wait." Zhu Di realized he had been transported back to the Hanwu era to meet his father. Upon Zhu Di's arrival, Zhu Yuanzhang immediately straightened himself, sitting upright, his gaze sharp as a steel blade directed at Zhu Di. "Father, I have come to see you." Zhu Di's eyes welled with emotion as he knelt, his forehead striking the ground with a heavy thud. "Ah, is this not the illustrious Emperor Qingzu? Why should you kneel to me? You are the renowned Yongla Emperor." "If anyone should kneel, it ought to be me to you," Zhu Yuanzhang remarked, feigning a curiosity that drew him closer. At the sound of his father's voice, Zhu Di trembled involuntarily. Even after a decade, that familiar tone still instilled fear deep within his heart. Raising his head, the valiant warrior who had braved the battlefield, endured hardships, and faced the elements, now bore bloodshot eyes, stifling tears that threatened to fall. He wished to conceal any sign of weakness before his father. Silence enveloped the grand hall, with all present, including Zhu Biao, obediently sealing their lips, even their breaths seemingly dimmed in reverent stillness. Young Zhu Di longed to speak, yet was halted by a glance from Zhu Biao. The meeting of these two sovereigns rendered all others powerless to intervene. The chasm between them was one only they could bridge. "This is incorrect. There is a third person who can intervene." Zhu Biao, with a thought, gazed upon the dragon throne. "To whom are you displaying that foul expression?" Empress Ma shot a fierce glare at Zhu Yuanzhang as she descended from the steps. "Rise, my child." Empress Ma grasped Zhu Di's arm, lifting him to his feet. "Mother." Zhu Di's suppressed tears finally flowed down his cheeks. He had not seen his father, Zhu Yuanzhang, for 8 years, but his mother had passed away in the 15th year of the Hanwu era, making it a full 26 years since her departure. "I am unfilial. I bow to my mother." Zhu Di knelt once more, bowing heavily 3 times before Empress Ma. His forehead bloodied from the impact. Zhu Biao and the other sons of Zhu Yuanzhang could not help but redden their eyes at this scene. Beneath the heavens, the ministers of Yongla watched Zhu Yuanzhang with a shiver running through them. Some of the more timid ones knelt down, though no one mocked them, for they too yearned to kneel. The haunting memories of the deceased seemed to assail them. "To ascend is to ascend," muttered a minister from the ground. "It is truly grandfather and grandmother." Zhu Gaoqi and Zhu Zhangji exchanged worried glances at the sky, fearing that Zhu Yuanzhang might embarrass Zhu Di. "You have grown thin," Empress Ma said, her eyes glistening with tears as she helped Zhu Di to his feet, patting him on the shoulder. "Why must you be so earnest, my child?" Your head is bruised. You are, after all, to be an emperor." As she spoke, Empress Ma took out a handkerchief to wipe Zhu Di's forehead, then turned back to Zhu Yuanzhang. "What are you still doing sitting there? Do you require my invitation to come down?" Zhu Yuanzhang descended reluctantly, aware that so many eyes were upon him. "Sister, do you not consider leaving me some dignity? If you truly desire dignity, you should not have made me ask you." Empress Ma showed no intention of yielding to Zhu Yuanzhang. Yongle, hidden behind his mother, stole a glance at his father, only to find his gaze met by Zhu Yuanzhang, causing him to retract his neck immediately. Zhu Di himself could not fathom why. Despite having already ascended to the throne, he trembled before his father. "Father," Zhu Di called, lowering his head. Zhu Yuanzhang approached Zhu Di, deeply scrutinizing him, assessing him from head to toe. His gaze fell upon Zhu Di's calloused palms, then to his hair, graying at the temples, and finally to his face, now showing signs of age. He appeared to be of a similar age, indeed a few years younger. In that moment, he was observing Yongle, and also his fourth son. Zhu Yuanzhang kicked Yongle lightly. "You little rascal, are you here to flaunt your prowess, disregarding your own lifespan? Let me tell you, you are still unworthy in your father's eyes." Though he spoke thus, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a deep sense of satisfaction within. This child had truly grown into a formidable tiger. Yet, he was somewhat displeased that Zhu Di would forsake 3 years of life merely to catch a glimpse of him. Yongle was given a kick, yet he smiled, relishing that familiar sensation, a comforting embrace. "How could I dare, father? In your presence, I shall forever remain your son. One kick is hardly sufficient. Shall we not indulge in a few more?" The scoundrel. Zhu Yuanzhang feigned another kick, but withdrew, his gaze towards Zhu Di turning grave. "Yongle Emperor." "Yes, father, your command." Zhu Di responded with a start. Zhu Yuanzhang cast his eyes towards the heavens, declaring, "I know you can all see me. Listen closely. Officials of the Yongle era, this throne shall be passed to my fourth son. Should anyone harbor dissent, come to tell me in the afterlife." The officials of the Yongle dynasty trembled at the sight of Zhu Yuanzhang, their minds evidently drifting back to the time of his reign. Upon the utterance of Zhu Yuanzhang's decree, no one in Yongle's court could challenge him legally henceforth. Zhu Di gazed at Zhu Yuanzhang in disbelief, his lips quivering slightly. "Father, are you saying?" Zhu Yuanzhang scoffed. "Enough? Your hair has turned whiter than mine. I shan't concern myself with you. I've seen the heavens too. Your reign has been rather mediocre. Let us just say you Haven Tea brought shame upon our name. Allow me to impart one last piece of advice." Zhu Di straightened his demeanor. "Father, your command. Be kinder to the people. Engage in unnecessary wars only if absolutely essential. If you must fight, do so decisively and subdue the enemy. Do you understand?" Zhu Yuanzhang's hand rested on Zhu Di's face, clearly showing signs of age, embodying a patriarchal presence. A warmth spread through Zhu Di's heart as he nodded earnestly. "Father, your teachings will forever be etched in my heart. I shall not forget. Be gone. Return whence you came." Zhu Di cast a reluctant glance at Zhu Yuanzhang before turning to Empress Ma. "Mother, please take care of your health. You passed away due to illness in the 15th year of Hongwu." Subsequently, Zhu Di approached Zhu Biao, saying, "Elder brother, I am sorry. You may reprimand me as you wish." Zhu Biao embraced Zhu Di tightly, saying, "It is I who must apologize. You have done well. So keep your spirits high and do not lose face." Zhu Di patted Zhu Biao's shoulder and looked back at Zhu Yuanzhang. "Elder brother, in the 24th year of Hongwu, you journeyed to Shaanxi due to the relocation of the capital, and upon your return in the 25th year, you fell ill overnight and passed away." Finally, he turned to the curious young Zhu Di, who followed Zhu Biao, and said, "Heed the words of our father, mother, and elder brother, and protect the borders of the Ming dynasty." As these words left his lips, Zhu Di's figure gradually became ethereal, ultimately vanishing, leaving behind a crowd of astonished onlookers. Chapter 40. It is better for a family to weep together than to weep alone. Zhu Yuanzhang took a deep breath, urging Empress Ma and Zhu Biao to sit down promptly. "You have heard the words of the fourth. Do not overexert yourselves." He then exclaimed in a fierce tone, "Proclaim my edict. Summon all renowned physicians to the capital to attend to the Empress and the Crown Prince. Those who succeed in their healing shall be granted nobility, and those who disobey shall face execution. Be mindful. If anything happens to our sister or Biao, you shall not be at ease either." "Yes, your majesty." The ministers felt a chill run down their spines. Their concern for Empress Ma's safety was no less than that of Zhu Yuanzhang. The sorrow of losing her would weigh heavier than even the loss of their own mothers. Beneath the heavens, the meeting of the two emperors, Hongwu and Yongle, attracted countless onlookers. The people, curious about matters concerning the emperor, regarded it as mere entertainment, their amusement sparked by the sight of the emperor behaving submissively before his father. Hongwu Yongle. Ingzheng silently recited these two reign titles, pondering the intriguing system of the future where each emperor would adopt a unique era name during their rule. It seemed quite convenient, as one could distinguish between different emperors through these titles. Should he not also establish an era name for himself? It felt as though something was amiss without one. Li Si, what do you think my era name should be? Li Si paused, then began to contemplate earnestly. The concept of an era name was somewhat unfamiliar to him, yet drawing from historical examples, he could make educated guesses. The era names of the Ming dynasty emperors, Hongwu and Yongle, were grand and symbolically significant, both consisting of two characters. After a moment's reflection, Li Si found his answer and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, Qianyuan would be a fitting era name for you. Qianyuan. Ingzheng savored the two characters. Li Si nodded, explaining. The Book of Changes states, Great is Qianyuan, the source of all things, governing the heavens. The term Qianyuan signifies the origin of heaven and earth. You, Majesty, have pioneered the imperial system, and thus your era name is undoubtedly Qianyuan. Pleased, Ingzheng affirmed, let it be proclaimed throughout the realm. From this day forth, my era name shall be Qianyuan. Yes. The ministers bowed in unison. During the Western Han dynasty, Liu Bang and Liu Che, along with other emperors, gazed at their sons with discontent. Both Hongwu and Yongle were great emperors whose achievements would shine through the ages. It was indeed said that heroes beget heroes. Yet why did their own sons lack any semblance of greatness? Emperor Jing, Liu Qi, held no such grievances. His son was none other than the illustrious Liu Che, the Emperor Wu of Han. With a son like that, Liu Qi had little to complain about. In the Three Kingdoms period, Liu Bei observed Liu Shan's foolish demeanor with a sense of helplessness. Even if he were to conquer the world, could such a talent as a Dou truly hold on to it? During the reign of Wu De in the Tang dynasty, Li Yuan observed his two sons with a throbbing headache. His troubles were unlike those of others, for the extraordinary talents of these boys posed their own set of challenges. Beneath the celestial canopy, countless fathers sighed in unison. The issue of heirs was indeed a source of great distress, as many a tiger father had raised a dog son. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow at the numerous comments in the discussion section that referenced Zhu Biao. He was well acquainted with the exploits of Zhu Di, but Zhu Biao remained somewhat elusive to him. It was only during his leisurely reading of novels that he discovered the existence of this prince, renowned as the most stable heir in the realm. Curiosity piqued by a pinned link about Zhu Biao, Lin Shi clicked to explore further. Prince Yuan Zhu Biao, the most secure heir in history, epic montage. The screen illuminated, revealing a man adorned in a resplendent red robe, exuding an air of grandeur. To the right of the image, the characters Prince Yuan Zhu Biao appeared beside the man. Zhu Biao? This celestial display is speaking of you, my dear Biao. During the Hongwu era, Zhu Yuanzhang emerged from his recent tumultuous emotions, gazing at the commanding figure on the screen with a broad smile. Watch closely. Do not let your focus waver. After viewing, I expect a thoughtful reflection from each of you tomorrow. He admonished his sons. This is the assignment I leave for you today. Zhu Yuanzhang then hurriedly exited the hall, finding a seat and requesting several pancakes and a jug of fine wine to enjoy while watching. Zhu Biao felt a flush of warmth creep to his ears, beginning to understand the earlier sentiments expressed by his younger brother. To rectify a wrong, one must not overcorrect. In urgent matters, one must heed the whole. Oppressive governance is fiercer than a tiger. Thus, one must strike the tiger. I bear the guilt. If the realm suffers, the fault lies with me. It is better for one family to weep than for the whole nation to mourn. It is preferable for officials to lament than for the common folk to suffer. As the visuals of Zhu Biao continued to shift, each stirring line flowed effortlessly from the lips of the man on the celestial screen. His proud demeanor was as unyielding as a resilient pine, impossible to overlook. Throughout the ages, countless ancestors were captivated by the presence of this man. Initially perplexed by the choices of the Hongwu Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, who had such an exceptional son in the Yongle Emperor Zhu Di, they found clarity after witnessing Zhu Biao's portrayal. The commanding presence of Zhu Biao was no less impressive than that of Yongle. Indeed, he radiated the grace of a true gentleman. Ha ha ha, splendid. Well said. Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed, filled with delight. Biao, do you see? This man, though perhaps not quite your equal, possesses a semblance of your grandeur, preserving your dignity. Zhu Yuanzhang felt an overwhelming joy. Had this man from the celestial screen appeared before him, he would have undoubtedly bestowed upon him ample rewards. Zhu Biao chuckled softly, shaking his head. The figure on the screen seemed to exude an even greater presence than his own. Such praise was typical of his father. Nevertheless, the images stirred a wealth of memories, as past experiences intertwined with the unfolding narrative on the celestial display. What places have excelled, and where do others still falter? This nascent Ming dynasty must rise as brilliantly as the dawn, for the common people have endured enough suffering. Zhu Yuanzhang silently expresses his gratitude to the heavens. The recent tales of Yongla are indeed inspiring, and the populace has taken notice. The officials, all loyal to the crown prince, need not worry. For as long as his intentions remain steadfast, the majority will uphold the unshakable position of the crown prince. Yet, the murmurs of the masses cannot be easily quelled. They are aware that the fourth son of Emperor Hongwu, Zhu Di, is a formidable prince, destined to be a remarkable emperor. Now that the excellence of Zhu Biao is revealed, the unrest will naturally subside. It is better for one family to weep than for the entire realm to lament. The official's grief is preferable to that of the common folk. The words of Crown Prince Yaiwen resonate profoundly. Li Shimin, moved by this sentiment, holds the welfare of the people in high regard, his thoughts aligning with those of Zhu Biao. Chengqian, though this Yaiwen is your junior, he stands as a fellow crown prince. Remember his words and ponder them deeply. Yes, father, I shall engrave them in my heart, Li Chengqian replies. His gaze towards Zhu Biao filled with envy, not of Zhu Biao's excellence, but of his father's unwavering choice of him. In the Qin dynasty, Yingzheng furrows his brow deeply. What is the matter with the Zhu family? One exceptional son is not enough. They must produce another, it seems. His gaze inadvertently falls upon Fusu, and he remarks irritably. Fusu, do you see this Yaiwen? Although he appears refined and embodies the air of a gentleman, can you not perceive the underlying decisiveness in his words? Fusu, observing the spirited and regal Zhu Biao, feels a flicker of doubt within himself. Perhaps his own methods are indeed somewhat lacking. In the Western Han dynasty, the envy is palpable. Has Zhu Yuanzhang's ancestral grave begun to smoke with good fortune? Why does all auspiciousness seem to favor the Zhu family? Lu Che's eyes twitch with envy, pondering whether it is the merit of the Zhu family's ancestral grave or a failing in his own ability to educate his sons. At this moment, many emperors feel their blood pressure rising. Is Zhu Yuanzhang truly favored by the heavens? Would it be too much to ask for just one of his sons? Chapter 41. He did not regard me as a disabled person, nor as a mere human being beneath the vast heavens. Countless ancestors, after viewing this video, felt a profound sense regarding the earlier debates among posterity about Zhu Biao and Zhu Di. The regal demeanor of Prince Yiwen is indeed not to be underestimated. In fact, for countless scholars and officials, Zhu Biao embodies the ideal sovereign they envision, far more than the ambitious and warlike Zhu Di. If they were to choose, they would undoubtedly prefer to serve a ruler like Zhu Biao. The emperors of the Ming dynasty, gazing upon the illustrious figures of Hongwu, Luwang, and Yongla, experienced a surge of emotions. In the 17th year of Chongzhen, at this moment, the rebel leader was leading his army to besiege the outskirts of Beijing. During the morning court session, Emperor Chongzhen, Zhu Yujian, looked upon the empty grand hall, his heart as cold as frost and snow. The city of Beijing had yet to fall, yet the officials had failed to attend court. How had it come to this? Since my ascension, I have labored diligently, devoted to governance, never daring to relax for a moment. I have wronged many, yet more have wronged me. I aspired to be a rejuvenating sovereign, yet I have become a king of ruin. Ancestors above, Chongzhen feels deep shame before you all. Stepping out of the grand hall, Chongzhen knelt beneath the heavens, striking his forehead against the ground with heavy remorse. Hongwu, Qingzu, if you too possess any spirit in the heavens, please open your eyes and behold the decline of the Ming dynasty. Is this truly solely my fault? Your Majesty, please rise. Wang Qingyan, witnessing Zhu Yujian in such despair, felt an unbearable pain in his heart and hurriedly assisted him to stand. Chongzhen rose and walked toward the rear mountains, his gaze falling upon the beacons of fire outside the Forbidden City, as if he could see those officials eagerly awaiting the rebel leader. A cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. A thief is a thief. Do you think that the arrival of the rebel signifies a new dawn for you? I am not the king of a fallen nation, but you all are the ministers of a fallen realm. In the comments section, the strongest prince of the Ming. Without a doubt, Zhu Biao, commonly known as the cultured Zhu Yuanzhang. The most stable prince in history, favored by parents, supported by officials, respected by brothers. This portrayal of Zhu Biao is truly remarkable. The performances of Wang Sueki as Zhu Di and Hu Jun as Zhu Yuanzhang. Imagine if these three actors collaborated on a Ming Dynasty production. Wouldn't it be splendid? The most stable prince, Li Shimin, has something to say. Follow-up comment, huh? Li Shimin was once a prince. Follow-up comment. Haha. Did you think that after the Xianmen incident, the two phoenixes immediately became emperors? They were also princes for a while. Follow-up comment. The process still needs to be followed. Follow-up comment. Li Yuan, Shimin, I appoint you as the Supreme General of Heavenly Strategy. Li Shimin, Petty, I appoint you as the Grand Emperor. Additional commentary. Haha, rescue me. What a hellish joke. If Zhu Biao were to ascend, it is rather difficult to ascertain. For the contemporary populace, Zhu Biao's rise would undoubtedly be more favorable, ensuring stability and the steady advancement of the nation. Yet I surmise his influence on posterity would not compare to that of Zhu Di. This version of Zhu Biao resonates profoundly. Having traversed the tumultuous era alongside the elder Zhu, participating in governance for over 20 years, he could hardly be deemed a coward. Fu Su, armed yet timid, utterly worthless, no lament. Lu Ju, courageous but with a deranged father, no lament. Li Chengqian, armed and courageous, yet his father is too formidable, no lament. Zhu Biao, armed and courageous, lacking the mandate of heaven, no lament. Me, unarmed and timid, yet possessing the mandate of heaven, indeed a pity. Additional commentary. It must be you. During the era of Wu Da, Li Yuan, Li Shimin, and Li Jianxing exchanged silent glances. Li Jianxing nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. Rebellious child, you rebellious child. Just look at the deeds you have committed. I am too ashamed to face the world. Li Yuan, exasperated, thought of Zhu Yuanzhang's son, who is so filial. Even Zhu Di, despite becoming the Yongle emperor, was willing to forsake 3 years of his lifespan just to see his father once, seeking his father's forgiveness. When punished by his father, he dared not utter a sound. All are founding emperors. Why is it that his sons are so untroublesome? Enough, I am weary of this discourse. Today, I shall appoint you, Qin Wang, as the crown prince, and there is no need for you to elevate me to the title of Taishang Huang. I shall do that for myself. Henceforth, unless there is a matter of significance, refrain from loitering before me, for your presence vexes me. During the Jingguan era, Li Shimin nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Who did he offend? Was he not speaking of Zhu Biao? What connection did this have to him? Why do descendants so delight in teasing him incessantly? Li Shimin took a breath and shifted his gaze to Li Chengqian before him. Though the descendants' words were laced with jest, they also revealed much. Chengqian actually possessed the audacity to confront him? Did he truly have such courage? Li Shimin found this hard to believe. Where did this courage come from? Who granted it? Li Chengqian gazed at the heavens, lost in thought. He was well aware of Fu Su and Lu Ju. Since becoming the crown prince, he had diligently studied the heirs of preceding dynasties. The more he researched, the more he realized a sobering truth. Not every crown prince is destined to ascend the throne, and those who do so steadily are indeed a rarity. This realization only fueled his anxiety. From the heavens above, the words of descendants indicated that he too might ultimately reach that fate. With this thought, he cast an indignant glance at his father. The possibility of rising against his father was exceedingly slim, of that he was aware. Yet, it was merely the desperate howl of a wolf cub driven to the brink. Father, when that day arrives, I wonder if you will be satisfied. Zhu Biao, if possible. Li Chengqian would very much like to engage in earnest discourse with the most stable crown prince in history, as described by the descendants. Observe how he has managed to earn the trust and affection of his father. In the Western Han dynasty, at the height of his vigor, Lu Che raised an eyebrow. What did he witness? Later generations would claim that Lu Ju had gone mad and conspired to rebel. In the Grand Hall, the ministers of Han were on the verge of burying their heads in the ground. After a moment of astonishment, Lu Che began to chuckle, as he had always believed Lu Ju to be unworthy of his father, excessively feeble. To his surprise, Lu Ju exhibited such audacity. Indeed, my son must possess this kind of courage. At that moment, Lu Che felt a flicker of resemblance between them. As for the reasons behind Lu Ju's future rebellion, he found little inclination to delve into detail. From this point onward, The future would undoubtedly diverge from what the heavens had foretold. Lin Qi nodded in agreement while perusing the comments section, lamenting that despite being destined for greatness, he had not attained it. A true pity. After liking the comment, Lin Qi scrolled to the next video. He never regarded me as a disabled person, nor did he see me as merely human. As these words appeared on the screen, they piqued the curiosity of countless predecessors. What did this mean? Why did it sound so peculiar? Just as the audience pondered, a middle-aged man in glasses, seated in a wheelchair, smiled at everyone. Through the visual introduction, they learned that this disabled individual was Shi Taixing, and that Yu Hua and Mo Yin were his friends. Since my disability, my family has been quite averse to discussing my legs. Only Yu Hua. He took me to play football, letting me guard the goal. The footage depicted Shi Taixing in his wheelchair, positioned in front of the goal, helplessly watching as ball after ball was scored behind him. He never regarded me as a disabled person, nor did he see me as merely human. Yu Hua and Mo Yin once carried me onto a train, pushed me into a snowball fight, and took me to steal watermelons. When others discovered us, they fled, leaving me behind in the watermelon patch. At 21, my legs betrayed me, yet I did not perish. I owe my survival to friendship. Though recounting seemingly tragic events, Shi Taixing's face radiated joy when speaking of these two friends. Chapter 42. When the founding emperor beheld the pinnacle of our dynasty's territory beneath the vast canopy of the heavens, countless ancestors erupted into laughter upon hearing this, instantly grasping the essence of that remark. Indeed, it was uproariously amusing. What kind of friends were these, so utterly mischievous? I can vividly imagine the despair on Shi Taixing's face as he watched those two flee while stealing watermelons. Initially, I thought this friend was rather admirable, accompanying him on outings, but upon reflection, their antics truly bordered on the absurd. Alas, I had just sought blessings at the temple today. If I continue laughing, I might squander my merits. The ancestors were equally entertained by the camaraderie of these individuals, yet they also felt a profound warmth. Despite their disabilities, having such friends rendered their lives meaningful. Many among them had friends who resembled Shi Taixing, and in the past, they often felt helpless in the face of their despondent companions. However, witnessing this scene enlightened them. They realized that treating individuals with disabilities without distinction would, in fact, alleviate their internal struggles. Thus, they learned a valuable lesson. A scholar, observing his similarly disabled friend who had succumbed to despair, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. He placed his hand on the armrest. "What do you intend to do?" he queried, sensing something amiss. "Come on, Taixing, let me take you to steal some oranges." Yes, let us go together," chimed another friend, placing his hand on the armrest as well. "I shan't go. You may proceed without me." "Yuan Di, how can you say such a thing? As brothers, we cannot leave you behind. We must go." Without waiting for a reply, the two hoisted the chair and dashed outside. "I refuse to go. I'd rather play football. That is far more appealing than stealing oranges." The family of the disabled man, witnessing this, did not intervene. Instead, they chuckled and opened the door for them. "Ha ha ha, this is too funny." Lin Qi could not contain himself and burst into laughter. "To have you in my life is truly a blessing." He never anticipated that Yu Hua, the author of such tragically profound narratives, was in reality such an amusing and unassuming individual, a stark contrast to the gravitas of his writings. Comments section. Taixing's favorite fruit is watermelon. During our escapades, we both fled, while he remained there eating Mo Yin. Taixing has passed away. Yu Hua, what? His legs have healed. Taixing was a competent goalkeeper. He never ran amok. Follow-up comment. You didn't spare him either. Follow-up comment. So, you treated Taixing as if he were a trivial matter, did you? Shi Taixing must be grateful there were no electric wheelchairs back then. Otherwise, Yu Hua would have him play as a forward. Follow-up comment. What a clever jest. My friend. Follow-up comment. There were times when Shi Taixing genuinely considered calling the police. Watermelon farmer. Dare to steal my melons? Let me break your... Oh. Follow-up comment. It seems as if nothing was said, yet everything was conveyed. Follow-up comment. That night, the farmer awoke in the dead of night. I am truly cursed. Li Shimin watched these exchanges, roaring with laughter. The auxiliary machinery is indeed limited in perspective, yet undeniably intriguing. Changsun Wuji could barely contain his laughter, as it seems that the thoughts of future generations are exceedingly divergent, brimming with innovative ideas. Upon reflection, I find myself quite moved by their words. However, who exactly is this Xiao Rizi? According to their accounts, If he is indeed Xiao Rizi, one might presume he is free to act as he pleases. Li Shimin, perplexed, pondered over this. The crowd exchanged glances, and Feng Xianling ventured. Perhaps he is simply a figure despised by future generations. Though it remains a mystery what actions led to such disdain. Li Shimin nodded in agreement, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter, his gaze shifting to Li Chengqian. He was aware of his eldest son's insecurities stemming from his limp. Chengqian, he said, you ought to learn from Mr. Shi's mindset and not take things to heart. Your father has never held this against you. Li Chengqian felt a warmth in his heart at these words, yet regrettably, he lacked friends like Yu Hua or Mo Yin. His status prevented others from treating him as they would Taisheng. Ying Zheng chuckled softly, finding the mentality of future generations quite admirable and enviable. One day, they would surely be laughing uncontrollably in the comment section. Lin Shi nearly laughed himself to death in the comments. These netizens are truly remarkable. Some exceptionally talented individuals are simply incomparable. After the laughter, Lin Shi effortlessly swiped to the next video. When the founding emperor witnesses the pinnacle of our dynasty's territory, under the heavenly canopy, upon the utterance of this phrase, numerous emperors from various dynasties became intrigued. All curious about the territorial zenith of their respective reigns, particularly the founding emperors. Ying Zheng momentarily abandoned state affairs, eagerly stepping outside the grand hall. His eyes alight with anticipation. Although he was aware that the Qin dynasty had not endured as he had hoped, he clung to the notion that future generations must possess some remarkable achievements. At the very least, their territory should not be less than what he had recently seen of the Ming dynasty. In the footage, a man held a piece of paper before the crowd, and prominently inscribed above his head were the characters Zhu Yuanzhang. The ancestors, upon viewing the video, began to comprehend the essence of the celestial display. Realizing it was largely a reinterpretation by future generations, they watched with keen interest, curious about what amusing revelations would unfold this time. Zhu Yuanzhang, 9 million square kilometers, considerably larger than during my reign. Which emperor achieved this? The scene shifted, and another man responded. Zhu Di, the third emperor. Zhu Yuanzhang, this boy Yunwen is impressive. Zhu Biao, you have educated your son well. Zhu Yuanzhang, XXXXX. Zhu Yuanzhang, witnessing the heavenly spectacle, could not help but curse. Had he not seen Zhu Di's story moments ago, he might have truly believed in the authenticity of this celestial display. Do future generations even have emperors to govern? Even if our Ming dynasty has fallen, surely the emperors of the future would refrain from mocking us in such a manner. Zhu Biao, observing the heavenly screen, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Father, have you forgotten that earlier silhouette? It's possible that future generations truly lack emperors. Zhu Yuanzhang pondered this, yet remained perplexed. Surely, even in the absence of an emperor, there must be someone in charge. Could it be that they would allow their ancestors to be the subject of such ridicule? If you enjoy jesting, so be it. Might we consider a different figure? Why not look to the likes of Emperor Qin Shi Huang or Emperor Wu of Han, who were indeed commendable? The emperors of other dynasties, witnessing this, erupted into uncontrollable laughter, reveling in the excellence of Zhu Yuanzhang's successors, who seemed to delight in the smoke rising from their ancestral graves. The descendants had certainly performed admirably. They ought to scrutinize the issues plaguing the Zhu family. Just imagining Zhu Yuanzhang's expression as he viewed this video brought them immense joy. The footage recently displayed indeed incited envy among numerous emperors towards Zhu Yuanzhang. In the next moment, the name above the man's head changed once more. Zhao Kuangyin, 2,800,000. Am I correct? Song Huizong Zhaoji, you are indeed correct. A mere 2,800,000? This Song dynasty pales in comparison to the Ming dynasty. Can this truly be deemed a unified dynasty, or is this merely data from its zenith? Ying Zheng's face contorted in disdain. The subsequent generations truly seem to diminish in caliber. How dare they continue to bear the surname Zhao, thus dishonoring it? Ming Yi unfurled the silk cloth on the table, recalling that Zhao Kuangyin had previously appeared in the celestial display, included among the first 11 emperors. What? Ying Zheng was taken aback. He could be ranked among the top 11? The Northern Song. Zhao Kuangyin gazed at the figure of 2,800,000. Equally curious if this could possibly be accurate. When he established the Song dynasty, did its territory not approximate this number? Had his descendants labored in vain all this time? With this thought, Zhao Kuangyin could not help but cast a reproachful glance at his second son, Zhao Dezhao. How do you intend to educate your offspring? Producing no capable heirs among them? Look at the sons of the Hongwu Emperor, Zhu Biao and Zhu Di. Why can you not learn from their example? Zhao de Zhao, huh? How can this be laid at my feet? I have yet to be established as the crown prince. It is not certain that I shall ascend to the throne. So what does this have to do with me? Zhao Kuangyin. I have heard that the Song dynasty is divided into the Northern Song and Southern Song. Does this 2,800,000 refer to what? Zhao Ji, the Northern Song. Zhao Kuangyin. Is it possible that the Southern Song is larger? Zhao Go. Zhao Kuangyin. Chapter 43. Yingzheng, I do not comprehend. It is not merely a question of whether words were spoken, but rather what transpired thereafter. My Grand Song dynasty has inexplicably divided into two factions akin to the Han dynasty. Is it possible that a figure akin to Emperor Guangwu has emerged among my descendants? Zhao Kuangyin, though feeling a sense of disquiet, endeavored to console himself. At this moment, the sovereigns and ministers of the entire Song dynasty gazed at the heavens in silence. The atmosphere, so awkward it seemed to freeze. Particularly in the Southern Song, after exchanging glances, the rulers and their subjects averted their eyes, pretending nothing had occurred. As long as territorial matters were not broached, they remained good brothers. Ming dynasty. Zhu Yuanzhang scoffed at the sky, pondering the very notion of territory. Were it not for him, when could the 16 prefectures of Yan and Yun have been reclaimed? 400 years, nearly 4 centuries. How many of the Han people in the northern lands still consider themselves Han? Zhao Go, your reign is truly deserving of condemnation. Qing dynasty. The 3 emperors, Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong, straightened their backs, unable to suppress their eagerness to discuss territorial matters. The expanse of the Qing dynasty's domain could arguably be deemed the greatest among all dynasties. What? You mentioned the Mongol Yuan? Can territories not under actual control truly be counted? Above, the words above the man's head transformed once more, now reading Yingzheng. Upon witnessing this, the ministers of the Qin dynasty immediately perked up, their faces alight with pride as they gazed at the sky. With the courage of the old Qin people, how could the territory they claimed possibly be small? This is the confidence of the ancient Qin. For over a century, the valiant spirit of the Qin has been known throughout the 6 states. From their humble beginnings, they have now devoured the 6 states and unified the seas. All thanks to the valor of the Qin people. They rejoice at the prospect of war, eager to be the first to engage. Surely, by the hands of their descendants, they should have conquered vast expanses of land. Yingzheng, 340,000. Yingzheng, I wish to see the data from the pinnacle of my reign. Do not present me with figures from my time and power. Hu Hai. Father, your reign is indeed the pinnacle. You emerged at the zenith. Yingzheng. I do not comprehend with a Fuzhou accent. Yingzheng's eyes widened as if he had witnessed something unfathomable. What? My Qin, under my command, is considered its zenith? What have the future generations been doing? Wait. No, that is incorrect. Yingzheng raised his brow, intending to reprimand Fusu, only to realize something felt amiss. Hu Hai, what connection does this child have to the matter? Yet, after such time, Yingzheng had come to understand the nature of his descendants. Since Hu Hai had been mentioned, it could not be without cause. This implies that Hu Hai eventually ascended to the throne. But why? Even if Fusu encountered some predicament, it should not have been Hu Hai's turn to take the throne. Yes, he had often favored Hu Hai, yet it was precisely because he held no expectations for the child that he had indulged him. What unforeseen events transpired in the future? Zhao Gao, you are Hu Hai's mentor. Please enlighten us on how it came to be that Hu Hai ascended to the throne. Yingzheng cast a penetrating gaze upon Zhao Gao, whose breath quickened under the weight of such profound pressure. Zhao Gao trembled, yet secretly reveled in the situation. Though he could not fathom how the inept Hu Hai could rise to power, this was indeed fortuitous news for him. Once His Majesty departed from this world, his days of fortune would finally commence. The servant dared not speculate recklessly. Perhaps Hu Hai might yet grow in wisdom, for he is indeed your son, your Majesty. Zhao Gao discreetly sought to bolster Hu Hai's reputation. Growth? Where has he exhibited such development? Did you not hear? The zenith of the Qin dynasty rests within my grasp. It is possible that this vast Qin could very well crumble in his hands. Yingzheng scoffed, unable to imagine the fate of the Qin under the stewardship of such a character. No, I must devise a plan. The Qin cannot be entrusted to Hu Hai under any circumstances. At this moment, Yingzheng had no inclination to ponder the expanse of his territory. His primary concern was how Hu Hai came to occupy the throne. In the Sui dynasty, Yang Jian gazed at the heavens and erupted in laughter. Oh, Empress, you truly bring me to the brink of mirth. Yang Jian beamed at Dogu Trao Luo, a smile illuminating his face. He could now comprehend the meaning of the hellish jest spoken of by posterity. If the first emperor of Qin were to learn that the magnificent dynasty he established with such fervor had met its demise in merely 2 generations, he would likely rise in ire from his tomb. Dogu Chao Luo chuckled in agreement, acknowledging that their royal lineage differed significantly from that of the common folk, where the selection of an heir was of utmost importance. At this juncture, she shifted her tone. Between us, my dear, I fear that Yonger does not possess the qualities to shoulder such responsibilities. I have heard whispers that at a recent banquet, he expressed dissatisfaction towards you, his father, inebriated and undignified. Conversely, Guang'er bears a striking resemblance to you in character. Might we reconsider the position of crown prince? Yang Jian furrowed his brow, a surge of indignation welling within him. He was well aware of the incident at the banquet, and his disappointment in his eldest son was palpable. Why could he not be as commendable as Li Shimin or Zhu Biao? It was truly vexing. Yonger was behaving most unreasonably. If he continued in this manner, perhaps the title of crown prince should be bestowed upon Guang'er instead. Dogu Chao Luo's countenance brightened at this prospect, for she harbored considerable discontent towards her eldest son. How dare he favor a concubine over his wife? It must be remembered that Yuan Shi is her own niece, and yet he treated her so poorly. Despite her numerous reminders, Yonger showed no signs of remorse. With such a character, how could he ever ascend to the imperial throne? The video concluded at this point, leaving many unmentioned dynasties feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Li Shimin expressed his dissatisfaction, questioning why he was not mentioned at such a crucial moment. He too desired to know the vastness of the Tang dynasty at its zenith and how his descendants fared. Lu Che was equally exasperated, lamenting that the narrative had abruptly ceased, yearning to comprehend the magnitude of the Han dynasty during its peak and whether it surpassed that of the Ming. The emperors of various dynasties either sighed or felt fortunate. Some longed to see their legacy, while others were relieved not to be referenced. After their sighs, the attention of their forebears shifted back to the celestial canvas above, where they beheld Lin Chi's finger poised above the 3 marked points. The commentary from the descendants offered them a wealth of information. Yunwen, it is not my father's teachings that are commendable. It is clearly your grandfather's guidance that is praiseworthy. Follow-up. Zhu Biao had once been reprimanded. Follow-up, huh? That made me burst into laughter. Zhao Ji, I too wish to claim over 3 million. Yet they insist that those acquired are not counted. In terms of territorial expanse, one must concede to the Qin dynasty. They indeed held the most extensive control. If Emperor Qin Shi Huang were to learn of the actions of Hu Hai and Zhao Gao, he would surely rise from the depths to avenge himself upon them. Upon discovering that he would ascend to the throne in the future, Hu Hai initially reveled in secret delight. However, upon reading this, a chill ran down his spine. What had he done? Hu Hai, Zhao Gao, he called. The two, startled by Ying Zheng's voice, collapsed to their knees. Ying Zheng turned, his gaze piercing into them. He was now curious about what they had done to incite such comments from future generations. Father, it is unjust. What could I have done? You know my disposition. Ying Zheng's face regained its composure. It matters not that I am unaware now. As long as this celestial canvas remains, I shall eventually learn the truth. You would do well to pray that your future actions do not exceed the bounds of propriety. Hu Hai and Zhao Gao, witnessing Ying Zheng's unervingly calm demeanor, felt a wave of terror wash over them. As those closest to Ying Zheng, they understood him all too well. This state of tranquility was far more fearsome than his wrath. Chapter 44. If Li Shimin transcended to become Fusu, a smile involuntarily graced Lin Chi's face as he pondered the expression that the ancestor dragon would wear upon learning that his grand Qin dynasty had met its demise at the hands of Hu Hai, leading to its swift downfall. Strictly speaking, Hu Hai and Zhao Gao would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame for the Qin's untimely end. However, this does not imply that the Qin had no issues during Ying Zheng's reign. The young sovereign acted with undue haste, undertaking monumental projects such as the construction of the Great Wall, the Qin Emperor's Mausoleum, the Yipeng Palace, the northern fortifications, and the southern campaigns against the Baiwei. Each of these endeavors demanded immense human resources, and during that era, how much manpower did the Qin truly possess to sustain such extravagant expenditures? Moreover, not long after vanquishing the 6 states, countless remnants of these states, harboring loyalties to their former homeland, clandestinely awaited their opportunity to strike a blow against the Qin. It was only due to the overwhelming prestige of the young sovereign that he managed to suppress the brewing discontent. Otherwise, The situation could have easily mirrored that of another Yongguang. Even if Fusu had ascended to the throne, Lin Qi remained unconvinced that he would adeptly navigate the intricate circumstances. However, if it were Erfeng, he believed the outcome would be less problematic. As Lin Qi scrolled to the next video, he was struck with astonishment. The power of big data truly astounded him. Just as he contemplated Erfeng, the platform suggested a video concerning the Emperor Erfeng. What if Li Shimin transcended to become Fusu Mini Theater beneath the celestial canopy? Countless ancestors gazed in wonder at the unfolding spectacle, grasping the implications of this transcendence as explained by the ethereal display. Although they had repeatedly been amazed by the imaginative musings of later generations, at that moment, they realized they had underestimated the creativity of their descendants. Could this truly be played out? Li Shimin as Fusu? How intriguing, especially for those ancestors well acquainted with both figures in the subsequent dynasties. They began to reflect deeply on the ramifications of such a scenario. What if His Majesty Taizong truly became Fusu? How would events unfold? In the Qin dynasty, Yingzheng summoned Fusu, eager to observe how this individual, later placed alongside him in history, would manage affairs if he were indeed to transform into Fusu. Perhaps from this moment, insights could be gleaned about what transpired after his reign. Yingzheng's gaze flickered momentarily toward Hu Hai and Zhao Gao, imbued with a glint of coldness. Feeling the weight of Yingzheng's stare, Hu Hai and Zhao Gao trembled, silently beseeching divine intervention. They were unaware of the specifics of their actions, yet based on the discourse of future generations, it was evident that their deeds were far from commendable. In the Tang dynasty, during the Jingguan period, Li Shimin stroked his chin in contemplation. He was well aware of Fusu, the eldest son of the first emperor of Qin, who had met his end by imperial decree. Should he truly transcend to become Fusu, what course of action would he pursue? While he could not guarantee any outcomes, one thing was certain: he would never meekly accept death. In the Western Han dynasty, Lu Che once again erupted in frustration. Why is it that Li Shimin has traversed to become Fusu rather than myself? Am I to be deemed inferior to Li Shimin? I am most curious to see what he can achieve in the guise of Fusu. His Majesty Lu Zhuzhu was filled with discontent, feeling that the heavens were treating him unjustly. Initially, he was acknowledged as the third in line after Emperor Wu of Han, yet thereafter, he scarcely received mention. The comments of later generations seem to have entirely forgotten him. Unlike Li Shimin, who is hailed by many, he is but one rank below Li Shimin. Yet he adamantly refuses to accept this. Why does posterity favor Li Shimin so? Why do all the good fortunes seem to befall him? The scene above began to shift. Two Shiba Inu, garbed in ancient attire, appeared on the screen. Beside the Shiba Inu on the left, a line of text read, Fusu Li Shimin. The Shiba Inu on the right, clad in black, bore the name Zhao Gao. Li Shimin, Fusu, did I not die? How am I alive again? Zhao Gao, Your Highness, the Emperor has granted you death. Please take your own life. Yingzheng cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Gao, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He did not expect such developments to transpire so swiftly. A granted death, it seemed he was aware of what was to come. How audacious they were to act without his notice. At that moment, Yingzheng silently mocked himself. It appeared that standing too high sometimes obscured one's path below. Li Shimin, Fusu, wait a moment. What did you call me? Zhao Gao, I called you prince. Li Shimin, secretly delighted, am I truly a prince? Zhao Gao, what are you so pleased about, you scoundrel? You are to take your own life. Li Shimin, Fusu, why would I, a prince, be granted death? I do not understand. Zhao Gao, because you command an army of 300,000. The emperor fears your rebellion. Li Shimin, shocked expression, how many? Zhao Gao, 300,000. Beneath the celestial screen, countless ancestors displayed similar expressions of astonishment. 300,000 soldiers, and I am to take my own life? Throughout the dynasties, even in the times following the Qin, the common folk scarcely knew of Fusu, save for a few aristocrats. To have even heard the name Fusu would indicate considerable knowledge, even among the noble families. There were many debauched youths who were hearing tales of Fusu for the first time. Yingzheng too was perplexed. He indeed contemplated sending Fusu to the frontier. Yet the emergence of the celestial screen had disrupted his plans. His gaze returned to Zhao Gao, intrigued by how Zhao Gao would maneuver to elevate Hu Hai to the throne, given that Fusu wielded such a formidable force. Had he underestimated Zhao Gao's capabilities? Was he truly akin to Zhang Yi or Su Qin? Li Shimin, Fusu, so you mean to say that I am the rightful heir apparent and command an army of 300,000? Zhao Gao regarded Fusu's demeanor, sensing something amiss, yet he could not quite articulate it. Zhao Gao, indeed. Li Shimin, Fusu so, I find myself in this predicament. And you now invite me to my demise? Huh. Someone, take this eunuch away and have him castrated. Zhao Gao, no, wait, is that appropriate? I am already a eunuch. Li Shimin, Fusu, I suspect you have not been thoroughly castrated. Let it be done again. In the era of Jingguan, His Majesty Emperor Taizong Li Heir became entirely engrossed in the tale unfolding in the heavens above. The notion of a rightful heir to the throne? With command over 300,000 troops. What a splendid beginning this is. I implore you to cheer for me. Chapter 45. Ying's troubles. Ying Zheng cast a discreet glance beneath Zhao Gao, seemingly lost in thought. Was he not fully emasculated? Should I not send someone to examine him again? Zhao Gao? Your servant is here. Zhao Gao's voice suddenly echoed throughout the grand hall. He dropped to his knees. His rear elevated, scrambling with hands and feet towards Ying Zheng's feet, his expression one of fervent agitation. His actions instantly attracted the attention of the formidable soldiers of the Qin court. Step back. Two heavily armored warriors, their faces masked, brandished their halberds to block Zhao Gao's path. I have grown up in this palace since childhood, always loyal to your majesty, as heaven bears witness. Zhao Gao trembled like a leaf, crying out in protest, his body drenched in cold sweat. He understood that if he did not act swiftly, he would not leave the hall alive today. The ministers, witnessing Zhao Gao's prostration and disgrace, cast mocking glances his way. Your Majesty, I beseech you to execute Zhao Gao. Meng Yi boldly declared, his eyes fixed on Zhao Gao. At last, he had found another opportunity to confront him. Meng Yi had long suspected that beneath Zhao Gao's seemingly docile exterior lay a heart filled with ambition. Ying Zheng regarded Zhao Gao with a penetrating gaze before waving his hand, prompting the two warriors to step aside. Fear not. Ying Zheng gestured towards the heavens. If you are indeed as loyal as you claim, I shall ensure your safety. Fusu, Ying Zheng continued, addressing the silent prince who had been gazing at the sky since the beginning. If faced with an edict demanding your own demise, what would you do? A sense of foreboding settled within him. In the celestial realm, as Zhao Gao was dragged away, a Shiba Inu clad in armor bearing Ming Tian's name entered. Countless ancestors spectated this scene, at a loss for words. Are we truly at odds with this yellow-skinned dog? Ming Tian, Your Highness, are you planning to defy the edict? Li Shimin, Fusu, how can this be considered defiance? I am the crown prince, and my father has granted me an army of 300,000. I cannot believe he would suspect me of rebellion and sentence me to death. It makes no sense. Meng Tian, but what if it truly is His Majesty's decree? Li Shimin, smiling, if it is indeed so, then it places me in quite a predicament. The ancestors beneath the celestial realm erupted in laughter at this exchange. Having witnessed the events through the heavenly screens and the subsequent comments from later generations, they were well aware of how Li Shimin ascended to the throne. This statement truly aligned with Li Shimin's character. Lu Che seized every opportunity to mock him, addressing the assembly of ministers. Since the time of our founding ancestor, the Han dynasty has placed great emphasis on filial piety. Li Shimin is indeed a dutiful son, embodying the essence of a good child. From this perspective, one could only anticipate the disorder that would ensue in the Tang dynasty. In the Jingguan era, Li Yuan, witnessing this spectacle, was left breathless with indignation. This rebellious son had made his actions so widely known that there was no turning back. Li Shimin glanced around, feigning busyness to mask his embarrassment. It must be admitted that this indeed resembled his character. Meng Tian, you rascal, do you truly intend to rebel? Li Shimin, Fusu, among my entourage, you are the only one, great general. With your merit of assisting the dragon, how shall I bestow upon you a title? Meng Tian, with a resolute expression, well, the merit of assisting the dragon. Indeed, I am naturally loyal to your majesty. My Ming family has been steadfastly loyal for generations. I am merely here to assist the son of heaven. Your majesty, I am not certain how to address the great general. Li Shimin, laughing heartily, great general. Meng Tian, laughing, your majesty. Li Shimin, great general. Meng Tian, in a frenzy, ah ha ha ha, your majesty. In the Qin dynasty, Ying Zheng gazed at the celestial canopy, where two Shiba Inus were tightly embracing and laughing heartily, feeling a tightening in his fists. The ministers within the hall gritted their teeth, recalling the sorrows of their lives, striving to suppress their laughter. While others found it amusing, Meng Tian, the subject of the jest, could not muster a smile. Meng Tian, great general? Ying Zheng cast a sidelong glance at Meng Tian, who stiffly managed to smile, "Your Majesty." Wang Li could no longer contain his laughter, and his mirth triggered a chain reaction among the Qin officials, whose suppressed chuckles erupted, filling the grand hall with an atmosphere of joy. Even Ing Zheng was amused. "Your Majesty, such jesting by the descendants should not be taken seriously," Meng Tian lamented. "Enough, I harbor no ill will towards you." Ing Zheng waved his hand. He was merely toying with Meng Tian. He understood the nuances of the words spoken by future generations, discerning which to believe and which to dismiss. Unbeknownst to him, since the arrival of the celestial canopy, his spirits had lifted considerably, and he felt rejuvenated. In the past, such playful banter with his ministers was a rare occurrence. To assist the dragon, many ancestors, upon encountering this phrase, could not help but feel a surge of warmth in their hearts. Historically, one of the swiftest routes to ascendancy has been through assisting the dragon in times of need. Upon introspection, if they had the chance, even with a mere 20% success rate, they would dare to strive. Meng Tian. "Then, Your Majesty, what shall our course of action be? Perhaps I should lead the troops back to assess the situation." "Li Shimin, Fu Su, there is no need. I shall go personally." Meng Tian. "Then how shall we articulate our words?" Li Shimin. "Fu Su, rest assured, I am a cultured man. My speech shall be eloquent. Just watch." The scene shifted to another grand hall, where countless ancestors watched with great relish, some even munching on seeds and watermelon, enjoying the spectacle with hearty laughter. "Li Shimin, Fu Su Hu Hai, you wretched grandson, are you conspiring with that vile Zhao Gao to forge a false imperial decree? Hu Hai, dare you defy the imperial edict? Do you not fear the wrath of our father, who would punish you and your entire clan?" Li Shimin. "Fu Su, I have already been condemned to death. What do I have to fear from your threats? If you possess the audacity, then eradicate not just my clan, but 10 others. If I do not spare you, it is only because you are my grandson. Hu Hai, just you wait. I shall inform our father." Li Shimin. "Fu Su, come. If you are unconvinced, then let us meet at Tianmu Gate. If you do not come, you shall remain under my care. Through wind and rain, I shall await you at Tianmu Gate." Meng Tian, witnessing Fu Su's audacious demeanor, hastily pulled him aside. Meng Tian. "Your Majesty, you have offended both your father and brother simultaneously. What shall we do?" Li Shimin. With a smug expression, "No one understands the intricacies of familial relations better than I." Meng Tian. "Does your Majesty possess a strategy to address this?" Li Shimin. "Fu Su, 9 strategies. I have 9 methods at my disposal." Meng Tian. "I fear that future generations may speak ill of you, resulting in an undignified conclusion." Li Shimin. "Fu Su, dignity? I am the first in line for succession. I am the crown prince, and I command 300,000 elite troops. They shall either maintain their dignity, or I shall ensure they do." Meng Tian, with realization that is indeed a valid point. "Ha, this is utterly hilarious." Liu Bang could hardly contain his laughter. If circumstances allowed, he would truly wish to witness that spectacle. If Fu Su had the audacity to rebel against his father, what an intriguing scene that would be. The mere thought sent a thrill akin to being clawed by a cat through Liu Bang's heart. Meanwhile, Ing Zheng, at that moment, truly felt like the first emperor of Qin, utterly perplexed. Chapter 46. Meng Tian, speak for me. What does it mean for me to lack dignity? Help me uphold my dignity. Li Shimin, is it? At the Xuanwu Gate? So be it, just wait for me. Even though he understood this was merely a jest from later generations, Ing Zheng still felt a flicker of anger, as if he were destined to be outmatched by Li Shimin. At this moment, Ing Zheng's curiosity about Li Shimin had reached its zenith. Previously, the celestial screen had provided him with a brief introduction to Li Shimin. He knew that this individual had pacified the realm through martial prowess and was also renowned for his literary accomplishments, bearing the title of Heavenly Khan. But what of it? Wasn't he everyone in this world pacified by martial strength? Could he simply usurp another's power? Li Shimin was formidable, but did that imply Ing Zheng was merely incompetent? After a considerable time, Ing Zheng finally calmed down. Although the video had concluded, he had gleaned much from it. After his demise, Zhao Gao and Hu Hai had falsely proclaimed an imperial edict to execute Fu Su. Ing Zheng cast a cold smile at Zhao Gao, having expected some remarkable wisdom from him, only to find this. Did he genuinely believe a mere decree would suffice to seal Fu Su's fate? Did he think the 30,000 troops under his command were mere idle spectators? Fu Su possessed great righteousness. From a young age, he had been groomed as his successor, a fact well known among the ministers both inside and outside the court, not to mention the many members of the Qin royal family. The reason Yingzheng had not named Fusu as crown prince was due to the treachery of Chomping Jun, which led to the loss of trust in the Chu faction within the court. Yingzheng began to contemplate the situation following his death. As long as he did not perish unexpectedly, he would undoubtedly issue a decree appointing Fusu as his successor. When he established this decree, he would surely summon numerous ministers to witness it. Even if unforeseen events were to occur, aside from Zhao Gao, Li Si and Meng Yi would certainly be by his side. How exactly had the false edict been achieved? Could Zhao Gao have persuaded both Li Si and Meng Yi to participate in this deception? The situation seemed too far-fetched. Regardless, he decided to set aside the question of how the false edict succeeded. Even if it were dispatched, Fusu commanded an army of 300,000. After his death, before the situation clarified, Hu Hai would not be able to ascend swiftly, lacking legitimacy and foundation within the military. The Qin forces would not heed Hu Hai's commands. As long as Fusu mobilized his troops, even before reaching Xianyang, Zhao Gao's head would likely already be delivered to Fusu. After pondering for a long time, Yingzheng found it difficult to conceive even a sliver of a possibility for Fusu's defeat. It was crucial to remember that those 300,000 soldiers were border troops. Could it be that Fusu also succumbed unexpectedly? Eastern Han Guangwu. Lu Xiu gazed at the celestial screen and expressed a hint of envy towards the ministers beside him. It seemed the later generations held a particular fondness for the Tang Taizong, Li Shimin. What difficulty was there in traversing time as Fusu? It was merely a situation of effortless victory. Would not I fare equally well? The 28 generals in the hall nodded in agreement, feeling confident that even if they were to take his place, they would find it quite manageable. Lu Ju and Li Chengxian expressed their sincere desire for Fusu's script. Fusu lacked courage, while they not only possessed it, but were emboldened to the utmost. The fathers of these two individuals are none other than Emperor Wu of Han and General Li Shimin of the Heavenly Strategy. It is audacious that they dared to rebel while their fathers still drew breath. Not to mention the fact that they commanded an army of 300,000. Contemplating this, they couldn't help but curse them as inept. Such a promising situation could still lead to failure. It was only fitting that the Qin dynasty met its demise under such circumstances. It remains a perplexing enigma throughout history. Who truly knows what thoughts occupied Fusu's mind? With 300,000 troops at his disposal and the capable Meng Tian by his side, he chose to end his own life over a mere edict. And in such an irreversible manner, can you believe it? Upon receiving the edict, Fusu contemplated suicide, but was halted by Meng Tian, who insisted on returning first to assess the situation. As they journeyed, news of Fusu's death reached them. Leaving Meng Tian in utter despair, one can scarcely imagine the depths of his hopelessness at that moment. Meng Tian lamented, "Oh, heavens, discern between loyalty and treachery." One could only attribute Fusu's fate to his character. He presumed that his father would loathe him for being exiled. Yet how many virtuous individuals maintained command of an army of 300,000 while facing banishment? Fusu had been deeply influenced by Confucian ideals, as the saying goes. A ruler commands his subjects to die, and the subjects must comply. Let's be honest, Confucianism cannot bear this burden. It is inappropriate to compare the Confucianism of the Song, Ming, and Qing dynasties with that of the Qin era. The Qin had numerous Confucian schools, including the Gonyang school. After all, the pursuit of vengeance for 9 generations is also a tenet of Confucianism. As for the later developments, that was more akin to Confucian teachings, with the concepts of father and son among ministers emerging only during the reign of Liu Bang. Surprisingly, Fusu's death was indeed a suicide. It was a revelation to many. Yingzheng was taken aback. How could such a thing occur? He glanced at Fusu, his shock and bewilderment evident, far greater than when he learned of the failure to conquer Chu. Was Fusu truly this sincere? He had never perceived him as one who would heed his words so earnestly. In the past, Fusu had been quite bold, even daring to speak back to him. The officials of the Qin dynasty gazed at Fusu with incredulity. Chunyu Yu was aghast. When had he ever taught Fusu that a ruler commands his subjects to die, and the subjects must comply? He had only imparted the teachings of propriety. Fusu felt the weight of their stares, his mind swirling with confusion. He pondered deeply. Should he indeed be exiled and commanded by his father to die? Then upon realizing the implications, Fusu fell silent, for his first instinct was indeed to contemplate suicide. Young Master Fusu could hardly fathom that anyone would dare to feign an edict from Yingzheng. Meng Tian observed Fusu, words caught in his throat. He was experiencing the profound meaning of loyalty in the face of impending death, questioning why the emperor would yield so soon. Let us put it this way. Even without an army of 300,000, if I possessed 300,000 in spare wealth, I would not heed my father's commands. I have 300,000 in spare wealth. My father must listen to me. This notion was met with understanding, as countless ancestors beneath the heavens nodded in agreement. Had they possessed 300,000 in spare wealth, they too would not have heeded their fathers. If only Fusa had the audacity of Li Shimin. The laughter of the first emperor could surely echo through the Qin mausoleum. In a humorous remark, Qin Shi Huang commented, "My son is quite good," followed by a correction. No, it should be, my dear son. Indeed, he is my son." The laughter continued as he expressed his thoughts in the dialect of Shangxi. Zhang, covering his face and twitching his lips, contemplated saying something to Fusu, who was blushing from the remarks of posterity. "Fusu, your filial piety is truly commendable," he thought, observing his son's demeanor. After a moment of reflection, he attempted to console him. "Father, I truly lack the capability to bear the heavy burden of the Qin," Fusu replied, kneeling and bowing deeply. "Please, your majesty, choose another." "Such a notion is unacceptable, your majesty," retorted an advisor. "Young Master Fusu is gentle in temperament, and his filial heart is evident to heaven and earth. He has committed no grave errors. It would be unwise to dismiss him. To prevent future misunderstandings, I dare suggest the establishment of a crown prince." Agreed, echoed the courtiers in the grand hall, realizing that the emperor had not genuinely turned against Fusu. After all, who could resent a son for being overly dutiful? Moreover, sometimes what is deemed good may not align with what is right. In light of the current state of Qin, Fusu's gentle nature is precisely what the people require. Zhang placed a reassuring hand on Fusu's shoulder. "Do you hear me? Mistakes are not fearsome if one can amend them. I, as your father, have never once harbored the thought of rejecting you." "Father." Fusu's tears streamed down his face. Zhang, reflecting on his own shortcomings, recognized that in his preoccupation with state affairs, he had been somewhat remiss in his concern for his son's education, leading to a disconnect between them. As for the comments of later generations regarding Li Shimin, that was a different matter. While Li Shimin's prowess was his own, Zhang would certainly welcome if Fusu could learn even a fraction of his abilities. "Father." Sob. A discordant voice arose amidst the father-son camaraderie as Hu Hai expressed his desire to join the conversation. Zhang turned his gaze upon Hu Hai, and the warmth in his eyes vanished. "I almost forgot about you, you rascal." Chapter 47. What 800 individuals could achieve in history bring Zhao Gao and Hu Hai down. Hu Hai wields 20 strikes, while Zhao Gao has 30. "Father, please. I am wronged," Hu Hai exclaimed in abject terror. The impending 20 strikes could prove fatal, or at the very least, leave him severely injured. With his delicate skin, how could he endure such punishment? A flicker of compassion crossed Zhang's eyes, yet he steeled himself, commanding, "Take them away." "Yes." Zhang clenched his fists, contemplating the possibility of ending their lives immediately. However, he hesitated, pondering whether Hu Hai might yet prove a capable ruler. After all, figures like Zhu Di and Li Shimin ascended to power through dubious means. Yet, if they could achieve great things, who would care about the means? Li Shimin: "In my past life, I was the king of Qin. In this life, I remain the king of Qin. Is there anything wrong with that?" Li Shimin and Lu Chan are indeed two of the busiest emperors, traversing the world. In response, otherwise, one is fierce, and the other obedient. Such a combination is quite reassuring. During the reign of the Tang dynasty, the ministers laughed heartily. Changsun Wuji observed Li Shimin and remarked, "The descendants hold the emperor in such high regard." Li Shimin, with a smirk of satisfaction, waved his hand dismissively. "It is merely a facade, a hollow title, unworthy of mention." During the Three Kingdoms period, Liu Bei gazed at the heavens, astonished. He had not anticipated that Lu Shan would be a topic of discussion. Liu Bei was all too aware of his son's character, perpetually preoccupied with food and drink, or engaged in cricket fighting. Yet, this son was somehow beloved by future generations. Even compared to Li Shimin. "Strategist, is there a misunderstanding here?" Liu Bei summoned Lu Shan, observing his son's naive expression, puzzled as ever. Could it be that Shan is, like Gaozu, a late bloomer? Kongming pondered for a moment and replied, "It seems that posterity simply appreciates the obedient nature of young Shan." Liu Bei, reassured, nodded. The designation of a ruler who preserves the legacy is indeed a commendable one. Lin Qi stretched lazily, intrigued by the thought of what would happen if Zhu Di were to transmigrate as Fu Su. Given Fu Su's circumstances, Even an ordinary person could effortlessly succeed in such a scenario. The challenge lies in how to stabilize the realm after becoming the second emperor of Qin. One must remember, lurking among the remnants of the Six Kingdoms is the formidable Xiang Yu, ever watchful. 800, a number steeped in historical mystique. Oh, what significance does the number 800 hold? Could it be connected to the metaphysical? Under the celestial dome, many became captivated. Numerous individuals interested in mysticism began scouring ancient texts, seeking the unique attributes of the number 800. What could 800 people accomplish? The ancestors pondered alongside the voice echoing from the heavens. If only I could gather 800 men to assist me in tilling the land. Just imagining it brings me joy. 800 men should be worth at least 100 oxen, I reckon. A farmer wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, a broad smile illuminating his dusky face. He seemed to envision the comfort of having 800 helpers working the fields. How foolish. If I had 800 men, I would lead them to claim the land, ensuring no one within 100 miles would dare to bully me or seize my wives. What a splendid thought. A nearby farmer scoffed. With 800 men, yet you still think of farming? You deserve to toil in the fields for a lifetime. Many generals pondered the implications of such a number, neither too great nor too insignificant. In contemporary times, 800 men might seem of little use. They couldn't even fell a single PDD. However, in the context of history, this number holds considerable intrigue. As the narrative unfolded, a scene emerged. Within the military tent, a young warrior clad in armor appeared before all. Lieutenant Piaoyou, I grant you an opportunity. Lead your 800 cavalry to capture a few tongues for me. The youthful warrior beamed with excitement. Thank you, General. My 800 elite cavalry have been prepared, awaiting your command. Without waiting for a response, he strode out of the tent, mounted his horse, and addressed the 800 men before him, having nurtured soldiers for 1,000 days. Now is the moment to employ them. Who dares to follow me? We dare, roared the 800 soldiers. Then let us march. Without hesitation, the young warrior led his elite cavalry straight towards the grasslands. Even a young tiger possesses the spirit of a beast. At that moment, many discerned the identity of this spirited youth. Apart from the renowned champion General Hua Tsubing, none were as audacious as he. The crucial point was that his boldness was backed by genuine prowess. Drink from the Han Sea, conquer the wolf's abode. This was among the highest achievements for a military commander. The scene shifted to the vast grasslands, where a contingent of cavalry raced towards the horizon. The flags snapping in the wind, prominently displaying the character Hua. General, where are we headed? Hua Tsubing's vigilant gaze swept the surroundings. What does it matter? Just follow me and charge forward. Kill the enemy upon sight. Remember, we are outnumbered. Do not linger in battle. With that, Hua Tsubing unsheathed his sword and continued to lead his troops forward at a swift pace. The scene continued to flicker, with countless Xiongnu warriors lamenting as they fell beneath the blades of this Han army. Hua Tsubing, leading his 800 men into battle for the first time, raced across the heart of Xiongnu territory for a day and a night, directly assaulting their stronghold. In this engagement, Hua Tsubing claimed 2,028 enemy heads, including those of the Xiongnu chieftain's ministers, grandfathers, and uncles. This first battle of Hua Tsubing's life crowned him with glory, earning him the title of champion general from Emperor Wu of Han. Bravo! Well fought! Did you see that? This is our Han general. Liu Bang, a mere commoner, sprang up from the ground, his smile more difficult to contain than that of an AK. Chapter 48, 800 Elite Warriors, let us achieve glory together. Huns. No matter how formidable you may be, I, the Duke, find you no match. However, my descendants surpass you. Liu Bang joyfully paced back and forth within the grand hall. For there is no greater delight in life than witnessing the capabilities of one's successors. What a remarkable young general, the champion marquis, truly deserving of his title. Liu Bang turned to his ministers with a smile, inquiring about their thoughts on this champion marquis. Xiao He furrowed his brow, finding the champion marquis's approach to warfare unprecedented. Could it be that he disregards the importance of logistics? As a specialist in logistics, Xiao He fully understood its critical significance. How could Hua Tsubing sustain a campaign traversing hundreds of miles within a single day and night without sufficient supplies? Han Xian pondered for a moment and concluded that it must be a case of fighting to sustain the fight. Zhang Liang, perplexed, questioned how the champion marquis could accurately pinpoint the location of the Hun's royal court on the vast and nomadic grasslands. The three heroes of early Han exchanged glances, uncertain whether Hua Tsubing was merely audacious, fortunate, or truly knowledgeable about the Hun's whereabouts. Han Xin, intrigued, unfurled a map to contemplate. He felt confident in a direct confrontation with the Huns. However, if the battlefield were to be set on the grasslands, how would one contend with the Huns? The challenge lay not in the battle itself, but in the precise identification of the Huns' location. Even with a Hun as a guide, it was no simple task, as they were constantly on the move with their cattle and sheep, often losing their way on the vast plains. Perhaps it was simply a stroke of luck. Han Xin reassured himself. In later years, countless individuals reflected on the name of the champion Marquis Huitzubing, shaking their heads in lamentation. Like a dazzling meteor illuminating the heavens before vanishing, his brilliance elicited profound regret. As the image of Huitzubing faded, a magnificent city emerged before all. The scene shifted to reveal the grand characters Hefei emblazoned atop the city gate. Outside the moat of Hefei, a formidable army of 100,000 lay in wait. Wasn't the recent video of the valiant Huitzubing profoundly stirring? Next, we shall delve into another tale of the 800. Many astute students may have already deduced the subject matter from the mention of Hefei and 800. Indeed, we are about to recount the story of Ziyajin. Before we embark on this narrative, let us first reflect on the events of the year 215. For Sun Quan, situated in eastern Wu. The year 215 was exceedingly joyous. This year, Eastern Wu successfully captured the 3 prefectures of Jingzhou while Cao Cao was preoccupied with his campaign in Hanzhong, leaving the northeastern defenses of Jiangdong vulnerable. Liu Bei had returned to Yizhou, ensuring security along the eastern and western fronts. What delighted him most was the newfound opportunity to assault Hefei, for due to Cao Wei's strategic circumstances, the coveted stronghold he longed for was historically underdefended. With only 7,000 troops remaining, with a formidable force of 100,000 at his command, what was there to wait for? It was time to mobilize. In the year 212 of the Three Kingdoms, Sun Quan lifted his head in astonishment, and in an instant, a look of delight graced his countenance. He had thought that he would never be mentioned under this celestial canopy. The names of Chao Mengda and Lu Xuanda had been invoked, their faces displayed prominently. Surely, it was now his turn. Congratulations, my lord. It seems the descendants have not forgotten us. The valiant sons of Jiangdong are unparalleled, and the future generations shall remember us. It is thanks to your sagacity, my lord, that we have this opportunity to bring honor to our ancestors. All credit goes to you. Sun Quan waved his hand dismissively. Feigning modesty, yet a self-satisfied expression lingered on his face. He was acutely aware of the illustrious deeds of the champion Marquis that had just been recounted. Even through mere words, the grandeur of his legacy resonated, destined to be etched in history. Now, it was Sun Quan's turn to secure his place in the annals of time. Through the narrative of the celestial display, he was immediately absorbed. For Hefei was a coveted prize he had long desired. With a force of 100,000 against merely 7,000, and with Chao and Lu occupied elsewhere, he could hardly conceive of a defeat. 800. Could it be that one of his great generals led 800 men to seize Hefei? Or perhaps it was he himself. With this thought, excitement coursed through Sun Quan's entire being, causing him to tremble. In the same temporal realm beneath the celestial canopy, the factions of Cao Cao and Liu Bei were attentively observing the display, engaged in earnest discussion. Particularly, the forces of Cao Cao were keenly aware that Hefei was their territory, soon to be besieged by Sun Quan. In the Western Han, Huitzubing gazed intently at the celestial display, eager to discern the merits of the 800 men who would be mentioned alongside him. Pay close attention, Zubing. As the saying goes, one can learn from the stones of other mountains. Regardless of whether it be the experiences of the past or the present, one must humbly absorb any valuable lessons. Lu Che observed Huitzubing's earnest instruction. I thank your majesty for your teachings, Huitzubing replied with a nod. In August of 215, seizing the opportunity while Cao Cao was on a campaign in Hanzhong, Sun Quan personally led an army of 100,000 northward, advancing directly to the gates of Hefei via Chaohu. At this juncture, a map appeared, meticulously detailing all significant mountains, rivers, and terrains from Jianye to Hefei. A red line traced the route of the Eastern Wu forces across the map. Kong Ming, astonished by the map, exclaimed, "Someone assist me. I must record every detail of this map without omission." "Here, let me do it myself," Ing Zheng remarked. "What a remarkably clear map. The celestial authority must have it all recorded." Beneath the celestial canopy, countless ancestors were awestruck by the exquisite precision of the cartography, which captured the geography, with astonishing clarity, a true marvel of craftsmanship. In this campaign, aside from Sun Quan, the Eastern Wu command also included notable generals such as El Meng, Gan Ning, He Qi, Su Shang, Jiang Qin, Ling Tong, and Song Qian among others. The generals whose names were called out beamed with joy, exchanging knowing glances and expressions of delight, while those not mentioned felt a twinge of envy gnaw at them. Why limit the number to merely a dozen? Perhaps a few more should be mentioned. They might very well be among them. As for the defense on the Chao Wei side, the defenders included General Zhang Liao, Lu Jin, Li Dian, with the commander being Xue Ti, and a garrison of 7,000 men. During the Western Han period, Han Xian sat across from Zhang Liang, with a sand table placed between them. Liu Bang, accompanied by LG, Liu Ying, and Xiao He, observed from the sidelines. Such a formidable city, coupled with 7,000 troops, would easily withstand a siege for 3 months, provided there were sufficient provisions within the walls, even without reinforcements. Han Xian expressed his perspective. Should he be tasked with the defense against a formidable opponent like Zhang Liang, whose 100,000 men were united in purpose? He could only hold out for 3 months. If no reinforcements arrived within that time frame, the consideration of a breakout would become imperative. Zhang Liang remained non-committal. He preferred to strategize meticulously before taking action. He believed that if his adversary were Han Xian, he would be unable to breach the city within 3 months. This judgment stemmed from his understanding of Han Xian, while he remained unaware of the temperaments of Zhang Liao and Sun Quan, thus refraining from hasty conclusions. It is noteworthy that when Cao Cao arranged the defense for Hefei, he provided Commander Xue Ti with a secret strategy, which stated, if Sun Quan arrives, then Generals Zhang and Li shall engage in battle, while General Liu remains to defend. The commander shall remain inactive. Ying Zheng, upon reading this, let out a cold laugh, sensing that Sun Quan was being underestimated, as it was explicitly stated that if he approached, he could be lured out for battle, which, to put it bluntly, indicated a lack of regard for Sun Quan as a formidable opponent. Upon receiving the orders, Zhang Liao and Li Jian found themselves somewhat bewildered. The enemy numbered 100,000, while they had merely 7,000, and with a portion of that needed for defense. They could muster no more than 3,000 for an offensive. Leading such a scant force outside the city for combat was akin to sending men to their doom. The principle of military command dictates that orders may not always be obeyed in the field. As the other generals hesitated on whether to follow the strategy laid out in the secret message, Zhang Liao decisively took charge, declaring, "Let us proceed." That night, Zhang Liao personally recruited 800 men from the ranks, feasting them to bolster their morale. The following day, he threw open the city gates and shouted, 800 valiant warriors, follow me to glory. Chapter 49, Zhang Liao. Pay attention, I shall teach only once. In the Eastern Wu, Sun Quan stared at the celestial screen, utterly bewildered. Could it be that the 800 referred to that Zhang Wenyuan? Suddenly, a foreboding sensation surged within Sun Quan's heart. Surely not. What a formidable Zhang Liao. Truly a valiant general. Ying Zheng clapped his hands in admiration, his gaze filled with appreciation for the general displayed upon the celestial screen. Regardless of whether Sun Quan was indeed a fool, to dare confront 100,000 with merely 800 was a courage beyond the reach of ordinary men. As the saying goes, when the number of men exceeds 10,000, the sight of a vast crowd is overwhelming, let alone the imposing aura emanating from an army of 100,000. For those who have never witnessed it, the very thought is beyond imagination. When faced with such a multitude on the battlefield, merely not fleeing would already classify one as a brave warrior. Inside the hall, the esteemed generals of the Qin dynasty looked on with rapture at the celestial display. Irrespective of the battle's outcome, they would forever remember the name Zhang Liao. On the battlefield, opportunities are fleeting. Finding a crack amidst the chaos is one thing, but to seize that opportunity and act decisively is quite another. 800 against 100,000. How shall this battle be fought? In that same realm of time and space, Xiang Yu laughed heartily. What a hero! Such audacity rivals my own. I truly wish to forge a bond with him. Clenching his fist with fervor, Xiang Yu longed to partake in the fray. 800 against 100,000 was not an impossible feat for him. The question arises, how should 800 confront 100,000? Zhang Liao declared, watch closely. I shall teach only once. If Guan Yu were to witness Zhang Liao's tactics at this moment, he would undoubtedly resonate with them. Zhang Liao's strategy was remarkably simple. Distilled into a single phrase, the fierce general charges into the fray. In this battle, Many rumors circulated that Sun Quan was not in the main camp, but had ventured to the outskirts of Hefei to join the fray, thus allowing Zhang Liao to seize the opportunity. In truth, Sun Quan was seated firmly in the main camp. The loss was solely due to Zhang Liao's overwhelming prowess. Of course, in addition to being fierce, Zhang Liao was also exceptionally clever. He led his 800 men out of the city before dawn, without a trace of hesitation, and, alongside Li Dian, spearheaded a direct assault on Sun Quan's front lines, where the valiant Chen Wu was swiftly vanquished by Zhang Liao's forces, armed with 2 formidable blades. Zhang Liao and his 800 men cleaved through the Eastern Wu's front lines from dawn until noon, striking with relentless precision. Their eyes dried from the relentless onslaught. They subdued the Eastern Wu before returning to the city. This battle effectively shattered the morale of Eastern Wu. Although the Wu forces maintained their siege on Hefei, the spirit to continue fighting had vanished, compounded by the outbreak of illness among the Wu troops. The leaders of Eastern Wu convened and decided to retreat. This led to what we now recognize as the Battle of Ziyajin. Liu Bei exclaimed in disbelief. Is it true that Zhang Liao was this formidable? I had no inkling. He had indeed faced Zhang Liao before, not to mention Zhang Liao, even his former superior, El Bu, had been confronted more than once. How was it that he had not recognized this man's might back then? Guan Yu let out a cold snort, deeming the entire Eastern Wu to be nothing more than a band of traitors. Had he been among their ranks, he would have ensured that Zhang Yuan would return with nothing but defeat, while he had maintained a cordial relationship with Zhang Liao during his time with Cao Wei. Witnessing Zhang Liao's current bravado left him feeling somewhat resentful. Zhang Ida nodded in agreement, asserting that there was no need for his second brother to intervene. Even he, old Zhang, would not allow Zhang Liao to be so arrogant. Liu Bei chuckled, proclaiming that his second and third brothers were unmatched in the world. Though his words were bold, he genuinely believed it. If either of his brothers had been present in the Eastern Wu army, Zhang Liao would not have dared to flaunt his prowess so freely. As the Eastern Wu forces prepared to retreat and to prevent being outmaneuvered by Zhang Liao, Sun Quan made a bold decision to lead 1,000 loyal guards and a host of fierce generals to cover their retreat. Upon hearing this, one might presume that Sun Quan was overreaching, but he was, in fact, more capable than many believed. His martial skills were quite formidable, yet unfortunately, Zhang Liao was even more formidable. With 800 men, Zhang Liao swiftly advanced, launching a fierce assault that shattered Sun Quan's confidence. Just how formidable Zhang Liao was became evident as he faced the combined onslaught of Gan Ning, Jiang Qin, and El Meng, with Ling Tong, Sun Quan's trusted guard, sustaining severe injuries while 300 of his loyal guards perished. Following this battle, Ling Tong gradually faded from the ranks of Eastern Wu's commanders. It is worth noting that these 300 guards were old comrades he had brought from home. Having lost them all, Ling Tong's influence waned significantly. In a critical moment, the bridge at Ziyajin ensnared Sun Quan. Zhang Liao, leading his 800 men and shouting his name, slew dozens and came perilously close to capturing Sun Quan. Ultimately, it was only through the desperate efforts of his guards, who urged his steed onward, that Sun Quan managed to leap across the river. As the poet aptly put it, 800 tiger warriors tread the river forth, 100,000 Wu soldiers lose heart. The tiger's roar echoes through the land. Yet Jiangdong's Azurite still dreams in fright. At this moment in Jianya, within the Grand Assembly Hall, the atmosphere was heavy, akin to a stagnant pool. Even the sound of breathing seemed to have ceased. The civil and military officials sat like statues, their gazes fixed, inwardly praying not to be noticed, wishing to dissociate themselves from the turmoil. The insult was too great. Sun Quan was truly enraged. Zhang Liao, I shall surely slay you, he bellowed, overturning the table before him and wreaking havoc. Lu Su rose and addressed Sun Quan. Why must the Lord be so angered? Sun Quan, feeling acutely sensitive, perceived that everyone around him was mocking him. Are you laughing at me too? Lu Su shook his head. My lord has misunderstood. The battle at Ziyajin has yet to occur. Now that we are forewarned, we can prevent such an event from transpiring in the future, which is indeed fortunate. Upon hearing this, Sun Quan's fury subsided slightly, yet a lingering frustration remained. The heavens were not exclusive to Eastern Wu. And surely Cao Cao and Liu Bei were mocking him at this very moment. What face would he have to show them in the future? Sun Quan's suspicions were well-founded. For at that moment, a jubilant atmosphere permeated the ranks of Cao Cao and Liu Bei alike. Chapter 50. The 10,000 wise before Sun Quan's tomb. Laughter erupted. nearly incapacitating Cao Cao. He regarded his ministers, pondering the remarkable elegance of Sun Quan's forebears, Sun Jian, the fierce tiger of Jiangdong, and Sun Su, the young overlord of Jiangdong. Yet, Sun Quan himself had transformed into the green-eyed of Jiangdong. One could only imagine how the Battle of Hefei might have unfolded had it been led by either Sun Jian or Sun Su instead. Cao Cao was certain that, had Zhang Liao commanded a mere 800 men, after an initial surprise, either Sun Jian or Sun Su would have decisively confronted him with their elite troops. They would have directly blocked Zhang Liao on the front line, with 100,000 soldiers poised to sweep the battlefield. The moment Zhang Liao's offensive faltered, it would be his demise. Having concluded his thoughts, Cao Cao turned to Zhang Liao, exclaiming, "Wen Yuan, your valor in this battle will echo through the ages. With your assistance, how could our grand ambitions falter? Come, let us raise a toast in honor of General Zhang." The assembly lifted their cups in unison. "To you, General Zhang." Zhang Liao's cheeks flushed, yet he embraced the moment, raising his cup and draining it in one go. The accolades bestowed upon him filled him with joy, yet a hint of melancholy lingered in his heart. The exploits at the Battle of Ziyijin were now widely known, and replicating such a feat seemed an impossibility. In future campaigns, adversaries would undoubtedly be especially wary of him. This was the dark side of fame, akin to his former commander, El Bu, who was perpetually besieged wherever he went, a reality neither he nor others found amiss. Zhang Liao anticipated that his future treatment would mirror that of El Bu. Nonetheless, this ignited within him a fierce determination. If he had achieved victory at Ziyijin once, he would undoubtedly do so again. The officers of Chao Wei, buoyed by the festive atmosphere, relentlessly inundated Zhang Liao with drink. His renown was truly enviable. In the spacious hall of Liu Bei, his entourage was similarly engulfed in laughter. The green-eyed of Jiangdong, how startling indeed. Liu Bei stifled his mirth, cognizant that Sun Quan was, after all, his brother-in-law. Such overt mockery felt somewhat inappropriate. Yet, the others had no such reservations. Zhang Fei laughed heartily, relishing Sun Quan's current predicament. The young rascal has finally met his match. He always feigned indifference to praise and blame. I wonder how he will face our elder brother next time. Zhao Yin could not help but commend. General Zhang possesses both courage and wisdom. In terms of audacity, I, Zhao Zilong, fear no one, for all know that courage courses through my veins. I would charge into battle even against 10,000 foes. Yet, mere bravery is insufficient. One must discern where to charge and when. This transcends mere gallantry. Once their laughter subsided, a solemnity enveloped the room. Cao Cao, already dominant in the Central Plains, commanded countless troops and now had a general like Zhang Liao, who was both astute and valiant. Did they truly possess the potential to achieve greatness? The scene above shifted once more. In the pitch-black depths of the long night, the Qin royal residence was ablaze with light. A throng of individuals gathered in fervent discussion. 800 men, just 800. Your Highness, there can be no hesitation. Let us engage. Yes, Your Highness, let us act. Long Sun Wuji sighed deeply, reflecting on their shared hardships, now turned to ashes overnight. Who could accept such a fate? 800 men means we must strike first. Your Highness, take action. A robust man stepped forward, declaring, Your Highness. With the Qin king wielding a bow and Yuqi Jingda brandishing a spear, who in this world could stand against us? The Qin king is indeed the true Prince of Peace. Indeed, Your Highness. Surrounded by the clamoring crowd, Qin Wang's gaze flickered, his mind a tumult of thoughts. Once this decision was made, all present would face the outcome of either triumph or death. At last, Li Shimin's eyes hardened with resolve, a brilliance within them that seemed capable of illuminating the ages. Very well, let us act. With a resounding clang, Li Shimin drew forth the Qin king's sword, its cold, gleaming blade reflecting the firelight upon the faces of all gathered. Li Shimin, 800 is sufficient. I shall command the armies of the realm. Upon seeing Li Shimin, Lu Che felt a wave of dizziness. What was this spectacle? Where was his moment to shine? What was so extraordinary about Li Shimin, anyway? Lu Che felt utterly overshadowed, as if he ranked not third, but 30th, with no relevance in the unfolding drama. Beneath the celestial canopy, many ambitious individuals busily took notes. Realizing that a coup could indeed be orchestrated with just 800 men, an invaluable lesson for future endeavors. Yet, some may have overlooked a crucial detail. Who would lead these 800 made all the difference. Zhu Di, 800 men are sufficient. Today I shall mobilize my forces to uphold the mandate of heaven and quell the chaos. Lin Chi could not help but marvel at this. Upon reflection, the significance of the number 800 was indeed profound. The ancestors of various dynasties nodded in agreement with Lin Chi's observation. Coincidence could not account for everything. Spurred by this insight, many unearthed intriguing accounts from historical texts regarding the number 800. Other notable events relating to 800 existed, but none were as striking or representative as those previously mentioned. In the comments section, historically, the mystique of the number 4 rivals that of 800. Reply. Now that you mention it, I understand. The fourth sons of emperors, right? Reply. The fourth son always produces excellence. Han Wendi, Kublai Khan, Zhu Yuanzhong, Zhu Di, Yongzheng, Qianlong, all were fourth sons. Reply. Let us not include Qianlong here. Oh, what an interesting notion. At that moment, the emperors of various dynasties could not help but cast their gazes towards their own fourth sons. Could it be that the fourth sons truly held some significance? The Four Rose Warehouse and Tianxin were also consisted of 800 men. Ah, it is indeed the illustrious Wen Yuan, who nearly felled Sun Quan. Zhang Liao remarked. The fortune teller foretold that I would encounter a benefactor in my lifetime. I presumed it would be Lord Chao, yet it turned out to be Lord Sunday Sun Jian, the fierce tiger of Jiangdong, Sun Su, the young overlord of Jiangdong, Sun Quan, the wretched scion of Jiangdong. The wretched scion of Jiangdong, come forth and accept your fate. Jiang Su, subsequent commentary. That is not the point, my friend. When it comes to matters of severity, one can be brutal to oneself. Follow-up. Do not concern yourself with trivialities. Simply state whether we shall engage. Follow-up. We must engage. The Wei Kingdom possesses its own noble spirit, the Shu Kingdom its romanticism, while the Eastern Wu has its own despicable knaves. Xiang Yu. What does the term wretched scion of Jiangdong imply? Xiang Yu see that upon witnessing the words of posterity in the celestial realm. When did his Jiangdong warriors descend into such ignominy? How utterly vexatious. At this moment, Xiang Yu realized that the 100,000 Wu soldiers led by Sun Quan were indeed his Jiangdong brethren. How laughable it was that he had previously harbored hopes of leading 800 against 10,000. Have the descendants of Jiangdong completely forgotten the grandeur of their forebears? How infuriating. In that moment, Xiang Yu yearned to charge into the heavens. He could not believe his Jiangdong warriors would exhibit such timidity. Were Zhang Liao to face his Jiangdong brethren, merely 80 men would suffice to bring them down. And yet, they have turned against him. Let it be said, should any of you venture to Sun Quan's tomb, you shall witness something amusing. The tomb is plastered with divine images of Zhang Liao. Follow-up. Strangely enough, I just posted 2 images today. Follow-up. Could this be too excessive? Forget it. Just post one on my behalf. Follow-up. Who placed this book 100,000 Ys here? Ha ha. My merits are about to evaporate in laughter. Lin Chi opened the photo and was momentarily stunned upon seeing the book 100,000 Ys, then immediately burst into uncontrollable laughter. Who on earth had the audacity to place this book here? Are they not afraid that Sun Quan might visit them in a dream? Lin Chi scratched his head. If Sun Quan were to learn of this, he would likely be incensed enough to rise from his tomb. Beneath the celestial canopy, many astute individuals quickly grasped the essence of this jest, breaking into knowing smiles, while others, unable to comprehend the humor, were left scratching their heads in confusion. What is it that you are all laughing about, my strategists? Zhang Fei, the one perplexed and scratching his head, implored, do not laugh without sharing the jest with me. The crowd, witnessing Zhang Fei's befuddlement, found even greater amusement in his plight. Ah, this is too much. Sun Quan has truly lost his mind. Chapter 51. The true beauty scheme, is it never-ending? My fists have hardened completely. To witness my own grave while still alive is one thing, but to have a Zhang Liao card placed before it, can such a thing truly be done by a human? Curse you, Zhang Liao. Were it not for you, Sun Quan, would not suffer this humiliation. At this moment, Sun Quan's hatred for Zhang Liao reached its zenith. So you intend to dance upon my grave after my demise, do you? If I do not vanquish you, I shall take your surname. Ah, and let us not forget Cao Cao. You, who delight in bestowing cunning strategies. Do you truly think you have gauged my weakness? Liu Bei may refrain from battle, but as for you, traitor Cao, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth. Listen closely, all of you. From this day forth, the entirety of Jiangdong shall be at odds with the treacherous Cao. Whoever can bring me Zhang Liao's head shall be granted the title of general and rewarded with a fortune. The gathered generals felt a shiver run through them, their hearts harboring a secret resentment towards Zhang Liao. While it seemed that Sun Quan was the one most humiliated, the shame truly belonged to all of Jiangdong. This battle, in addition to Sun Quan, involved Lu Meng, Gan Ning, and numerous other commanders. To attribute the blame solely to Sun Quan was a gross misjudgment. Moreover, dishonor begets death for the loyal. Even if it is merely for the sake of pride, they would certainly carry forth their vendetta against this Zhang Liao. In the Western Han dynasty, Sun Quan had indeed suffered a profound loss. However, it mattered not. Losing in the face of adversity is inconsequential, and humiliation holds little weight. What truly matters is the indomitable spirit to rise again. As long as victory is achieved in the end, all past tribulations are but mere fleeting shadows, insignificant in the grand scheme of life. Liu Bang reflected on this, realizing that Sun Quan's defeat at the hands of Zhang Liao, a mere 800 against 100,000, might amuse others, but he felt a deep resonance with it. He recalled how Xiang Yu had faced similar odds. Even 560,000 against 30,000 could lead to defeat. He would never forget the image of Xiang Yu charging at his army, astride a black steed, wielding a massive halberd. In that moment, he regretted that his horse had not been swifter. Yet what of it? That once mighty overlord ultimately met his demise, drowning in the Wu River. Jiangdong's youth. Liu Bang couldn't help but smirk at the thought. What would Xiang Yu think if he knew his Jiangdong offspring had devolved into mere rabble in later generations? Without waiting for others to respond, he envisioned the scene vividly, yearning to recount it personally to him. Xiao He chuckled from the side, remarking that his majesty should keep a distance of 2 li from him. Liu Bang shot him a sideways glance, spitting out a date from his mouth. 2 li would hardly suffice. I must keep at least 5 li away to feel secure. The courtiers exchanged glances, erupting into hearty laughter. Xiang Yu, truly a foe of 1,000 men. Lin Qi closed the comment section, now curious about what might be placed before Zhang Liao's tomb. With a gesture, he scrolled past several highly praised gaming videos. A voice then captured his attention. The enchanting allure of beauty has never solely rested upon the visage of a fair maiden. Beneath the celestial expanse, a woman of innocent countenance and striking form captured the gaze of many, inciting a wave of desire among the onlookers. Yet, as swiftly as she appeared, she vanished, replaced by an elderly man with silvery hair. Before him stood a modestly dressed girl, her features delicate and her countenance bright with a radiant smile. Extending a simple pancake towards the elder, the stratagem of beauty, as the opening gambit among the 36 stratagems, has long been a topic of fascination throughout the annals of Chinese history, with legendary figures such as Shi Shi, Diao Chan, and Yang Guifei being well remembered. The common notion of the beauty ploy is that of a graceful and captivating woman engaging you in intimate conversation, unveiling the secrets of various romantic postures. Is that not the case? Across the dynasties, many remain entranced by the allure of that pure yet tantalizing maiden. Should someone choose to employ such a beauty stratagem upon them, even with the knowledge that it is but a ruse, they would willingly fall prey to it. Ing Zheng scoffed. To him, the beauty ploy held no significance. He found greater joy in attending to matters of state. The emperors of the Western Han, though they harbored affection for beautiful women, would readily cast them aside should their interest wane. Their love for beauty was undeniable, yet their devotion to the realm was paramount. In truth, the beauty ploy represents those cherished ideals that reside deep within one's heart, forever yearned for yet eternally out of reach. This beauty can manifest as a woman, a man, or even an object. For Zhu Yuanzhang, after the 15th year of the Hongwu era, when a woman bearing a striking resemblance to Empress Ma stood before him, her playful smile directed at him as she offered a pancake while teasingly remarking, "Zhongba, how have you grown so old?" The ploy was thus realized. Under the celestial canopy, the ancestors of the Ming dynasty could not help but feel a tinge of curiosity, having viewed the preceding scenes. They were no strangers to Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding monarch of their dynasty, known as the Great Emperor Hongwu, whose humble beginnings echoed the legendary tales of Liu Bang. They pondered the significance of Empress Ma in Zhu Yuanzhang's life. In the vast tapestry of history preceding the Ming, hundreds of emperors had reigned, each with numerous consorts. Yet only the love stories of Emperor Xian of Han and Su Pingjun, as well as that of Li Shimin and Empress Changsun, garnered much acclaim. Oh, you speak of Emperor Ming of Tang and Yang Guifei? Was that love? Could it be that Zhu Yuanzhang is also a deeply sentimental emperor? Ing Zheng furrowed his brow, contemplating the true essence of the beauty stratagem. This beauty was merely a fleeting notion. Did he possess such a thing? What, in his heart, did he fervently yearn for yet find unattainable? As he strained to reflect, no such person or object came to mind. His memories felt hazy, and a sense of restlessness washed over him, as if something lay buried within the depths of his recollections. Emperor Lu Xun of the Han Dynasty found himself ensnared in contemplation. Ever since the passing of Pingjun, his heart seemed to have been left with an emptiness. Each time he recalled that young girl clad in a flowing skirt, her playful smile enchanting, his animosity towards the Hua family intensified. If one day, that girl from his memories were to reappear before him, mischievously asking if he would take her out to play, he would willingly succumb to the intricately woven trap. Fully aware it was a scheme, after a prolonged moment, Lu Xun finally opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Merely the fantasy had drawn him into that illusory beauty. How much more so if such a person truly emerged? What a terrifying stratagem. Indeed, it deserves its place as the foremost tactic among the 36 stratagems. The allure of a beautiful woman. Chapter 52. The truth of history is not always true. The wild history is unrestrained in the 18th year of the Hongwu era of the Ming Dynasty. Zhu Yuanzhang squinted slightly, his fingers gently tapping on the armrest. The only sound echoing through the grand hall was that chilling rhythm. The ministers below stood like statues, paralyzed in fear. After a long pause, Zhu Yuanzhang opened his eyes and suddenly burst into laughter. What is the matter? Why are you all so tense? I shall not consume you. The officials of the Ming Dynasty remained silent. Li Shanchong chuckled softly, noting that future generations are often full of imaginative thoughts. Yet, since such ideas exist, they must recognize the deep affection shared between the emperor and empress, akin to the enduring tale of Emperor Taizong Li Shimin and Empress Zhongsan, a story that has transcended time. Such sentiments are indeed rare. Su aside, in power, I find myself longing for the elder sister. His words seemed to resonate with the emotions of the assembled officials, many of whom could not restrain their tears. Even Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes glistened with moisture. These civil and military officials were not feigning their sorrow. They genuinely missed Empress Ma. Heaven knows the burden they have endured since her passing 3 years ago. For the scholars, whenever they had erred and displeased Zhu Yuanzhang, Empress Ma was there to intercede on their behalf. For many of the noble families from Huaishi, they had greatly benefited from Empress Ma's grace, and numerous individuals had steadfastly followed Zhu Yuanzhang out of loyalty to her. Should Empress Ma desire to mobilize troops, she could do so without even a command token. Even knowing the repercussions of incurring Zhu Yuanzhang's wrath or the deadly consequences of such actions, these generals would not hesitate. This was the esteem Empress Ma held among the Huaishi nobility. The death of Empress Ma was akin to a fierce tiger freed from its confining cage for Zhu Yuanzhang. Observing the heartfelt expressions of his ministers brought him a sense of comfort. You must remember the virtues of the Empress, he reminded them. As jesting as this may be, I must warn you, should anyone dare to play such a trick. Zhu Yuanzhang's voice turned cold, sending shivers down the spines of the officials. Strangely enough, a few audacious souls, emboldened by the emperor's earlier remarks, entertained such notions. However, upon sensing Zhu Yuanzhang's demeanor, they quickly dismissed the thought. If it were merely a personal matter, they might have considered it. But to dare to engage Zhu Yuanzhang in such a manner was to gamble with the lives of their entire clan. Empress Ma, how could one forget? A spark of wisdom flickered in Lin Qi's eyes as he recalled the Ming Dynasty, particularly the Hongwu and Yongle eras, alongside the reign of Chongzhen. And there was a time when he was quite fascinated by the Ming Dynasty, leading him to acquire some understanding of the Jiajing period. As for other emperors, his knowledge was mostly superficial. He casually opened the comment section, where a plethora of remarks flooded in. With the death of Empress Ma, the hearts of the officials during the Hongwu era can finally rest. Follow-up comment. Indeed, the sheath of Zhu Ba has been lost. Henceforth, there will be no Zhu Chongba, only the Hongwu emperor. Follow-up comment. To put it simply, during the early Ming Dynasty, nothing was more effective than a single word from Empress Ma, surpassing even the death-exempting golden plaques and iron certificates. The officials of both civil and military ranks during the Hongwu era nodded in agreement at this statement. Although His Majesty was known for his ruthless nature, he did not kill indiscriminately. Most of those punished indeed had legitimate reasons for their fate, and their deaths did not seem entirely unjust. However, after the Empress's passing, the situation turned dire, as those in power became erratic, leading to rampant killings. When Empress Ma passed away, the literati and warriors wept inconsolably and even prepared her coffin, which was not done in vain by Zhu Yuanzhang. Follow-up comment. What a hellish joke, laughing and crying. Follow-up comment. Old Zhu is truly a benevolent man, never disappointing the crowd. Facepalm laugh. Follow-up comment. It's not without reason. It's certainly not without reason. The officials of Hongwu. Empress Ma could mobilize troops without a military talisman, which speaks volumes about her immense influence. I am somewhat curious about what Empress Ma did to wield such power within the military, Li Shimin exclaimed in astonishment. What appears to be a simple statement conceals much beneath the surface, for the Empress's command over the military without a talisman is profound. Even the renowned and wise Empress Changsun would find it impossible to bypass her authority to mobilize troops. Lu Che sneered, thinking he expected Zhu Yuanzhang to possess great talents, only to realize he could not even manage a single woman, which is utterly absurd. Lu Bang glanced at LG with composure. The influence of his empress within the military was not to be underestimated. He was certain that if LG were determined to mobilize the army, a portion would undoubtedly heed her orders. Yingzheng had no such concerns, laughing heartily, for he had no empress. If I were to traverse back to the Hongwu era and cure Empress Ma's lung ailment, could I request a county magistrate position from old Zhu? Follow-up comment. Be a bit bolder. If you truly manage to save Empress Ma, even if you slap Zhu Yuanzhang privately, he would commend your action. Follow-up comment. You're now comparing longevity with Empress Ma. What is a time traveler anyway? Zhu Yuanzhang gazed at the heavens with hope, and upon understanding the explanation of the celestial realm, he grew anxious. Does our Ming dynasty have any time travelers? Is there someone who can save us? Forget about the county magistrate. As long as you can save my sister, I will bestow upon you the title of Duke, hereditary and unchanging. Lu Bowen suggested. Why not issue a decree to search the realm for any such individuals from the future? Moreover, since the Empress's ailment is identified as a lung disease, we should summon renowned physicians to focus on this matter. Indeed, Qingyi Bo speaks wisely. Come forth, did you hear? Act as Lu Mister suggested, with utmost urgency, spreading the news throughout the realm at the fastest pace. Certainly, the celestial realm is truly a marvelous thing. If my sister can survive, I shall pray and offer daily tributes. There are historical records suggesting that upon the passing of Empress Ma, officials of both civil and military ranks collectively petitioned Zhu Yuanzhang to join her in burial. Additional commentary. It is quite audacious for the author of this unofficial history to express such notions, considering the potential consequences. Further remarks. While this may sound preposterous, the widespread circulation of this tale indicates that there were indeed individuals who entertained such thoughts. This unofficial history is remarkably unconventional, almost akin to an inversion of celestial order. Throughout various dynasties, countless ancestors must be shaking their heads in bewilderment. Is this reasonable? An emperor accompanying his empress in death. Each character is comprehensible, yet when combined, the meaning becomes utterly perplexing. Chapter 53. Before the Dragon Banner. The Hongwu era of the Ming dynasty, a multitude of ministers wore expressions of suppressed mirth, their lips pursed as if caught between laughter and decorum. At that moment, they could not help but ponder, when the empress passed, how splendid it would be if old Zhu could accompany her to the grave, allowing the crown prince to ascend the throne without delay. Serving in the Hongwu court was indeed a profound test of one's psychological fortitude. Absurd, truly absurd. What sort of emperor would consider accompanying the empress to her tomb? Who penned such outrageous tales? They must be brought to justice. Zhu Yuanzhang fumed, his irritation palpable. Though he took pleasure in his sister's popularity among the younger generation, he felt it was unnecessary to use her as the subject of such mockery. Empress Ma cast a knowing glance at Zhu Yuanzhang. What? Do you feel wronged by the thought of accompanying me to the afterlife? Ah, no, dear sister, do not be angry. If I were to accompany you, I would be more than willing, but as the emperor, I cannot neglect the affairs of the Ming dynasty for such a personal matter. With a half-smile, Empress Ma offered no clear response. Enough of this talk. There is no need for you to accompany me. When my time comes, simply find a secluded place for my burial, so as not to offend our illustrious Hongwu. The narrative shifts to a female-centric perspective, exploring themes of rebirth and palace intrigue, leading to Zhu Yuanzhang's eventual dismissal of Empress Ma, the murder of Zhu Biao, and his solitary reign. Comments. Such niche writing. Even if you summoned Wu Zetian, she would not prevail. Facepalm. I find the notion of seducing Empress Ma to be more plausible. Do you truly not grasp the weight of the emperor weeping? Beneath the celestial canopy, at that moment, the ancestors of the entire Ming dynasty were rendered speechless. Is it conceivable for someone to vie for the emperor's affection against Empress Ma? Are your kin merely borrowed? If you possess such audacity, why not contest the throne with old Zhu or simply eliminate him? In the Yongle era, Zhu Di scratched his head, perplexed. Had he misheard? Did he truly hear that someone intended to contest for his mother's favor? Zhu Gaoqi's lips twitched slightly. Father, you heard correctly. Zhu Di raised an eyebrow. It's hard to believe that anyone would have the gall to entertain such thoughts. I am quite curious to see what resides within their mind to conceive such folly. Back in the Hongwu era, a group of fierce generals from Huaishi could not suppress their laughter at the absurdity of competing for the elder sister's affection. Even if she were indifferent, they could not tolerate such a notion. They vowed that should anyone dare to harbor such ideas, they would swiftly deliver that brave soul's kin to her doorstep. Zhu Yuanzhang tugged at Empress Ma's sleeve and whispered in her ear, Sister, tell me, is there anyone in the palace who dares to play tricks or schemes before you? Speak up, and I shall see to it that their entire kin is dealt with. Chop, chop, chop. Is that all you know how to do? Empress Ma sighed, feeling weary. The palace was dreadfully dull, and she secretly wished for someone to come along and lighten her spirits. Without delving into the thoughts of Empress Ma, Zhu Yuanzhang had already decided to send Mao Xiang to investigate thoroughly. It is not to say that he had never contemplated the possibility of a person with such a troubled mind existing. If such an individual were to emerge, the four major cases of the Hongwu era would be reduced to minor affairs, with the foremost case undoubtedly being that of the false empress. In a subsequent comment, I shudder to think how many lives Zhu would have to take in such a case. Another remark follows. In truth, there is no one akin to Wan. Genuine love for someone elicits a reaction of disdain upon seeing a substitute. Yet another comment states, the 9 clans? No, it is the 10 clans that must be eradicated. You may resemble her in 7 aspects, but you must not emulate her in 3. Zhu Yuanzhang silently repeated these words, feeling a profound agreement within. Should such a person mimic the empress before him, he could hardly fathom the extent of his rage. Blood would not cease to flow until justice is served. Father, if such a person were to resemble mother so closely, what would you do? Zhu Biao inquired with curiosity. Empress Ma could not help but cast her gaze upon Zhu Yuanzhang, eagerly awaiting his response. After a moment of silence, Zhu Yuanzhang exhaled deeply and declared, We shall conduct a thorough investigation. If indeed someone intends to deceive us, we shall not hesitate to eliminate her and root out all those behind the scheme. However, if it merely be a coincidence, we will grant her a life of wealth and honor. I shall also refrain from informing her of this. During moments of leisure, I may only cast a distant glance. Sister, you must take good care of your health. Whenever I contemplate the day you may leave me, my heart feels as though it is pierced by countless needles. Do not worry, things will improve. You must prioritize your well-being as well. Although there are matters to attend to, do not overexert yourself. Empress Ma earnestly comforted Zhu Yuanzhang. What you perceive as a succubus is merely an illusion of beauty and physique, but what constitutes the true essence of a top-tier succubus? Level 1 succubus, taste the might of my staff. Level 2 succubus, bow before the dragon banner. Level 3 succubus, to fulfill the general's ambition. I am willing to serve as a loyal companion. Top-tier succubus, little one. Would you care to accompany me? In a follow-up comment, I thought this was a rather niche novel. Another adds, what novel? I do not quite understand, but I beseech you to execute Yang Yizhong. A lament follows. Oh dear, Chancellor. A question mark flickered above Lin Qi's head. What does bow before the dragon banner even mean? Among the 4 top-tier succubi mentioned, he could discern the meaning of 3. The first refers, of course, to the beloved monkey king, Sun Wukong. Who understands? In childhood, one is captivated by the monkey. In adulthood, the fascination remains unchanged. It is not that the elder women lack charm, but rather that the great sage is too dazzling. As the saying goes, one should not encounter a monkey of such splendor in their youth. The third reference here is naturally to the esteemed Zhuge Liang, for in those bygone days, the barrage of Take Care, Chancellor on Bilibili was indeed a testament to his influence. Even after the passage of millennia, the romance of the Han dynasty has not been forgotten by posterity. This is an exclusive romance belonging to the descendants of Huaxia. As for the last point, those who understand, there is no need for elaboration. Even if one were to gather a handful of succubi, they would still be no match for Ziren. Speaking of which, should there truly be someone with a Hunan accent posing that question, Lin Shi would undoubtedly rush over eagerly. What then is the significance of the dragon banner? It has been included here, standing alongside others, and judging by the follow-up comments. It does not appear to be merely a superfluous addition. Captivated by the blue highlighted link, Lin Shi clicked it without hesitation. As he did so, the celestial screen abruptly transformed. Ripples spread across it, and an image gradually sharpened into focus. Within the frame, two armored factions clashed fiercely, the sounds of battle and the clang of weapons resonating across the heavens. Limbs and corpses lay scattered, blood and fire intertwining in a scene reminiscent of hell itself. The air around the celestial screen seemed to ignite, an inexplicable atmosphere of slaughter permeating the hearts of all present. Beneath the celestial canopy, countless individuals were taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Even the emperors could not remain seated at this moment, rising to gaze towards the sky. It was evident to all that the image displayed was that of two armies engaged in a brutal conflict. Numerous generals watched intently, each reflecting on the sheer ferocity of the battle. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed across the sky. Everyone turned their attention towards the distance, where amidst the swirling smoke, a colossal banner emerged, partially obscured yet striking. The combatants froze, one side seemingly encountering something profoundly terrifying, while the other was struck with incredulity. Their expressions a mix of shock and awe. One general trembled uncontrollably. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the banner finally became clear to all. Towering as if it were reaching towards the heavens, even parting the clouds above. A fierce wind swept through, causing a blood-red character for Zhao to snap and flutter in the gusts, advancing relentlessly. The dragon banner presses forward. Chapter 54. Cross the river. Cross the river. Cross the river. Anyone with a modicum of common sense would understand that the appearance of the dragon banner signifies the emperor's presence. This banner may be seen in various locations, yet it ought never to manifest upon the battlefield. Beneath the celestial canopy, countless ancestors collectively inhaled sharply. Which emperor possesses such audacity to grace this perilous battleground? What remarkable courage! Ing Zheng gazed at the youthful figure clad in red arrow sleeves against the sky, exclaiming his admiration, his eyes brimming with appreciation. Historically, instances of an emperor personally leading his troops into battle are exceedingly rare. Even when emperors did engage directly, they often remained in the rear guard or within city walls. The dragon banner's presence on the battlefield unequivocally indicates the emperor himself stands at the forefront of conflict, confronting the dangers head-on, wagering his life on the valor of the soldiers beside him. Even Ing Zheng himself had never undertaken such an endeavor. How magnificent! If only this were my own progeny. Yet, in the next moment, Ing Zheng's brow furrowed, his eyes clouded with persistent concern. While the sight of the dragon banner charging into battle is undeniably inspiring, it begs the question, if the situation were not dire beyond measure, why would the emperor venture onto the battlefield? Which dynasty's emperor is this? To think that beyond Zhu Di, there exists another emperor on horseback. Li Shimin was certain that this young man in red arrow sleeves was not a predecessor of his. Otherwise, he would have been aware. Gazing at the youth in the heavens, he was reminded of his own past. In his youth, he too had ridden valiant steeds, wielding a bow, and leading troops into battle as if it were a mundane affair. The vast majority of the Tang dynasty had been conquered under his own command, and he had faced the most formidable foes. In the myriad realms of the Song dynasty, how does it seem that this resembles the court of our great Song? Our Song boasts of an emperor with such mettle, but that is merely fanciful thinking. Perhaps this is a future emperor of the Song dynasty? If that were indeed the case, it would be splendid. Indeed, it must be. The ancestors of the Song dynasty looked on, filled with hope and disbelief. As they beheld the sky, fervently praying, they yearned for the existence of such an emperor in their lineage. Yet they considered it utterly impossible for the Zhao family to embody such valor. It is widely acknowledged that throughout history, the greatest merit lies in rescuing the sovereign. But what if the sovereign comes to rescue you? Everything is interconnected, all woven together. The imagery of the dragon banner charging forth reveals the emperor personally leading the charge to rescue a general ensnared in peril. Is such a notion even conceivable? Generations of generals, captivated by the celestial narrative, were lost in reverie. If, in their direst moments, the emperor were to arrive with the dragon banner, leading troops to their rescue, how would they respond? Hiss. Merely contemplating this sent a tingling sensation racing from their spines to the crown of their heads. To face fire and water, oh, your majesty! They can be assured that if an emperor were to treat them thus, they would pledge their lives and souls in eternal loyalty to His Majesty, even if it meant wielding a blade against their own mother without a moment's hesitation. Many ponder that if such were the case, upon sighting the imperial dragon banner from afar, they would unsheath their swords and take their own lives, never allowing His Majesty to be placed in peril. Who is this general, so cherished by the emperor that he must be rescued? All are generals. Why does fortune favor you so? If you are so inept, you might as well embrace death, dragging down a ruler of such extraordinary caliber to save you. What a disgrace. Countless generals seethed with envy, their teeth nearly grinding to dust. Who is it? Pray tell, which dynasty and which sovereign is this illustrious emperor from? The ministers felt a surge of fervor. He is the sovereign they have long yearned for. From a rational perspective, such actions by a ruler, disregarding personal safety and venturing onto the battlefield, seem to trivialize the sanctity of the realm. Yet, at this moment, they care not for rationality. As if echoing the sentiments of the multitude, an exhilarating voice resonated from the heavens. Now let us indulge in the impassioned words of Song Shizong, Zhao Jiao Zhao Go. Song Shizong? Are they referring to his illustrious Song dynasty? A colossal question mark hung over Zhao Kuangyin's head. Could it be that his Song, like the Ming, produced two ancestors? No matter. He was content to know that his lineage boasted such remarkable successors. For too long, the celestial canopy had scarcely mentioned his dynasty, leaving him feeling somewhat diminished before his ministers. He even contemplated whether his Song might fade into obscurity like the Qin or Sui dynasties, leading to its neglect by posterity. Beneath the celestial canopy, the ancestors of various dynasties roused themselves, eager to witness the words of such a courageous emperor. The Song may perish, but the world shall not. Should there be a hero capable of reclaiming the rivers and mountains to save the populace, he shall take the land for his own, for the sake of the people. Ha ha ha, it is truly our glorious Song Emperor. In the storm pavilion, in prison, Yu Fei, shackled and bearing wounds all over, possessed eyes that seemed to penetrate the very soul, still shining brightly. If our Song truly had such a spirited sovereign, even in the face of death, Yu Fei would remain unwavering. It is merely that Yu Fei was born in the wrong era. In another life, he would surely hold the reins for the emperor. At this moment, Yu Fei felt his fervent blood igniting. He knelt before the narrow window, bowing heavily to the ground. When he raised his head again, hot tears streamed down his face. He was unwilling to succumb. From Zhao Jiao's words, he sensed that the great Song was on the brink of tempestuous turmoil. Otherwise, such words as the Song may perish, but the world shall not would not be uttered so resoundingly. Yu Fei still harbored lofty ambitions and could still wield his blade. But with Yu Fei present, even in the face of 1,000 deaths, his loyalty to his sovereign would not waver. Zhenjiang, as Zhongzhe lay on his deathbed, he gazed at the heavens, a surge of vitality coursing through him. With a radiant countenance, he rose from his sickbed, repeatedly exclaiming, "Cross the river! Cross the river! Cross the river! Cross the river!" Chapter 55. The ministers head south, while the sovereign stays north. In the grand realm of the Qin, Yingzheng furrowed his brow. For if his suspicions were correct, Zhao Jiao was ensnared in a perilous predicament. At that moment, he recalled the vivid scenes he had just witnessed in the celestial dome. Among the warring factions, one side appeared to be clad in garb befitting foreign tribesmen. Since when did these outsiders acquire such prowess? Could they truly seize dominion over the world? A surge of indignation welled up within Yingzheng. Such a notion was, to him, utterly unfathomable. For centuries, the states had been embroiled in incessant conflicts, yet none had ever regarded the barbarians with such seriousness. Prior to the emergence of the celestial dome, his motivation for fortifying the Great Wall against outsiders was solely for the benefit of future generations. Nevertheless, he had never envisioned that the heart of Central Plains could fall into the hands of foreign invaders. He was aware of the Xiongnu, who roamed the steppes with the swiftness of the wind, but their supply lines were excessively long and difficult to trace. Otherwise, the valiant warriors of Qin would have long since vanquished them. As Yingzheng gazed at the celestial dome, his thoughts stirred. If only it were feasible, he would dispatch an army to assist this young successor. In the Western Han, Lu Che clenched his fists tightly. Foreign tribes, once again. Do you not see? If I do not strike against the Xiongnu, will my Han dynasty not face the same peril as the Song, with the risk of falling into the hands of outsiders? The situation was starkly different from that faced by the first emperor of Qin. In the early Western Han, the might of the Xiongnu was unprecedentedly formidable. From the reign of LG to the mid-era of Emperor Wu, the Han had persistently found itself in a position of weakness against the Xiongnu. Only through matrimonial alliances could they appease the Xiongnu, yet even so, they were relentlessly subjected to border raids. As Liu Che surveyed the ministers before him, his gaze bore the ferocity of a fierce tiger. This battle, regardless of the circumstances, must be fought. I care not for the loss of a single soldier. This is a matter of establishing our might. For 70 years, our Han dynasty has faced repeated defeats at the hands of the Xiongnu, leading to a decline in morale and national prestige. This battle is to unequivocally convey to the world that the tides of offense and defense have shifted. The invaders may advance, but we shall also advance. Upon uttering these words, Liu Che felt a profound sense of relief, for he had long awaited the opportune moment to express this sentiment, having committed the phrase he saw in the celestial dome to memory. The Xiongnu's encroachment upon our gates presented the perfect opportunity. We must fight, whether we are destined to triumph or not. I shall ensure that the spirit and valor of the Han are made manifest, making it clear to the Xiongnu that we are not to be trifled with. Even in death, we shall shatter their teeth. At this moment, Liu Che's regal authority resonated with the weight of a mountain, as though he were a true dragon upon his throne. Should we suffer defeat, I shall personally lead the charge. After all, is that not the essence of our dragon banner? I shall do so. His words echoed with conviction, igniting a fervor in the hearts of the Han ministers. Gongsun Ao, Gongsun He, Li Guang, and Wei Qing rose in unison, beseeching the emperor to issue the command, vowing to raise the Xiongnu royal court to the ground. If defeated, let me meet you with your head. The hearts of the people can be swayed. Liu Che, satisfied, strolled out of the palace, gazing at the heavens. Zhao Jiao, in this battle, I shall prevail, and I hope you do too. Do not tarnish the dignity of my Han people. I look forward to the day when we can sit together, drink, and converse joyfully. In the Three Kingdoms, Zhuge Liang sighed, marveling at the audacity and vision of this emperor of the Song dynasty, who places the common folk above his own throne, truly embodying the spirit of an ancient sage. What challenges does this Emperor Zhao Jiao face? Zhuge Liang fanned himself rapidly, eager to discern the circumstances of that time and assist him in strategizing effectively. Such an emperor, Kongming truly does not wish to witness his downfall. Military advisor, a voice echoed softly. Zhuge Liang turned to see Liu Bei gazing at him with a mournful expression, prompting an involuntary chuckle from him. This moment felt like one enchantress encountering another. In the southern song, Your Majesty, sobbed a voice, it truly is our great song's emperor. The heavens bear witness. When will this emperor, Zhao Jiao, finally emerge? I can no longer wait. Restore our rivers and mountains. Under the skies of various dynasties, countless ambitious souls weep to the heavens. They feel as though they have lived in an eternal darkness, never seeing the light, and now, they finally glimpse the dawn. Yet, the night has been excessively long and unbearably cold. Han Shizhong gazed at the heavens, his heart tumultuous. For some reason, as he looked upon that emperor named Zhao Jiao, warm currents seemed to ripple through his heart. Clutching his spear tightly, he felt an impulse to dedicate his life in service to him. Zhao Go chuckled derisively at the heavens. Which descendant is so foolish? Do they not comprehend the ferocity of the Jin? To preserve this half of the empire is already a tremendous act of mercy from the Jin. To seek further trouble with them is sheer folly. Do they not realize this is a calamity for the nation? Moreover, what right do those common soldiers have to warrant such risks for my great Song emperor? It seems that the destiny of my Song dynasty shall perish by the hands of this Zhao Jiao child. Contemplating this, Zhao Go resolved to leave behind a decree. Ensuring this, Zhao Jiao never ascends to power. Utterly foolish. Is this truly the emperor of Zhao Song? Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression filled with disbelief, as the ministers beside him also gazed incredulously at the heavens. How could they be unaware that the Song dynasty had such a valiant emperor? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Had such an emperor existed, the Zhao Song realm would not merely be remembered for its prosperity. Zhu Biao shook his head. He was certain that the Zhao Song had no such emperor. He was aware of many who had abandoned their people, but the phrase dragon banner in the vanguard could never be associated with Zhao Song. Therefore, this Emperor Zhao Jiao must be a fabrication of later generations. It seems that even in the future, people continue to lament the Zhao Song of old. If there truly existed such a noble official on that day, might there have been a possibility for the Song dynasty to reclaim its former glory? This notion sparked fervent discussions among the ministers. capturing the interest of figures such as Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao. They promptly summoned a sand table and engaged in passionate deliberations. In that moment, Zhu Yuanzhang felt as though he had returned to the days of his initial uprising, when all were similarly engrossed, as if nothing had changed, yet everything had transformed. Amidst the fervor of their discourse, they collectively grasped the allure of such tales, which stirred the imagination profoundly. The emperors of the Qing dynasty furrowed their brows as they gazed at the heavens, sensing these words were directed at them. Since their entry into the pass, they had diligently studied the history of the Han people, acutely aware that the phrase "the world cannot perish" inevitably referred to the enduring legacy of the Han dynasty. Throughout the ages, while countless individuals reveled in Zhao Jiu's heroic spirit, a stirring yet melancholic melody resonated from the heavens, accompanied by a resonant voice that followed suit. The ministers face south, while the sovereign stands alone to the north. I shall never regret until the royal court is shattered. As these phrases echoed amidst the rousing background music, a vivid crimson light cleaved through the celestial canopy. A young man, clad in a red round-collared robe with arrow sleeves, stood among the ministers, one hand resting on his sword and the other holding his hat. The red of his attire appeared as though it had been stained with blood. Beneath the heavenly expanse, countless ancestors must have trembled at the sight of this image, their hair standing on end. Thus, it became clear, the ministers face south, while the sovereign stands resolutely to the north. Chapter 56, Zhao Kuangyin Jior, Hurry and Save Us. In the celestial expanse, as the stirring proclamation concluded, a raspy voice, reminiscent of an elder's, emerged alongside it, slowly narrating the plight of the man known as Zhao Jiu, the sovereign of the Song dynasty, amidst a fractured realm. Tick-tock, a grand three-dimensional map materialized across the heavens, a crimson line meandering along mountains and rivers, ultimately halting above the Yellow River. Enclosed within a circumscribed area were the characters Northern Song. The map delineated not only the Song but also the territorial distributions of several other states during the Northern Song era: Liao, Jin, Western Xia, Gaochang, Tibet, Dali, alongside the Northern Song itself. In this vast expanse of land, 7 significant powers coexisted during this period. Surprisingly, the seemingly legitimate Northern Song of Huaxia occupied territory that appeared rather modest, even less extensive than that of the Liao and Jin realms. Could this truly be considered the rightful and unified dynasty of Huaxia? Beneath the celestial dome, the ancestors from the dynasties preceding the Song were utterly bewildered. They found it hard to believe that this minuscule Northern Song could genuinely be deemed a unified dynasty. Emperor Xiaowen of Northern Wei stroked his chin, contemplating his own domain. If this was the criterion, then surely his own domain could qualify. Emperor Ming of the Southern and Northern dynasties gazed at the map projected in the heavens, sharing similar sentiments. The emperors of the Western Han, observing the fragmented central plains depicted on the celestial screen, furrowed their brows in deep concern. They could not comprehend what the Northern Song was endeavoring to achieve. Had their ancestors left behind such a meager territory, they would have risked everything to reclaim their ancestral lands. During the Three Kingdoms period, Cao Cao regarded the celestial display with a face full of perplexity. When had the foreign tribes become so formidable? He found it hard to believe. Since the reign of Emperor Wu, the might of the Han armies had been renowned. Despite internal conflicts, there had been no opportunity for foreign tribes to display their prowess. Did they not understand that one Han could contend with 5 Hu? Liu Bei, too, wore a troubled expression, sighing repeatedly. Regardless of the circumstances, the Song was still a dynasty of the Han people, yet its territory was exceedingly small. How could such a diminutive expanse compete against so many nations? Kong Ming, upon scrutinizing the territorial map, released a long breath of relief. It was not insignificant. With such a substantial foundation in hand, the situation had not yet reached a perilous state. Moreover, while the Song's territory may have been somewhat reduced, it encompassed many advantageous locations, with Taiyuan and Yuzhou serving as frontline barriers, and the Yellow River and Yangtze River forming formidable natural defenses. There lay both opportunities for offense and avenues for retreat. Should a formidable ruler emerge, within 20 years, the fortunes of the realm could be irrevocably altered. From this map, the greatest threats appeared to be the Liao and Jin to the north. However, as long as the defenses along the Yellow River were maintained, preventing large-scale cavalry incursions from the north, the foundation of the dynasty should remain secure. Just as Kong Ming pondered these matters, He was startled into dropping his fan by the revelations unfolding in the celestial expanse. In the first year of Jinkong, in August, the Jin army advanced southward. By September, Taiyuan had fallen, and by October, they crossed the Yellow River. On the 17th of December, they besieged the capital of the Song dynasty, Kaifeng, and by the 25th, the outer city of Kaifeng was breached. Above, 2 red arrows marked the route of the Jin army's advance, swiftly traversing from Baozhou, capturing Zhongshan, Daming, Puyang, and finally reaching the city of Kaifeng. Another route, originating from Datong, successively conquered Taiyuan, Longda, and Mengjin. Upon reaching Mengjin, the forces split. One faction moved westward to attack Luoyang, nearing Tongguan to thwart the Song border troops, while the other pressed on to Kaifeng. Kongming gazed at this route in disbelief. Having set out in September, they had swiftly taken several fortified cities and crossed the Yellow River by October. Was it possible that the Song army offered no resistance, escorting the Jin forces unimpeded? Li Shimin, in exasperation, even plucked a few hairs from his beard. Was it that the Jin were exceptionally fierce, or the Song army woefully weak? Even he, were he in command, could not fathom such rapidity. Taiyuan, a bastion of strength, was well known to him. Coupled with the Yellow River, a natural barrier, he could not comprehend how this battle had unfolded. Incompetence, utter incompetence. Lu Che seethed at this disgraceful scene, his fury threatening to erupt. On the 17th of December, they attacked, and by the 25th, the capital had fallen. Lu Che was rendered numb. In the second year of Jinkong, as Kaifeng fell, the Jin forces plundered the city mercilessly. In February, they degraded the emperors Huizong and Qinzong to commoners, forcing them to bare their chests and lead sheep as a show of submission. By May, the Jin had abducted the 2 emperors, numerous royal relatives, concubines, princesses, and palace maidens. Beneath the heavens, countless ancestors of various dynasties, witnessing the harrowing scenes displayed above, were left in shock. The Northern Song. Zhao Kuangyin suddenly spat a mouthful of blood, trembling uncontrollably as he collapsed to the ground. Beasts! They're all beasts! He cried. I will kill them. I shall slay the Jin. And those 2, Huizong and Qinzong, shall meet the same fate. His gaze, filled with fury, swept over his sons. He had fought for half his life and had never witnessed such a swift defeat. Which traitor's descendants were responsible for this? In that moment, Zhao Kuangyin even questioned the integrity of his own bloodline. Perhaps he should simply pass the throne to his younger brother. In the court, ministers covered their faces in despair. The nation's prestige had plummeted to such depths that they could not bear to face the world. It could not be said that the emperor alone was responsible for the state's downfall. Your Majesty need not despair. Amongst the descendants, there are indeed those like Zhao Jiao, a ruler of courage, one minister remarked. Yes, there is Jiao. Zhao Kuangyin grasped at this lifeline, his eyes filled with hope. Jiao, come forth and save us. Otherwise, I shall have no face to show to the world. Chapter 57. The Song dynasty's rulers did not flee south. At this moment, Zhao Kuangyin was truly infuriated. He had unified the north and south, bringing an end to the brutal era, and was filled with ambition. Yet, it had barely been a short time since he ascended the throne, and he was confronted with the disheartening reality that his descendants, and the very dynasty he had established, were in such a state. Who could bear this? At that moment, he could not suppress the fear that gripped his heart. Could this be heaven's punishment for him, seizing the world from the helpless family of the Chai clan? Above the celestial canopy, an ancient voice recounted the tumultuous history, transporting all who listened to the final years of the Northern Song, immersing them in the humiliating history of the Han people. Even those who were not of that era felt the resonance. The familiar black hair, dark eyes, and accents spoke volumes, revealing that they shared the same blood. Even their descendants might not be exempt. How could they not empathize with such a profound legacy? Alas, this truly enraged me, lamented Zhang Fei, gripping his 8-foot-long spear, yet feeling a profound sense of bewilderment. Gong Sunzan could not help but clap and sighed deeply, lamenting how the region of Yuzhou could be so easily overrun by foreign tribes. With my cavalry, I shall not allow them to tread upon our land. Elbu's expression was a mixture of scorn and anguish. What a wretched world this is! Even in later times, how many would perish beneath the hooves of foreign invaders? And when have the dignitaries in the court ever genuinely cared for the lives of the common people? Qin Yingzheng felt a headache coming on. He could not comprehend how this Song dynasty, from its emperor to its court, could be so feeble and yet maintain control over the realm. Through the celestial narration, He began to grasp the essence of this dynasty. It favored civil governance over military might, prospering in wealth. But what good is wealth without arms? Can one simply smother their enemies with gold? Xinguan. Li Shimin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze filled with sternness. How could such a dynasty, with such a ruler, be worthy of its splendid mountains and rivers? No wonder Zhao Jio would proclaim that while the Song may perish, the world shall endure. It seemed Zhao Jio was indeed an anomaly in the Zhao clan. The ministers of the Xinguan era were equally at a loss, filled with utmost indignation. Why were the scholars in the Song court so weak? They readily spoke of peace. Can peace truly be established by mere treaties? The scholars of the Great Tang Xinguan period did not comprehend. This was simply tarnishing their reputation. Should future generations view scholars as weaklings, they would not bear the blame. The two emperors of Huizong and Qinzong, along with numerous royal relatives, were captured by the Jurchens, marking the symbolic end of the Northern Song. In the celestial panorama, the already limited territory of the Northern Song continuously shrank, eventually halting at the banks of the Huai River. This scene left the onlookers from various dynasties trembling with rage, their blood rushing to their heads. Could they even retreat to the banks of the Yangtze? Li Shimin found himself perplexed. From the information conveyed by the celestial screen, it was evident that the Song dynasty still possessed considerable power within the Central Plains. Aside from a few prominent cities, the vast majority of strength remained firmly in the hands of the Song. At this moment, should a formidable force be assembled to advance boldly, merely presenting the pretense of confronting the Jurchens, it was likely that the already opportunistic Jurchens would retreat to their territories without engaging in actual combat. After all, the Song had cultivated their influence in this region for a century, and it was not something the Jurchens could easily consume in one gulp. Strategist, our territory has diminished, Zhao Yun exclaimed, gazing at the celestial screen, his fury palpable. In this confined expanse, would there still be a chance for resurgence? Even if His Majesty Zhao Jiu ascended to the throne? Huang Zhong clenched his fists, filled with frustration. All these officials are but traitors seeking to sell their heads. I wish I could take up my sword and eliminate them all. With a powerful strike of his green dragon crescent blade against the ground, Guan Yu left a significant dent, his murderous intent evident. What are the likes of Wanyan Zhongwang and Wanyan Zhonghan to fear? If I, old Zhang, were present, I would surely show them the might of the Han sons. Zhang Fei's brow furrowed, exuding an intense aura. Zhuge Liang chuckled. Is there not still half of the kingdom left? That is ample. Liu Bei's eyes brightened. Does the strategist believe there is still hope? Indeed, not only hope, but a substantial one, Kong Ming thought to himself, finding this situation considerably simpler than what he had previously encountered. He stated solemnly, based on the information revealed by the celestial screen, the strength of the Zhao Song court is not as poor as many believe. In fact, it is far stronger than we might assume. Please elaborate, strategist. The others, no longer vexed, hastily arranged small stools around Kong Ming, offering tea and snacks. Kong Ming chuckled. If only you applied such enthusiasm to your studies. From my observations, the Zhao Song possesses at least 5 advantages. Firstly, the Song court has not lost its prestige, and it still wields significant influence. The righteousness remains intact. Secondly, the Song is affluent, with a full treasury, lacking neither funds nor provisions. Thirdly, the fall of the capital and the capture of the 2 emperors will undoubtedly incite the anger of the Song people, as the saying goes. Grieving soldiers are destined to triumph, thus their morale can be harnessed. Fourthly, the capture of numerous royal family members and officials alleviates a heavy burden. Zhao Yun was puzzled. Is this truly an advantage? Zhang Fei shared his confusion. How can the capture of all the high-ranking officials be seen as advantageous? Kong Ming smiled but offered no further explanation. The 5th advantage lies in the vast territories of the Central Plains now occupied by the Jurchens. In truth, Kong Ming believed the Zhao Song possessed even more advantages, yet lacking complete information, he refrained from speaking indiscriminately. Liu Bei was bewildered. Strategist, I comprehend the first 4 points. But how can the Jurchens' occupation of this fertile land be considered a disadvantage for them? Kong Ming replied with conviction, because they are an alien race. The hearts of the people yearn for the Song. General Zhang, if your homeland were to be occupied by the Chong, Xinbei, or Huns, and you were forced to become one of them, how would you feel? Zhang Fei declared without hesitation, then I, the old Zhang, shall undoubtedly fight to the death. At this moment, he suddenly fell silent, and the others, too, began to grasp the significance of his words. Indeed, these Jin people are from a foreign tribe. Zhao Yun breathed a sigh of relief. If that were the case, he felt reassured, as victory was all that mattered. Kong Ming remained silent, his expression tinged with concern. What he refrained from articulating was that, despite the considerable advantage enjoyed by the Zhaosong dynasty, the outcome hinged entirely upon the actions of the emperor seated upon the dragon throne. After all, who could have foreseen that the capital of the northern Song, Kaifeng, would fall so swiftly, without any organized resistance? Moreover, the sooner one recognized this precarious situation, the easier it would be to expel the Jin and reclaim their homeland. However, if time dragged on, whether the people's hearts would still yearn for the Song dynasty remained uncertain. Would the next emperor of Zhao Song truly come to this realization, or possess the audacity to counterattack against the Jin? In this context, Zhao Jiao ascended to the throne. As the ministers in the court unanimously expressed their desire to march south, Zhao Jiao indignantly proclaimed, "One should live as a remarkable figure, and even in death, one should be a hero. To this day, I think of Xiangyu, who refused to cross the river to the east. The Song dynasty shall not have an emperor who flees south." Beneath the celestial canopy, Xiangyu, stirred by the tales of the future generations, suddenly heard his own name and was momentarily bewildered. To this day, I think of Xiangyu, who refused to cross the river to the east. What does that have to do with me? Li Qichao, listening to this verse, was equally perplexed. Wasn't this entirely her own words? She had just contemplated them, intending to inscribe them on paper, yet now she found herself accused of plagiarism? At this point, the scene above the celestial canopy grew fervent once more, imbued with a certain terrifying magic that sent shivers down one's spine. Since this Zhao Jiao ascended the throne, it was as if a jade belt had tethered a wild steed. Half a duck had satiated the voracious beast. As Mount Bagong triumphed over Jin Wuzhou, and Yao Mountain's archers felled Wanyan Lushi, the aspirations of the world were embodied by Beima Shaoxing, while Han Xin's tomb merely revealed the regal demeanor of emperors. Suddenly, a brilliant light tore through the blood-red sky, akin to the dawn breaking after a long night, causing one's eyes to sting. A towering silhouette emerged upon the celestial canvas, transforming from ethereal to substantial. As it turned to face the audience, a warm smile graced its lips, and its gaze seemed to encompass all beneath the canopy. Chapter 58. Press forward. Push it forward for me. You all claim that I, Zhao Jiao, am greedy, yet little do you know that my avarice surpasses your wildest imaginations. What do a myriad of gold and silver signify in the face of this splendid landscape, which possesses boundless worth? However, to live as a dog or a servant, even while guarding mountains of wealth, can reduce one to nothing more than a pile of excrement, trampled underfoot. Preserving one's dignity yields not only the nobility of honor, but also a wealth and splendor that one could scarcely exhaust in a lifetime. Press forward, for me. Press forward. Beneath the vast expanse of the heavens, a formidable youth brandished his sword to the north, exerting every ounce of his strength, as if the words were squeezed from his very throat, imbued with an undeniable resolve. With a single command, the grand standard, symbolizing the emperor's presence, began its slow yet unwavering advance. The air soon filled with the resounding battle cries of the Song army. Hiss! Such charisma, throwing caution to the wind. Under the celestial canopy, countless ancestors rallied behind Zhao Jiao, their fervor ignited, transforming them into beings as invigorated as if they had been administered a potent elixir. The wandering heroes of the martial world gazed at Zhao Jiao with shining eyes, captivated by his audacity and charm. Every gesture radiated an enchanting allure. If not forsaken, I would gladly serve my emperor unto death. Many ambitious scholars, as well as seasoned officials who had traversed the corridors of power for decades, quivered with excitement at the boy emperor's call from above. We long for a sovereign such as he. In numerous dynasties, the court officials regarded their own emperor with disdainful glances. Look at him, and then at yourself. Do you even deserve to occupy this throne? In the Tang dynasty, the courtiers observed their own emperor, a paragon of virtue and grandeur, and nodded in approval. While Zhao Jiao was indeed impressive, it was clear that our sovereign surpassed him in strength. Not a shred of envy, not even a hint. Li Shimin gazed at Zhao Jiao with admiration. He was deeply fond of this young man. Yes, it is precisely like this. Better to seek the straight path than the winding one. Sometimes, one cannot fathom the outcome unless they dare to act. Li Shimin waved his hand in frustration. He recognized that while Zhao Jiao possessed remarkable courage and ambition, his strategies and military tactics remained quite immature. At present, he could only be regarded as a magnificent uncut gem. If given time to refine his skills, he would surely unify the realm and achieve greatness on par with his own. In the Western Han dynasty, Liu Che raised an eyebrow, displeased as he surveyed his ministers. What expressions are these? Why do you all gaze at Zhao Jiao? Look at me. Am I not worthy? Hui Zubing sheepishly scratched his head. It is not that way. Your Majesty, of course, I believe you to be the finest emperor. However, upon hearing Zhao Jiao's command, I could not help but feel compelled to draw my sword and follow him across the river. The ministers nodded in agreement, having grasped the gravity of Zhao Jiao's situation through the celestial narration. As the imperial banner advanced, it was solely to rescue a loyal minister. Clearly, he had countless alternatives at his disposal, and their rational minds informed them that such actions were misguided. This emperor, endowed with remarkable talents and strategies, had only recently ascended to the throne, bearing the immense burden of the future of the Song dynasty. To risk himself in this manner was undeniably unwise. They could formulate 100 arguments to assert Zhao Jiao's irrationality. However, he truly exuded charisma. It was profoundly romantic. If every matter in this world had to be meticulously weighed in terms of advantages and disadvantages, how utterly dull life would be. This fervor, so strikingly simple and sincere, embodied a fearless march towards danger, as if knowingly traversing a tiger's lair. With the most direct and forceful methods, he pierced their chests, reviving their hearts, which had become as fetid as decayed mud, with newfound vitality. Ying Zheng's expression resembled a palette overturned, a dazzling array of colors. He genuinely felt an urge to curse. What has my Qin done to deserve this? After the celestial curtain has lingered for so long, he had garnered a rough understanding of the dynasties following his own. Take the Han dynasty, for instance. Though he was unaware of its precise duration, it must have been considerable, and it even divided into two segments. Among the top 6 emperors, 3 hailed from the Liu family of Han. Then there was the Ming dynasty, with both the Yongle and Hongwu emperors, a father-son duo of great stature. And what of the Tang dynasty? Although he was uncertain if there were other formidable emperors beyond Li Shimin, the affection of later generations for the Tang suggests it was indeed remarkable. Yet, how is it that in his Qin, the descendants seem so inept? The pinnacle of Qin's territory rested in his grasp. Initially, he felt little discomfort, as the Song dynasty was still thriving. But now, the emergence of such an exceptional successor in the Song raised doubts about the future of his own Qin. Ying Zheng was perplexed and could not comprehend. Clearly, he had come from a lineage of great sovereigns. Why, after him, did Qin fail to produce any illustrious descendants? Indeed, it must be that the progeny of Hu Hai were lacking. Summon Hu Hai to me. I shall personally administer 20 lashes. After delivering the punishment, hearing Hu Hai's cries of anguish, Ying Zheng's wrath subsided somewhat. Tears, even in sorrow, mark the passage of time. Zhao Jiao, my divine child. Ha ha, did you all witness? This is my lineage. Zhao Kuangyin gazed upon the celestial screen, watching Zhao Jiao, full of vigor and poise, exuding the essence of an emperor. And he could not help but beam with joy. He raised a cup and took several hearty gulps, still unsatisfied, before moving into the grand hall, seizing 2 ministers at random and pulling them into a joyous dance, reveling in the moment. After witnessing the disgraceful actions of Zhao Ji and Zhao Huan, Zhao Kuangyin felt his own life had dimmed. With such an emperor in the Song's future, perhaps it would be better to perish early and allow a more capable dynasty to rise, rather than clinging to this position and allowing these splendid lands to fall into foreign hands. Yet, the emergence of Zhao Jiao invigorated him with renewed hope. Instantly, his backache vanished, and his spirits soared. Even if this child should falter in the future, with such a formidable sovereign at the helm, the illustrious annals shall not tarnish the legacy of the great Song dynasty. And should he, like the illustrious Guangwu, rejuvenate the realm, then the Song dynasty could indeed stand shoulder to shoulder with the illustrious Han of 4 centuries. How delightful it is, how comforting, how fortunate I am to have you. Jiao, you are my treasure. How could you not be my son? No, no, I would even call you father. Upon this thought, Zhao Kuangyin cast a disdainful glance at his 2 sons, who were nothing short of unremarkable, a sight almost unbearable. So, love can indeed fade away, can it? Zhao Dajing and Zhao Defeng exchanged glances of grievance with Zhao Kuangyin, pondering what relevance this had to them. During the Xuanhe period of the Northern Song dynasty, the officials within the Grand Hall were momentarily taken aback. When did the ruler acquire such an exceptional son as Zhao Jiao? Even Emperor Huizong of Song, seated upon the dragon throne, was rendered speechless. Or perhaps it was from the moment he learned of the fall of Kaifeng and his subsequent demotion to commoner status at the hands of the Jurchens that he had succumbed to bewilderment. He was even contemplating whether to abdicate the throne forthwith and seek refuge in Yangzhou. Despite the humiliation inflicted by the Jurchens, Zhao Ji could only respond with anger. What good would knowing do? Would knowledge deter the Jurchens from invading the Song? Would it empower them to triumph over the Jurchens? No, it would not. They lacked the capability to do so, as one might surmise. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. What? Zhao Ji was jolted back to reality by the calls of his ministers, stumbling slightly, fearing that the Jurchens were upon them. Your Majesty, we wish to inquire about the whereabouts of that child, Zhao Jiao. Zhong Zhe and Zhong Shidao gazed at Zhao Ji with eager eyes. Oh, Your Majesty, to have such an exceptional child, and yet keep him hidden from us, as if you hold us in contempt. Do you not share a bond with your brothers? Why conceal this from us? Zhao Ji was utterly perplexed. He had never named his son Zhao Jiao. No, you do. You must have one. The ministers fixed their ardent gazes upon Zhao Ji, as if to assert that he indeed possessed such a child. Quickly, reveal him to us. Chapter 59. History should have been this way. No, I truly do not have such a son. Zhao Ji was becoming increasingly anxious. If he indeed possessed such an exceptional offspring, why would he conceal him? Your Majesty, please consider it once more, urged an official. Could it be that with so many sons, you simply forgot one? Perhaps we should summon all the princes and take a look together? The ministers were in a frenzy. Even those who had previously supported peace were now in a state of desperation. Had they not heard the reports? The Jin army had invaded Kaifeng, committing acts of arson and slaughter. While it was lamentable, one could at least dismiss the deaths of mere commoners. However, the fact that the Jin had abducted everyone was utterly unacceptable. Truly, these barbaric invaders had no sense of honor. Even if they conquered the realm, they would still require our assistance to govern it, which was profoundly dishonorable. Zhao Ji began to waver. Could it be that he really had a child named Zhao Jiao? After all, he did have a substantial number of sons. Over 20, in fact. He himself could not guarantee that he knew them all. Before long, more than 20 of Song Huizong's sons were summoned, the youngest still a mere infant. Begone! What chaos is this? Why summon such tiny children? Zhao Ji scowled, ordering the removal of the little ones. Zhao Jiao, who would ascend the throne in 5 or 6 years, could not possibly be so young. The gaze of the ministers then turned to the princes present. Initially, their attention fell upon the eldest son, Zhao Huan, but they quickly shook their heads in unison. This is not the capable Zhao Jiao, but rather the ineffective Song Qinzong, just like his father. Zhao Huan, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, wished to hide his face. Was this the throne he desired? Did he not hear the reports that it was his father who, in fear, hastily passed the crown to him before fleeing? What could he do? The ministers scrutinized each prince, shaking their heads in disappointment. They understood that none of these heirs possessed the courage of Zhao Jiao. Finally, their gaze settled upon Prince Zhao Go. He stood tall and proud, declaring, "Enough of this. It is I." In terms of age, he seemed comparable to the Zhao Jiao described in the reports. If all went as expected, Zhao Go would be the audacious and brilliant ruler. Zhao Jiao. How splendid I shall be. Zhao Go smirked, revealing a hint of mischief. As for the name discrepancy, he reasoned it was due to his witnessing the shattered realm. He had adopted the name Zhao Jiao to signify his ambitions. Such occurrences were not without precedent in history. Indeed, I am destined to be the future of the Song dynasty. No, you are not he. The ministers sighed in unison. Zhao Go bore little resemblance to the Zhao Jiao depicted in the reports. Your Majesty is right. The Prince of Endurance is too frivolous to rule the realm. Are there no others, Your Majesty? The other princes do not appear to fit the description either. The ministers were in a state of despair, for the dawn of hope was within reach. If they could not find Zhao Jiao, what would become of them? Would they truly be left to follow the Jin as savages? It truly seemed hopeless. Zhao Ji found himself in a state of helplessness. If he were unaware of the future, it would be one thing. However, now he yearned for a son of such caliber. Without hesitation, he would abdicate the throne in favor of this child and retreat to Yangzhou to enjoy a life of leisure. As for the emperor's duties, let whoever desires to undertake them do so, for he felt utterly incapable. Was it conceivable that this child was born outside the palace, now wandering in obscurity? Kai Jing offered a remarkably plausible conjecture. Indeed, it must be so. Your Majesty, hasten to recall that this child may be the offspring of the concubine from outside. I shall go fetch him at once. What need have you of this? I am the most loyal subject of Zhao Jiu, the emperor. Nonsense. It is I who holds that title. At that moment, the court exuded an absurdity reminiscent of Zhao Jiu's presence, with the faces of all present seemingly inscribed with the word loyalty. Ahem, what nonsense are you all speaking? I have done no such thing, Zhao Ji remarked, a hint of embarrassment coloring his countenance. The ministers cast disdainful glances, as if to say, what pretense is this at such a time? Who among us is unaware of the secret passage linking the palace to the pleasure quarters? Your Majesty, other matters pale in comparison. I implore you to consider this carefully, for it concerns the future of our Song dynasty for the next century. This cannot be treated lightly. Zhong Shidao's expression was grave. At this juncture, who still cared about the emperor's dalliance? If it were true that a child like Zhao Jiu was born outside the palace, it would indeed be a blessing from our forebears, worthy of commendation. The immediate task is to retrieve this child without delay. With every passing moment, the odds of our Song dynasty's future grow more favorable. Is it truly possible? Zhao Ji pondered, feeling stifled. If such a thing were to occur, how could anyone conceal it from him? The birth of a prince represents an unparalleled opportunity. Perhaps we should first send someone to investigate, suggested Zhongzhe. Indeed, it is prudent. Kindly draft a list for me, Your Majesty, Kai Jing insisted, unwilling to relinquish this opportunity. Zhao Jiu, your most loyal subject, is on his way. Since Zhao Jiu secured the throne and convened the martial arts assembly to discuss heroes, our Song dynasty has experienced no further disappointments. Ultimately, Yu Fei vanquished the Xia. Li Yanxian firmly established himself in Shangxi. Zhongzhe never had to cross the river thrice. Han Shizhong became the emperor's steadfast shield, and Zhao Ding commanded the main forces. For a decade, the aspirations of the imperial family in Bianliang have finally materialized. The celestial canvas was replete with images flickering by, as the soldiers of the Song dynasty stood tall and resolute. Clad in triple layers of armor, they surged forth under the command of their generals, overcoming obstacles with military discipline that was awe-inspiring, advancing like a tide of iron armor towards the Jin forces. This iron curtain steadily constricted, akin to a colossal hand descending from the heavens, tightly gripping the throats of the Jin soldiers, ultimately invoking a profound terror among them. This relentless tide of armored warriors, willing to sacrifice their lives, fought for but 4 words: restore our rivers and mountains. In Sichuan, what a rallying cry to restore our rivers and mountains. Kong Ming gazed skyward with a hearty laugh, overwhelmed with excitement, the composure he had previously cultivated dissipating entirely. He paced back and forth, expressing his fervent emotions. Indeed, all said. At this moment, Kong Ming gazed northward, his heart brimming with lofty ambitions reaching their zenith. All the chaotic thoughts dissipated, coalescing into a singular phrase. The Han and the bandits cannot coexist. The royal enterprise cannot be secured in complacency. Northward campaign, northward campaign. I, Liang, shall not fail His Majesty's entrustment. I fervently wish to restore our rivers and mountains with this frail body. To restore our rivers and mountains. How beautifully spoken. The pent-up frustration within Ing Zheng reached its peak, and he contemplated extracting Hu Hai to administer 20 lashes. In the early Western Han Xi sighed. Why must it take a decade? I dare say the generals of the Song dynasty are inadequate. If I were to lead, within 5 years, I guarantee the golden invaders would not return home. With such a formidable sovereign at the helm, one would think that resources and troops would be abundant. Yet it still took 10 years. It is simply unbearable to witness. As Han Xian drank, he vehemently cursed the ineptitude of the Song generals. Zhao Jiu, a good lad, even paid respects at his grave. Such devotion endeared him greatly to Han Xian. Liu Bang expressed his discontent. How is my lord any lesser than Zhao Jiu? Is it not merely that he is a tad younger? In what other aspects does he surpass my lord? My lord conquered this realm in 6 years. Humph. Liu Bang mused, feeling a sense of pride as he raised a bowl of wine and downed it in one gulp. Practice is still required. In the northern song, Zhao Kuangyin was overjoyed beyond measure, a true glory to the family. Zhao Jiu, this child, I did not misjudge him. I have observed him since he was young. Bring forth a steel. Let the deeds of my Zhao family's Qilan son be inscribed for future generations to admire. Even in the afterlife, I can rest in peace. I shall let the world and posterity know that my great song is no weaker than the Yin and Han. I shall also grant a general amnesty, sparing all but the unpardonable. They must remember that they bask in the light of this child, Jiao. Once his joy subsided, Zhao Guangyin glanced at his younger brother. Zhao Guangyi, did you witness the magnificence of my descendants? You too must diligently instruct your children. Perhaps they too will prove to be Qilin's sons like Jiao. Indeed, indeed. My elder brother speaks wisely. Zhao Guangyi forced a smile, though it remains uncertain whose descendants they truly are. Just then, the heavens darkened ominously, evoking an unsettling foreboding. As if something dire was imminent, the previously raspy voice echoed once more. Perhaps, this history ought to be as it is, destined to unfold thus. Yet, ultimately, it is not so. Zhao Guangyin? Chapter 60. Zhao Guangyin's heart, suspended, has finally perished. What do you mean by not so? Zhao Guangyin found himself momentarily stunned, his heart suddenly racing. It felt as though something was amiss. Do not frighten yourself unnecessarily. It cannot possibly be what I fear. Though he spoke these words, beads of cold sweat began to form upon his brow. Zhao Guangyin, who had fought valiantly throughout his life, wielding the dragon-patterned staff and conquering all enemies on the battlefield, had never known fear. Yet now, an overwhelming terror gripped him, sending chills down his spine. He feared that his suspicions were indeed true. As the saying goes, heavy rain falls on the quiet Yen, white waves surge to the sky. Beyond Qinhuangdao, fishing boats vanish in the vast ocean. To whom can one turn? Memories stretch back over 1,000 years. Wei Wu brandished his whip. Eastward to the cliffs of Jieshe, leaving behind a legacy. The desolate autumn wind is here once more. A new world has emerged. Sighing, Yingzheng leaned back, the weight of unspoken melancholy resting heavily upon him. What a poignant verse. Regarding the final line about a changed world, Yingzheng could relate deeply. When he had vanquished the 6 states and unified the realm, he had harbored grand aspirations, believing his Qin would endure through the ages. Little did he know that after the Qin, many dynasties would rise, some even more resplendent than his own. Truly, the world had transformed. What a pity for this Zhao Jiao. Yingzheng shook his head. What has become of Emperor Zhao Jiao? He appears to be thriving. Rectifying past grievances and restoring the old territories, Wang Li inquired, somewhat perplexed. You should take a leaf out of your grandfather's book and read more. Yingzheng chuckled softly. Indeed, Zhao Jiao is well, but alas. Here, Yingzheng seemed reluctant, lamenting that the Song dynasty had not witnessed the emergence of a Zhao Jiao in the same manner. Ultimately, it was not as he wished. Though it was not his Qin, and despite seeing such remarkable successors in the Song, a tinge of bitterness lingered within him. Yet, deep down, Yingzheng harbored a hope that all of this was genuine. Beneath the vast sky, many astute individuals prior to the Song had perceived the truth, sighing deeply. It seems that such pure-hearted, passionate souls exist only in the realm of imagination, does it not? Yet the heavens offered no respite, as time relentlessly marched forward. Enough. That will suffice. Countless souls now lamented internally, pleading for silence. Yet some matters cannot simply be ignored or rendered non-existent by willful blindness. The mountains stand resolutely there. If one must speak of regrets in the context of the Song, it is that it remains merely a novel. As these words echoed, a stirring and tragic melody arose. Is it not fitting amidst the snowy nights of Beishan, gazing across at parting? I ride the winds, leaving behind a blood moon. It is but fate, and all past memories have become rain. This music seemed to penetrate the hearts of many, causing an involuntary shiver. They averted their gazes, unable to bear the sight. In the mortal realm of the great Song, ancestors from various dynasties were overwhelmed with emotion, with many weeping uncontrollably. There is nothing more cruel in this world than to offer hope, only to mercilessly snatch it away. I could have borne the darkness had I never glimpsed the light. Such a heroic ruler, did he truly not exist in our great Song? Zhao Guangyin's heart, once filled with anticipation, has now withered. As if stripped of all strength and will, collapsing to the ground, his spirit utterly drained. Your Majesty, are you unwell? Shall I summon the imperial physician? Zhao Guangyin, summoning his last reserves of strength, rose to his feet and waved his hand dismissively. It seems that our great Song is unworthy of such a hero gracing our realm. This is my fate, the fate of our great Song. However, I do not accept this fate. Come forth, assemble the troops. There is no need to await the next generation. I shall clear the path for them now. Huh. Zhao Guangyin struck the ground with his dragon staff, and his fierce gaze reignited with vigor. An overwhelming aura enveloped the assembled generals, causing their hearts to tremble with awe. Zhao Kuangyin emerged from the treacherous era of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, subduing the arrogant warlords with his might. It would not be so easy for him to resign himself to fate. In the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang exhaled heavily, realizing that the notion of a heroic figure in the Zhao song was merely a fabrication of tales. He had already surmised that Zhao Jiu must be a fictional creation of later generations, akin to the tales of Li Shimin's time-traveling escapades. Now, his suspicions were confirmed, aligning perfectly with his expectations. Initially, he had intended to mock the absurdity, but for some reason, laughter eluded him at this moment. Looking around, he found that he was not alone. The court ministers echoed his sighs, their hearts heavy with regret. Why then do we all hope for Zhao Jiu's victory? Is it because the great song deserves it? No, the great song does not deserve it. But the people of the great song deserve it. Our deep emotions towards this story stem from the debts owed to the populace of the great song, to those passionate and patriotic heroes who cared for their country and people. Zhongzhe, Yu Fei, Han Shizhong, Li Yanxin, Lu Yu, Xian Qiji, Li Qingzhao, Wen Tianxiao, and countless other citizens of the great song. Do they not deserve it? Above, countless figures appeared like fleeting shadows, each in the prime of life. They appeared so spirited, laughing, crying, raging, and lamenting. They bore the weight of national grievances, dedicating their lives to the restoration of their homeland, yearning for the return of their lost territories. Each one stood in the light, beneath the celestial canopy. All dynasties fell silent in this moment. A profound revelation. Chapter 61. Despairing loyalty at Zhao Ling. If the subjects of the Great Song dynasty were all spineless, devoid of principles, ready to bow down at the mere arrival of the Jurchens, would we still feel this profound sense of injustice? Yet they are not. Here I stand, lamenting at Zhao Ling. Whenever the loyal ministers of the Song dynasty suffer injustice, they rush to the tomb of Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin, to weep bitterly. Let us eradicate these Song people. Such weakness deserves the downfall of their realm. Such splendid territory cannot be claimed by the feeble Song. Why do you flee? What do you resist? Your emperor has been captured, and your court no longer desires your allegiance. Under the savage acts and sharp blades of the Jurchens, the citizens of the Central Plains wail in agony, their cries staining the skies crimson, creating a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. Beasts! I shall annihilate them. How dare they? They are the descendants of my great Tang. Have they truly underestimated the might of Huaxia? Li Shimin, filled with wrath, drew his bow, its curve resembling a full moon, the arrow like a shooting star, soaring towards the heavens. This arrow seemed to pierce the very canopy of the sky. As a Jurchen fell, struck in the forehead, disbelief etched upon his face as he crumpled to the ground, unable to comprehend from whence the arrow had come. Veins bulged on Li Shimin's temples as fury consumed him. Have you all heard? They weep at Zhao Ling, proclaiming it to be my mausoleum. They must have suffered immense grievances. As he spoke, tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. The ministers of the Jingguan era watched, their blood pressure surging. Having never witnessed such humiliation, they were accustomed to the Tang waging war against foreign tribes, not being subjected to such disgrace themselves. Generals like Li Jing, Li Ji, Su Dingfang, and Qin Xiong felt their eyes burning with rage, yearning to charge into the sky and demonstrate the might of the Tang. Whoever it may be, hurry and save us. Lu Che gasped for breath, a fierce determination driving him to confront the Xiongnu. He could not bear to see foreigners flaunting their power over the Han people. The mere thought of marriage alliances filled him with shame, let alone witnessing Han citizens treated like livestock, slaughtered without mercy. What's Yubing slammed his fist against the beam, leaving several marks as blood flowed from his hands. Yet, the pain of his body paled in comparison to the agony in his heart. Are the Jurchens truly this formidable? Huitzubing could not believe it. The Xiongnu were once exalted, yet he had brought them to their knees. The ancestors of all dynasties felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation and rage. The vivid scenes unfolded before them, the wails of women echoing in their ears. Many sensitive souls could not restrain their tears, weeping silently in despair. A resounding roar echoed as the heavens ignited in a fierce blaze, seemingly intent on reducing the inferno of hell itself to ashes. Amidst the raging flames, a divine spear pierced through the fire, striking the throats of countless Jin soldiers. With a thunderous crash, a general clad in Song armor, appearing as though he had emerged from a crimson sea of blood, descended upon the mountain of corpses and the ocean of gore. He brandished his long spear, his eyes gleaming with the ferocity of a tiger, surveying the surroundings as if he were alone, his weapon pointed directly at the Jin. Behind him, the four characters' loyalty to the country glimmered like gold upon his armor. I am Yu Fei. Where are the Backway troops? The Backway troops are here. Behind Yu Fei, countless Backway soldiers raised their weapons, their gazes fixed on the Jin as if they were staring at the dead. Let us strike directly at the Yellow Dragon. 30 years of fame reduced to dust, 8,000 miles of journey through clouds and moonlight. Do not idly wait, for youth fades to gray in vain lament. 13 years prior, Yu Fei had retreated, yet this time he had finally awaited an extraordinary opportunity, a chance to strike at the heart of the enemy. And he resolved not to retreat again. With lofty ambitions, let us feast upon the flesh of the barbarian, and quench our thirst with the blood of the Xiongnu. Let us restore our ancient rivers and mountains, facing the heavenly palace. Above, a handsome general with arched brows, exuding an aura of heroism. Led a fierce army like a blade, plunging into the very heart of the Jin. Everything seemed destined to come true. Even the legendary generals of the Jin, upon witnessing the Yu family army led by Yu Fei, could not help but lament. Shaking mountains is easy, but shaking the Yu family army is a daunting task. Wonderful. It is General Yu. We are saved. Yu Wumu. It is truly Yu Wumu. General Yu, we have missed you. Let us once more into battle. We long to follow you again. The people of the southern Song wept bitterly as they gazed upon Yu Fei in the heavens. In the Ming dynasty, Emperor Chongzhen could not contain his tears upon seeing Yu Fei in the sky, wishing that heaven would bestow upon him a Yu Wumu. He would never cower like Zhao Go. In the northern Song, Zhao Kuangyin, on the brink of death, suddenly sat up in astonishment, his expression transforming dramatically. He had believed the Song was doomed. Yet, he was taken aback to discover such a fierce general still existed. The prowess of this commander appeared unmatched. Surely, this could not be an illusion. With such a leader, how could they possibly lose? Unless, of course, the one seated upon the dragon throne was a complete fool. Wait. Zhao Kuangyin gazed at the heavens in disbelief. Could it truly be as he feared? Yu Fei's fourth northern expedition was originally a perfect opportunity to strike at the Yellow Dragon. This day was one he had awaited for 13 years, preparing for 13 years. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. This time, the Yu family army, led by Yu Fei, surged forward with fervor, advancing all the way to Zhuxian town, with Kaifeng in sight. Yet, at the moment of triumph, what awaited Yu Fei was not accolades, but 12 gold medals from Wanyan Go Zhao Go. There are still masters, exclaimed Li Shimin, utterly astonished. Liu Bang placed his hand upon his forehead, astonished, although he had encountered numerous individuals throughout his life. He had never before encountered such a fool. Zhuge Liang was utterly taken aback by the issuance of 12 golden edicts, a cold sweat breaking across his back. My lord, this emperor possesses remarkable wealth to issue 12 golden edicts at once. Lu Chan gazed at the golden edicts with a hint of envy. The question remains, is he truly wealthy? Zhuge Liang glanced at Lu Chan, appearing somewhat exasperated, yet he soon exhaled a sigh of relief. So be it, this is quite satisfactory. Though Chan is a bit foolish, at least his mind is intact. It is lamentable that Yu Fei devoted his entire life to the Song dynasty, only to fall victim to an unfounded accusation, ultimately meeting his unjust fate at Fengbo Pavilion. Ing Zheng's expression was peculiar as he surveyed the court officials. Esteemed gentlemen, what do you interpret this unfounded accusation to mean? Li Si remained silent for a long while, finally responding with uncertainty, it may exist, it may not. If it does. For Li Si, a proponent of legalism, such an accusation was utterly absurd. What an unfounded accusation indeed. Ing Zheng found himself at a loss for words, suddenly comprehending why future generations would find this chapter of history so profoundly unsettling. Ah, unfounded. Esteemed gentlemen, have I grown old, or is my hearing failing me? Zhao Kuangyin forced a smile, seemingly wishing to say more, yet his lips moved without producing a sound. The imperial physician, without hesitation, swiftly administered 2 heart-saving pills into Zhao Kuangyin's mouth. The sentiments of those present were entirely understandable. Not only Zhao Kuangyin, but even they wished to see Zhao Go. That scoundrel, meet his demise. Truly, there are only erroneous names and no misnomers. The name Wanyan Go is indeed most fitting. Chapter 62. Abandoning illness as if to cast away sickness, the Song Emperor is no Hanwu following the tragic demise of Yu Fei in the confines of his prison. A peculiar stillness enveloped successive dynasties. Countless souls, beset by anguish, felt an overwhelming urge to weep blood, their profound indignation seeking an outlet. Initially, after witnessing the disgrace of Jinkong, they believed nothing could further incite their ire, yet reality delivered a harsh rebuke. Not only was there more, but significantly so. In their outrage over the Jinkong debacle, many harbored a mix of contempt for the feeble incompetence of the Huizong and Qinzong emperors, alongside a deep-seated loathing for the Jurchens. However, the tribulations faced by Yu Fei ignited a singular desire to drag Zhao Go forth and subject him to every conceivable form of punishment. At this moment, a singular thought consumed everyone's mind: to send Zhao Go to the netherworld to atone for Yu Fei's suffering. During the reign of Wu Zetian, the notion of the Song dynasty's survival seemed utterly intolerable. Wu Zetian scoffed softly. "I am aware of your discontent regarding a mere woman ascending to the throne. Yet, behold the emperors of the Song. Why not assist them if you have the capability?" The courtiers remained speechless, for assisting the Song emperors seemed a fate far less desirable than their immediate execution. In this light, having a woman as emperor appeared somewhat more palatable. At least the occupant of the throne was human, rather than a beast. Happiness, after all, is often measured through comparison. If you do not desire Yu Fei, you may bestow him upon me. Ing Zheng gazed longingly at Yu Fei. For a sovereign, a general like Yu Fei was nothing short of perfection. One could scarcely find a single flaw in him. The generals of the Qin exchanged glances, some harboring a hint of discontent. While Yu Fei was indeed formidable, they too possessed their own merits. Wang Jian smiled pleasantly at the scene. He equally admired such an outstanding junior as Yu Fei. During the reign of Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Zhuzhu lamented, "Why do you obey so blindly? You receive orders to withdraw, and you comply without question. Have you not heard that generals in the field are not bound by military commands? Simply press on and reclaim Kaifeng, then all would be resolved." The strategy of the front line was naturally dictated by the general. "Alas, I am truly vexed." Lu Zhuzhu's distress was palpable, for such a valiant warrior, with such illustrious achievements, seemed no less than Wei Qing. How splendid it would be to have him here, for he was sorely lacking in capable men. Wei Qing, Hu Zubing, and the other generals exchanged glances, relieved that their sovereign was not a lifeless entity like Zhao Go. Otherwise, they would surely perish of frustration. In northern Song, Emperor Shenzong and his ministers gazed incredulously at the infant before them, barely 2 years old. Is this the Zhao Ji of whom the heavens spoke? The courtiers found the situation utterly surreal. This infant was destined to become the principal figure in the downfall of their great Song. But how could he possibly ascend to the throne? Emperor Shenzong Zhao Su was utterly perplexed. How could the throne fall to Zhao Ji, who was but an infant? "You suggest we simply extinguish this child now, lest he jeopardize the vast territories of our Song dynasty." Emperor Shenzong's gaze was as frigid as ice as he regarded Zhao Ji, even though he was but an infant at this moment. Yet he was already deemed a calamity, a veritable star of misfortune for the realm of our Song. There could be no room for mercy. The court officials could not agree more. Clearly, there was something amiss with Zhao Ji's bloodline. 3 emperors of the same lineage, each more monstrous than the last. It must be a flaw in their bloodline. "Your Majesty, after all, Zhao Ji is still a mere child. Perhaps we should release him from the palace and raise him outside instead," Wang Engshi proposed. "It must be so. All of you bear witness here. Should Zhao Ji, this scourge, ever ascend the throne, let the world unite against him. The wisdom of your Majesty is commendable." Although Zhao Su did not believe that after this celestial event, Zhao Ji had any chance of claiming the throne, he still issued an edict. Yet, a nagging uncertainty lingered within him. Shouldn't they have dealt with him more decisively before? What a calamity indeed. Is there truly no regret for the Song beyond Yu Fei? Before you stands the mightiest warrior of the Southern Song, the most formidable literati in history. In essence, he can both wield the pen to pacify the realm and mount a steed to stabilize the universe. He is the first to dare challenge the Jin dynasty following Yu Fei. The very term Northern Expedition seems to flow through his veins. At the age of 22, he led 50 light cavalry to launch a night raid on an encampment of 50,000 enemies, capturing the traitor Zhang Anghua with a force akin to thunder. "Zhengguan, seize the youth," Li Shimin exclaimed incredulously as he surveyed his ministers. "Be bold, your Majesty, you heard correctly. 50 men. Cheng Yaojin's expression was tinged with bitterness. "By your mother, why are there so many divine generals in this Song dynasty, one after another, leaving me perplexed? Where does such audacity stem from?" Li Shimin was equally baffled. He considered himself quite audacious, having charged with 3,000 armored soldiers against 10,000, and even approached the Khagan of Xieli with only Wei Qigong at his side to establish the White Horse Covenant. However, to lead 50 men directly into the enemy's ranks, such an act was beyond his daring. He was bold, not reckless. In the Three Kingdoms, Cao Cao's eyes widened. I had thought that Lu Bu was invincible, yet here arises one even more valiant. Zhongkong, if I were to command you to charge with 50 men against 50,000, would you dare? Cao Cao inquired of Su Chu. My lord, if you issue the order, I shall certainly comply. Whether I can slay the chieftain is another matter. Su Chu scratched his head, recognizing that even someone as single-minded as he was could not fathom such rashness. 50 men against 50,000. Was that not courting death? With merely 500 elite troops, he triumphed over tens of thousands of Jin soldiers, successively reclaiming Tian, Jinan, and other territories, single-handedly driving foreign foes from Shandong. Throughout his life, he fervently petitioned for a northern expedition. However, the court, resolute in its desire for regional stability, regarded his requests as disturbances to peace, leading to a life of unfulfilled ambitions and a sorrowful end. The dreams of unifying the nation and restoring the rivers and mountains ultimately evaporated into mere illusions. Qiji, akin to a phoenix, transcended ailments, while the Song Emperor lacked the stature of Han Wudi. The southern Song court was unworthy of possessing such a spirited soul. He was the dragon among poets, rivaling Su Shi in literary prowess and Yu Fei in martial strength, a youthful god of war, Xian Qiji. Beneath the vast heavens, a spirited young man gazed upon the crowd with a radiant smile, his eyes shimmering with the finest hues of existence as he looked northward, imbued with a profound sense of purpose. It felt as though nothing in this world could daunt him. Yet, when he turned again, the creases of age had begun to etch themselves upon his visage, and his hair had turned white. Decades slipped by quietly. Yet he continued to gaze towards the north as he had decades prior, though the light had long since faded from his eyes. He could only sigh, recalling the fires of war along the roads of Yangzhou. For 43 years, I still remember. Under the Buddha's shrine, a chorus of divine crows and drums echoed. Who dares to inquire? As Xian Qiji's words reached this point, they resonated like a final roar, born from the depths of his being. Is General Lien still capable of dining in his old age? Even in the twilight of his life, with his hair turned white, he never dared to forget the grievances of his nation and kin. In the night sky, a solitary figure danced with a long sword amidst the camp. An aged voice seemed to sing and lament simultaneously. Drunkenly, I light a lamp to behold my sword, dreaming of the horn's call echoing through the encampment. 800 miles divide the banners beneath my command, while 50 strings resound with sounds from beyond the frontier. The autumn battlefield calls for soldiers. The steed gallops like the swift Lu, the bow twangs like a thunderclap, to resolve the monarch's affairs of the realm. To earn a name both in life and after death. Alas, how pitiful! The white hair remains. A sigh lingers in the air, as if someone is mourning. What enchantment does this great song possess, that so many valiant souls would sacrifice their lives, shedding blood and tears, never daring to forget, even in death? Is it the vividness of the Qingming Shanghetu, the tome of Dongjing Menghua Lu? Or is it simply that the great song is so beautiful that those who have witnessed it can never forget? Alas! Chapter 63, Cliff Mountain. How infuriating! Is this never-ending? Zhao Kuangyin inexplicably felt as though the heavens themselves conspired against him. Each utterance from the celestial expanse struck his face like a resounding slap, one after another, leaving his visage swollen. Not long ago, he had mockingly derided the paternal affection and filial piety between the great emperors Han Wu and Yonghua. He had jested to the masses, proclaiming that his descendants would surely not resemble the progeny of the Zhu family. Now, reflecting upon it, he felt utterly humiliated. Where he had thought himself an ancestor, it was quite the contrary. They were the true forebears. Exhausted, he longed for obliteration. The absurdity of his descendants was akin to the delusions of the errant monarchs from the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. What ludicrous acts could they not commit? Come, reveal yet more absurdities. I am eager to witness just how far this madness extends. Zhao Kuangyin stretched out his legs, dismissively. There was no other recourse. Had he the means to enter the celestial realm, he would wield the Panlong staff, striking down Zhao Ji, Zhao Kai, and Zhao Go, reducing their heads to mere pulp. They would be unrecognizable. In the Qin dynasty, Ing Zheng felt a shiver run through him, suddenly beset by a sense of foreboding. If the Song dynasty had such absurd descendants, what fate awaited his own Qin in the future? In the Western Han, Liu Che's frustration deepened, having lost a Yu Fei. Another Xian Qiji emerged. Why did the Song dynasty possess so many divine generals? Was it a wholesale affair? With such an abundance of formidable commanders, how could they not triumph over the Jurchens? Liu Che was nearly beside himself with rage. Your Majesty, no matter how talented or capable a general may be, without the support of a sovereign, how could they ever display their prowess? Wei Qing sincerely remarked. Though he himself possessed remarkable abilities, exceptional horses are plentiful. Yet true mentors are rare. As a mere cavalryman, no matter his skill, without the emperor's endorsement, how could he ever showcase his learning? Not everyone possesses the vision or courage to appoint someone like Wei Qing to lead an army before he had achieved any merit. It was precisely due to the emperor's trust that the great victory at Longqing was realized. The same held true for Hua Zubing. At the tender age of 18, no other emperor would dare entrust tens of thousands of elite cavalry to his command. This flattery invigorated Liu Che, leaving him utterly elated. Wei Qing, your skill and praise has indeed flourished. Your Majesty, my words are merely the expressions of my sincere heart. Wei Qing smiled, casting a glance at Hua Zubing, who appeared astonished. Ah, you with your thick brows and bright eyes. I had no idea you were such a remarkable uncle. It seems I have much to learn. In the Three Kingdoms, what a magnificent wordsmith. Kongming gently waved his feather fan. Although the form of poetry known as ci was somewhat unfamiliar to them in this era, beauty transcends the marks of time. Each character within these lines vividly encapsulated Xian Qiji's immense talent. I am not alone on this path. Kongming's lips involuntarily curled into a smile, transcending a millennium, as two hearts appeared as close as ever. He could not help but turn around, as if he glimpsed countless indistinct figures trailing behind him, their faces obscured. Yet, he felt their strides were resolute. Even if they stumbled, they never faltered. As he gazed upon them, it seemed they were also smiling back at him. In that fleeting moment, a shiver coursed through Kongming as he smiled like an innocent child. In the reign of Jingguan, Li Shimin rested his chin upon his hand, observing the valiant heroes of the Song dynasty, who relentlessly dedicated themselves to their nation, oblivious to the perils of death. Suddenly, he was reminded of the Three Kingdoms period at the end of the Han dynasty. Despite the widespread knowledge that the glorious Han had reached its conclusion, everyone watched with cold indifference as the grand edifice of the Han crumbled. Yet, there existed a group of romantics, fully aware of the futility of their endeavors, who persisted in their struggles, driven by an indomitable spirit that defied destiny. This vibrant history appeared resplendent, thanks to such individuals. That moment mirrored this very moment. Why do you sigh, Your Majesty? It is the ruler of the Song who has failed his subjects, yet the subjects of the Song have never betrayed their sovereign. Changsun Wuji remarked, observing Li Shimin's despondency. Ah, I ponder, Li Shimin mused, when the curtain falls on our great Tang, will there be figures like Yu Fei and Xian Qiji, who would sacrifice their lives for our dynasty? Will it be akin to the honorable farewell of Chancellor Zhuge Liang of the Han? Li Shimin was acutely aware that his Tang, like its predecessors, would ultimately face extinction, supplanted by a new dynasty. Would his Tang, then, also achieve a dignified conclusion? A heavy sorrow enveloped his heart. Indeed, it shall, Changsun Wuji reassured him. But how did the Song dynasty ultimately meet its end? With a roar, tumultuous waves crashed against the cliffs, conjuring a cascade of foamy surges. The scene shifted dramatically in the heavens, revealing an expansive ocean before the eyes of all dynasties. Many ancestors beheld such vast waters for the first time. Their hearts lifted in wonderment as they immersed themselves in the boundless sea. Reflected in the ocean, the azure sky seemed stirred by an immense commotion, as a flock of seabirds cried out, swiftly circling above. The perspective of the scene shifted to follow the seabirds in rapid motion, sweeping across the sky and ocean, occasionally capturing glimpses of leaping fish, mesmerizing the onlookers. The birds soared and dove, creating a dizzying spectacle that left one disoriented. Suddenly, at the distant horizon, a multitude of points clustered together, dominating the expanse of the sea. The camera zoomed in rapidly from above, revealing to all beneath the celestial canopy that those densely packed points were, in fact, thousands of warships interconnected by iron chains. At this moment, the scene is frozen, and upon the cliff at the end, the bloody inscription reads, Yashan. Chapter 64. Is there still hope for the Southern Song? The words blood-soaked cliff loomed ominously across the sky, causing every observer's heart to race and constrict in trepidation. Numerous emperors and officials from various dynasties seemed to sense an impending doom, collectively stepping into the vast expanse outside the Grand Hall. They anticipated that the Song dynasty was on the brink of its final hour. Thousands of warships, bound together by iron chains, lay across the broad expanse of the sea. While on the cliffs along the coastline, over 100,000 Yuan soldiers faced off against the Song forces across the waters. On these warships, the last remnants of the Song's military and civilian populace, numbering around 100,000, stood ready. Kill. The turbulent waves echoed with the Yuan army's relentless assault, effectively sealing off the bay and cutting off the Song army's supplies. They took advantage of the winds, setting fire to the Song vessels with small boats. The cries of despair and the sounds of battle erupted from the thousands of warships. The besieged Song forces, having endured for days, were now on the brink of exhaustion, swiftly falling to the Yuan's overwhelming might. What should be done? Was there still a glimmer of hope? Yes, there must be. Li Shimin observed the scene with an urgent heart, his eyes darting across every battlefield in the heavens, his mind racing. The emperor, renowned for his martial prowess, was now fervently contemplating a solution. Years of military experience allowed him to discern that the Song army had become akin to a fish trapped in a barrel, poised for annihilation like a tightening noose. The Yuan forces, resting in wait, formed their ranks, while behind them lay the boundless sea. Even finding a path to survival within this dire predicament seemed an insurmountable challenge. Unless what? Li Shimin's gaze brightened as it fell upon Li Jing. Do you have a plan? Li Jing sighed. Only if your majesty leads Uncle Bao, Yuqi Jingda, and General Ji Jie to forge a bloody path through sheer force. Li Shimin replied, Enough, go amuse yourself. Li Shimin had expected a brilliant strategy from Li Jing. Had he been present, perhaps the Song would not have found itself in such dire straits. Instead, it would have been the Yuan army trapped in the bay. The Qin dynasty. Must defeat be inevitable? Ing Zheng clenched and released his fists repeatedly, revealing his deep-seated anxiety. Though the Song dynasty was not his Qin, he could not fathom why he yearned for its continued existence. Surely, it should not fall to the hands of foreign tribes. Above, while the banners of the Yuan army, emblazoned with the character Yuan, did not specify their ethnicity, their faces and hair unmistakably revealed they were not descendants of the Yan and Huang. Viewed in this light, the Yuan dynasty seemed poised to replace the Song. Had this magnificent land truly succumbed to foreign dominion? Within the hall, the ministers gritted their teeth in furious indignation. The Western Han. Lu Che was consumed by rage. The fall of the Song was inevitable. No dynasty could endure forever. Neither the Zhou, nor the Qin, nor even his own Han could escape this fate. Yet why must it be at the hands of foreign tribes? The resilience of the Huns is truly remarkable. Even in later generations, they remained formidable adversaries to our Central Plains dynasty. A glint of cold light flashed in Lu Che's eyes. It seems that I have been too lenient with the Huns. Yet, how can we eradicate this threat from the grasslands in one fell swoop? Contemplating this, Lu Che could not help but feel a wave of frustration. The Huns traverse the plains with the swiftness of the wind. Even if we manage to defeat them, they can simply migrate further north. Like wolves lurking in the shadows, they await a moment of weakness from our dynasty to reveal their fangs and strike mercilessly. The Three Kingdoms, how infuriating. How could we, the Han people, fall to the hands of a foreign tribe? This Yuan dynasty has held sway for how long? Only to be vanquished by whom in the end? Liu Bei felt tears welling in his eyes as he witnessed the Song army being ruthlessly slaughtered on the warships, where countless innocent lives, including the elderly, women, and children, were lost. His heart twisted in anguish. Truly, it feels as if the Han people are utterly forsaken. Guan Yu's fierce eyes were wide open, his desire for vengeance evident, his hand trembling as it gripped the green dragon crescent blade. Zhao Yun, Zhang Fei, and Huang Zhong shared the same fervor, their blood boiling at the sight, eager to engage the Yuan forces in fierce combat to show them the might of the Han. Zhang Jujing set his pen down and stepped outside, letting out a long sigh. The naval battle at Yashan, what a profoundly tragic engagement. The legacy of the Han nearly faced obliteration. Zhang Jujing's gaze drifted, memories spanning over a millennium flickering through his mind. Throughout these thousands of years, the Han were not without the peril of national extinction. The chaos of the 5 barbarians and the fragmentation of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms placed the Han in dire straits. However, the fall of the Song dynasty, in many ways, stands as the most perilous episode. This was the moment when foreign tribes truly unified the North and South, solidifying their control over the realm. The implications of this were immeasurable. Had the Yuan court not regarded themselves as the rightful heirs of the Central Plains, subconsciously yearning to retreat to Mongolia and indulging in reckless abandon, they might not have fallen within a century. In the second year of Xiangxing, the waters off the coast of Guangdong at Yamen witnessed the final battle of the Song dynasty. Surrounded for an extended period, the beleaguered Song army, with their supplies exhausted, launched a last desperate charge against the Yuan forces. Countless lives were lost in this conflict, staining the boundless sea a deep crimson. Above, the scene shifted, revealing a child tightly cradled by an elder. On the warship, Lu Xiufu gazed at the advancing Yuan army, realizing that the 300 years of the Song dynasty were about to come to an end on this very day. Despair overwhelmed his heart. He placed Zhao Bing on the ground and knelt before him. The grand edifice is about to collapse. All blame rests upon us, and we are powerless to turn the tide. I shall plunge into the sea to honor my country. Your Majesty, do you wish to accompany us to preserve our honor? At this moment, Zhao Bing was merely 8 years old, and a hint of fear flickered across his face. He turned his gaze towards the valiant soldiers of the Song dynasty, engaged in a desperate struggle, and his eyes transformed into a reflection of unwavering resolve. The young emperor responded with a determined voice, with hundreds of thousands of troops facing national peril. Though I am young, I refuse to live in shame while my country faces doom. Hearing this, Lu Xiufu was overcome with grief, tears streaming down his face. Oh, former emperor! Oh, great ancestor! Today, the Song dynasty falls to the hands of the Yuan, and it is solely due to our incompetence. What a pity for your Majesty! Lu Xiufu repeatedly prostrated himself on the ground, his forehead bleeding from the force of his blows. Do not weep, do not weep, Zhao Bing bent down, using his sleeve to wipe Lu Xiufu's face. In that instant, Lu Xiufu was taken aback, murmuring, "Heaven above, why must you treat our Song dynasty in this manner? After finally granting us a worthy ruler, alas, it is too late." He cursed the heavens. "Why must you be so cruel?" and spat out a mouthful of blood, pointing towards the sky. He was filled with a sense of injustice. If only this child could grow up, perhaps the future would not be devoid of hope. Chapter 65. 100,000 paintings drown in the Azure Sea in the northern Song dynasty. Zhao Kuangyin found himself in tears, overwhelmed by sorrow for a child so remarkable. Why could you not have been born decades earlier? Why must you endure such burdens at this tender age? None of this should be your cross to bear. As Zhao Kuangyin gazed at the heavens, his expression morphed into one of fierce wrath. The ones who should perish are not you, but Zhao Ji, Zhao Huan, Zhao Go, and the inept emperors of the Song dynasty. They are the ones deserving of condemnation. And those foreign tribes, let them all meet their doom. Zhao Kuangyin, in a frenzy, would rather this child had been a beast like Zhao Go. At least then, should he perish, it would not wound his heart, and he might even utter a final praise for a noble death. The ministers within the hall were equally incensed, their jaws clenched in fury. I cannot endure this any longer. I too have reached my limit. I yearn to confront those foreign adversaries. Even if it leads to death, it would be preferable to languishing here in torment. Your Majesty, issue the command, they implored. Indeed, Your Majesty, let us fight. A throng of generals clamored for battle, while the usually cautious civil officials began to contemplate the provisions and resources within the treasury. Yet, who among them could remain unmoved by such a scene? How high we stand! Zhao Bing, peering over the railing of the towering ship, strained to extend his head beyond it. Below, the sea lay dark as a chasm, as if it opened its maw, eager to devour the unwary. The enemy must perish, and soon. In the distance, it seemed countless voices were rising in fervent cries. Minister Lu, I cannot become the benevolent ruler like Renzong. In the young mind of Zhao Bing, a flurry of names flashed through, accompanied by a tremor in his voice. Do not fear, Your Majesty, I shall carry you. Minister Lu Xiufu bent down and lifted Zhao Bing onto his back, resolute as he turned to face the approaching Yuan army, and without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the sea, taking the young emperor with him. Splash! The waves erupted, and in the brief span of a breath, the figures of the two vanished into the vast ocean. Realizing the futility of resistance, Liu Xiufu carried the 8-year-old Emperor Zhao Bing into the depths of the sea, taking his own life. On the warship, over 100,000 soldiers and civilians, witnessing this tragedy, cried out in despair and leapt into the waters. The number of those who met their demise exceeded 100,000. Thus, the southern song met its end. Beneath the vast sky, people from all dynasties watched as vibrant lives leapt into the sea, as unhesitatingly as dumplings cast into boiling water, surrendering themselves to the depths. In that instant, their hearts felt as if gripped by an immense hand, rendering them breathless with pain. In the northern song, how had it come to this? Zhao Kuangyin, tears glistening in his eyes, frantically waved his arms in the expansive square, as if to halt those plunging figures. Yet, his efforts bore no fruit. Ultimately, not a single soul remained upon the thousands of ships. Zhao Kuangyin, in a state of desolation, collapsed to the ground, his face awash in despair. It is I, the Zhao Song, who has betrayed you. It is my family that has failed you. Faced with such a scene, what more could Zhao Kuangyin possibly say? He found himself pondering whether the establishment of the Song dynasty was indeed right or wrong. If another dynasty had replaced them, would the people of the Song have escaped such a fate? The ministers, witnessing this, began to weep profusely, their emotions entirely genuine, devoid of any pretense. Such a scene was truly heart-wrenching for onlookers, evoking tears from all who heard it. Alas, our Song is a sinner among the Huaxia. Before this, had there ever been a foreign power capable of uniting the North and South to claim these vast territories? The more Zhao Kuangyin thought, the heavier his heart became, feeling as though his very backbone had been removed. If the rightful legacy of Huaxia was thus squandered in his hands, then the sins of his Song could scarcely be absolved, even by the waters of the 9 rivers. Your Majesty, you must not grieve too deeply, lest it harm your health. In such times, it is more crucial than ever for you to remain spirited, Zhao Pu sighed, hastily instructing the imperial physician to administer several heart-protecting pills to Zhao Kuangyin. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes brightened. I seem to recall that the Yuan dynasty was ultimately overthrown by the Ming dynasty. Yes, the illustrious Hongwu Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang. I also remember that it was said the Hongwu Emperor reclaimed the 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun. In the autobiography of the Yongle Emperor, there is a passage that mentions he was born at the end of the Yuan. The ministers exchanged words, their previous despondency lifting, and their spirits revived. Zhao Kuangyin inhaled deeply, his burdens slightly alleviated, and he forced a smile. I had previously harbored some discontent about the Hongwu Emperor ranking before me, but now I find myself grateful to him for preventing my Song from being eternally maligned by posterity. Alas for my son Zhao Bing. The court officials fell silent. Ying Zheng, after a prolonged pause, sighed. Liu Xiufu's act of jumping into the sea with Zhao Bing has indeed restored some dignity to the Song dynasty's demise. To conclude the dynasty in such a tragic manner is, in a way, honorable. Li Si felt as if a great stone had settled in his heart. How profoundly tragic it was that over 100,000 soldiers and civilians perished for their country. At that moment, Meng Yi longed for a drink. The events surrounding the Song were overwhelmingly weighty. Let us erect a monument, Ying Zheng gestured, affirming that the valor of these 100,000 souls should not be lost to the annals of history. He, Ying Zheng, must etch their deeds into the record with fervor. One could only wonder how other dynasties, including his own Qin, would meet their ends. Standing amidst the currents of history, one cannot help but feel the insignificance of one's own existence. In the Western Han, Liu Bang, devoid of his former levity, hunched over with his hands clasped within his sleeves, smirking subtly. For a moment, he was at a loss to determine whether to commend their actions as heroic or foolish. Were it him, he would employ every means to survive, burying that hatred deep within, much like King Gojin of Yu. Only by surviving could one hope for a chance at vengeance. Had it not been for this leap, the Song dynasty, under the actions of emperors Zhao Ji and Zhao Go, would undoubtedly have been condemned to the annals of history in disgrace. Yet, it was precisely this leap that solidified the backbone of the Song dynasty. The ministers nodded in agreement, acknowledging the immense significance of this act. During the Three Kingdoms period, Liu Shan, filled with trepidation, gazed at the figures plunging into the sea as a form of loyalty to their nation, feeling an overwhelming fear. He hurried to the side of Kong Ming, leaning against his guardian's leg. Kong Ming smiled at Ado, gently patting his head. Do not worry. All is well with your guardian. If such a day were ever to come, your Majesty could simply surrender. Liu Shan, with innocence in his eyes, looked up at Kong Ming, asserting that as long as his guardian was well, that was all that mattered. You must not overexert yourself, dear guardian. I see you are already showing signs of gray. Would it be acceptable for me to assist you in plucking out those gray strands? He inquired. Of course. My eyesight remains sharp, Kong Ming replied with affection, casting a fond glance at Ado before turning his gaze toward the heavens. It was through this leap that Lu Xiufu, alongside Emperor Zhao Bing of Song, immortalized the spirit of the Song dynasty. Yet, the Han dynasty did not require such sacrifices. His journey ensured that the world would speak of the Han with kindness. As for Ado, let him live a life of peace. Chapter 66. Zhao Jiao. The tale of fratricide and patricide. Although the Song dynasty met its demise, countless righteous souls continued to rise, valiantly opposing the Mongol Yuan. Among the most renowned is the national hero we all know, Wen Tianxiang. It was during the naval battle at Yashan that Wen Tianxiang organized a militia in Guangdong to resist the Mongol forces, but was ultimately defeated and captured. As he was escorted along the perilous journey across the Lingbing Ocean, he penned a poignant poem, enduring hardships and encountering the inevitable. The clang of arms echoes among the distant stars. The mountains and rivers lay shattered, like drifting willow fluff. My life, adrift, is battered by the rain upon the duckweed. At the edge of fear, I speak of dread. In the lonely ocean, I sigh in solitude. Since ancient times, who has not faced death? Let my loyal heart illuminate the Han's azure sky. After the fall of the Southern Song, Wen Tianxiang was imprisoned by the Yuan's founder for 3 long years. During this time, he endured relentless coercion and bribery, repeatedly urged to surrender. Yet, all he desired was a swift death. Ultimately, the Yuan's founder had no choice but to acquiesce to the minister's petition for Wen Tianxiang's execution. Before leaving his prison cell, he composed his final work, Self-Praise, and, after bowing thrice to the south, met his fate with grace. In a moment of reverie, a middle-aged man, with a visage stern as a chisel and a stature akin to a resilient pine, emerged in the heavens. Even in chains, he remained unwavering. From the void, a resonant voice proclaimed, "The universe harbors righteousness, flowing freely through all. Below lie rivers and mountains, above, the sun and stars." It was only after Wen Tianxiang's death that the Song dynasty truly drew its curtain. Beneath the celestial expanse, the entire Song realm stood paralyzed at that moment. Especially during the Jingkong and Jianyan years, the citizens of the Great Song, after a fleeting moment of days, erupted into a fervent rebellion. The populace of Kaifeng surged towards the inner city walls with a shared determination. Before long, the palace was encircled by a throng of impassioned citizens. With a sigh, Lin Qi stretched his neck as he rapidly scrolled through one video after another, feeling the strain in his muscles. Though merely snippets, he had already grasped the profound allure embodied by Zhao Jiao. His heart surged with fervor at the mere thought of witnessing such a figure. After watching videos about Zhao Jiao, he delved into tales of Yu Fei, Xi and Shiji, and the naval battle at Yashan, yearning to deeply experience that sense of regret. Just as one cannot merely write of youth without capturing its essence, the history of the Song dynasty, laden with such profound regrets, ignites our hope that within the realm of dreams of the Eastern capital, there truly exists a monarch like Zhao Jiao, one who could avert calamity and support a crumbling dynasty. It was time to see what the online community had to say, as he sought resonance for the profound regrets swelling within his heart. Zhao Jiao, document my fratricide and patricide. Historian, noted, the 2 saints perished from the cold winds. Zhao Jiao, not a word altered. Historian, historians record events as they are, without alteration. Uft. Li Shimin spat out his tea, his expression a masterpiece of surprise. I never expected you historians to be so literal. Isn't there room for interpretation? How is it that the historians are so obstinate? Air foam cleared her throat, addressing the assembly. You all have seen that the words of the historians can sometimes be flexible, cannot they? Let us deliberate. The events of the Xuanwu Gate should not be recorded. After all, it did not incite any turmoil and concluded within a day. Just note that the crown prince and the Qi Wang succumbed to illness. I assure you prosperity for 3 generations. The historians exchanged glances, puffing out their chests. Your Majesty has imprisoned father and slain brother. Will there be no alteration? The historians record the facts as they are, without deviation. Very well, you truly are steadfast. Begone, leave me, and take your history books to weep over. Day after day, get out, just get out. The historians, undeterred by the rebuke, strode out with the pride of victorious roosters. How could Zhao Jio's affairs be compared to those of His Majesty? Should the late emperor or the crown prince, both being of the same ilk, be involved? They would know how to document the events without needing Li Shimon's input. Yet, is this not entirely different? There is no room for alteration. Forget the beginning. Forget the middle. Forget the conclusion. Regardless, I request the execution of Yang Yizhong. Follow-up comment. ISNT this remembered quite clearly? Follow-up comment. I second the motion. Southern Song. No, this has nothing to do with me. Why do you all gaze at me like that? Yang Yizhong looked at his colleagues with bewilderment, feeling as if he might split apart. This truly has no bearing on him. Ahem, I request the execution of Yang Yizhong. I shall sever your head. Yang Yizhong retorted, delivering a punch to the man. Absurd. I am a martial general. Duck past, just duck past for me. Follow-up comment. I am dying of laughter. The sound of ducks is everywhere. If there is any regret about the Shaosong era, it is that this is merely a novel. Some assert that being at the forefront of the dragon banner sounds impressive, but in truth, it is merely wagering the fate of the nation. Winning is termed the dragon banner at the forefront, while losing equates to the god of Sorghum River or the god of war of the Ming dynasty. Follow-up comment. Nonsense. Are these two even comparable? Zhao Jio was already on the brink of national demise. To not fight is to die. Yet to fight provides a chance for survival. Beneath the heavens, ancestors of the Ming from various time frames looked on with confusion at the term god of war of the Ming. To whom does this refer? To Hongwu or Yongle? Or perhaps to King Kaiping, King Zhongshan, Han Shizhong? No one understands how to welcome back the two saints better than I. I have 16 methods. Han Shizhong's expression was exceedingly complex at this moment. From the remarks of later generations, he realized that the fictional Zhao Jio, whom the dragon banner at the forefront aimed to save, was indeed him. He felt both elated that he was remembered and somewhat ashamed that it had to be him who was saved. He was not lacking in prowess. However, as Han Shizhong envisioned such an event occurring in his own life, he felt a wave of excitement coursing through him, as if he would give his very life for it. To merely speak of the dragon banner's formidable presence may not evoke a profound sense of reality for you. Let us shift perspectives. Imagine yourself lying amidst a battlefield rife with gunfire and chaos. At that moment, an instructor with a Hunan accent rushes to your side, tenderly embracing you and asking, "My dear comrade, does it hurt?" How would you respond to such a situation? Commentary. I would consume an atomic bomb raw, one bite at a time. Commentary. Your words resonate with me deeply, and I am moved to tears. Commentary. If it were truly like this, I would dare to face Taiyuan alone. Commentary. What is the big deal about blowing up tanks? I would even dare to blow up the moon. Under the vast sky. Many emperors suddenly grasped the situation. This instructor must be the one who appeared earlier, right? This individual holds an astonishingly significant place in the hearts of future generations. I am eager to witness their grandeur. Having read numerous statements from those who came after, it is evident they are somewhat oblivious to the circumstances of the future. Nonetheless, they are unabashedly frank in their assessments of any emperor, offering both lavish praise and harsh criticism, often with a biting tone. What, pray tell, is this tank? It sounds like a remarkably powerful weapon. Ing Zheng's attention was captivated by the mere mention of the tank. He instinctively felt it must possess immense strength. All the ministers shook their heads. Although they were unaware of what a tank truly was, they could deeply sense the audacity of future generations. The notion of even contemplating the destruction of the moon is beyond belief. If the Song dynasty were genuine, even Li Heir would have to take a back seat. Commentary. By the heavens, even if that were true, to contend with Heir Feng in a test of strength, I would still need more practice. Commentary. Is it true that Heir Feng is known as Xiao Zhaojiao? Commentary. The exalted dragon banner's prowess is merely a routine undertaking for Heir Feng. They do not shy away from boasting. The dragon banner's might pales in comparison. Heir Feng could easily press a blade to one's throat. Ah, I have exaggerated. In truth, I am not so formidable. It is merely youthful bravado. Li Shimin paced energetically within the hall, causing Wei Zheng to twitch at his temples. Ha ha. While Zhao Jio is commendable, he still falls short when compared to His Majesty. Cheng Yaojin erupted in laughter, and the ministers exchanged glances, chuckling and shaking their heads in agreement. Bring me Shelley. I wish to see him dance. Shelley, UXXXX. Commentary. While I believe Zhao Jio surpasses Heir Feng, is unlikely. The Song dynasty's historical standing undoubtedly surpasses that of the Tang. Commentary. If that is the case, I can concede a measure of truth. Commentary. The Song dynasty has many merits, yet their foreign warfare is pathetically subpar. Do not tell me about high win rates. They were invaded at home. Boasting about defensive battles is laughable. Commentary. Regardless of rankings, the Han dynasty remains supreme. Commentary. Otherwise, why do you think there are still those who seek to restore the Han even into the Republic? Just glance at your identification card to understand why. Under the vast sky, the emperors of the Han dynasty were filled with overwhelming joy. Ing Zheng's expression darkened. In discussions regarding the ranking of dynasties, his chin was utterly disregarded. Such neglect sent a chill through his heart. Lin Shi scrolled through countless video comments until he finally set his phone down with satisfaction. He approached the window, gazing out at the myriad lights twinkling in the distance, allowing his weary eyes a moment of respite. In an instant, the brilliantly illuminated nightscape outside captivated the attention of all who beheld it. The vibrant array of colors transformed the darkness into a brightness akin to daylight. To the eyes of those from various dynasties, such a scene resembled the splendor of a celestial palace. My goodness, this is simply breathtaking, someone murmured, entranced. Their spirit deeply stirred. Others rubbed their eyes vigorously, as if unable to accept the reality before them. Was this realm truly a paradise or merely the world of mortals? Had humanity somehow ascended to divinity? Countless ancestors were left bewildered. Ah, what a delightful stretch! Lin Shi exclaimed suddenly, as if struck by a brilliant idea. Zhaojio, what the hell? That bastard is calling me, a young man by the street exclaimed, startled, clutching his chest in surprise. He looked up at the building, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers beneath the sky. It was astonishing. This young man bore an uncanny resemblance to the Emperor Zhaojio, who had just appeared on the celestial screen. What is going on? Do you know me? Zhaojio tilted his head, resembling an adorably daft Psyduck. Lin Shi stared at Zhaojio, momentarily rendered speechless. A celestial being? A mythical creature? Chapter 67. Have you struck gold too? Is the protagonist of the novel I am reading somehow transported to the real world? What an extraordinary turn of events. Lin Shi gazed at the young man before him, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhaojio, his eyes brimming with astonishment. If it were merely a matter of appearance, it would be somewhat understandable. With billions of people across the globe, it is not entirely surprising to encounter similar faces. However, to share the same name as well surely transcends mere coincidence. Hey, are you dazed? Why aren't you speaking? Zhaojio observed the young man on the upper floor with a look of utter confusion. He was simply walking along when he was abruptly called out by someone he did not recognize. What nonsense! Zhaojio scolded silently, noting how the stranger appeared to be lost in thought. His friends often remarked on his own somewhat dazed demeanor, likening him to a certain Pokemon, Psyduck. Yet, this individual seemed even more vacant. Just as he contemplated stepping away, the expression on the young man's face suddenly morphed into one of terror, as if he had witnessed something ghastly. Watch out! In a moment of dazed clarity, Zhaojio thought he heard the stranger shout something, but before he could ponder further, a deafening horn pierced the air. He whipped his head around, his pupils dilating, as he was struck by sheer shock. A large truck barreled toward him at an alarming speed of 180 miles per hour. His heart raced with frenetic intensity, and time seemed to slow. Zhaojio could see the blinding headlights of the truck illuminating the surroundings. His gaze shifted upward, and through the windshield of the cab, he caught a glimpse of the driver's expression. He anticipated witnessing fear or shock on the driver's face, for who wouldn't he panic in such a sudden crisis? Yet, to his bewilderment, he observed only a relaxed demeanor, as the driver, seemingly enjoying herself, shared a laugh with a girl seated beside her. It felt as though she was deliberately targeting him. What could possibly warrant such animosity? Wait, the driver is a woman. Overwhelmed with confusion, Zhaojio felt darkness envelop him as he lost consciousness entirely. Lin Shi's mouth hung agape, as if he could swallow an egg whole, his face mirroring a classic expression of shock. Good heavens! The crimson truck rushed toward him, nearly triggering a PTSD episode. He had only arrived in this world yesterday after being struck by a truck himself. Is this alternate realm truly so devoid of heroes? Or is it merely a pursuit of performance metrics? Even if it is the latter, must it be executed in such a terrifying manner? Lin Shi mentally berated the situation as his gaze darted around. What had become of the young man? Surely, he must have perished upon impact. I must call the police. Yes, that is the solution. As he fumbled for his phone, he was astonished to discover that he could not locate the young man. Zhao Jiao, who had been struck. Could it be? Lin Shi turned to the large truck and found himself locking eyes with the female driver. From a distance, Lin Shi observed the female driver smiling and waving at him. In the next instant, the large vehicle revved its engine and swiftly fled the accident scene, disappearing within mere seconds. May the other world be devoid of such vehicles. Lin Shi silently drew the curtains, feeling an urge to voice his thoughts, yet fearing that a similar vehicle might come crashing through the window. After some contemplation, he decided against it. It was best to avoid trouble. The young man named Zhao Jiao could not possibly be the same as the one from the Song dynasty, could he? If he truly was, that would be splendid. Lin Shi reclined on the sofa, exhaling deeply. He sincerely wished that in the annals of history, there existed a monarch like Zhao Jiao, for then the Song dynasty would be spared many of its regrets. Beneath the vast sky, the ancestors of various dynasties gazed at the pitch-black expanse, causing a wave of panic among many. Over time, they had grown accustomed to the presence of this celestial phenomenon. For countless ordinary citizens, the emergence of the sky was akin to infusing a splash of vibrant color into their monochrome lives. Though they often labored tirelessly for their livelihoods, during moments of respite, they found solace in observing the myriad of intriguing occurrences. If they were to express a desire, it would be to be reborn in future generations. In the 5th month of the 1st year of Jingkong in the northern Song dynasty, the people of this realm had little leisure to ponder why the sky had darkened. They had not heard the sky proclaim that in a few months, the city of Kaifeng would be besieged by the Jin forces, who would unleash devastation upon the city, capturing even the 2 emperors. While those from other dynasties might merely feel indignation, the individuals caught in the vortex experienced sheer terror. As for fleeing, where could one escape to? In these times, relocating an entire family was no simple matter, and even if one did manage to escape, would the Jin forces simply relent? At this moment, the entire populace of Kaifeng surged into the inner city, surrounding the palace walls. Over 1 million citizens encircled the imperial city from all directions, leaving no avenue of escape. On the palace walls, the guards were exceedingly tense as they watched the scene unfold. Bring Zhao Ji out, let Zhao Huan abdicate. We do not want such a weak ruler. We, the Song dynasty, reject this cowardly emperor. Abdicate, abdicate. Brothers, pay close attention. We must not allow the despotic emperor to slip away. Yes, yes, everyone take note. I just saw someone peeking from inside the palace gates. We want Emperor Zhao Jiao. It was unclear who shouted, but soon the unified voice of the millions echoed, let Zhao Huan abdicate. We want Emperor Zhao Jiao. Let Zhao Huan abdicate. We want Emperor Zhao Jiao. Let Zhao Huan abdicate. We want Emperor Zhao Jiao. Within the palace, the grand hall was filled with civil and military officials. Previously mentioned figures such as Zhong Zhe, Li Gang, Han Shizhong, Li Yinshan, and the remarkably youthful General Yu Fei now gathered within the grand hall. What a predicament this is. Esteemed ministers, what counsel can you offer me? Zhao Huan, hearing the deafening cries from outside the palace, was utterly bewildered. He wished to seek assistance from his father, Emperor Huizong Zhaoji, but was met with the disheartening revelation that the throne had been bequeathed to him, leaving him to make his own decisions. Did Zhao Huan truly remain oblivious to Zhao Ji's ulterior motives? His belongings were already packed. Had the palace not been besieged by the populace, Zhao Ji would have long since fled with his beloved concubines. In response to Zhao Huan's plea, silence ensued. Kai Jing, aware of his tarnished reputation, refrained from stepping into the spotlight, shielding the ministers behind him. Instead of a solution, Zhao Huan received even graver news. Li Gang entered the hall, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I have just received reports from various regions. There are uprisings of differing magnitudes, with citizens revolting and slaying officials. Furthermore, intelligence from the direction of Taiyuan indicated that the Jin forces appeared to be mobilizing for an invasion. What? The Jin are coming to attack. Upon hearing this dreadful news, Zhao Huan turned pale, collapsing weakly onto the dragon throne. A resounding crash echoed from behind the throne's screen, revealing Zhao Ji tumbling forth in a most undignified manner. Hastily adjusting his hat, he shielded his face with his sleeve and retreated. The ministers exchanged glances, feigning ignorance. Yet mutual disdain flickered in their eyes. With such a ruler, how could the great Song dynasty possibly endure? Nevertheless, a plan must be devised. At this moment, the Song faced external threats from the Jin and internal rebellions. Even the imperial city was encircled by fervent citizens. The state of the Song dynasty teetered on the edge of catastrophe. Why is everyone silent? Think of a solution, quickly, Zhao Huan urged, feeling desperate. He wished to renounce the throne. Let whoever desires the title take it, rather than be captured by the jinn as foretold. Very well, if you all remain mute. Then I shall relinquish the throne. I will surrender Kaifeng to the jinn. Zhongzhe, after a moment of silence, sighed and stated, there exists a strategy to alleviate our immediate crisis. Zhao Huan's eyes brightened. Speak swiftly. The ministers turned their gaze toward Zhongzhe. We must summon Zhao Jiao. If there is any hope of stabilizing the current turmoil and preserving the Song dynasty's legacy, it lies solely in the presence of Zhao Jiao himself. Chapter 68. Zhao Ji. I shall be Zhao Jiao. Alas, the hearts of the ministers, once filled with hope, have now been extinguished. They had anticipated that Zhongzhe might offer some profound insight, only to be met with this disappointing outcome. Did they not realize that if a Zhao Jiao truly existed, all problems would be resolved? Yet he does not. Due to the celestial canopy, Zhao Jiao's reputation has soared to unprecedented heights within the Song dynasty. In this tumultuous time of unrest, as countless citizens rise in rebellion against the officials, it is precisely Zhao Jiao's declaration. The Song may perish, but the world shall not. Should there be a hero capable of reclaiming the lands and saving the populace, he shall rightfully take the land for his own and become the people's sovereign that has incited such fervor. This proclamation has bestowed a moral justification for rebellion upon the people of the Song. Moreover, many among the populace have rallied under banners asserting that Zhao Jiao, the official, has been imprisoned by the current court, calling for the cleansing of the court's ranks. It is almost absurd. Were Zhao Jiao to exist, with his esteemed reputation, the rebellions would surely take root and unify the entirety of the Song dynasty as one. Coupled with the likes of Zhongzhe, Yu Fei, and other formidable heroes, what fear could a mere jinn figure instill? Zongqing, are you jesting with me? Where am I to find Zhao Jiao? Emperor Qin Zong felt a sense of paralysis. If Zhao Jiao truly existed, did he think he would cling to the throne? He admitted that before ascending to the throne, he had indeed longed for this position. However, his desire stemmed from the pleasures of rulership. Yet since donning the crown, he has not enjoyed a single moment of bliss, consumed instead by perpetual anxiety. Indeed, it would be far more carefree to be a wealthy prince. Zhongzhe bore a smile. For the absence of a true Zhao Jiao does not preclude the possibility of a fabricated one. Emperor Qin Zong remained bewildered, yet many ministers' eyes gleamed with newfound clarity. Oh, Zhongzhe, you truly possess ingenuity. What do you mean? Li Gang inquired cautiously. Precisely, Zhongzhe affirmed with a nod. We have gleaned the visage of Zhao Jiao through the celestial canopy. We need only find a master of disguise, and Zhao Jiao shall appear. Some voiced their concerns. What if this ruse is uncovered later? Zhongzhe shook his head. Soon enough, once we have pacified the citizens of Kaifeng, we shall address further matters as they arise. Emperor Qin Zong, upon hearing this, was filled with exhilaration. Indeed, Zongqing is a remarkable talent. If it is so, the crisis shall surely be averted. But who shall portray Zhao Jiao? Of course, it shall be you, your majesty. Me? Emperor Qin Zong pointed incredulously at himself. A gentle cough drew the attention of the assembly. Zhao Ji emerged from behind the screen, smiling at the gathered ministers. Esteemed ministers, young Huan is still but a child, inexperienced in matters of state. Why not allow me to assume the role of Zhao Jiao? Zhao Ji's lips curled into a smile, and his heart raced with excitement. If not for the dire circumstances, he would not so readily relinquish the throne to Zhao Huan, all because of the turmoil wrought by those jinn figures. In times past, it would have been inconceivable for a retired emperor to reclaim the throne. However, the situation is markedly different when it comes to impersonating Zhao Jiao. He possesses an acute awareness of the immense prestige Zhao Jiao currently enjoys. In recent days, even the loyal servants who have attended him for many years gaze upon Zhao Jiao with eyes filled with admiration. Privately, he often overhears the palace maids and eunuchs discussing Zhao Jiao. What truly vexes him is that during his intimate moments with the consort, she audibly murmurs Zhao Jiao's name. If he were to don the guise of Zhao Jiao, not only could he regain his former power, but he could also bask in the public's adulation for Zhao Jiao. Merely contemplating such a prospect is exhilarating. I, Zhao Ji, am truly astute. As for the risk of being exposed, with my extensive experience and cunning, masquerading as Zhao Jiao poses no challenge. Given enough time, even a falsehood can be rendered as truth. What say you, my esteemed ministers? Zhao Ji's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the assembly, a hint of warning and menace flickering within his gaze. Have some dignity. The ministers were utterly aghast. A person should not stoop to such shamelessness. Oh, when the Jurchens invaded, you discarded the throne and fled, and now, upon witnessing a glimmer of fortune, you scramble forward like a dog. Have you no shame? Consider your age. Even ascending a pit proves arduous. Yet you still aspire to impersonate Zhao Jio. Do take a moment to reflect on your own capabilities. The ministers silently cursed, lamenting the misfortune that had befallen them in serving such a ruler. Within the hall, figures such as Zhong Zhe, Han Shizhong, and Yu Fei appeared utterly disgusted. If Zhao Ji were to impersonate the spirited and gallant Zhao Jio, they would surely be driven to nausea. Observing the silence and evident discontent of the ministers, Zhao Ji felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. How quickly they forget his contributions after his abdication. Many of these civil and military officials were individuals he had personally elevated. Such ingratitude! What a collection of ungrateful souls! This notion was proposed by you, Zhong Qing. You should voice whether it is fitting for me to impersonate Zhao Jio. Zhao Ji's brow furrowed, his gaze fixated on Zhong Zhe like a hawk. He may lack the courage to display his might before the Jurchens. Yet before the subjects of the Song dynasty, he is not only emboldened but emboldened in abundance. Zhong Zhe bore the weight of Zhao Ji's expectations alone, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The pressure did not stem from Zhao Ji himself, but rather from his own moral convictions. Loyalty to the sovereign and patriotism dictate that if the emperor commands, the minister must be prepared to sacrifice. While such notions may seem absurd to modern sensibilities, in ancient times, they could inspire selflessness. I believe the retired emperor is of advanced age and may lack the vigor required. Since the throne has now passed to the official, it is indeed more appropriate for him to assume the role. Well said, Master Zhong. The ministers clenched their fists, internally cheering for Zhong Zhe. If Zhong Zhe faltered under pressure and allowed Zhao Ji's nefarious ambitions to succeed, the very foundation of the Song dynasty would be in jeopardy. Bravo, Zhong Zhe! Zhao Ji felt a surge of anger coursing through his veins. His face flushed crimson. In the days before his abdication, who would have dared to confront him so boldly? He was no benevolent sovereign like Emperor Renzong. The retired emperor, we too believe that Lord Zhong's words hold merit. This candidate is indeed more suited for the position. We support the notion of having the emperor take charge. After years of dedicating himself to the affairs of state, striving tirelessly for the prosperity of our great Song dynasty, it is now time for the retired emperor to enjoy a peaceful and leisurely life. The scenic beauty of the South is unparalleled. He should relish it to the fullest. I shall die in admonishment. The ministers exchanged glances and promptly began to voice their support for Zhong Zhe. It must be acknowledged that while the number and caliber of treacherous officials during the Song dynasty were indeed considerable, the ranks of capable and loyal ministers were equally abundant. Chapter 69. Zhao Ji, breathless with delight. 4K. You have rebelled, utterly so. Zhao Ji slammed his palm against the table, his entire being trembling with indignation as he cast a fierce gaze towards Kai Jing, who was lurking behind the crowd. Sensing the piercing intensity of Zhao Ji's stare, Kai Jing's expression turned grim. He had no desire to entangle himself in this murky affair. As Zhao Ji's gaze grew increasingly perilous, Kai Jing reluctantly stepped forward with a steely resolve. I must say, the Grand Emperor's words hold merit. After all, the Emperor has only ascended the throne for half a year, and his experience in governance is rather nascent. For the sake of prudence, it is more fitting for the Grand Emperor to take the lead. As a veteran of 4 reigns and having served as Prime Minister multiple times, Kai Jing's prestige in the court was undeniable. With him at the helm, the other conspirators, including Tong Guan and Li Yin, quickly rallied in support. Their fates had long been intertwined with Zhao Ji's. Had it not been for the emergence of this celestial turmoil, they would likely have faced retribution by now. Thus, they naturally united closely around Zhao Ji. You treacherous ministers who have brought calamity upon the state, the plight of our Song dynasty today is entirely your doing. And yet you still dare to speak. Your Majesty, I beseech you to execute these 6 traitors, to restore the integrity of our great Song. Tongguan, you old rogue, how dare you utter a word? If it were not for your reckless provocations, how would the situation have devolved to this? Your Majesty, please decree the swift execution of these 6 traitors. Within the hall, the ministers divided into 2 factions, vociferously clamoring, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a championship bout. Han Shizhong and Yu Fei exchanged glances, poised to leap into action at the slightest command from Zhong Zhe. Enough. Silence. There are no treacherous ministers here. We are all loyal subjects. Zhao Ji understood that this cacophony was unproductive. If it continued, they might squander the opportunity at hand. He needed to strike decisively while the iron was hot. He turned his attention to Zhao Huan, who had remained silent throughout. Since everyone is so embroiled in debate, each with their own opinions, why not allow us to hear the thoughts of Huan himself? Zhao Ji declared, thumping his chest. Very well. Let all matters be decided by Huan. If he feels capable, I shall have no objections. Or do you wish for Zhao Go to take the reins? Upon hearing Zhao Go's name, the assembly collectively cursed under their breath, lamenting their misfortune. At this juncture, the ministers had no further objections, their gazes fixated on Zhao Huan. Zhongzhe and others exchanged knowing glances with Zhao Huan, silently urging him to be bold and unafraid, reminding him that there was nothing to fear, that he could emulate the late emperor. Under the weight of so many scrutinizing eyes, Zhao Huan felt a sudden chill run down his spine, the pressure rendering him breathless. Zhao Ji's gaze bore into Zhao Huan, and he whispered into his ear, Huan, you must consider this carefully, should you ascend as Zhao Jiu. You may soon find yourself confronting the Ji. Do you see those generals? If they expect you to follow in Zhao Jiu's footsteps, would you dare? It sounds glorious. But one misstep could be catastrophic. Trust me, if you cannot handle this, allow me to intervene. Zhao Ji's words rang like the whispers of a devil, becoming the final straw that overwhelmed Zhao Huan. The mere thought of having to learn from Zhao Jiu, to face arrows before the dragon banner, filled him with dread and sapped his strength. I am still young. Matters concerning the fate of our Song dynasty are better left to my father. As Zhao Huan spoke, the blood pressure of Zhongzhe and the others surged. They felt an immense frustration, had he uttered a single word of desire. Or even if the emperor had decreed Zhao Ji's execution, they would have boldly wielded their blades to fulfill the emperor's command. Yet, why this weakness? This was true in the past, now, and it would likely continue into the future. Did the realm of Zhao Song truly still have reason to exist? In that moment, Zhongzhe and the others wavered. Curse it, let things unfold as they may. Zhao Ji laughed, patting Zhao Huan on the shoulder. My son, you are wise, knowing when to advance and retreat. I shall ensure your life is filled with wealth and honor. He then cast a glance at Zhongzhe and the others, who resembled defeated roosters, smirking coldly to himself, planning to deal with them later. With the decision made, Tong Guant immediately summoned several individuals skilled in disguise, who deftly manipulated Zhao Ji's features. An hour later, as the crowd's gaze fell upon the figure of Zhao Ji emerging, their pupils contracted slightly. It was astonishingly similar. From a distance, it appeared at least 80% alike. Only upon closer inspection could one discern the unnaturalness of the face. Zhongzhe, Yu Fei, Han Shizhong, and Li Yanxian stared in stunned silence at the visage before them, feeling a warm surge swell within their hearts. It was as though the person they had longed to see in dreams had truly crossed the boundaries of time to stand before them. Their eyes brimmed with emotion, and they yearned to shout, but as the figure moved, that aura suddenly evaporated. The face and physique felt entirely disconnected. How is it? Does it resemble him? Zhao Ji touched his own face, smiling with great satisfaction. He had admired his reflection in the mirror just moments ago. Zhongzhe and the others felt a twitch at the corners of their mouths. Zhao Ji's smile, rather than enhancing the resemblance, utterly marred it. A monkey in a crown. The phrase involuntarily came to mind. Yu Fei, Han Shizhong, and others clenched and then released their fists. If not for the remnants of their reason, they would have relished the opportunity to strike Zhao Ji, tearing away that fade. To have such a person don Zhao Jiu's visage was a grave insult to that name. Indeed, it resembles him too closely. The emperor is, at this moment, a living incarnation of Zhao Jiu. What a gallant figure, your majesty. In my opinion, while Zhao Jiu was handsome, he pales in comparison to your youthful charm. Kai Jing and others wore smiles upon their faces. With this likeness, the great affairs were surely settled. They had not anticipated that such an opportunity could arise from the depths of despair. Indeed, one should never hastily abandon hope. Zhao Ji, flattered by the praises of Kai Jing and the others, felt as though he were floating on air. With a grand gesture, the emperor declared, "It is time to meet my most loyal subjects. I shall inform them that Zhao Jiu has arrived." Zhongzhe sighed deeply and clasped his hands in reverence, saying, "Your Majesty, if that is the case, we shall take our leave to inspect the city defenses." Go on, Zhao Ji waved dismissively. watching as Zhongzhe and the others receded into the distance, a cold smirk gracing his lips. He then made his way directly to the palace walls, accompanied by a host of ministers. Outside the palace walls, a throng of fervent citizens clamored, "We demand Zhao Jiao. Let Zhao Jiao come forth. If he does not appear soon, we shall storm the palace." One among them urged, "Brothers, there is no need for further discourse with these men. We must charge in and seize Zhao Ji." The crowd surged with a fervor that could rival a tidal wave. A sea of humanity stretching as far as the eye could see. The collective uproar of over 1,000,000 voices echoed so powerfully that even the clouds above seemed to scatter in response. At that moment, the gathered populace resembled a barrel of gunpowder, poised to explode at the slightest spark. Should this volatile mass ignite, the streets of Kaifeng would surely run red with blood. Upon witnessing this scene from atop the palace walls, Zhao Ji felt a wave of dread wash over him, his limbs weakening. Had it not been for Kai Jing's quick reflexes to support him, he might have tumbled to the ground. The ministers, including Kai Jing, swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the terrifying sight before them. They had never fathomed that those they had previously dismissed as lowly commoners could unite to unleash such formidable energy. Under the gaze of so many, they felt akin to a solitary boat adrift in a tempestuous sea, vulnerable to being engulfed by the surging waves. The soldiers stationed near the walls turned at the sound, and upon seeing Zhao Ji flanked by Kai Jing and others, they stood frozen in disbelief. "By the heavens, it is Zhao Jiao," one soldier exclaimed incredulously. As the soldiers' eyes fixated on Zhao Ji, a fervent zeal gradually replaced their astonishment. "It truly is Zhao Jiao." With a thud, one soldier knelt, and like a cascade of dominoes, as Zhao Ji advanced, soldiers on either side fell to their knees, gazing at him with awe-filled admiration. Having been acknowledged by so many with such fervor, Zhao Ji felt a tingling sensation coursing through him, a surge of exhilaration radiating from his spine to the crown of his head. Outside the palace walls, the million-strong crowd fell silent, lifting their gazes in anticipation. Standing atop the walls, Zhao Ji trembled with excitement, every cell in his body alive with anticipation. He sensed that the most glorious moment of his life was imminent. Today here, at this very instant. What should he do? How should he act? Zhao Ji, oh Zhao Ji. Summon your intellect and reflect upon the words and deeds of Zhao Jiao from that fateful night. People of Kaifeng, I have arrived. I, Zhao Jiao, have come. Zhao Ji steadied himself, his mind a blank canvas, and summoned the greatest courage of his life to shout out. The crowd lifted their heads in disbelief. Could it truly be Zhao Jiao, the esteemed Zhao Jiao? It seemed so, a perfect likeness to the figure on the grand tapestry. Some rubbed their eyes vigorously, suspecting they were witnessing an illusion. My goodness, it truly is the esteemed Zhao Jiao. Let me see, step aside a bit, let me catch a glimpse. Don't push. Who is jostling me? Move aside. The populace gathered below the palace walls was initially skeptical, but soon, a stir arose among those in the front rows. Who had the clearest view? As whispers spread among them, over 1,000,000 spectators became aware that their long-desired Zhao Jiao had indeed arrived, standing atop the city walls. With a resounding crash, the crowd erupted as if a pot of water had been thrown into a boiling cauldron. Zhao Jiao, Zhao Jiao. The chorus of over 1,000,000 voices reverberated, causing hearts to tremble with fervor. Silence. Zhao Ji raised his hand and bellowed, and in an instant, the multitude fell silent. I have come. I am here to lead you all in driving out the Jin and striking straight for the Yellow Dragon's abode. My loyal subjects, will you follow me? Beneath the palace walls, countless citizens, upon hearing these words, were utterly convinced that the figure atop the walls was indeed Zhao Jiao. After all, such declarations could hardly be uttered by the soft-spoken ruler within the palace. All gazes were fervently fixed on the indistinct silhouette upon the palace walls, as they cried in unison, "Strike for the Yellow Dragon's abode. Strike for the Yellow Dragon's abode." What is it like to be regarded with adoration by millions? In that moment, Zhao Ji could answer. It was an ecstasy that rendered him breathless. The sensation was overwhelmingly exhilarating. He yearned to shout with abandon. He swore that even after a lifetime as emperor, he had never experienced such a thrill. He could feel that the reverence these people held for him was not merely due to his title, but rather for the man himself, or more accurately, for this face. The purity of their respect and admiration made Zhao Ji feel as if he had transformed into a deity at that moment. And below him, the multitude was akin to the devoted followers of a god. At that instant, Zhao Ji fully immersed himself in the persona of Zhao Jiao. unable to extricate himself. If it were possible, he would willingly wear this mask for a lifetime, never wishing to remove it. From this day forth, he would be Zhao Jiao, the illustrious and commanding Zhao Jiao of the Song dynasty. It resembled the most magnificent dream imaginable. Zhao Ji felt an exhilarating rush of blood surging through his veins. He had intended to say more, to indulge further, and greedily savor this unparalleled euphoria. At that moment, the once dim sky curtain stirred once more, instantly captivating the gaze of all present. Beneath the celestial tapestry, the populace from various dynasties and eras beheld the sky's renewed brilliance, their eyes drawn toward the spectacle. A collective sigh of relief escaped many, who had feared that the curtain might once again fall into darkness, reminiscent of the prolonged stillness experienced during its initial emergence. Fortunately, this was not the case. Otherwise, they would have been at a loss for how to endure the passing days. In simple terms, numerous individuals had become as reliant on this source of endless amusement as modern-day people are on their mobile phones. Under the watchful eyes of countless ancestors from various dynasties, a young man in a desolate wall shook his head and stared vacantly ahead, as if he had just awakened from a deep slumber, still not fully alert. However, beneath the sky curtain, the ancestors from all dynasties instantly recognized him as Zhao Jiao, the emperor of the Song dynasty, who had been introduced not long ago. The masses outside the palace walls in the first year of Jingkong in the northern Song dynasty looked up at the sky curtain in confusion, then glanced at the figure standing on the city wall. The one depicted in the sky curtain was Zhao Jiao. And who might you be? Chapter 70. What treachery lies within Tongguan? Tongguan is truly remarkable. The multitude of over 1 million citizens gathered by the palace walls gazed on in bewilderment. Was it not said that Zhao Jiao, the nobleman, stood above? How could there be another in the celestial canopy above? Zhao Ji, upon noticing the stirring in the heavens, felt his previous confidence dissipate upon recognizing the figure's likeness. Cold sweat broke out on his back. In a daze, he seemed to perceive that the soldiers stationed upon the palace walls were casting unusual glances in his direction, their weapons subtly aimed at him. What to do now? Zhao Ji, witnessing the strange atmosphere among the populace beyond the walls, turned pale with fear. If these hundreds of thousands were to uncover the deception, he would surely be torn apart by their wrath. He desperately sought a solution. If this performance faltered, his fate would be uncertain, but the lives of his aides would be forfeit. Zhao Ji hastily summoned Kai Jing and the others, his agitation palpable. Do not panic, do not panic. We must remain calm, Kai Jing gasped, cursing himself inwardly for wading into this murky water. Over the decades, he had made countless blunders and botched many affairs, but none had been as dire as this. His mind was now a blank slate, paralyzed with fear. A glint of cold determination flickered in Tongguan's eyes. Why not take decisive action? I shall find a band of loyal warriors to eliminate Zhao Jiao. The others regarded Tongguan with astonishment, exclaiming, "What audacity you possess! With Zhao Jiao illuminated in the heavens, would you truly treat the world as fools?" Wang Fu exclaimed in horror. "And what alternative do you propose?" Tongguan retorted scornfully. "In any case, death awaits us. Why not make a bold stand? If Zhao Jiao is eliminated, His Majesty shall have no choice but to acknowledge him. As for those troublesome commoners, have they not always been foolish?" Tongguan turned to Zhao Ji, urging, "Your Majesty, we cannot hesitate. Speed is of the essence. Once Zhao Jiao is located by Zhong Zhe and his men, this opportunity will vanish." He insisted that they act swiftly, striking down Zhao Jiao while the rest remained oblivious. Otherwise, they would face a grave fate. Tongguan's words struck Zhao Ji like a heavy blow. Gritting his teeth, he looked to the 6 men beside him. "Let it be done," he declared. "Tong Qing, Liang Qing, you two shall handle this matter personally. Rest assured, I promise you, should this succeed, I shall generously reward you with titles." "Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall not fail your trust." Tongguan's eyes brimmed with tears, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Ji, who felt a surge of emotion within. A loyal minister indeed. This is what a loyal servant of the Song dynasty embodies. What splendid officials. How could anyone label him a traitor? Who dare say that Tongguan is treacherous? Tongguan is truly exceptional. I shall take my leave now. Please take care, Your Majesty, and await my victorious return. Tongguan heavily knelt upon the ground, then resolutely turned away, departing with Liang Shiqing, embodying a poignant sense of heroism reminiscent of the melancholic verse, "The winds howl, the waters of the Yi are cold. Once the valiant leaves, they do not return." Zhao Ji, with tears glistening in his eyes, gazed at Tong Guan's retreating figure, overwhelmed by a surge of emotions. Tong Qing, I vow not to forsake you in this lifetime. With loyal ministers such as this in the Great Song, what is there to fear about our grand ambitions? Meanwhile, on another front, Zhongzhe, who was inspecting the Imperial Guard alongside Yu Fei and others, also noticed the commotion in the celestial dome above. Look at that youth in the sky. Does he not resemble the esteemed Zhao Jiao? Li Yanxian remarked, incredulously. Instantly, Yu Fei and Han Shizhong snapped out of their reverie. Their gazes fixed upward. Indeed, it must be him. This young man's visage is strikingly similar to that of Zhao Jiao. I can assure you, I would not mistake it. Han Shizhong exclaimed with fervor. Yu Fei nodded in agreement. Surely, the celestial dome would not display anything without cause, and the presence of Zhao Jiao there was beyond doubt. At this moment, a profound excitement and joy filled their hearts. Initially, they believed Zhao Ji's impersonation of Zhao Jiao was a settled matter. Little did they anticipate that amidst the dense thickets and flowing waters, a ray of hope would emerge. If the real Zhao Jiao had indeed appeared, the false one must surely retreat. Alas, we must guard against Kai Jing and his ilk resorting to desperate measures. Zhongzhe's words jolted everyone awake. This was not a time for celebration. The immediate priority was to swiftly bring Zhao Jiao to safety. If Zhao Ji and his associates were to act rashly, defying all reason against Zhao Jiao, and were to succeed, it would spell catastrophe for them. But where was the well? Upon hearing Zhongzhe's words, Yu Fei and the others grew anxious. Such a notion seemed audacious and terrifying, yet it was not without possibility. Zhongzhe's mind raced. He recalled having seen the area when the celestial dome's perspective had zoomed in from afar. Suddenly, a light flickered in his eyes at the Daqing Gate. Nearby were 4 abandoned well pavilions that appeared strikingly similar to the scene depicted in the celestial dome. Yu Fei, Han Shizhong, heed my command, Zhongzhe ordered. Your subordinate is at your service. Both Yu Fei and Han Shizhong stepped forward, clasping their fists and responding solemnly. I now command you both to take a small contingent and proceed immediately, prioritizing the safety of Zhao Jiao above all else. Should any obstacles arise along the way, show no mercy. Your subordinate will comply, they affirmed. Remember, I mean anyone, even the noble one is not exempt. If you harbor any doubts, voice them now. The murderous intent in Zhongzhe's eyes was palpable. It was hard to fathom such rebellious words coming from his lips, revealing the depth of his disillusionment with the 2 noble families, Hui and Qin. Yu Fei and Han Shizhong exchanged resolute glances, their determination unwavering. To death, without regrets. Very well. Let us not delay. We shall depart immediately. With decisive fervor, Yu Fei and Han Shizhong swiftly organized their troops and set off. Li Yanxian, watching from the side, was envious, wishing to join them. Young Xiao, there is no need to envy Peng Zhu and the others. Our tasks are no less significant. Now join me, and we shall immediately regulate all the Imperial Guards. We must provide a completely secure environment for the Zhao Jiao family. The order has been given. Li Yanxian clenched his fist, his heart surging with emotion. He lifted his gaze to the heavens, where the seemingly dazed young man stood. At that moment, a beam of light illuminated the young man's face from the well, and Li Yanxian felt as if he had glimpsed the truth of the world. Old master, where shall we head now? Liang Shirqing glanced at Tongua, astonished by the latter's unwavering loyalty to Zhao Ji. He realized he had misjudged Tongua all along. In contrast, he felt somewhat humbled in Tonggua's presence, a wave of shame washing over him. While he had been preoccupied with thoughts of escape, he even wondered if Tonggua's proposal was merely a ploy for his own safety. Little did he expect that Tongua had indeed gathered a band of death warriors. He truly had the audacity. Naturally, we shall go there, Tongua indicated towards the sky, licking his lips, visibly excited. Why don't we simply flee with our men? Although Liang Shirqing was astonished by Tonggua's loyalty, he still wished to resist. Even if they could find Zhao Jiao before Zhongzhe and the others, could they truly kill Zhao Jiao? Given Zhao Jiao's life and deeds, who would dare to deny that he was destined by heaven? With the celestial phenomena illuminating the scene, could they truly assassinate him? There was also the possibility that a bolt of lightning might strike them down as they approached Zhao Jiao. Enough with the chatter. Just follow me. Tongua shot Liang Shirqing an impatient glance, deeming him a useless fool. If you don't move now, I shall deal with you myself. I will go. Of course, Liang Shirqing replied with a grimace, trailing behind Tongua, sighing as they ran. This will truly bring eternal disgrace. Cursed be it. Being a treacherous minister is no easy task. Tong Guo paid no mind to Liang Shiqing's thoughts as he led 20 death warriors in a furious dash. Having entered the palace at a young age, the Northern Song Imperial Palace felt like home to him. He could boldly claim that few understood it better than he did. He was well aware of every secret passage and hidden trail. The moment the celestial light revealed Zhao Jio's position, he instantly knew where Zhao Jio was located. Before him lay a shortcut directly to the Great Celebration Gate. He was determined to find Zhao Jio before Zhong Zhe and the others. This was heaven's blessing. The prospect of boundless wealth was before him. How could Tong Guo not be exhilarated? After approximately a quarter of an hour, Tong Guo finally beheld the familiar Great Celebration Gate, and upon realizing that the surroundings were deserted, his fervor became impossible to conceal. His face trembled with excitement. As Tong Guo arrived at the Great Celebration Gate, his figure simultaneously appeared on the celestial screen, visible to everyone across all dynasties. Zhong Zhe felt as though he had been doused with cold water upon witnessing Tong Guo leading a group of men on the celestial display, a chill running through him. They truly possessed the audacity to undertake such an audacious act, and they had even managed to locate Zhao Jio ahead of him. Tong Guan, should you even harm a single hair on Zhao Jio's head, I shall pursue you to the very ends of the earth, refusing to rest until one of us is vanquished. Yu Fei and Han Shizhong, upon witnessing the ominous skies, felt their very souls tremble, their hearts constricting in fear. Clenching their fists tightly, the joints audibly cracking, Yu Fei gritted his teeth and pressed on, with no time for regret. Upon the palace walls, Zhao Ji erupted into laughter upon spotting Tong Guan. What are Zhao Jio and Zhao Shi to me? The mandate of heaven resides with me. Well done, Tong Qing. Proceed without hesitation, eliminate him. I shall bestow upon you a noble title. Kai Jing and others breathed a sigh of relief, exhilarated as if they had traversed the gates of hell. Fortune smiles upon us. If we survive this, Tong Guan, you shall be as dear to me as a father. Hurry, you go that way, and I shall go this way. Entering the Great Celebration Gate, there were 2 wells on either side. Tong Guan waved his hand, directing a few men to investigate the left while he took a group to the right. Nothing here. Nothing here. With only one well remaining before him, Tong Guan heard reports echoing around him. He felt his blood surge with vigor, every sense heightened, even the thunderous beat of his heart resonating in his ears. As he approached the last well, peering down, he beheld Zhao Jio standing in the depths, gazing upward. Ah, finally someone. Quick, help me up. Zhao Jio called from the depths of the well. Pull him up. Tong Guan commanded, and a thick rope was swiftly cast down. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Jio climbed up the rope. Thank you, thank you. I shall never forget this act of salvation. Please, reveal your names, and I shall repay your kindness in due time. By the way, which production team is filming here? As Zhao Jio emerged from the well, he exhaled in relief, brushing off the dust and straw from his attire. Upon noticing Tong Guan and the others' clothing, he inquired with surprise. Tong Guan scrutinized the young man before him, confirming his identity, and suddenly knelt, striking his forehead against the ground. Your Majesty, I, Tong Guan, have arrived late to your rescue. Though 1,000 deaths would not absolve my guilt, I beseech your Majesty to punish me. The unexpected turn of events stunned everyone present, who quickly followed suit, kneeling in haste, fearful of being slower than the others. We arrived late to your Majesty's aid. Please, punish us, they cried in unison, their foreheads hitting the ground with fervor. At that moment, they realized this act of reverence was not merely submission, but an invocation of immense fortune. Liang Shiqing, while bowing, glanced at Tong Guan with an expression akin to reverence. From this day forth, you shall be my father. Zhao Ji what? Zhao Ji what? Chapter 71. To brave the flames for the ruler. Not just a comrade. On the palace walls, Zhao Ji gazed at the antics of Tong Guan in the heavens, utterly bewildered. I regarded you as a loyal minister, and you treat me with such disdain. His face fluctuated through shades of red and white, faster than the swift transitions of a Sichuan opera mask. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Ji realized the treacherous schemes of that scoundrel Tong Guan. That audacious rogue dares to mock me so brazenly. I shall ensure the annihilation of his entire clan. Zhao Ji's fury escalated as he observed Tong Guan kneeling and bowing before him. Kai Jing and others, witnessing this spectacle, nearly ground their teeth in frustration. You wretched son, why did you not include us in your schemes? We too could serve as loyal ministers. We too aspire to rise. Coughing, Zhao Ji remarked, such impudence. With someone impersonating me in the sky is utterly shameless. Ministers, let us uncover the truth together. Noticing the increasingly uneasy expressions of the soldiers around him, he hastily cleared his throat, intending to vacate this perilous situation. Indeed, we shall accompany you to discern the reality of this audacity. Kai Jing and others swiftly echoed. Having sensed the tension in the atmosphere, Zhao Ji, somewhat stiffly, turned to descend from the palace wall, relieved to find no one obstructing his path. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind, startling him. Wait! The Dragon Guard Captain Wang Wu scrutinized the sky, then cast a keen glance at Zhao Ji, his eyes narrowing in anticipation. Trembling with excitement, realizing the gravity of the situation, he discerned that the Zhao Ji before him was an impostor. Has fortune finally favored me? Wang Wu yearned to laugh uproariously at the heavens. Seize this scoundrel at once. Yes. Zhao Ji, witnessing soldiers approaching like wolves, felt an icy dread seep into his bones. I am the reigning Taishang, Huang Zhao Ji. Who dares to act against me? Stand down, and I shall grant you mercy. Upon hearing this, the soldiers hesitated, glancing back at Wang Wu. Silence him. Capture him. Wang Wu's resolve hardened. He was all in. Either he would rise to greatness, or he would meet his demise. Such opulence before him could not be ignored. Muffled and bound, Zhao Ji struggled against his restraints. What now? Wang Wu's mind raced, and he decisively commanded. You stay here and calm the citizens outside. Ensure no conflict arises. I will take this impostor to meet the ruler. Rest assured, with my future secured, your fortunes shall follow. Wang Wu, having made his promise, led a dozen confidants, escorting Zhao Ji and Kai Jing toward the Deqing Gate. Meanwhile, Zhongzhe, accompanied by Li Yanxian, rallied the imperial guards from all directions, encircling the Deqing Gate. Within the palace, various factions could no longer remain idle and hastened toward the scene. If one were to gaze down from the heavens at this moment, it would appear as though the entire palace had come to life, with countless individuals converging toward a singular destination. Although they could not fathom why Zhao Jiao had so mysteriously appeared, the reasons had become irrelevant. At this moment, it may be unclear who has approached the emperor, but it is evident who has not. The great celebration gate. Upon lifting his gaze, Yu Fei confirmed the situation without a doubt. Gripping his long spear and leading the way, akin to a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell. Tong Guant. If you dare to harm even a hair on the emperor, I shall ensure you suffer 1,000 cuts. Before his arrival, his voice resonated like thunder, chilling the hearts of those who heard it. Anyone could detect the astonishing murderous intent embedded within his words. Zhao Jiao, initially bewildered by the inexplicable scene before him, remained utterly perplexed. After being rescued from the well by these individuals clad in ancient attire, they prostrated themselves without a word, their foreheads striking the ground with a resounding thud, leaving onlookers utterly astonished. And now, another has arrived. Zhao Jiu raised his eyes to see a general, adorned in heavy armor and exuding an overwhelming aura, rushing towards him like the wind chasing the moon. Your Majesty, do not be alarmed. It is Yu Fei. Yu Fei gazed at Tong Guant and Liang Shicheng, who were kneeling on the ground, their heads bruised from their fervent prostration, and he too was momentarily taken aback. In his haste to travel, he had not paid attention to the sky and was unaware of the events that had just transpired. Now, witnessing this group on their knees, he felt a profound sense of confusion. What trickery are you all attempting? Yu Fei's piercing gaze swept over Tong Guant and Liang Shicheng. He had long heard of their notorious names, often mentioned alongside Kai Jing as part of the 6 infamous traitors. The suffering of the people in the Song dynasty today was a burden they could not escape. Naturally, he held no favorable disposition towards them. However, his attention shifted to Zhao Jiao, who was staring at him in a daze. As their eyes met, an electric jolt coursed through him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. It could not be mistaken. This man was indeed Zhao Jiao, the emperor. I, Yu Fei, have arrived late to protect your Majesty. Please forgive me. Yu Fei stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, extending his arms before his forehead in salute. His face, turned to the left, gaze lowered to the ground. What a magnificent general! Zhao Jiao's heart raced. At that moment, as Yu Fei spread his arms, it felt as if a tempest of blood and fury surrounded him, his aura heavy as a mountain. Such presence could not possibly be feigned. He sensed something was amiss. Although he appeared dazed, he was not truly so. The garments and adornments worn by these individuals were exquisitely crafted, far from the inferior costumes of a mere theatrical troupe. Yu Fei Yupingju, I am but a humble servant. Please command me, your majesty. Upon hearing Zhao Jiu call his name, Yu Fei's heart swelled with warmth, as if a gentle stream flowed through him. In that fleeting moment, he resolved to dedicate his life to Zhao Jiu. I, Han Shizhong, have arrived late to protect your majesty. Please forgive me. Another expert. Zhao Jiu felt overwhelmed, as if waves of confusion were relentless in their pursuit. Han Shizhong twisted his waist, colliding with Tong Guent, who, unperturbed, obediently shifted aside. His moment of prominence has seemingly passed, and after this ordeal, he shall observe who among the court dares to label him a traitor, and who would dare to raise their voice before him. Han Shizhong, Han Lianqin, indeed, they are but mere subordinates. Han Shizhong slightly raised his head, casting a fleeting glance at Zhao Jiu before lowering it once more, a broad grin revealing his gleaming white teeth. At this moment, he felt as if the very blood coursing through his veins was boiling with fervor. To brave fire and water for the sovereign. In this instant, Han Shizhong appeared to comprehend the unwavering loyalty that the heavens above inspired in him towards Zhao Jiu. This sensation was simply exquisite. Ah, the Southern Song dynasty, is it? Zhao Jiu rubbed his temples, sensing the unfolding events were truly surreal. I grasped the rationale. Yet how is it that Yu Fei and Han Shizhong have converged at this juncture? And what is it they call me? Sovereign? Zhao Jiu's hand trembled. If memory serves correctly, the title of sovereign was reserved for the emperor during the Song dynasty. Such a designation is distinctly characteristic of that era. No other dynasty has ever referred to their emperor in such a manner. Does this imply that I am the emperor? Am I in a state of translocation? Or perhaps I am Zhao Go? Zhao Jiu was taken aback by his audacious conjecture, poised to articulate something when a cacophony erupted. From the vicinity of Deqingmen, countless individuals surged forth like a swarm of ants, subsequently kneeling before him. What is happening? Is this never ending? Could someone please elucidate the current circumstances? Chapter 72. Zhao Jiu arrives at his faithful Kaifeng. Zhao Jiu confessed that he was truly astonished. If he had previously harbored doubts about the notion of transmigration, witnessing thousands kneeling before him dispelled any lingering skepticism. He could hardly fathom that anyone would go to such lengths merely to play a trick on him, eliminating all impossibilities. No matter how improbable the final conclusion might seem, it could only be the truth. At this moment, his mind had cleared considerably, and he began to recall the events that had transpired. In his memory, he walked on the path home when a young man called out to him, followed by a red vehicle hurtling towards him at a staggering speed of 180 miles per hour. Even now, the recollection sent shivers down his spine. Zhao Jiu hastily examined himself, relieved to find no missing limbs. We, your humble servants, have arrived late to protect you. We beseech your majesty for punishment, an official declared, prostrate before him. This seemed to trigger a chain reaction, as the officials kneeling before Zhao Jiu began to chant in unison, We, your humble servants, have arrived late to protect you. We beseech your majesty for punishment. The chorus crescendoed like waves, resonating beyond the palace walls. Soon, over 1 million citizens of Kaifeng, standing outside the palace, also knelt and raised their voices in fervent unison. The volume was so thunderous that it echoed throughout the vast city of Kaifeng. Under the celestial dome, in the year of Jingkong, the populace across the entire Song dynasty knelt and cried out towards the heavens. The momentum reverberated through the skies, shaking the very foundations of the underworld. Above Kaifeng, auspicious clouds appeared, hanging majestically in the air. At this moment, it seemed as though the heavens and earth were heralding the arrival of a supreme being among mortals. After 2 centuries of anticipation, the emperor had finally returned to his devoted Kaifeng. Are they calling for me? Zhao Jiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this deafening roar truly be a summons for him? But how could that be? Even if he had indeed transmigrated and ascended to the throne, such immense reverence should not have greeted him immediately. The sensation he experienced felt more akin to having crossed into the Qin dynasty, becoming Yingzheng, and presiding over a grand ceremony atop Mount Tai. Or perhaps he had transformed into Emperor Taizong Li Shimin, amidst the arrival of nations, with all proclaiming his name as the heavenly Khan. Yet therein lay the conundrum. There was Yu Fei, Han Shizhong, and the emperor. This was, after all, the Southern Song. Even Emperor Taizu Zhao Kuangyin could not have commanded such esteem in the hearts of the people during his time. Could it be that he was merely dreaming? Indeed, perhaps all of this was but a dream, conjured from the abundance of dramas and novels he had indulged in. After all, who has not fantasized about revealing their true self before the world on an otherwise ordinary day? Truly, one must avoid excessive indulgence in novels, lest they lose touch with reality. Zhao Jio's lips quivered slightly. The entire experience felt overwhelmingly surreal. Ah, the pain. Zhao Jio pinched himself forcefully, striving to awaken from his stupor, only to be met with a sharp sting. This visceral sensation seemed to proclaim, this is reality. The emperor, it seems, is unwell. Li Bangyan, in a moment of urgency, pledged his loyalty, quickly summoned the imperial physician. Though he had not savored the meat, surely a sip of the broth would suffice. It is of no concern. You may withdraw. Zhao Jio waved his hand dismissively. He was not truly unwell. Rather, he felt an inexplicable weariness of spirit. Surveying his surroundings, he rapidly organized his thoughts. The first to kneel before him introduced himself as Tong Guan. Zhao Jio, not particularly versed in the history of the Southern Song, nonetheless recognized Tong Guan as one of the notorious 6 thieves under Emperor Huizong's reign. Speaking of these thieves, aside from Kai Jing, who were the other 4? Oh, it slipped his mind. His gaze then shifted to the 2 generals kneeling before him, Yu Fei and Han Shizhong. Merely the utterance of their names instilled a profound sense of reassurance within him, bolstering his courage. Especially Yu Fei, as a descendant of the Huaxia. Who could be unaware of Yu Fei's esteemed reputation, even if this were not a dream and he had truly arrived in the Southern Song? As long as Yu Fei remained, the challenges ahead seemed far less daunting. But what was his identity? Zhao Go. And why was his prestige so elevated? As he pondered, he instinctively reached out, placing his left hand on Yu Fei's arm and his right on Han Shizhong's shoulder. The moment his hands rested upon them, a surge of bravery coursed through Zhao Jio. If their identities were indeed genuine, there was little to fear. What of the Jin? I have Yu Fei and Han Shizhong. Perhaps you gentlemen would rise and converse? He suggested. We thank your majesty for your grace. The assembly echoed in unison, rising to their feet, their curious gazes scrutinizing Zhao Jio. Upon realizing that he bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure illuminated by the heavens, their hearts swelled with satisfaction. Handsome and dignified, with features that could be likened to a painting, the Song had finally welcomed its rightful sovereign. As the officials appraised Zhao Jio, he too scrutinized Yu Fei and Han Shizhong. Yu Fei possessed a pair of strikingly arched eyebrows and a visage that exuded resilience. Merely gazing upon him inspired genuine admiration. In contrast, Han Shizhong's rugged appearance perfectly aligned with his impression of ancient martial heroes. Just as Zhao Jio was about to speak further, a commotion erupted. In an instant, Yu Fei and Han Shizhong shifted, protecting Zhao Jio behind them. Forgive the offense, Your Majesty. I am Wang Wu, commander of the Dragon Guard. Today, while patrolling the palace walls, I apprehended a scoundrel daring to impersonate Your Majesty. I beseech you to render judgment. Wang Wu, suppressing his inner excitement, gestured, compelling Zhao Ji and Kai Jing to be brought forth. Zhao Jio focused intently. As his gaze fell upon Zhao Ji's countenance, astonishment flooded his eyes. How could this man bear such an uncanny resemblance to him? Beneath the celestial canopy, the ancestors of various dynasties watched in bewilderment. How could there be 2 Zhao Ji? Which of them was the true sovereign, and which was the impostor? It is hardly conceivable that both could be true. During the Jingguan era, when Zhao Ji, masquerading as Zhao Jio, was brought forth, Li Shimin was momentarily taken aback before erupting into hearty laughter. Gentlemen, did you witness that? I am nearly in stitches. Just moments before, upon witnessing Zhao Jio's formidable presence, the second Phoenix Emperor felt a twinge of jealousy, but now, this spectacle had him doubled over with laughter. He had experienced countless events in his lifetime, yet never had he witnessed such a farcical play of false emperors. This was, without a doubt, more riveting than any grand performance he had ever seen. The ministers of the Jingguan era, unable to contain their amusement, quickly grasped the situation with a single glance. Yet, it remained uncertain whether the impersonator was Zhao Ji or Zhao Huan. In the Qin dynasty, Ing Zheng could barely suppress a grimace, waving his sleeve in irritation as he muttered, absurd. During the Western Han period, when Liu Bang beheld 2 Zhao Jis, he erupted, spewing wine in disbelief. Xiaohe, it seems the successors of the Song dynasty have quite the flair for theatrics, devising such a scheme. Xiaohe nodded in agreement, thoroughly impressed by the spectacle. Under the celestial canopy, the ancestors of various dynasties delighted in the entertainment, for such an extraordinary performance was indeed a rarity. However, The officials of the Song dynasty could hardly muster a smile. Particularly, Zhao Kuangyin's face darkened considerably. What a disgrace. Who on earth conceived of this absurdity? How did it not end up on the wall instead? If it were within his power, Zhao Kuangyin would have charged into the celestial realm to seize this embarrassing spectacle and deliver a swift punishment. The disgrace brought upon the Zhao family was unbearable. Could the Song dynasty ever recover from this? This segment of the narrative is nearing its conclusion, and we shall soon return to the main storyline. I hope you found this passage enjoyable. I must admit, I got a bit carried away while writing it, and hope I haven't overindulged. Chapter 73. Is this truly the case? Marvelous, simply marvelous. Zhu Yuanzhang gazed at the celestial canopy, astonished. My dear sister, this spectacle surpasses any grand performance we have ever witnessed. He mused that, in the future, this troupe should solely present this act. It is captivating, utterly delightful. Empress Ma was also in fits of laughter. Though she felt a twinge of guilt at mocking those of the past, she could not suppress her mirth. It was indeed a source of great amusement, uplifting her spirits significantly. During the Jiajing era, Wu Qingyan was engrossed in crafting his mythical narrative when the sight of the celestial display sparked a sudden inspiration. This material regarding the false emperor seemed quite promising. Could it be transformed into a tale of genuine and counterfeit monkey kings? He hastily noted down his thoughts. In the Jingkong period, Zhao Jiu watched in disbelief as Wang Wu brought forth a man, nearly insane with frustration. Was this truly a dream? The gathered officials observed Zhao Ji being carried in like a piglet, their lips twitching in disbelief, unable to bear the sight. Hidden among the crowd, Zhao Qin cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Ji, secretly relieved that his father had seized this opportunity. Otherwise, it would have been an embarrassment for him. Zhao Ji, upon seeing Zhao Jiu, began to struggle violently, as if he wished to convey something. Release him, came the command. As you wish. Wang Wu set Zhao Ji down. Who are you? Why do you bear such a striking resemblance to me? Zhao Jiu inquired, perplexed. Pa. Zhao Ji removed a foul-smelling cloth from his mouth. Its stench akin to that of refuse pulled from a latrine. He raised his head, and upon recognizing the true figure before him, his ears flushed crimson. He had intended to continue his struggles, stubbornly claiming to be the real one. However, the cold, piercing gazes of Yu Fei and Han Shizhong extinguished any rebellious thoughts. He was certain that should he assert himself as Zhao Jiu, those men would indeed swallow him whole. I am the current emperor, the supreme emperor Zhao Ji. After receiving a bowl of water from a palace maid and cleansing himself, Zhao Ji revealed his already aged visage. Oh, Song Huizong. Upon hearing the name, Zhao Jiu immediately comprehended the implication. The supreme emperor? So, Zhao Ji has abdicated in favor of Zhao Huan. This meant they had not yet reached the southern Song dynasty, but were still in the Jingkong era. As the words Jingkong echoed in his mind, a shadow darkened Zhao Jiu's heart. This era's title was exceedingly ominous. Any educated individual among the Huaxiao would recognize the disgrace of Jingkong. Yu Fei's man Jiang Hong had vividly expressed the humiliation and indignation of that time. Furthermore, those familiar with the legend of the Condor heroes would understand the significance of Jingkong, as the names Guijing and Yangkong were derived from it. In that case, where was Song Qinzong Zhao Huan? Or could it be that I am Zhao Huan? At this moment, the attention of thousands of officials at the Daqing gate was fixated on Zhao Jiu. As Zhao Jiu's gaze shifted, the surrounding crowd instinctively parted, revealing Zhao Huan, who had been concealed among them. Observing the swift retreat of the crowd, Zhao Huan felt an overwhelming weariness. After all, he was still an official and had not yet abdicated. Why were they so eager to distance themselves from him? I am Zhao Huan, he thought. Noticing that Zhao Jiu had yet to speak and had already appeared somewhat diminished, he reflected on the vastness of Zhao Jiu's talents and ambitions. If Zhao Jiu were to flaunt his superiority before him now, who could predict the repercussions in the future? It was wiser to maintain a low profile. At this moment, Zhao Huan sought nothing more than to find a serene place to live out the remainder of his days in comfort and luxury. This experience had enlightened him. He realized that the throne was not something he wished to occupy, nor even gaze upon, as it brought ill fortune. If you are Zhao Huan, then who am I? He pondered, his mind clouded with legal troubles, even doubting his grasp of history. Given that the Huai and Qin clans were present, why were these people still kneeling before him, addressing him as an official? It made no sense. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, a tremendous commotion erupted outside the Daqing gate. The sound of marching feet reverberated as thousands of armored guards, wielding long spears, emerged from all directions, forming layers of ranks that enclosed the Daqing Gate completely. This unexpected turn of events instantly captured everyone's attention. The guards at the main entrance parted, revealing Zhongzhe, who approached slowly with generals such as Li Gang and Li Yanxian. Zhongzhe held a wooden tray, covered meticulously with silk, obscuring its contents from view. Each step he took seemed to resonate like a heartbeat among the crowd. The officials exchanged glances, their eyes drawn to the tightly covered tray, as if they were grasping an ominous significance. Someone could not help but swallow hard. With each step Zhongzhe took forward, the officials instinctively parted to either side, bowing their heads and casting sidelong glances to follow his progress. Beneath the heavens, the ancestors of various dynasties held their breath, their instincts telling them that something monumental was about to unfold. Though the path was not long, it felt as though a century had passed for everyone present. Finally, Zhongzhe arrived before Zhaojiu. At that moment, Zhongzhe's heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. He felt so rigid he could scarcely move. The tray he held felt light, yet at that moment, it bore the weight of a mountain. For he knew that in his hands rested not merely a wooden tray, but the very fate of the Song dynasty, its vast lands and territories. It could be said that the future of the Song dynasty for the next century lay within Zhongzhe's grasp. He had never anticipated such a heart-stopping moment in his life. Emerging from a sea of blood, he now felt a tremor coursing through him, not from fear, but from excitement. At that instant, everyone within the Daqing Gate held their breath, their eyes fixed intently on Zhongzhe. Zhongzhe, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, cast a glance at Zhaojiu, as if to etch his visage indelibly into his memory. Perhaps it was this fleeting glance that bestowed upon him a surge of courage. In an instant, Zhongzhe felt an unparalleled sense of ease. He reached forth and abruptly unveiled the silken cloth, revealing the objects concealed within. Upon the surface lay an official cap adorned with a pair of rigid wings, beneath which was a resplendent crimson round-collared robe with arrow sleeves. Zhongzhe shifted his gaze and presented the wooden tray to Yu Fei, who raised it with reverence. With a swift motion, Li Gang and Li Yanxian immediately clad Zhaojiu in the garments, assisting him in donning the cap. They then bowed in apology before retreating. Zhongzhe seized the bright yellow dragon robe from the tray and, with a flourish, draped it over Zhaojiu's shoulders. The moment the royal robe enveloped him, the modest jade seal, no larger than the palm of a hand, stood silently upon the tray. Zhongzhe, cradling the tray, suddenly knelt upon the ground, proclaiming with fervor, "I, Zhongzhe, beseech the esteemed Zhaojiu to ascend the throne, to be our sovereign from this day forth." "Kneel," cried Tongguan, startled, his voice piercing the air. The ministers, as if choreographed, began to kneel. The purple-robed officials at the forefront bowed thrice and struck their heads to the ground, followed by those in red robes. And then the green-robed officials. Finally, the palace maids, eunuchs, and the guards encircling the outermost layer knelt in reverence. "We, your humble servants, implore Zhaojiu to ascend the throne as the ruler of our great Song." The intricate rituals and the solemnity of the occasion commanded an imposing presence, leaving the countless ancestors beneath the heavens in awe and wonder. Merely witnessing the ceremony sent shivers through the hearts of all, rendering them speechless for an eternity. The enthronement of a Chinese monarch could indeed be summarized as the pinnacle of human ceremonial grandeur. On the periphery of the crowd, Zhao Ji and his son exchanged glances. Caught in a liminal space, neither standing nor kneeling, their eyes reflecting mutual bitterness. Is this right? Beneath the heavens, Zhao Kuangyin of the Northern Song era yearned to inquire, is this truly right? Chapter 74. No time for mourning. Here comes the next. What a predicament. Zhao Kuangyin is in a state of disbelief. The scene is strikingly familiar, reminiscent of gazing into a mirror. He clutched his head with both hands, recalling how, during the Qinxiao incident, his own generals had draped the dragon robe upon him in a similar fashion. Now, in his great Song, another has ascended the throne in precisely the same manner. Is this madness? If one is indeed unwell, they should seek remedy. There were 1,000 ways to elevate Zhaojiu to the throne, yet why resort to this particular method? Faintly, he perceived laughter around him. Zhao Kuangyin's gaze suddenly darted to the ministers within the hall. The generals, caught in an awkward moment, hastily turned their heads, feigning nonchalance. What a travesty! Zhao Kuangyin's heart swelled with frustration. In the Qin, Ing Zheng bore a slight smile, thoroughly entertained by the grand spectacle unfolding before him. Such a scene is indeed a rare sight throughout the ages. The ministers nodded in agreement, having never witnessed such an extraordinary display. They were certain that no future performance could ever ignite their spirits again. In Peixian, Lu Ji had just finished watching a dogfight, feeling invigorated beneath the vast sky. He gazed at Zhao Jiao, who was being worshipped by the masses, a flicker of envy crossing his eyes. The aura is simply magnificent. This is how a man should live his life. Lu Ji couldn't help but exclaim. Beside him, Lu Ji's father glanced at the sky and then at Lu Bang, filled with disdain. You speak of being a man, yet look at the demeanor of others. Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on yourself. With your lackluster disposition, you are a hopeless case, unable to secure a wife even at your age. I feel ashamed on your behalf. Lu Ji, unperturbed, laughed heartily, ignoring his father's remarks. In Kuaiji, Xiang Yu was equally stirred by the sight of Zhao Jiao on the horizon. Uncle, one day, I shall take his place, Xiang Yu declared, gazing towards Xianyang. Beneath the sky, countless individuals were awestruck by this display of authority, gaining a profound understanding of imperial power. Many ambitious souls felt their desires surge like rampant weeds at this moment. In the Western Han, Lu Che breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing Zhao Jiao on the horizon. With such an emperor in this future Song dynasty, it is unlikely that foreign tribes will seize the realm. Lu Che harbored a deep-seated disdain for foreign entities. His life could be summarized in a single phrase: eat, sleep, and combat the Xiongnu. After a lifetime of struggle, it was only in his twilight years that he realized the devastation wrought upon the people. Hu Tsubing chuckled. Your Majesty need not worry about the great Song any longer. The city of Kaifeng remains unscathed, and the might of the Song dynasty has yet to be diminished. With Zhao Jiao ascending the throne and commanding formidable generals such as Zhong Zhe, Yu Fei, and Han Shizhong, it is indeed the foreign tribes that should be wary. Ha ha. As the saying goes, the real headache belongs to those alien races. Come, my friends, let us raise our cups in a toast to our Han Chinese heritage and to the enduring legacy of the Song dynasty. The ministers, witnessing Lu Che's jovial spirit, joined him in merriment. Serving under Lu Che is no easy task. When the emperor calls upon you, you are cherished as a jewel, but when he turns his back, his displeasure is swift and fierce. In the Ming court, Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao were taken aback by Zhong Ze's audacious actions. They were astonished to discover such a side of Zhong Ze. Zhu Biao chuckled helplessly. Upon seeing General Zhong emerge with a wooden tray, he had an inkling of what was to come, yet witnessing the scene unfolded before him felt utterly absurd. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed heartily, for though he had never witnessed the day Zhao De donned the yellow robe at Chenxiao, seeing Zhao Jiao today felt like a fitting compensation. However, he was curious about Zhao Da's current sentiments. Through their encounter with the future Zhu Di, Zhu Yuanzhang and his companions speculated that the celestial canopy would not solely be confined to their realm. Zhao Kuangyin, at this moment, must also be witnessing the unfolding events through the heavens. This thought clawed at Zhu Yuanzhang's heart like a cat scratch. Empress Ma shot a disapproving glance at Zhu Yuanzhang, remarking on his penchant for reveling in the turmoil. What of it? They too have observed our commotion, and I doubt they refrained from chuckling when the tale of our fourth prince was shared under the heavenly veil. Now that we gaze upon them, none are at a loss. Besides, dear sister, do you not wish to witness this? Empress Ma held her tongue, clearly intrigued herself. The Chinese have an innate love for spectacle ingrained in their very essence. In the era of Jingkong, is this a matter of adding layers for the cold? Zhao Jiao turned slightly to regard the bright yellow dragon robe adorning him, then glanced at the ministers kneeling before him. A powerful sense of déjà vu washed over him. So I am Zhao Da, am I? Zhao Kuangyin. At this moment, it mirrors precisely that of the past. Zhao Jiao. Is it truly so similar? Zhao Kuangyin. It is utterly identical. Zhao Jiao yearned to inquire about the circumstances that led to this moment, to understand why he was destined to be this emperor. He was merely an unremarkable modern individual, lacking knowledge of the events during the Jingkong period and devoid of any experience in ruling as an emperor. Why were they so resolute in their belief that he should ascend as the emperor, and why did they think he would excel in this role? Countless words swirled within him, yet as he beheld the imperial seal, exuding an irresistible aura, all his words became lodged in his throat, silenced. He hesitantly reached out, trembling as he touched the seal, only to recoil as if jolted by electricity. Subsequently, he extended his hand once more, resolutely cradling the object with both hands. A gentle warmth radiated from his palms, coursing through countless meridians, flowing through his blood until it reached his heart. Thump, thump, thump. In that moment, Zhao Jiu seemed to hear the vigorous beating of his heart. He turned the jade seal over and gazed at the 8 seal characters inscribed with the decree of heaven. Long live the emperor. A surge of electricity coursed through his entire being, raising goosebumps all over his skin. His fingertips glided over the 8 characters, and then brushed against one corner that had been filled with gold. Golden-laid jade. Is this the object for which countless individuals throughout the millennia of Huaxia have risked their lives? It seemed to lack the immense power one might have imagined. Was it not merely a simple piece of jade? Where was the malevolence that the world spoke of? The officials still harbor doubts? If so, please express them. Zhongzhe respectfully lifted his gaze. I have none, Zhao Jiu blurted out. The multitude of civil and military officials rejoiced at his words, erupting in cheers. We pay our respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor, 10,000 years. There was no time to mourn for Zhao Ji and Zhao Huan. Next to take the stage was the Grand Marshal of the Empire, Emperor Guangwu of the Song Dynasty, Zhao Jiu. Chapter 75, Yang Yizhong, a strategic use of the blade. Long live our emperor, for eternity. At this moment, over 1 million citizens of Kaifeng, kneeling outside the palace walls, shed tears of fervor, joining the ministers in a resounding chorus of acclaim. Zhao Jiu, hearing this thunderous cheer that echoed through the heavens, felt his heart tremble in response. His gaze swept over the likes of Zhongzhe, Yu Fei, Han Shizhong, and Tong Guan, ultimately resting on the hunched figures of Zhao Ji and Zhao Huan. At this juncture, it appeared that his options had dwindled to none. Though he was not particularly astute, he was not naive. While he had yet to fully grasp the situation, he found himself draped in the imperial yellow robe, flanked by the 2 royal clans. Should he falter even slightly now, he would plunge into an abyss from which there would be no return. With this thought, Zhao Jiu's expression sharpened, emanating an overwhelming aura that astonished Zhongzhe, Yu Fei, and the others, igniting a fervent excitement within their hearts. How could a mere sheep be compared to a ferocious tiger? Even if the tiger were still a cub, the mere sight of it would instill fear in the hearts of ordinary people. You have truly caused me great suffering. Zhao Jiu raised the imperial seal high before him, summoning all his strength as he proclaimed with fervor, entrusted to me by you all, I shall not betray your expectations. I, Zhao Jiu, from this day forth, shall serve as the emperor of the Song Dynasty. My life is but a fleeting moment, yet I vow that I shall not allow the people of our Song to endure the ravages of war any longer. Upon hearing these words, the hearts of all the citizens of the Song Dynasty in the first year of Jinkong ignited with warmth, extinguishing the embers of rebellion that had flared across the provinces. The insurgents laid down their weapons, having waited a lifetime for a sovereign such as Zhao Jiu. Across various regions, the leaders of the insurgent forces gazed at their disarmed followers with bittersweet smiles and deep sighs, their hearts heavy with desolation. Just as a glimmer of hope had begun to rise within them, it was swiftly extinguished. However, another thought soon emerged, compelling all to turn their gaze toward the city of Kaifeng. Within the Great Qin Gate, the assembly of civil and military officials shuddered upon hearing Zhao Jiu's declaration. Their eyes filled with astonishment and fervor. It was indeed different. He was truly unlike any other ruler. Zhongzhe, Yu Fei, and the other generals trembled with excitement. Could it be that there exists a chance in this lifetime to witness the return of the 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun? I shall serve the emperor unto death. Wherever the emperor's sword points, there shall be the banner of our song, Yu Fei declared, striking his fist heavily against his chest. Bang, bang, bang. I shall serve the emperor unto death. I shall serve the emperor unto death. Zhongzhe, Li Gang, Han Shizhong, Li Yanxian, and the thousands of imperial guards present echoed this sentiment, striking their fists against their armor in unison. The clang of steel resonated, sending shivers through the hearts of all who heard it. In the depths of the void, it seemed as though an invisible force bound countless soldiers together, a chilling aura of iron and blood emanating from each warrior. The defectors, including Tang Ku and Gung Nanzhong, were left awestruck and terrified, lamenting in their hearts. Absurdity. It was utterly absurd. Since the establishment of our great song, the policy of prioritizing culture over military might has endured for a century. Is it to be undone in an instant today? If the spirits of the esteemed Taizu and Taizong are watching from above, I implore you to open your eyes and observe. The civil officials remained silent, all discerning the sharp intention towards martial prowess in Zhao Jiu's words. In this present age, The Jin have formidable armies, having even vanquished the once mighty Liao. Their military strength is indeed formidable, coupled with the looming threat of the western Xia in the northwest. And considering the current fragility of the Great Song, such overt displays of aggression may well invite calamity rather than fortune. Every matter must be deliberated with care. Youthful exuberance often leads to rashness. Indeed, no matter how exceptional one's talents or grand visions, time and effort must be invested in honing them. The Great Song, regardless of circumstances, cannot do without them. It is imperative to safeguard the interests of the sovereign diligently. A gentle cough suddenly captured everyone's attention. Zhao Ji, with a beaming smile, looked at Zhao Jiao. Zhao Jiao furrowed his brow as he regarded Zhao Ji and Zhao Huan, and after a moment of contemplation, he approached them with a solemn demeanor. At this movement, Yu Fei and Han Shizhong exchanged glances and promptly fell in line behind Zhao Jiao. Approaching the two, Zhao Ju nodded in acknowledgement. I pay my respects to the two saints. Zhao Ji smiled broadly, akin to a seasoned courtesan, while Zhao Huan offered Zhao Jiao a somewhat stiff smile, stepping back slightly, signaling his detachment from the encounter. Zhao Ji attempted to pat Zhao Jiao on the shoulder, but upon raising his hand, he noticed the predatory gazes of Yu Fei and Han Shizhong behind Zhao Jiao, as if warning him not to dare make a move. Zhao Ji internally fumed. Though his face betrayed none of his sentiments, he awkwardly stated, "Your ascension to the throne is the will of the people, and I have no objections. However, I have a request, if I may." His eyes searched Zhao Jiao's face. The retired emperor may speak freely. If it is within my capacity, I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. Zhao Ji replied. Excellent. Good child, this matter should be easy for you. Zhao Ji then cast a fierce gaze over the assembly. Tongguan. He pointed decisively at Tongguan, then gestured again, Wang Wu. These two have greatly wronged me, and I have but one request, to have them drawn and quartered. As soon as these words left his mouth, all eyes in the hall turned towards Tongguan and Wang Wu, then back to Zhao Jiao, eager to see how he would respond. While eliminating these two may appear straightforward, the implications behind such an act are far from trivial. Zhao Jiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he fell silent. Observing Zhao Jiao's quietude, Zhao Ji could not help but smile. Though he may falter against the Jin, he is adept at internal strife. By endorsing Zhao Jiao's ascension with the authority of the retired emperor, he validated the legitimacy of his claim to the throne, and then presented such a reasonable request. No one could accuse him of excess. In fact, one might commend the retired emperor's magnanimity. In previous times, such individuals would have been easily dispatched. 2 lives are but trifles. Yet, the current situation is markedly different. Though Tongguan betrayed him, for Zhao Jiao, he was the foremost in welcoming the emperor, having also contributed to the rescue of the throne. Similarly, Wang Wu, who captured the impostor posing as Zhao Jiao, had rendered significant service to Zhao Jiao as well. Now, Zhao Jiao was commanded to execute these 2 men. On one hand, it would grant him a sense of vengeance, demonstrating to the court the fate that awaited those who betrayed him. On the other hand, it could undermine Zhao Jiao's prestige. Should he slay these 2, it would sow discord among his loyal supporters. It was indeed a plan of 2 birds with 1 stone. At this moment, all eyes were firmly fixed on Zhao Jiao, with the officials and generals harboring various sentiments as they silently awaited his decision. This situation served as a test for Zhao Jiao, yet conversely, it was also an exquisite opportunity for him to establish his reputation. Merely proclaiming lofty ideals was of no consequence. One's worth is judged not by their words, but by their actions. Under the vast sky, Ing Zheng wore a slight smile, as if recalling an amusing thought, sipping from a bowl of tea while regarding Zhao Jiao with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Li Shimin, in a state of anxious urgency, yearned to rush into the celestial realm and guide Zhao Jiao in his course of action, deeming the matter as simple as lifting a finger. Why hesitate? Lu Che adopted a demeanor of amusement, finding himself with a somewhat improved view of Zhao Ji, recognizing that his political maneuvers were not as lacking as he had initially perceived. The assembled officials remained silent, enveloped in a heavy stillness. Zhu Yuanzhang turned to his eldest son, Zhu Biao, inquiring how he would navigate this predicament if he were Zhao Jiao. Zhu Biao raised an eyebrow, responding, "Father, this is a test for your son. 10 years ago, such a dilemma might have stumped me, but now it is trivial." Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled, neither affirming nor denying. During the Jinkong era, a tense atmosphere enveloped the interior of Daqing Gate, as all eyes scrutinized Zhao Jiao. Han Shizong observed Zhao Jiao, who seemed somewhat troubled, a cold glint flashing through his eyes as he placed his hand firmly on the hilt of his sword. If a resolution was unattainable, then it was best to eliminate the source of the problem. Was he not merely the retired emperor? What did Han Shizong have to fear from death? Just as his blade was drawn a fraction, it was promptly restrained by Zhongzhe, who signaled to the eager Yu Fei to refrain from action. Noting their reluctance, yet still subdued, Zhongzhe turned his gaze back to Zhao Jiao. This matter was not worth the lives of generals like Yu Fei or Han Shizong. Furthermore, this was an ordeal that Zhao Jiao must inevitably confront on his path to becoming a formidable ruler. This experience was termed growth, a journey that could not be assisted by others. Indeed, in this moment, Zhongzhe felt gratitude towards Zhao Ji for presenting such a fitting trial. As all awaited with bated breath, Zhao Jiao committed an act that left everyone utterly astounded. He turned to the left, addressing the kneeling figure before him. "What is your name?" Zhao Jiao inquired. "Yang Yizhong," came the response. "Very well, I shall borrow your blade for a moment." Having spoken, Zhao Jiao boldly reached for the knife at Yang Yi's waist, brandishing its blade menacingly towards Emperor Zhao Ji, the supreme Taoist monarch. The sudden outburst from Zhao Jiao startled Zhao Ji, causing him to falter and collapse to the ground. Observing from the sidelines, Zhao Huan raised an eyebrow, a hint of schadenfreude gracing his features. "Oh, father, why did you provoke that scoundrel Zhao Jiao? Can't you see from the heavens that he is utterly deranged?" Chapter 76. Those who dare to speak of peace and migration shall be executed. What do you intend to do? Zhao Ji gazed in horror at Zhao Jiao, utterly astounded that this man would draw his sword in front of such a multitude of civil and military officials. How could he act so brazenly? What gave him the audacity? Did he not consider how the world would perceive him if he truly struck him down? Zhao Jiao fixed Zhao Ji with a piercing gaze, remaining silent as he advanced step by step until he stood directly before him, halting at last. The long blade hung low, swaying slightly. With each tremor of the blade, Zhao Ji felt a chill seeping into his chest. I am the retired emperor. You cannot kill me. You must not." Zhao Ji braced himself against the ground, attempting to retreat, but discovered that his body had succumbed to weakness. Devoid of any strength, suddenly, he felt a warmth enveloping him, accompanied by a pungent odor. Zhao Jiao cast a contemptuous glance at Zhao Ji, a faint sigh escaping his heart. With a ruler of such caliber, how could the Zhao Song dynasty possibly endure? Even though no dynasty exists in perpetuity, the Zhao Song has not yet reached its demise. The Northern Song's downfall bears the undeniable weight of responsibility upon Emperor Huizong. At that moment, as Zhao Ji lay on the ground, from his vantage point, he beheld a blazing sun suspended behind Zhao Jiao. He stood illuminated by its light, rendering Zhao Ji unable to discern the expression upon his face. All that he could see was his features obscured by shadows, and then, to his utter dread, the steel blade in Zhao Jiao's hand was slowly raised. The chilling gleam of the steel reflected a blinding radiance, refracting the sunlight, causing tears to flow uncontrollably from his eyes. "Do not kill. I do not wish to slay Tongguan. Spare him." Suddenly, he thought he heard a cold laugh. Zhao Jiao swung the long knife, slicing through his crimson robe with a sharp crack, the torn fabric cascading onto Zhao Ji's legs. "Tongguan and Wang Wu, regardless of their transgressions, it is I who shall decree their fate. In this moment, I am the sovereign of the great Song. Yet, these two have indeed offended the retired emperor. Today, I shall sever my robe as a sign of atonement for their sins." Would the retired emperor be satisfied with this measure? Zhao Jiao inquired, slightly lowering himself, akin to a dragon pressing down upon Zhao Ji, rendering him breathless. "Satisfied, dear Jiao. Your actions please me immensely." Zhao Ji managed to force a smile. At this juncture, kneeling upon the ground, Tongguan and Wang Wu, ensnared within the whirlwind of events, felt an intense heat within their chests. They gazed upon Zhao Jiao, their eyes shimmering with admiration. This lifetime, they would brave fire and water for the sovereign. Zhao Jiao nodded, sheathing the blade at Yang Yizhong's waist, and began to stride towards the center of the crowd. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back to glance at Zhao Ji. "I wonder if anyone has ever told you, retired emperor, that when you smile, it is rather unappealing? Perhaps next time, you should refrain from smiling, as it can be quite disconcerting." Zhao Ji. A threat? He was just threatening me, wasn't he? Zhao Ji cast a sudden glance over his shoulder, catching sight of Zhao Huan, whose face was contorted in an effort to suppress laughter. Instantly, He shot a fierce glare in his direction. You enjoy laughing, do you? If I cannot deal with Zhao Jiu, then surely I can handle you. Beneath the vast sky, Li Shimin regarded Zhao Jiu with admiration in his eyes. Chengqian, how would you approach this matter? Li Chengqian raised an eyebrow, pondering. Naturally, I would learn from father? Oh, is it not surprising that your father has not taught you this tactic? Li Shimin mused, momentarily puzzled, but then a smile broke across his face. It was evident that his son held him in high regard, observing and contemplating his actions daily, gleaning insights from them. Come now, share your thoughts with your father. Let me see how well you have learned. Li Chengqian tilted his head back confidently, declaring, this matter is simple. One need only strike down Zhao Ji with a single blow. And, of course, do not spare Zhao Huan nearby. Eliminate all threats to ensure there are no lingering issues. With a sense of pride, Li Chengqian looked at Li Shimin and asked, what do you think of this strategy, father? Li Shimin felt a wave of frustration wash over him, bursting into laughter. So you are jesting with me here, are you? Today, you shall compose a treatise of no less than 3,000 words on the matters discussed beneath the heavens, miss a single word. And I shall strike you with a whip. During the Northern Song dynasty, Zhao Kuangyin observed Zhao Jiu's handling of affairs with great satisfaction. Only the capable should wield power. Commands must come from above to avoid calamity. If you retreat even a single step today, you will find yourself retreating further in the future. The stronger you stand, the more they will yield. With such awareness, the Song dynasty shall see no calamities for a century. In the Jingkong era, within the Dragon Pavilion Hall, Zhao Jiu sat poised on the dragon throne. At this moment, he had gleaned a rough understanding of the current situation from the reports of Zhongzhe, Yufei, and others. It was now May of the first year of Jingkong. The Jurchens had yet to descend southward, and Kaifeng remained secure, with even the banks of the Yellow River firmly under the control of the Song dynasty. After listening to the reports from Zhongzhe and the others, Zhao Jiu began to calculate silently in his mind. The first consideration must be the state of the military. As a youth nurtured under the red flag and born into favorable winds, Zhao Jiu may not have excelled in many areas, but certain principles seemed etched into his very being. The strong army is the emperor's power. Authority stems from the barrel of a gun. Grasp the hilt of the sword firmly. This is of utmost importance. It is widely known that the Northern Song boasted an army of 800,000 elite troops, among which Lin Chong, a character from the famed Water Margin, held the title of the commander of these troops. Yet, in reality, such numbers were exaggerated, rife with reports of inflated figures and soldiers drawing pay without service. Nevertheless, even with such discrepancies, there remained 20,000 elite troops within Kaifeng alone. Additionally, various regions boasted a considerable number of auxiliary troops, with Zhang Shunai commanding 5,000 soldiers in the south, alongside the elite forces of over 100,000 led by Zhong Shidao. In rough estimates, the total number of scattered troops throughout the Song territory approached 1 million. While this may sound promising, the number of those truly capable of being deployed was, in fact, quite limited. The regions require soldiers to be stationed, and among them, the number of elite warriors capable of combat is approximately less than 200,000. Currently, the most pressing crisis faced by the Northern Song dynasty is the formidable Jin army, which harbors intentions of aggression against the Song. Historical records suggest that it is around this year that the Jin forces besieged Kaifeng, ruthlessly slaughtering its inhabitants and abducting the emperors Huizong and Qinzong, leading to the tragic Jingkong incident that left countless in despair. Are the Jin truly formidable? Without a doubt, during this period, the Jin are indeed powerful, having risen from merely a few thousand to obliterate the vast Liao state, demonstrating their ferocity. Moreover, there exists the infamous ironclad war chariot, known to all. Zhao Jiu had previously encountered numerous depictions of this iron war chariot online, which evoked a deep sense of dread. Such heavily armored elite soldiers are indisputably lethal weapons in the age of cold steel. However, Zhao Jiu's gaze shifted slightly to the commanders below the hall: Zhongzhe, Yufei, Han Shizhong, and Li Yanxian. Among the 4 renowned generals of the revival, 2 stood before him, including the esteemed Marshal Saint Yufei. It could be said that the name Yufei instilled in Zhao Jiu an immense sense of confidence and courage. Previously, at the Daqing Gate, his audacity was undoubtedly bolstered by the presence of Yufei and Han Shizhong standing behind him. No matter how formidable the Jin are, or how many renowned generals exist, I have Yufei. At that moment, an official hurriedly entered the hall. I pay my respects to the sovereign. I, Zhang Jun, Have urgent matters to report. There is no need for excessive formality. What is the matter, Minister Zhang? Zhang Jun's face was etched with urgency. I have just received an urgent report from Taiyuan. The Jin army has captured Shuazhou and Daizhou and is currently besieging Taiyuan. Additionally, from Yuzhou, Master Gua has also sent an urgent message that the Jin forces are gathering a substantial army to assault Yuzhou. Both locations are in imminent danger, and we request the court's support. Upon hearing this, the courtiers erupted into a clamor, quickly becoming chaotic. Silence. Zhao Jiu bellowed. Do we know the size of the Jin forces and who leads them? Zhang Jun replied solemnly. The Jin have mobilized a total of 150,000 troops, claiming to be 500,000, divided into two routes. The western route, led by Wanyan Zhonghan, comprises 80,000 troops besieging Taiyuan. The eastern route, commanded by Wanyan Zhongwang, consists of 70,000 troops attacking Yuzhou. Once Zhang Jun spoke these words, the courtiers were thrown into further disarray. Many trembled at the mere mention of the Jin. What shall we do? Why have the Jin descended upon us now? Is it not still before October? This is disastrous. We are in peril. In my opinion, we must seek peace. Peace is indeed necessary. But who will initiate the peace talks? I believe we should take advantage of the Jin forces still being in Taiyuan and Yuzhou to swiftly retreat south. Since the central plains are coveted by the Jin, we might as well relinquish them. Every word uttered by the courtiers pierced Zhao Jiu's ears like daggers, causing him pain. Observing these officials, who were rendered helpless merely by the mention of a name, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. He raised his gaze to the heavens, as if suddenly realizing the reason for his presence in this place. Some matters ought not to unfold in such a manner. With a swift motion, Zhao Jiu unsheathed the imperial sword, his piercing gaze directed resolutely at the assembly of ministers. Amidst the clamor and uproar, a voice resonated through the grand hall with the force of a thunderclap. Those who dare to speak of peace and retreat to the south shall be executed. Upon hearing these words, renowned generals such as Zongzi and Yu Fei felt their eyes brighten with newfound clarity. Chapter 77. The unique circumstances of our great song. Upon hearing these words, Zongzi, Yu Fei, and the other generals felt their eyes brighten with an intense clarity. Yes, indeed, this is precisely what we yearn to hear. For a century, within this majestic Longting Hall, a member of the Song dynasty has finally articulated such resolute sentiments. Zongzi and Li Gang's eyes brimmed with tears, their spines straightened with newfound vigor. They had genuinely feared that amidst the chorus of peace negotiations echoing throughout the court, the emperor might waver. Fortunately, alas, if only the esteemed Minister of Military Affairs were present. How elated he would have been to hear these words spoken in the court. Zhao Jiu's powerful voice reverberated throughout the grand hall, as if it were resonating across the entire sky of the great song. Inside and outside the hall, the imperial guards discreetly rested their hands upon the hilts of their long blades, their resolute gazes sweeping over the assembly of ministers within. The once boisterous crowd of officials suddenly bowed their heads in silence, rendered speechless. In that moment, Zhao Jiu's figure appeared towering, casting the ministers as mere timid shadows. Some of those who had long forgotten the meaning of shame nearly buried their heads in the ground, yet a portion of officials, devoid of any sense of propriety, had already pledged their unwavering support for Zhao Jiu's ascension, recognizing that his rise was as inevitable as the resplendent tide of destiny, beyond their capacity to obstruct. Moreover, they harbored hopes that with such a leader at the helm, the great song could endure, preserving their wealth and status. Their fervor for confrontation with the Jin was not as fervent as their desire to safeguard their own lives and fortunes. Reluctant to migrate southward, peace negotiations appeared to them as the most favorable option. To enjoy tranquility without the need for arms, while preventing the common rabble from rising, was an appealing prospect. Yet, Zhao Jiu's unwavering stance left them momentarily at a loss for how to oppose him. It was clear someone needed to step forward and lead the charge. What? The Jin are advancing? Zhao Ji rushed into the hall from behind, hastily adjusting his garments, having just changed into a new outfit upon hearing the news of the Jin's southern incursion. Following closely behind him was Zhao Huan, reluctantly pulled along, his face marred by several palm prints of discontent. Many in the assembly brightened at the sight of Zhao Ji, recognizing him as the leader to rally behind. Observing Zhao Ji, who seemed to stir trouble rather than engage in meaningful affairs, Zhao Jiu frowned. How could there be so many in the great Song court who neglect their duties, preoccupied solely with undermining their own kin? were it not for the circumstances. Zhao Jio would have relished the opportunity to rid himself of this troublesome figure. Nodding, Zhao Jio confirmed, "Indeed, we have just received urgent reports from the northern territories. The Jin have mobilized an army of 150,000, besieging Taiyuan and Yuzhou." At this, Zhao Zi's heart sank, and Zhao Huan, held by his arm, mirrored his father's distress, both appearing as if they had lost their very souls. What are we to do now? Under the veil of night, Zhao Zi and his son realized that should the Jin capture them, they would suffer the utmost indignities and torment. Furthermore, given the Jin's prior annihilation of the Liao state, they were not adversaries to be trifled with. "What is your opinion now, gentlemen? Have you dispatched anyone?" Zhao Ji inquired anxiously. "Dispatch someone for what?" Zhao Jiu replied with a half-squinted, almost mocking smile. "Why? To negotiate peace with the Jurchens, of course." Zhao Ji looked at Zhao Jiu as if he had lost his senses. "Oh, so it is peace negotiations, is it?" Zhao Jiu, wielding the emperor's sword, stepped forward slowly. "Before you arrived in this grand hall, I addressed the assembly and proclaimed, 'Any who dare to speak of negotiations and retreat south shall be executed.' You." Zhao Ji erupted in fury. "For the second time, you threaten me with that sword." In a fit of rage, Zhao Ji was momentarily taken aback. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "Jiu'er, you are newly arrived and perhaps unaware of the circumstances. The Jurchens are formidable, their military strength unmatched by our Song forces. The Liao were once similarly strong, yet they too were ultimately vanquished by the Jurchens. And what then is the emperor's intent? Naturally, it is to negotiate peace with the Jurchens." "Oh, so you advocate for a show of submission?" Zhao Jiu looked at Zhao Ji with surprise, not having realized that the emperor harbored such a penchant for humiliation. "I was truly unaware." A chuckle escaped the lips of several attendees in the hall, including Zhong Zhe and Li Gang. Well said. It is high time someone reprimanded him thus. How vulgar. Such an affront to civility. Zhao Ji felt his temper rising, nearly succumbing to anger. This scoundrel's tongue is as venomous as a serpent's. After retrieving 2 pills from his robe and swallowing them, he felt his mind clear slightly. Zhao Ji endeavored to maintain his composure. How can this negotiation be deemed an act of submission? Our Song dynasty has its own national circumstances to consider. Since the reign of Emperor Zhenzong, following the Battle of Tianyuan, we established the Tianyuan Pact with the Liao, which ushered in a century of peace between our realms. At this moment, Emperor Zhenzong Zhaoheng nodded in satisfaction. Previously, there were whispers that our Song should not have forged the Tianyuan Pact with the Liao. Now, I urge you all to open your eyes and behold the wisdom of that decision, which has secured a century of tranquility for our Song. Leaving aside the auspicious omens from various regions, based solely on this achievement, how could I not ascend Mount Tai to offer sacrifices? No more urging from you, for I have resolved to ascend Mount Tai for sacrificial rites in a month." Emperor Zhenzong surveyed his silent ministers, feeling a swell of triumph. This agreement beneath the city walls is splendid. Such agreements ought to be signed, one after another. Moreover, during the reign of Emperor Renzong, there was the Qingli Agreement, which also resulted in a treaty with the Western Xia. As Zhao Ji spoke with increasing fervor, he felt emboldened, no longer fearing the consequences. He eloquently continued, convinced by his own grand rhetoric, thinking to himself that even if he were not an emperor, he might possess the potential to be a capable minister. Many officials within the hall nodded in agreement. With precedents in place, we need only expend a modest sum to spare our subjects from the ravages of war. Does this not align with your desires? Zhao Ji's gaze bore into Zhao Jiu, unwavering and intense. As Zhao Ji concluded his remarks, several officials, harboring thoughts of negotiation, began to chime in. "The former emperor is not at fault, Your Majesty. The Jin merely seek a trifling sum of wealth, mere yellow and white objects. Let us bestow it upon them as an act of benevolence, akin to dispatching a beggar. What wrong have the common people committed? Our great Song cannot endure the agony of war any longer. Your Majesty, I implore you to deliberate carefully. I can serve as an envoy and surely secure that treaty." Li Gang erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Preposterous! The ambitions of the Jin cannot be compared to those of the Liao. The peril of our great Song's downfall is imminent. To negotiate with the Jin is to be utterly blinded by ignorance. One might think we were convening in the court of the Jin." Zhong Zhe also boldly interjected. "The Jin have long since stained their hands with the blood of our great Song's subjects. You ought not to merely engage in lofty discussions here in the court. Go forth and listen to the voices of the people at the borders. Witness the plight of those who have perished beneath the Jin's iron hooves. This is sheer folly. In an instant, the court was divided into three factions: the pro-war faction, the pro-negotiation faction, and a third group teetering indecisively. Silence. Tongguan noticed Zhao Jio's pallor and shouted, "In such tumult, do you not regard His Majesty? We are remiss, Your Majesty. Please forgive our transgressions." The ministers collectively took a breath, adjusting their postures with newfound decorum. Zhao Jio cast a light laugh at Zhao Ji. "What causes your mirth?" Zhao Ji, displeased, felt that his previous words had resonated with gravitas and reason. "So this is the legacy of servitude, impressive indeed." Zhao Jio replied, bowing respectfully. "You, I." Zhao Ji's eyes widened in disbelief, and he gasped for breath, collapsing stiffly. "Father, please do not meet with misfortune. What shall I do if you come to harm?" Zhao Huan, suppressing laughter, feigned a look of panic as he rushed to aid Zhao Ji. Song Zhenzong. Chapter 78. Striving for Peace Through Struggle. When Emperor Zhenzong of Song heard the words of Zhao Jio, he was utterly taken aback. How dare this young man speak in such a manner, regardless of the circumstances? This alliance of Tanyuan has undeniably bestowed upon the borders of the Song dynasty over a century of peace. What significance does signing a treaty hold? Reflecting upon the illustrious Emperor Taizong of the Tang, did he not also forge the alliance of the White Horse with the Turks at the outset of his reign? If Li Shimin could sign such a treaty, why could he not? What a mockery! Beneath the celestial dome, countless ancestors were rendered amused by Zhao Jio's remarks. In the Qin dynasty, Yingzheng observed the heavens with a countenance full of perplexity. Could it be that the Song dynasty and the Liao kingdom were suffering from some grievous ailment? Could they truly be so bound by a mere document, resulting in over a century devoid of large-scale warfare? Wasn't a treaty merely a product of mutual inability to annihilate each other's strengths? Shouldn't the signing of such an agreement incite one to sharpen their weapons and await the opportune moment to strike? Hadn't the warring states period unfolded in precisely this manner? Yingzheng found it incomprehensible and was profoundly astonished. This notion ventured into the realm of his cognitive blind spots. In the Western Han dynasty, Lu Xiu smirked, bemused by the acerbic tongue of posterity. The courtiers nodded in agreement, their hearts heavy with unease. Recently, they had relished in the misfortunes of other dynasties. Yet should their turn come, given the biting nature of future generations, they could only imagine the scorn they would endure. Lu Che scoffed, declaring, "In my observation, the court of the Song dynasty is filled with individuals who fear for their lives. Have the literati of later generations become so feeble, not only physically frail, but also mentally inept? Little do they realize that peace is not achieved through discourse, but rather through the crucible of battle." The Han officials, witnessing the demeanor of the Song literati in their court, felt their blood pressure rise dramatically. Is there not a notion of valor in death? If one were to perish for a worthy cause, what is there to lament? During the Yongle era of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Di found himself stifling laughter at Zhao Ji's demeanor. A ruler, unashamed of negotiations, instead takes pride in them. Yet, it is indeed an ancient tradition of the Song. Nevertheless, our Ming shall never emulate the Song. Eldest, second, third, and my dear grandson, gather around, Zhu Di called out. And Zhu Gaoqi and the others immediately clustered around him, awaiting his words of wisdom. Listen closely, for our Ming must not follow the path of the Song. Not only the Song, but also the Han and Tang shall not serve as our models. No alliances, no reparations, no vassalage, no tributes. This is the essence of our Ming. After my passing, ensure these words are inscribed in our ancestral teachings. Zhu Gaoqi and the others nodded fervently, pledging to remember his decree. In the Jingkong era, Zhao Ju looked disdainfully at the reclining Zhao Ji and remarked with a sneer, "To curse you? It would be a mercy not to strike you down with a single blow." He ascended the steps with measured grace, positioning himself before the dragon riders. From his elevated vantage point, he turned to survey each official standing within the grand hall, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Some met his proud stare with chests puffed out, while others bowed their heads, too timid to return his gaze, and a few wore expressions as inscrutable as still waters. Peace. What is peace? In a millennium to come, an extraordinary figure would elucidate this matter. Through struggle, peace is attained. Through compromise, peace is lost. Zhao Jio observed the courtiers within the hall, each word seemingly extracted with great effort. Boom. Beneath the celestial dome, countless individuals from various dynasties rose abruptly upon hearing these words, their bodies trembling with an overwhelming clarity. Yingzheng laughed heartily, exclaiming, What a profound declaration. Through struggle, peace is attained. Well said. Simply marvelous. In just a few words, the essence of worldly truth has been unveiled. This is indeed the sage's wisdom. Luce appeared entranced, pacing back and forth in the hall, repeatedly savoring these two sentences, his eyes glistening with increasing brilliance. He felt as though these words struck precisely at the core of his thoughts. How could anyone articulate such sentiments that resonated so deeply with him? For 70 years, the Han dynasty had shown weakness towards the Xiongnu through marriage alliances and tributes. Yet had there ever been a moment of tranquility along the borders? This peace was forged through conflict. There was no choice in the matter. Li Shimin set down his brush, and upon the pristine rice paper, the very phrases Zhao Jiu had uttered appeared in bold strokes. What manner of great man could utter such resounding maxims? As Li Shimin's thoughts churned, a silhouette suddenly materialized in his mind. Clarity dawned upon him. It could only be that individual. Zhao Jiu did not grant the assembly a moment to breathe, continuing. That great man also proclaimed, "A single blow opens the way, lest 100 blows come." Can peace be negotiated? No, it must be fought for. Do any of you harbor doubts? Silence reigned, a prolonged stillness. An official, wearied and discontented, finally spoke. Yet, since the Treaty of Dan Yuan, the century-long peace between the Song and Liao cannot be dismissed as mere illusion. Several nodded in reluctant agreement. To be candid, the officials of the Northern Song, apart from the emperor's will, had been lulled into a false sense of security by the Liao. It seemed as though peace could indeed be purchased. Look at the Liao. They would stir up trouble, but with a bit of coin, they could be pacified. If the Liao could be so swayed, surely the Jin would be no different. A band of uncultured savages could easily be placated with wealth. Zhao Jiu's expression shifted slightly, a hint of peculiarity emerging. The Liao, indeed, had become a curious anomaly, having been rendered ineffectual by the Song. Then tell me, where is the Liao now? Zhao Jiu inquired. It has undoubtedly been conquered by the Jin. Someone instinctively began, only to be struck with alarm as the realization dawned. Indeed, the Liao had already fallen to the Jin. Then I shall inquire once more. Before the fall of the Liao dynasty, did they ever seek peace with the Jin? Indeed, they did. The ministers all harbored their answers within. It seems you have misunderstood a crucial matter, since you are all aware of the formidable strength of the Jin forces. Why did you not contemplate what course of action to take should the Jin refuse your overtures for peace? What has instilled in you the illusion that this peace could be readily attained? Zhao Jiu's words pierced the hearts of those advocating for surrender like a dagger. Allow me to impart one final piece of counsel. Relinquish your illusions and prepare for battle. Zhao Jiu's admonition struck those unwilling to awaken like a resounding slap, leaving them battered and bruised. Yet, the Jin are robust and formidable. How can our great Song prevail? The Jin may be strong, but when have the soldiers of the great Song ever truly been weak? At this juncture, Zhao Jiu felt a twinge of sentiment. It is indeed no small feat for the generals and soldiers of the great Song to maintain a degree of combat readiness amidst such myriad constraints. The Han people have never claimed that there exists a moment unfit for battle. The intrinsic will to fight and desire for victory lie deeply concealed beneath their seemingly honest and simple countenance. This was true for the Han, the Tang, the Ming, and the Song, without exception. After the Jinkong incident, Yu Fei was able to train the Backway army in a remarkably brief span, driving the Jin forces into retreat. Even the Jin's prideful iron pagoda fell before Yu Fei. To assert that the Song people cannot fight is indeed a farcical notion. What plans does the court intend to undertake? Zhang Jun inquired loudly. We must regulate the military forces of the realm. Zhao Jiu's gaze turned grave, as he looked northward with a sense of foreboding destiny. Chapter 79. National grievances and personal hatreds remain unresolved. Zhang Jun, taken aback, inquired about the emperor's intentions. Naturally, the plan was to head to Taiyuan. Zhao Jiu gazed northward, as if beholding the ancestral lands lost for 2 centuries. Is the emperor truly considering leading a personal campaign? That would be utterly unwise. A more prudent approach is required. The Jin people may be engaged in battle, and the strategy should be dictated by the emperor. Yet a personal expedition is entirely unnecessary. Within the hall, the ministers erupted in uproar, abandoning discussions of peace, and instead rallied to dissuade Zhao Jiu from leading the campaign. It was indeed a manifestation of that profound adage: when one wishes to open a window, others may object, but when one contemplates tearing down the roof, Support for opening windows suddenly abounds. I have made my decision. You need not persuade me further. Zhao Jiu disregarded the chorus of objections and strode resolutely toward the grand hall's exit. Outside, a magnificent white steed, emanating the power of thunder and wind, approached with great force. Zhao Jiu skillfully mounted the horse and turned to face the stoic Zhao Ji and Zhao Huan, who feigned indifference. As the saying goes, one cannot coexist with treachery, nor can a kingdom thrive in complacency. The 16 states of Yin and Yun, lost for over 2 centuries, must now return. Those who wish to fight may accompany me to Taiyuan to reclaim Yin and Yun. For those who prefer to stay, be it in Kaifeng or in Yangzhou, I will not hold it against you. You may continue to cling to your cowardice and fear of the Jin, living out your days in peace. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the ministers were momentarily dumbfounded. Even the likes of Zhong Zhe and Li Gang were rendered speechless. Their gazes shifting between Zhao Jiu and the father and son, Zhao Ji and Zhao Wan. What is happening in the Song dynasty? The emperor is either unbearably timid or absurdly resolute. Must there not be a semblance of reason? Zhong Zhe's emotions were tumultuous. Reason dictated that allowing the emperor to risk himself on the battlefield was unequivocally inadvisable. The Song was not yet in such dire straits. The Jin were still held at bay outside Taiyuan and Yuzhou. They had ample time to strategize. Yet, his sentiments compelled him to step forward, taking the reins of Zhao Jiu's horse. I, Zhong Zhe, have endured a lifetime of frustration and rationality. What harm is there in a final act of madness? Yu Fei, Han Shizhong, and others stood resolutely, declaring that they would not allow the emperor to suffer harm while they yet lived. Li Gang sighed deeply, turning to Zhao Jiu. I have a question that perplexes me, yet I shall voice it. The emperor is not of this world. Even the throne was thrust upon you by our hands. You had countless choices, even to pursue peace or revel in the splendor of Kaifeng. What then compels you to sacrifice your own life for the sake of our Song and its people, placing your very existence at such peril? This inquiry was not solely Li Gang's. It echoed the sentiments of the vast majority present. They could not fathom how one could go to such lengths, especially given that his current station demanded no such selflessness from him. Many believed that Zhao Jiu's previous remarks were mere platitudes, designed solely to garner public favor. Yet now, he audaciously declares his intent to lead the charge himself, not merely to take a position of command in the rear, but to march to the besieged city of Taiyuan. This is no jest. Zhao Jiu has left no room for retreat in his declaration. Whether feigned or genuine, his words have irrevocably bound him to this path, making it impossible for him to withdraw. But what could possibly motivate such a decision? The onlookers are perplexed, struggling to comprehend the depth of Zhao Jiu's animosity towards the Jin that would compel him to risk his life. Indeed, why? Beneath the vast heavens, countless ancestors share this bewilderment. He is now the emperor, wielding the supreme power of the Song dynasty. Should he face death, all would dissolve into mere illusions, and he would become the subject of ridicule. As Zhao Jiu met the myriad questioning gazes, the determination in his eyes sent a tremor through the hearts of all present. With a gentle smile, the sharpness of his demeanor softened. Why, in this life, must there be so many questions? Why did Xiangyu refuse to cross the Yangtze? Why did Emperor Wu of Han insist on a relentless struggle against the Xiongnu? Why did Zhuge Liang persist in his campaigns, never forgetting the northern expedition? Why did Emperor Taizong of Tang consider the Wei River pact a source of shame? There are countless instances, and the questions are endless. Some matters do not require a rationale or an explanation. If one must seek a reason, it can only be the unquenchable thirst for vengeance for the nation and family. Li Gang, upon hearing this, laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ah, how splendid! The longing for national vengeance is indeed profound." The old statesman declared he would gladly sacrifice his life, if it would fulfill the emperor's aspirations. After a moment of silence in the grand hall, a deafening chorus of cries erupted. If it must be, we shall die for the emperor's cause. If it must be, we shall die for the emperor's cause. In that moment, the ministers of the Northern Song in the first year of Jinkong achieved a remarkable unity of thought. They would fight, to the death, against the Jin. The Jin would soon face the formidable alliance led by Zhao Jiu, with commanders like Zhong Zhe and Li Gang, alongside renowned generals such as Yu Fei, Han Shizhong, and Li Yanxian, forming an indomitable force. Throughout the provinces, countless warriors armed with blades and clubs silently advanced towards Taiyuan. The soldiers guarding Taiyuan, gazing up at Zhao Jiu, who appeared almost divine against the sky, felt their fighting spirit and resolve reach unprecedented heights, nearly to the point of forsaking their lives. The besieging Jin forces, witnessing the fierce determination of the soldiers atop the city walls, were struck with terror. When did the Song become so formidable? They fought with the fervor of madmen, willing to take a piece of flesh even in death. Were these truly the Song? Countless Jin soldiers swallowed hard, unable to believe their eyes as they beheld the carnage unfolding within Taiyuan. Thus, time was of the essence. Let us depart at once. Zhao Jiu tightly clasped his legs around the horse's belly, urging it forward as his gaze fixed upon the northern sky. Wanyan Zhongwang, Wanyan Zhonghan, Wanyan Lushi. And that Jin Wuzhu. Are you prepared? I am coming. A smile graced Zhao Jiu's face as he spurred his steed onward. Chapter 80. General Qin Wang Li Shimen. Half a month later, atop the walls of Taiyuan City, Zhao Jiu was conducting a military inspection with Tong Guan, Yang Yizhong, and other officials surveying the fortifications. It was already the second day since their arrival in Taiyuan, following the momentous decision to deploy forces to Taiyuan. The long-stagnant war machine of the Song dynasty began to hum back to life. In an astonishingly brief period, they amassed an army of 200,000 soldiers from various regions. This grand force was divided into two contingents. One, led by Li Gang, consisting of 50,000 troops, was dispatched to Yuzhou to support Gui Yaoshi. The main body, comprising 150,000 soldiers, was commanded by Zhao Jiu and Zhong Zhe, advancing towards Taiyuan. The primary objective of this confrontation was to vanquish the Jin army within Taiyuan. Under the protection of Han Shizhong, Zhao Jiu stood upon the city walls, gazing into the distance at the encampment of the Jin forces. His emotions were a tumultuous blend of complexity. Upon entering this formidable stronghold of Taiyuan the previous day, he was besieged by the chilling aura of death and the stench of blood, accompanied by the mournful cries of the Song soldiers echoing in his ears. The ground was strewn with corpses, and the scene was littered with dismembered limbs, with visceral innards and brains grotesquely exposed. The mingled bodies of Jin and Song soldiers were unrecognizable, their identities discernible only through their tattered garments and disheveled hair. This harrowing tableau painted a portrait of a hellish battleground. His hand glided over the city wall, stained a dark brown from congealed blood, as if he could envision the fierce clashes that had transpired here between the Song and Jin warriors. So tragic, so heroic. The distant clamor of battle cries surged anew, as the Jin forces commenced yet another assault on the city, this time more ferocious and relentless than any prior attempts. They were drawn by the sight of the dragon banner, a symbol of the Song Emperor's presence within Taiyuan. Capturing the emperor would mean subjugation of the Song people, and unimaginable wealth would be theirs for the taking. Your Majesty, the situation is perilous. Please, descend from the ramparts. Han Shizhong urged, positioning himself defensively before Zhao Jiu. My soldiers are engaged in a desperate struggle. How can I retreat? Zhao Jiu retorted. Bring me my bow. With no choice, Han Shizhong fetched the bow, yet steadfastly refused to budge from his position, resolutely shielding Zhao Jiu. Zhao Jiu knocked an arrow, his gaze sharp and predatory, fixating on a Jin soldier at the forefront. As the enemy drew within 100 paces, he released the bowstring, and the arrow flew like a meteor, piercing the soldier's throat. Your Majesty, a remarkable shot. Han Shizhong exclaimed in astonishment. Such marksmanship rivaled that of seasoned archers. Zhao Jiu remained silent, continuing to draw and release, unleashing a dozen arrows before feeling the strain in his arm. His valor invigorated the spirits of the Song troops, instilling in them a fierce determination to fight to the death against the Jin invaders. Their emperor stood on the walls, facing the enemy head-on, providing them with no reason to retreat. With the arrival of Zhao Jiu and the reinforcements, the battle for Taiyuan City began to stabilize. The relentless clashes over the past 5 days have rendered both sides numb. The Jin forces have indeed suffered grievously, yet the defending Song army is not faring any better. Throughout these 5 days, in addition to the siege of Taiyuan, various skirmishes of differing magnitudes have erupted outside the city walls. Led by the likes of Yu Fei, Han Shizhong, and Li Yanxian, small contingents of cavalry have engaged in fierce combat with the Jin horsemen. Among their most formidable adversaries is the elite heavy cavalry, the iron floating tower of the Jin. Zhao Jiu now concedes that he underestimated both the Jin forces and their iron floating tower. While he had high hopes for Yu Fei and Han Shizhong, whose valor is unparalleled, especially Yu Fei, who possesses the courage of 1,000 men, he finds that the Song army in Taiyuan struggles to keep pace with their gallant charge. Often, just as Yu Fei breaches the enemy's lines, the troops trailing behind falter, and by the time he escapes the encirclement of Jin cavalry, few remain at his side. This is not due to a lack of fighting spirit among the Song soldiers, but rather the stark disparity in equipment and physical prowess. The elite Western army, led by Zhong Shidao, is still en route, and the march of over 100,000 troops is far slower than anticipated. It will take at least another 10 days for the Western forces to reach Taiyuan, and within that time, many Song soldiers may perish beneath the iron hooves of the Jin. While it is indeed feasible to hold the fort in Taiyuan and await reinforcements from the west, this strategy comes with its own peril. Once the Western army arrives, the Jin will lose all opportunity for victory, left with no recourse but retreat. However, such hesitation would leave the cavalry unchecked, and the innocent populace of the northern lands would suffer under the blades of the Jin. Retreating into a shell is not the path Zhao Jiu wishes to pursue. In the strategy tent, just as Zhao Jiu was deep in thought considering countermeasures, a report came from the front lines. The iron floating tower was once again challenging them at the city walls. Exasperated, Yu Fei seized his spear and prepared to charge out of the camp. Peng Jiu, you must rest and recuperate. There is no need to rush into battle. After 5 days of fierce combat, you have sustained over a dozen wounds, and my heart is heavy with concern, Zhao Jiu urgently interjected, preventing Yu Fei from making a reckless move. The thought of losing Yu Fei would truly devastate him. He cast a scrutinizing glance at Yu Fei, who had valiantly surged into battle 2 to 3 dozen times over these days, undoubtedly having slain at least 200 to 300 Jin soldiers. Truly, he is a formidable warrior. Now, bearing numerous injuries, he seemed to brush them off as mere trifles. Did he not understand the meaning of pain? The sight of his wounds made Zhao Jiu shudder. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern, but these minor injuries are nothing to worry about. The Jin are challenging us outside the city. How can I allow them to flaunt their prowess in your presence? Please, Your Majesty, sit tight. I will return shortly. At this moment, the 23-year-old Yu Fei bore no trace of youthfulness. Instead, he radiated an indefinable spirit of resilience. Did it hurt? Certainly, it did. Yet, in contrast to the physical pain he endured, Yu Fei's heart felt an unparalleled exhilaration. It was the joy emanating from a lifelong obsession finally manifesting in this moment. I command you to sit down. Zhao Jiu's expression darkened, and with no choice, Yu Fei reluctantly resumed his seat, though he appeared somewhat restless, his mind consumed with thoughts of the iron pagoda beyond the city walls. After soothing Yu Fei, Zhao Jiu cast his gaze towards the heavens, inwardly cursing. It was one thing to have been transported to this era of Jinkong. It was another to have the opportunity to rectify this historical grievance. While he was pleased at the prospect, he wondered if any assistance or rewards might be forthcoming. Observing others who had traversed time with systems or various advantages, he found it bewildering that he arrived empty-handed, immediately facing a confrontation with the Jurchens. Just as he lamented internally, a voice seemed to resonate within his mind, conveying an extraordinary piece of information. He possessed a singular opportunity to seek assistance from any dynasty, allowing him to select an army of no more than 3,000 soldiers to aid him in battle during this year, with a duration of 5 days. Zhao Jiu's eyes brightened, and he abruptly stood, startling those beside him, who quickly followed suit. However, Zhao Jiu had no time to regard them now. He was engrossed in his thoughts. Any dynasty would suffice, correct? Indeed. Then I choose a modern army. Surely 3,000 can form half a mechanized combined brigade? Zhao Jiu's mind erupted with fervor. With such a force, in 5 days' time, not only could he vanquish the Jurchens, but he could sweep across all of Asia. In response to Zhao Jiu, there was a prolonged silence. Hello? Is anyone there? Speak. After a moment, he mused, fine. If a modern army is not an option, then surely the Red Army must be acceptable? Still, silence prevailed. It seemed the enigmatic was somewhat exasperated by Zhao Jiu's queries. If you desire, perhaps I should ask for rocket carriers instead? Why not assault the moon directly? He muttered, realizing the limitations imposed by this will. Modern armies were evidently off limits. Given this predicament, he needed to carefully deliberate on the composition of the 3,000 men he could summon. It was imperative that their deployment wield a decisive impact. First, he eliminated the Yuan and Qing dynasties, not for any other reason than the fear that upon summoning, he might find himself clashing with his own troops, distracted by their distinctly different attire. Throughout 2 millennia of Chinese history, there had indeed been many formidable figures. In an instant, a multitude of options surged within Zhao Zhou's mind. The merciless Bai Qi of the Qin, the 8,000 warriors of Xiongnu from Jiangdong, the Han forces commanded by Han Xian, and the valiant generals Wei Qing and Hui Zubing under Emperor Wu of Han. In the early Tang dynasty, there were the stellar generals Li Jing, Li Ji, and the formidable Mo Dao army led by Li Sai. Oh, how one understands the weight of the phrase "those who oppose Sai shall be shattered." The Mo Dao was particularly adept at countering cavalry. Alternatively, there were the unparalleled generals like Su De and Chang Yechen. Although this iron fortress is not without merit, it is evident that no individual, regardless of their prowess in leading 3,000 men, could possibly contend with this formidable structure. The toll of casualties is difficult to ascertain, particularly given the objective disparities in equipment and technology across eras. To delve into specifics, the horseshoe was not utilized prior to the Sui dynasty, and the stirrup only began to be widely adopted towards the end of the Han dynasty, alongside advancements in weaponry and armor craftsmanship. So, who shall be chosen for this endeavor? Beneath the celestial canopy, the ancestors from various temporal realms are acutely aware of Zhao Zhou's opportunity to select 3,000 individuals for assistance. The emperors are restless. This is a rare chance to rise above the multitude of dynasties, and they cannot afford to let it slip away. Ying Zheng ascends to the grand hall, gazing at the celestial screen as if reciting a mantra. Choose me, you must choose me. My valiant Qin soldiers will surely decimate this iron fortress, allowing them to witness the might of the Qin crossbow. Do not hesitate. Selecting me is the right choice. Do not compel me to plead. Xiongnu, mounted upon his black steed, surveys the 8,000 sons of Jiangdong behind him, his blood surging with fervor. When has the world ever allowed the barbarians to flaunt their might? Choose this king, and I shall ensure that the Jin will learn the true meaning of cruelty. I possess 9 methods to sever their heads. 3,000 men. 300 will suffice. In the early Western Han dynasty, Han Xian paced anxiously like a restless ant. It must be me. Just think of the ferocity of that Xiongnu, whom I nonetheless defeated. Liu Bang, sipping from his cup, was not particularly enthusiastic but was nonetheless amused by the prospect. Is that truly your desire? Liu Bang inquired. Of course. I want future generations to know of the valor of the Han army. Liu Bang chuckled. You might find some competition. During the reign of Emperor Wu, the sentiment was clear. There was no reason for hesitation. One could simply choose me without a second thought. With Wei Qing and Hui Zubing under my command, you can take them along. A splendid 2-for-1 deal. Where else could one find such an opportunity? Liu Che was eager to summon Zhao Zhou, insisting he witness the grandeur of the Yuan army. Watching the recent clashes between the Song and Jin armies had nearly driven him to a boiling point. Perpetually on the defensive. Curse it. Wei Qing chuckled, shaking his head. He had grown accustomed to the emperor's daily musings, critiquing every skirmish. Now that the chance to intervene had finally arisen, his excitement was hardly surprising. He turned to Hui Zubing, who wore an expression of eager anticipation. Do you wish to go? Absolutely. Hui Zubing nodded. I truly want to see if this iron fortress is as formidable as it appears. Uncle, do you not wish to join? Wei Qing smiled knowingly, his clenched fists betraying his thoughts. In the Tang dynasty, the deities were equally restless, caught in a whirlwind of anticipation. When it comes to the illustrious generals of the Tang dynasty, there is truly an abundance. From the reign of Jingguan to the era of Kai Yuan, these renowned commanders seem to line up in a seemingly endless procession, far too numerous to count. In the first year of the Hongwu era of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang gazed upon his generals, including Su De, Chang Yechen, and Li Wenzhong, and remarked to himself, if it were up to me, I would lead the charge personally. I am more capable in battle than any of them. During the Wanli period, Qi Jiguang looked upon the armored warriors of the Iron Pagoda and silently pondered, I wonder if I can withstand such a force. In the Jingkong period in Taiyuan, Zhao Zhou was suddenly besieged by a cacophony of voices echoing in his mind, making him feel as though his head might burst. Each voice seemed to grasp at his robes, shouting loudly in his ears, akin to a form of torment. They incessantly inquired, will you speak? Will you speak? Will you speak? Yet, he thought, one must also grant me the opportunity to respond. Your Majesty, are you unwell? Quick, summon the physician. The likes of Zhong Zhe and others observed Zhao Zhou's peculiar state, their hearts sinking. The emperor must not come to any harm. I am fine. It is merely the noise that has wearied my heart. Zhongzhe and the others exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. If the emperor was experiencing auditory hallucinations, they must hasten to fetch a physician. As Zhao Jiu began to feel a slight headache, a voice, as clear as a gentle breeze weaving through the forest, filled his mind, brimming with an indescribable vigor. Select me, the general of heavenly strategy, King Li Shimin of the Tang. I shall command my 3,000 Xuanjia troops to ensure that the Iron Pagoda finds no return. This voice reverberated within his heart like a thunderclap. What? Are you referring to the one of dragon and phoenix stature, the embodiment of heaven and earth, who captured 2 kings at the Battle of Hulao Pass, defeating 10,000 with merely 3,000? It is you. Come forth, Zhao Jiu exclaimed, raising his head to the heavens. In the depths of the cosmos, a resounding laughter echoed throughout the skies. Chapter 81. The Melody of Victory for King Qin. During the Wuda era, the realm had been thoroughly pacified. With the emergence of the celestial canopy, Li Yuan ceased to waver and bestowed the position of crown prince upon Li Shimin. At this moment, on the training grounds, Li Shimin, engaged in instructing his troops, heard Zhao Jiu's response from above and let out a hearty laugh towards the sky. What a perceptive lad! Clenching his fist with fervor, his excitement and pride reached unparalleled heights. Where are Qin Xiong, Wei Qigong, and Cheng Yaojin? Here I am. The generals Qin Xiong, Wei Qigong, and others exchanged glances, each feeling the fervor igniting within their hearts. Assemble the troops, assemble the troops. I shall take command. Qin Xiong restrained his burning enthusiasm and glanced at Li Shimin. Your Highness, this expedition is. Li Shimin's lips curled into a wild smile. Indeed. Just as you all have surmised, that young Zhao Jiu possesses remarkable insight, selecting exactly the right moment for me to assist. Gather 3,000 men and bring the Xuanjiao army. I wish to witness whether the iron floating tower truly reigns invincible in the world, or if it shall turn against him. Ha ha! Cheng Yaojin and Wei Qigong could not contain their exuberant laughter. This momentum was rightly theirs to claim. The mere thought of showcasing their valiant figures before the eyes of all dynasties set their hearts ablaze. Go back and tell my mother, I am no coward. During the Jingkong era, after Zhao Jiu recounted the events to the assembly, he led the officials to the training grounds. On their way, the officials were somewhat skeptical, fearing that the emperor might be hallucinating under stress, yet he seemed too spirited for that. The notion that Emperor Taizong Li Shimin himself would come to aid them against the Jin was utterly absurd. The imagery was so magnificent that they could scarcely fathom it. Yet, amidst their incredulity, an endless anticipation took root. After all, it was none other than Emperor Taizong, the illustrious Li Shimin. Even 3 centuries had passed since the Jingguan era. He remained the paragon of virtuous rulers in the hearts of countless scholars and warriors. The tale of loyal subjects weeping at Zhao Ling would not have arisen without reason. At this moment, figures like Zhongzhe and Zhang Jun, along with numerous civil and military officials, arrived at the training grounds with the fervor of fans meeting their idol. The expansive training grounds had been cleared of obstacles, creating a vast open space. Zhongzhe cleared his throat and addressed Zhao Jiu. Your Excellency, as per your instructions, everything has been prepared. What shall we do now? The crowd turned their expectant gazes towards Zhao Jiu. Had it been anyone else speaking thus, they would surely have deemed that person mad. Yet Zhao Jiu was different. With the bizarre occurrences of the celestial canopy and the emergence of figures from the past, anything seemed possible. Zhao Jiu himself was uncertain of what to do next. But suddenly, as if sensing something, he focused his intent. In a flash of white light across the training grounds, the onlookers beheld an awe-inspiring sight. 3,000 soldiers clad in black armor, draped in dark cloaks, wielding long spears, and bearing swords at their waists stood resolutely before them. Beneath the vast expanse of the sky, the sun cast its radiant beams upon the armored warriors, causing their obsidian armor to glimmer with an icy sheen. Before the throng of 3,000, 3 figures stood resolutely, one wielding twin maces, another brandishing a long whip forged from fine steel, and the last grasping dual axes. In front of them, a young man emanating an aura of boundless authority, akin to a proud pine standing tall in the forest, surveyed them intently. His brilliantly luminous eyes seemed to encapsulate the very stars and mountains of the world. This was none other than Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, or rather, he should now be addressed as General of Heavenly Strategy, Prince Li Shimin. With a mere glance, all present recognized the identity of this remarkable youth. There was no other who possessed such formidable presence. His Majesty Emperor Taizong. Zongzi murmured in disbelief. It was indeed the living embodiment of Emperor Taizong. Yu Fei, too, stood in stunned reverence. For a moment, the esteemed civil and military officials of the Northern Song gazed into Li Shimin's eyes, which sparkled like stars. "Greetings, esteemed ones," Li Shimin declared as he rode forward, dismounting gracefully before the assembled crowd. At that very moment, the 3,000 armored soldiers mirrored his actions in perfect unison, dismounting as one. The countenance of the 3,000 armored troops was solemn, their long spears held high in pride, exuding an aura of chilling ferocity. In this moment, they rallied themselves inwardly, vowing not to lose face. For their prince had repeatedly admonished them prior to this encounter. Should any contingent bring disgrace, they would be tasked with washing socks for 3 months. Truly a steadfast army. Was this the invincible armored legion that dominated the realm? Indeed, they were extraordinary. What a magnificent force, with such a powerful army. There were no corners of the world they could not conquer. Yu Fei and Han Shizhong gazed upon these 3,000 warriors, nearly drooling with envy. Had they command of such elite troops, how could they have allowed the Jin people to flaunt their strength in recent days? Your Majesty, Emperor Taizong. The courtiers collectively offered their most sincere respects to Li Shimin. He smiled gently, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, resting particularly upon Yu Fei, Han Shizhong, and Li Yanjian. From what he had observed over the past few days, these men were indeed fierce generals, especially Yu Fei, whose valor rivaled that of his champion, Qin Xiong. Moreover, this individual possessed not only martial prowess, but also exceptional leadership qualities, a rarity indeed. I am not yet the Taizong you speak of, for now. I am merely General of Heavenly Strategy, Prince. The title of Taizong need not be reiterated, Li Shimin stated. The officials of the Northern Song exchanged glances, and Zongzi stepped forward, somewhat taken aback, expressing, "We are deeply grateful for your assistance, Prince. We, the descendants, feel profoundly ashamed to have tarnished the honor of our forebears." "Ah, no need for such words." Li Shimin gestured dismissively, patting Zongzi on the shoulder and gently tapping the chests of Yu Fei, Han Shizhong, and the other generals. "I have observed your performance these past days. You have fought commendably. The unfavorable circumstances of the battle are not your fault, so why bear such despondency? Lift your heads high." With these gestures, Li Shimin moved Zongzi and Yu Fei deeply, stirring their emotions profoundly. "I find myself quite fortunate to receive such comforting words from His Majesty Taizong, akin to a soldier in later generations being warmly greeted by an instructor. Is this not a moment of immense pride for my ancestors?" Ahem. Zhao Jiu cleared his throat, casting an annoyed glare at Zongzi and the others. "What is this fuss? The moment Li Shimin arrives, you all seem eager to bow down and change allegiances. While I am indeed thrilled to see the living heir Feng, your behavior is quite embarrassing for me." "That heir Feng. Prince Qin." "I am." Li Shimin's gaze fell upon Zhao Jiu, and he laughed heartily. "No need for introductions. Your name has echoed like thunder in my ears these past few days. You need not be so formal. I understand the customs of you later generations. If you prefer, feel free to call me heir Feng. Let us speak as equals." As Li Shimin approached Zhao Jiu, he circled him, scrutinizing him closely, revealing a smile unique to youth. "I hold you in high regard. You truly pique my interest. Do maintain this demeanor. By the way," Li Shimin suddenly recalled something and draped an arm around Zhao Jiu's shoulder. "I must tell you, many young ladies are quite infatuated with you on my side. What say you? Would you care to come visit?" "Ah, that is quite unnecessary. Prince Qin, please. As you have journeyed from afar, allow us to extend our hospitality. Please." Zongzi subtly gestured, and generals such as Yu Fei swiftly encircled them, separating Li Shimin from Zhao Jiu. "I did not expect you to be such a Taizong. Our Song dynasty has waited over a century to welcome a ruler like you. And yet you wish to compete with us. This is truly lacking in virtue. If you do not wish to go, then so be it. Why the fuss? Look at you all, TSK, TSK, TSK. Li Shimin observed the anxious crowd, his laughter radiating with mischief, exuding the satisfaction of a prankster. Such a youthful Taizong left the officials of the Northern Song in astonishment. The current emperor was merely a lad in his 20s. He was less the vague figure of historical records and more tangible than they had imagined, yet undeniably more authentic. "By the way, let me introduce you." Li Shimin pointed to the approaching figures of Qin Xiong and the others, who had just settled the troops. "This is Qin Xiong, also known as Qin Shubao, and Wei Qigong, also known as Wei Qijin, along with Cheng Yaojin, known as Cheng Jijia. I greet you all and extend my regards to your Majesty Zhao Jiao. Qin Xiong and the others clasped their hands in salute. Oh, splendid. It is the door gods. We are saved. The crowd regarded Qin Xiong and the others with slightly peculiar expressions. You are too kind. Shall we adjourn to the tent? Zhao Jiao's curious gaze swept over Qin Xiong and the others, especially Qin Xiong, the legendary champion of the Tang dynasty. The tales of his prowess, single-handedly conquering 3 provinces and 6 prefectures, and galloping across the banks of the Yellow River, speak of this man. With feats of first to ascend, flag captured, generals slain, and battles waged, he embodies the might of a true warrior. If you wish to gauge Qin Xiong's prowess, just ask Wei Qigong. One strike from his staff leaves no room for doubt. The characters ranked ahead of Qin Xiong in the romance of Sui and Tang are entirely fictitious, lacking any substantial merit. As Li Shimin was about to respond, several officials with grim expressions burst into the room. Your Majesty, Jin Wuzhu has once again appeared outside the city with his iron pagoda, hurling the most atrocious insults. Allow us to charge forth and engage him. The officials were filled with indignation. Having closely followed Zhao Jiao in recent days, they had resolutely pledged their loyalty to him. This was due to the fact that this sovereign had never looked down upon them as mere soldiers and had bestowed upon them ample respect. A ruler's disgrace is a servant's death, they thought. Even if they were no match for the iron pagoda, they would not hesitate to lay down their lives. Oh, Li Shimin raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the revelry would have to be set aside for the moment. Let us take note of this. I shall investigate whether Jin Wuzhu's tongue is as sharp as his blade. Without allowing anyone the chance to object, Li Shimin mounted his steed and, accompanied by Qin Xiong and 3,000 armored troops, prepared to depart. Abruptly, he reined in his horse and turned to the group. Are there any musicians among you? The assembly was taken aback, uncertain why such a question had arisen at this moment. After a moment's contemplation, Tong Guan replied, Yes, there are musicians. They are quite adept at playing the Qin Wan's battle music. Excellent. Li Shimin exclaimed with great delight, turning his reins. Let the musicians perform atop the city walls. I shall go forth and return. Behind Li Shimin, the 3,000 armored troops galloped onward, akin to a tempestuous storm. Chapter 82. Jin Wuzhu. Am I to fight Li Shimin? And, outside the walls of Taiyuan, Jin Wuzhu gazed at the fortifications, perplexed. What could be the matter with the Song army today? Normally, a mere shout would send them rushing out like madmen, especially those generals, Yu Fei and Han Shizhong, who would charge forward with a vengeance as if they had lost their kin, eager for a fight wherever the numbers favored them. Why, then, was there silence today? Could it be that they were afraid? With this thought, Jin Wuzhu could not help but burst into laughter. He had believed the Song people to be made of iron, only to discover they too understood the concept of fear. He had thought that the Song had changed their nature, but upon reflection, it was merely that the newly enthroned Zhao Song monarch was present, vying for recognition. Now that they realized they could not prevail, they had retreated into their shells. Indeed, the Song were inherently frail at their core. Satisfaction swelling within him, Jin Wuzhu prepared to depart with his ironclad troops. Their armor weighed heavily, and with the sun beating down relentlessly, it was unbearable for both man and beast to remain under such conditions for long. Just then, the city gates swung wide open, leaving Jin Wuzhu utterly astonished. Why was the northern gate opening? In previous skirmishes, the Song cavalry had always utilized the eastern and western gates for battle. Had the Song been driven to madness, seeking a decisive confrontation? At this thought, a wild joy spread across Jin Wuzhu's face. Without the obstruction of the fortified city, how could the Song possibly hope to surpass the Jin? Today, it was destined for Jin Wuzhu to achieve great merit. As the gates of Taiyuan swung open, Li Shimin emerged with 3,000 elite Xuanjia troops. The sound of hooves striking the ground resonated, yet there was an eerie silence otherwise. An atmosphere of impending slaughter hung thick in the air, even scattering the clouds above. Upon witnessing such an elite force, Jin Wuzhu's heart skipped a beat. It was impossible. How could such formidable cavalry exist within the walls of Taiyuan? If they did, why had he not seen them until now? Could it be that the Song were merely posturing? As this realization dawned upon him, a smile crept across Jin Wuzhu's face, quickly turning into a fit of laughter. Yes, that must be it. The Song had been driven to desperation, concocting this pathetic ruse. Did they truly believe that this would instill fear in him, inducing a retreat? What folly! The Song were indeed cunning. Had it been anyone else, they might have been deceived. But he was Jin Wuzhu, the renowned warrior who had silenced the Liao. At that moment, a resounding and uplifting drumbeat erupted from the gatehouse, invigorating all who heard it. It was quite an impressive performance. Jin Wuzhu scoffed, then turned his gaze towards the musicians atop the gatehouse. The music they played was rather delightful, but it would soon belong to him. Once he breached the walls of Taiyuan, he would capture these musicians and have them perform this tune for him daily. What was he laughing at? Li Shimin observed Jin Wuzhu, whose laughter seemed to border on madness, with confusion. Zhao Jiao was equally perplexed, seeing such an elite force. It was baffling that they would not prepare for battle and would instead laugh. He turned to shout in Jin Wuzhu's direction, still laughing? We shall see about that. Indeed. It is madness, thought Jin Wuzhu with growing certainty. Li Shimin raised an eyebrow. Since the beginning of his military career, no one had dared to underestimate him so blatantly. At this moment, Li Shimin, somewhat irked, bellowed, "Where is the Xuanjiao army?" "The Xuanjiao army is here." 3,000 soldiers of the Xuanjiao army struck their long spears heavily against the ground. "Whoever beheads that scoundrel shall be rewarded with 1,000 gold pieces and promoted 3 ranks. Upon hearing this, the soldiers cast glances at Jin Wuzhu, their expressions akin to witnessing a specter, as if he were not a mere man, but a treasure trove of wealth. "Xuanjiao army, follow me." Li Shimin unsheathed his long knife, slightly tilting his head to look at Zhao Jiao. "Pay close attention. I shall demonstrate only once." With that, he spurred his horse forward, charging fiercely towards the iron pagoda of the Jin. Beside him, Qin Xiong and Yu Qigong closely flanked him on either side. From the heavens, one could see 3,000 Xuanjia soldiers, with Li Shimin as their spearhead, surging forth like a tempest into the formation of the iron pagoda. Incomprehensible. Tear them apart. Jin Wuzhu wore a cruel smile upon his face. A cavalry charge? Truly insane. Like the swift winds and thundering storms. The mightiest of weapons from this age of cold steel collided fiercely. At the forefront, Li Shimin and his companions engaged in close combat with the Jin soldiers. Li Shimin's long knife struck against the iron armor of the iron pagoda, producing a sound that grated on the teeth, accompanied by sparks. As a Jin soldier was thrown from his mount by the sheer force of the impact. Such sturdy armor, Li Shimin thought with a hint of astonishment. Bang! Bang! On either side of him, Qin Xiong and Yu Qijingde wielded their maces, striking the heads of the Jin soldiers as if they were smashing watermelons. Even though the Jin soldiers wore thick helmets, the brutal impacts left them reeling, their insides shaken. "Your weapon is ineffective, Your Highness. We must rely on this." Yu Qigong laughed heartily at Li Shimin's momentary struggle. "Enough chatter." Qin Xiong urged his horse forward, clearing the path with his dual maces, as though piercing the heart of the iron pagoda. Following suit, the 3,000 armored soldiers relentlessly slashed at the Jin soldiers, who had been pushed aside. In less than the time it takes for half a stick of incense to burn, as the momentum of the cavalry diminished, both sides finally dispersed, regrouping to prepare for the next assault. Jin Wuzhu gazed in horror at the silent, formidable black-armored cavalry before him. This recent charge had dealt a blow to his pride, shattering the invincibility of the iron pagoda like never before. He sought justification, yet the cavalry's frontal assault rendered him defeated. There was no excuse to be found. It was simply a matter of prowess. At this moment, Jin Wuzhu regarded the cavalry with newfound seriousness. "Elite, an unprecedented elite. Who is the young general at the front? State your name." "I am Li Shimin, general of Tianmu, the Prince of Qin. Remember this name, so that when you reach the underworld, you may recount it." "What? Li Shimin?" Jin Wuzhu was left bewildered. Li Shimin, of course, knew who he was. 2 centuries prior, he was the illustrious Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty. Am I truly capable of contending with Li Shimin? Is there a misunderstanding here? With a hearty laugh, Li Shimin cast an appreciative glance at the iron cavalry and once more charged forward, leading his cavalry into the fray. On the city gate tower, the soldiers of the Song army were left utterly astounded. Was this the formidable prowess of His Majesty's Xuanjiao army? How fierce and valiant they were. Witnessing this scene, the Song soldiers were struck by the stark contrast of the world around them. The once daunting Jin iron cavalry was being slaughtered with ease, akin to swine. Generals such as Yu Fei and Han Shizhong felt their spirits lift in exhilaration. Such strength was truly beyond comprehension. It was almost unfathomable how desperately Shimin's adversaries must have felt. A battalion of heavily armed, exceptionally skilled, and fearless cavalry charging toward one instilled sheer terror. They could only watch helplessly as they were ruthlessly torn apart. After several clashes, Jin Wuzhu observed the dwindling numbers of his iron cavalry with a grim smile, a hint of despair flickering in his expression. To the left and right. Continue the charge. Jin Wuzhu fixed his gaze on Li Shimin, his demeanor turning ferocious. Even if you truly are Li Shimin, I shall take a piece of flesh from you. Did Jin Wuzhu fear death? Why did he not flee? There were murmurs of confusion atop the wall. Yu Fei, in contemplative silence, remarked, "It is not that he does not fear death, but rather that he cannot escape." The armored cavalry provided the iron cavalry with unparalleled defense and formidable impact. Yet this approach was not without its flaws. The weight they bore came at the cost of the cavalry's mobility. Of course, this mobility was to be compared against cavalry alone. Should a cavalry unit manage to confront him head-on, then there remained no other option but to fight to the last breath. At this juncture, Yu Fei seemed to exhale a long sigh, tinged with mockery. In the past, the Jins rampaged with this very strategy, invincible and unmatched. Never had any cavalry managed to exploit this flaw. Alas, they now faced the Xuanjia army led by the esteemed General Qin, His Highness Li Shimin. His defeat is not without reason. Beneath the heavens, emperors and generals from various dynasties were enraptured by the fierce clashes of these elite cavalry. In the Qin dynasty, Yingzheng furrowed his brow deeply, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the Jin iron cavalry. These thousands of iron cavalry could indeed rival the most elite iron eagles under his command. In fact, their armor appeared superior to that of the Qin. When had this foreign tribe's metallurgical and forging skills reached such heights? From this, Yingzheng sensed many extraordinary implications. No wonder the subsequent dynasties struggled against these foreign tribes, even allowing them to seize the world. Stringent vigilance against these foreign entities was imperative, especially regarding the blockade of all technological advancements. Not a moment's relaxation could be afforded. During the reign of Emperor Wu of the Western Han Dynasty, in the Grand Court, a throng of ministers gazed fervently at the spirited Li Shimin. How formidable he was! Truly extraordinary. Is this not the illustrious Emperor Taizong of Tang, exalted by generations millennia later, ranking second among countless dynasties? Among all past emperors, only the valiant Xiang Yu possessed such charisma. His fame is indeed well-deserved. Lu Che seethed with resentment as he witnessed Li Shimin's formidable prowess. His teeth nearly ground to dust in fury. Why must it always be Li Shimin who reaps the glory? I refuse to accept this. If Wei Qing and Zhuge Liang led my feathered forest guards, they too could have triumphed over that so-called iron floating tower. In the Three Kingdoms era, Liu Bei felt a deep sense of bitterness. Look at Li Shimin at such a young age, displaying such valor and grace. Leading 3,000 cavalry against the heavily armed iron floating tower, achieving a resounding victory. What was he doing at 20? Not to mention 50. He would not have possessed such splendor. In the Tang dynasty's Jingguan era, Li Shimin gazed at his youthful self, consumed by envy. How could he not feel elated by his own accomplishments? Even if this person were himself, he still felt a pang of jealousy. 2 hours later, Li Shimin beheld the battlefield strewn with corpses, returning to the city with his armored troops in high spirits. In this battle, all 3,000 iron floating tower soldiers, led by Jin Wuzhu, perished beneath the blades of the armored army. Even in their final moments, knowing escape was impossible. The iron floating tower soldiers refused to face the onslaught of the armored troops and turned their steeds to flee. Li Shimin's armored army suffered significant losses as well. Nearly 500 men fell. However, he was reassured by an unspoken certainty that the soldiers he brought to this realm would return safely, without true loss of life. Thus, he boldly charged against the iron floating tower. Otherwise, he would have employed tactics, leveraging the maneuverability of his armored troops against the iron floating tower's might. In the camp, Li Shimin raised his cup and drank deeply, feeling an unparalleled exhilaration. Zhao Jiao cast a bemused glance at Erfeng. Do you even hear what you're saying? You wield a blade and indiscriminately slash away. Is this something I could replicate? Do not overestimate me. My name is Zhao Jiao, not Zhao Shimin. If one were to summarize Li Shimin's recent battle, it would be, Li Shimin charged forth, and Li Shimin emerged victorious. What are the next steps? Should I not simply lead a raid on the Jin stronghold? For days should suffice. Li Shimin, still craving further conquest, desired to explore the Jin's lair. Zhao Jiao nearly choked on his drink at the audacity of such a thought. If you truly depleted them, would not Yu Fei and his men be enraged? Regardless, I must express my gratitude. I raise a toast to you. Zhao Jiao lifted his cup and drank to the last drop. To speak thus is to be overly formal. Moreover, Even in my absence, your victories would merely be somewhat more arduous. Li Shimin waved his hand. Having observed that the military strength of the Song dynasty was not as feeble as previously imagined, it was merely the result of past neglect in military preparedness that had rendered their combat capability somewhat diminished. If the entire nation united in their resolve to defend, they could certainly hold their ground, albeit at the cost of more lives. Once they catch their breath, with the Song's national strength and valiant generals, the Jin could easily be vanquished. If you insist on expressing gratitude, let us discuss my future endeavors instead. Zhao Jio's expression turned slightly peculiar as he could not help but reiterate his confirmation. Are you certain you wish to hear? Is there anything amiss? Not particularly. Then I shall proceed. In that case, allow me to recount a tale of a father-son bond shattered by the lash of 3 whips. The following day, Li Shimin departed from the Song dynasty, cursing under his breath as he led 3,000 armored soldiers. He could not bear to remain in this accursed place for another moment. At that instant, he could not resist glancing back at Zhao Jio. I shall await you at the highest point. Zhao Jio's lips curled into a slight smile, his expression one of assuredness as he regarded the assembly of civil and military officials nearby. I will come. Li Shimin chuckled, but do not keep me waiting too long. Next time we meet, let us revel and drink together. However, should you dare to pierce my heart again, do not blame me for showing no mercy. He departed, hoping for another opportunity to reunite. Zhao Jio composed himself, bowing respectfully. Henceforth, the eastern hemisphere of this temporal realm heralded the emergence of a new figure of authority. Known to the world as the Emperor Guangwu of the Song dynasty, the new governor of Asia, the sovereign of the eastern hemisphere. Lin Qi reclined once more upon the sofa, his thoughts lingering on the young man named Zhao Jio whom he had just encountered. He wondered which era of the Song he had arrived in and how he fared now. Suddenly, a rather curious thought arose in his mind. He is a traveler through time, and so am I. Who, then, is the true protagonist? 13,000 words. With such efficiency. Let us see who dares to claim my work is brief. Zhao Jio's tale concludes here, and with a touch of wistfulness, I humbly request some small tokens of support. My gratitude extends to all. Chapter 83. When Zhuge Liang led 1,000,000 university students on a northern expedition, startled by this unexpected turn of events, Lin Qi found his emotions to be somewhat complex. Glancing at the clock, which was nearing 10, he set down his phone and headed to the bathroom for a relaxing hot shower. After casually drying his hair with a towel, he prepared a bowl of cat food for his 2 cats, May Day and June Day, and refreshed their water before comfortably lying down on his bed. He first checked the status of the equipment he had ordered. Some had already shipped, while others remained in limbo. After clicking on the prompt to urge the shipment, Lin Qi picked up his phone again to watch videos, dismissing the notion that it was time to sleep at 11. No, the nightlife was just beginning at that hour. Who among the good folks retires for the night at such an early hour? As a classic melody graced the screen, the ancestors from various dynasties turned their attention to the celestial canvas. When they saw Lin Qi's figure reappear, many of them breathed a sigh of relief. In recent days, the broadcast had predominantly featured Zhao Jio's images. While the events of later dynasties were somewhat intriguing, they paled in comparison to the amusement Lin Qi provided. Particularly for the common folk, their interest in emperors and court matters was minimal. They preferred to indulge in more entertaining spectacles. When Zhuge Liang led 1,000,000 university students on a northern expedition dramatic scene, during the 3 Kingdoms period, 1,000,000, Liu Bei exclaimed, incredulous as he rubbed his ears. Although he was unsure of the significance of these university students, they sounded like scholars, regardless of their background. Could 1,000,000 truly challenge Xiaomingda? My strategist, the future generations truly hold you in high regard, Liu Bei remarked, a hint of envy in his tone. Why is it that these future beings are so intent on providing support to you? What about me? I'm the sovereign. Why can't 1,000,000 university students come to my aid? In the Great Hall, Zhao Yun and the others could not help but cast envious glances at Zhuge Liang. I am truly humbled, Calming said, his face slightly flushed as he clasped his hands before the gathering. Over these days, he had certainly felt the admiration of the future generations. Yet, this very adoration weighed heavily on his heart. After all, he had learned from their words that he ultimately failed to accomplish the northern expedition. As a failure, what merit did he possess to be so fondly remembered by posterity? Indeed, during this time, he had toiled day and night, striving to fill in the gaps for his lord, hoping to meet the lofty expectations placed upon him by future generations. My goodness, 1,000,000 university students is indeed a grand undertaking, if such a number truly existed. We would surely restore the Han dynasty and return to the old capital, Zhang Fei exclaimed, his mouth agape at the sheer magnitude of the figure. He struggled to envision what 1,000,000 people standing before him would look like. The younger generation certainly had the audacity to dream. Who knew how the strategist would react if he truly had 1,000,000 university students at his disposal? Zhao Yun was equally astonished. The Qin dynasty. Ing Zheng suddenly turned to Li Si and inquired, if memory serves, this Zhuge Liang is a figure from the Han dynasty, is he not? Li Si nodded, affirming, indeed. According to the accounts of later generations, Zhuge Liang ultimately faced defeat. Records from the Celestial Bureau indicate that his name has been mentioned a total of 156 times during this period. Whenever mentioned, it is with either reverence or regret. Ing Zheng nodded thoughtfully and murmured, 156 times. And what of me? 63 times, Li Si replied without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Ing Zheng fell silent and returned to his affairs, though his hand trembled slightly as it gripped the brush. Noticing that Ing Zheng did not pursue the matter further, Li Si felt a quiet relief. The assessments of Ing Zheng by posterity are indeed complicated. Some regard him with adoration, as if wishing to elevate him to the heavens, while others seem eager to cast him into the depths of the earth. The opinions are starkly polarized. It is Prime Minister Zhuge, he mused. Is this tale about the illustrious Wu Ho? It is remarkable how those who come after us share our reverence for him. The deeds of Wu Ho are worthy of praise, and among our descendants, who but a true son of Huaxia could fail to hold him in esteem. Beneath the celestial canopy, the ancestors of later generations reflect on the name of Zhuge Wu Ho with deep emotion. Since the Wei and Jin dynasties, the incense offerings at the Wu Ho Temple in Chengdu have flourished, attesting to Zhuge Kongming's esteemed position in the hearts of the people. As the scene shifted above, a figure clad in white, adorned with a silk cap and holding a feather fan, appeared before the assembly. Opposite this figure stood 5 or 6 canines dressed in red armor reminiscent of the Han military, with the words university student emblazoned upon their heads. Countless ancestors from various dynasties could not help but chuckle at the sight of these canine representations. It brought back memories, not long ago. There was a script featuring Li Shimin traversing time to meet Fusu, which bore a similar charm. The descendants seemed particularly fond of such imagery. Zhuge Liang, soldiers, prepare for the northern expedition tomorrow. Ah, how delightful. As the dog donned with Zhuge Liang's emblem began to speak, many ancestors felt an immediate connection. Even without a name, they could easily identify the persona it represented. Yet, one could not help but wonder about the demeanor of these university students. It sounded akin to the scholars of later generations, and with such a multitude of learned individuals to assist, the restoration of the Han dynasty would surely be a mere formality. At that moment, the dog representing the university students turned to its companions, a mischievous grin adorning its face. University student A, do you think he will call the roll tomorrow? I bet he won't. Zhuge Liang? Zhuge Liang. Success in the northern expedition guarantees employment and research opportunities. Oh, I forgot to mention, the strategist on the opposing side is Zhai Tianlin. University student A, northern expedition it is. Charge. Under the celestial dome, the once jovial college student suddenly transformed, his demeanor shifting to one of unwavering determination, radiating fervor that left countless ancestors momentarily stunned. What was this roll call? And what was this graduate school recommendation process? It appeared to hold significant importance for the student. Perhaps it was, for he did not seem particularly serious in his demeanor. Some onlookers gazed at the heavens, uncertainty etched on their faces. Li Shimin inquired, where is Northern Europe? I cannot see it. Zhuge Liang interjected, excellent. The morale of the troops is intact. Follow me into battle. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Zhuge Liang turned to one soldier. Wait, you there? Where is your armor? The college student replied, oh, the armor? It's been washed, but not dried. Zhuge Liang was taken aback. And the other set? The student responded, it got dirty and hasn't been cleaned. Zhuge Liang exclaimed in disbelief, what? Laughter erupted among the ancestors, many nearly choking on their food. So, this was the kind of student they had. It seemed as though he was more of a hindrance than a help to the chancellor. Could leading this group of college students into battle truly be reliable? One couldn't help but wonder if the descendants wished for the chancellor to succeed or to fail. Han Xin raised an eyebrow, sensing that these students seemed rather resistant to discipline, displaying a blatant disregard for military protocol. However, he remained undeterred. He was confident in his ability to manage even the most unruly of troops. A firm hand would surely instill order. Yet, he quickly shook his head in amusement. realizing he was taking the situation too seriously. This was clearly a comedic scene crafted by the descendants for entertainment. And to overanalyze it would be to fall into their trap. What exactly was the role of these college students in the future? Their behavior resembled that of children. Leaving one perplexed, the scene above transitioned to a battlefield. Zhuge Liang commanded, "Quickly, report on our casualties." The college student, adorned with arrows protruding from his back, replied, "All are severely injured." Upon hearing this, Zhuge Liang burst into tears, lamenting, "How can I face the elders of Shu? What are the casualties? Speak, for I am prepared for the worst." The student, dumbfounded, responded, "Not a single one has died." Zhuge Liang exclaimed, "Is it truly possible to survive like this? Though fragile, they are resilient to harm?" Below the celestial dome, the ancestors exchanged glances, unsure how to react. This seemed rather fantastical. Who were these college students? Exhibiting behavior akin to that of the mentally unstable? The unfolding events were entirely beyond their expectations. Lin Qi could not help but smile. Though this little skit was rife with absurdities, upon reflection, it bore no grave flaws. He recalled his own university days when his advisor had given him a form to compile various family details, requesting he distribute it among everyone for completion. Initially, he thought it to be a trivial task, yet it nearly drove him to despair. Questions about household registration, place of origin, and whether to record birthdays in the Gregorian or lunar calendar. What truly exasperated him was when someone filled in above average for their political status. What troubled him the most was that the individuals behind seemed to have contracted the same virus, as they filled in categories such as upper class, middle class, and lower middle class. Is this truly the case? He quietly clicked to read the comments. As Cao Cao prepared to launch a night raid on the military camp, he discovered that none were awake. Follow-up comment. It is advisable for Cao Cao to time his night raid between 6 and 12 o'clock, ensuring that while the shouts of battle resonate outside, those within remain in slumber as soundly as swine. Another follow-up. It would be best to keep the noise to a minimum. The state of a university student awakening can rival the fury of a storm. Yet another. To the university students caught in the night raid. Is the takeout here? Ahem. Lin Qi nearly gasped from laughter, finding the situation all too relatable. Beneath the vast sky, Cao Cao's expression darkened upon reading this. Chapter 84. The Brotherhood of Liu Bang and Xiang Yu. What manner of student is this, who seems to require no rest at night? Chen Yu found himself somewhat perplexed. According to the accounts of later generations, this student appears to slumber only between dawn and noon, which seems illogical. In the endless night, what could they possibly be engaged in? No, that won't do. We cannot impose our current circumstances upon theirs. I observe that even in the dark of night, the world of future generations is aglow with light, allowing for activity even after sunset. Thus, their rhythms of life must surely differ from ours. Cao Cao raised an eyebrow, questioning why he would embark on a nighttime raid. Is that truly the nature of his character? What image do future generations hold of him? Is there not a shred of commendation to be found? The university student is notoriously difficult to vanquish. I speak from experience. Brothers, let us ignite the flames of battle, tonight. Let us strike swiftly at the vermin of Jiangdong, Jiangsu. Follow-up comment. I see that even your descent into the fray is somewhat laborious. Now, rising to slap your own face would count as a successful strike. Follow-up comment. Well, perhaps we should first ascertain where Jiangdong lies. Jiangdong. The ministers surrounding Sun Quan were on the verge of exasperation, unable to surmount the obstacle posed by these Jiangdong rascals. Zhang Liao. I shall not rest until we are at odds. No one dare persuade him otherwise. They must muster their forces and advance on Hefei. I refuse to believe that 800 men could truly be overwhelmed. University student. Which way is north? Follow-up comment. The direction with the greater number of people is north. While jesting, do not underestimate the university students. Should there be 1 million engineering students, they could easily demonstrate their prowess with drones. Follow-up comment. Technology is not the issue. Sourcing materials may prove challenging, but it is manageable with some accumulation of resources. Follow-up comment. It cannot be denied that some may be mere idlers, yet 1 million university students possess talents beyond your imagination. Drones are trivial in every conceivable field: agriculture, industry, science, military, and commerce. They would unleash their full potential. Follow-up comment. What is the Northern Expedition? Even if we were to plant the Han Dragon banner across the globe, I would not be surprised. Follow-up comment. To put it plainly, my family is in the candy business, and I understand the entire process. Follow-up comment. Candy is quite the endeavor. One requires saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal, along with a touch of sugar to create an explosion. In the spacious hall of the Three Kingdoms, Liu Bei and his companions sat in silence. The words of future generations left them somewhat bewildered. Was this student truly formidable or not? It sounded as if they lacked rationality, yet there seemed to be an undeniable prowess behind it. Kongming waved his feather fan, his emotions in disarray. He envisioned the narrative portrayed by the celestial canopy. Should he declare a northern expedition, and his soldiers inquire where north lies? He would surely lose his mind. Could such a student be of use? Zhao Fei was puzzled. I want them. Bring them to me. Lu Che exclaimed eagerly, gazing at the celestial display. While others may disdain them, he held no such contempt. He did not require 1,000,000. Even 10 or 20,000 would suffice. He discerned that this student was certainly not as inept as depicted in the tales. Though unaware of the specific drones and other assorted matters spoken of by future generations, one could instinctively sense their value. Amidst the bemusement of numerous ancestors from various dynasties, a particular name suddenly captivated their attention: Liu Bang and Xiang Yu's brotherhood, the legend of Chu and Han. When this title boldly graced the celestial screen, countless ancestors found themselves intrigued. Liu Bang, the founding emperor of the Han dynasty, was a formidable figure who single-handedly established the great Han Empire. The legendary tapestry of his life left all who were familiar with it in awe. Was this celestial display finally poised to recount the tales of the Han? Beneath the celestial expanse, emperors of the Han from various epochs couldn't help but puff out their chests, gazing at the screen with a mix of nostalgia and reverence. Truly, Liu Bang was their undeniable forebear. Rising from the chaos of the Qin dynasty's final days, he contended with the lords of the land, including the renowned Xiang Yu, the overlord of Chu, who was said to possess the strength to move mountains. Ultimately, at the banks of the Wu River, Liu Bang triumphed over Xiang Yu, reuniting the fractured realm within a mere 7 years. Today, they would finally witness the splendor of their ancestor in his prime. With this thought, excitement surged within them, and they summoned their ministers, eager to showcase to the entire court and the populace the extraordinary demeanor of the founder of the illustrious Han dynasty. In the Qin court, Yingzheng furrowed his brow upon hearing Liu Bang's name, setting aside his affairs of state to summon his ministers. If my memory serves me correctly, after my Qin, it was Liu Bang who seized the realm and established what future generations refer to as the Han dynasty. Am I wrong? Meng Yi nodded affirmatively, confirming the emperor's words. Previously, I commanded a thorough search for this Liu Bang across the land. Have there been any results? Li Si replied, indeed. There are 3 individuals named Liu Bang within the Qin territory. I have already dispatched people to bring them and their families to Xianyang, placing them under constant surveillance at Haibingtai. Have there been any anomalies? Li Si shook his head. None. I have observed that these 3 men are rather unremarkable, all honest and straightforward, unlike those capable of achieving such grand accomplishments. Yingzheng reprimanded him. Foolish. The celestial display has persisted for so long. You should cast aside your biases of status and knowledge. One must recognize that heroes abound like fish crossing a river. Did not the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang, emerge from humble beginnings? Moreover, it has been said that Liu Bang, the Emperor Gaozu of Han, did not hail from an illustrious lineage either. Li Si felt a pang of guilt, acknowledging the emperor's admonition. He was taken aback, recalling that he too had once come from modest origins, and it was the emperor's favor that had afforded him his current status among the 3 dukes. How had he come to look down upon those of humble birth? It seemed he had become the very sort of person he once despised. With this realization, Li Si resolved to remain vigilant. Yingzheng sighed deeply, pondering how many years the Han dynasty would endure after their time. Well then, since you are all here today, let us observe how Liu Bang claimed dominion over the realm. Meanwhile, in Kuaiji, the man still known as Xiang Ji felt a jolt of emotion upon seeing the character Xiang Yu illuminated on the celestial screen. Strangely, he found the name remarkably familiar, as if it had appeared in his dreams countless times. Why was Jier so restless? If you possess lofty aspirations, you ought to observe how Liu Bang, the founder of the Han dynasty, achieved greatness. If all goes as expected, it was Liu Bang who overthrew the tyrannical Qin. From his life's deeds, you should glean considerable wisdom. Xiang Liang gazed at his restless nephew, Xiang Ji, imparting his earnest teachings. He harbored high hopes for his nephew, wishing for him to accomplish great feats, ideally to overthrow this oppressive Qin and restore the glory of the Xiong family. Alas, Xiong Liang's gaze drifted westward, seemingly envisioning the first emperor of Qin, Yingzheng, seated within the palace of Xianying, instilling fear in the hearts of the Six Kingdoms. As long as Yingzheng lives, they possess no chance of success. This tyrant, known as the first emperor throughout the ages, ranks first among emperors. The descendants truly seem blind. How could they fathom the plight of the Six Kingdoms under Yingzheng's harsh rule? Xiangji nodded, not that he was disinterested in Liu Bang. Rather, he felt that the name Xiangyu possessed a certain grandeur that suited him well. Uncle, may I change my name to Xiangyu? Oh, Xiang Liang. Initially poised to reprimand Xiangji for his folly, reconsidered, realizing that Xiangyu, having formed a bond with Liu Bang, was not without merit. Perhaps adopting this name would serve as an inspiration for Xiangji. Very well, Uncle agrees. Since you have chosen this name, you must pay closer attention to the heavens, that you might discern its mysteries. Splendid. From now on, I shall be called Xiangyu. Rest assured, Uncle, I shall diligently study Liu Bang. At this, Xiangyu joyfully lifted several stone locks and began to swing them. Impatient, Liu Ji reveled in the delightful aroma of a pot of dog meat he had just procured from Fan Kuai, his heart brimming with joy. With food to eat, drink to savor, and captivating tales to enjoy, there was no greater comfort in life. In the early Western Han Dynasty, upon seeing the characters depicting the bond between Liu Bang and Xiangyu in the heavens, Liu Bang's heart skipped a beat, particularly when he heard the name Xiangyu. His hand trembled involuntarily. Then he remembered he was merely scaring himself. Xiangyu had long since perished by the banks of the Wu River. His corpse even divided for titles. He would never rise again. Wait, is the heavens about to recount the tale of Nigong and Xiangyu? No. This is dire, exceedingly dire. He could not articulate why, but he felt an ominous intent emanating from the heavens. This story would surely not celebrate his heroic deeds, but rather seem poised to persecute him. Chapter 85. Desperation breeds audacity. As the words in the sky faded away, two figures emerged within the celestial expanse. On the left side of the scene stood a middle-aged man, exuding a disheveled and roguish air, while the other figure, resolute in demeanor, bore a long sword at his waist. He is a thief, someone remarked. Whom did he steal from? The Xiong army, of course. He didn't rob the common folk, so what is there to fear? Release him. Release him? The sword-bearer queried, perplexed. Liu Bang, in a moment of levity, spat out a juju pit, accompanied by a few splatters of saliva. I am Liu Bang. As the saying goes, one must not succumb to the constraints of nature. So I often remind them, when hunger strikes, even I resort to theft. Should one find themselves starved, matters become dire, yet overindulgence presents its own challenges. The scene shifted dramatically to a spacious hall where two factions clashed in a chaotic melee. Thus, I instruct them that action must be taken, leaving the consequences to fate. General Yu has arrived, a guard proclaimed, as a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall and clad in formidable silver armor, strode into the hall. This general exuded an innate authority and intimidation, his mere presence enough to instill fear. Beneath the celestial canopy, countless ancestors observed with rapt attention. In a mere minute, the rapid succession of images overwhelmed their minds, leaving no room for contemplation. They were entirely engrossed in the unfolding narrative. Is this General Yu truly the legendary Xiangyu of Chu? He is indeed a formidable sight. Did you see that physique, larger than a bear? I once thought the tales of his strength were mere exaggerations, yet now I find myself a believer. As the figure referred to as General Yu appeared, many could not suppress a gulp. His imposing stature seemed capable of tearing them apart with a single hand. Indeed, it is only with such a formidable build that the Western Chu hegemon, Xiangyu, could possess such extraordinary martial prowess. It was said, Yu's valor is unparalleled in history. Truly, his reputation was well-deserved. However, today's events seem somewhat excessive, the earlier ruffian remarked, now standing beside the general. Despite the brawl, Xiangyu cast a glance at Liu Bang without concern for the fracas involving his men and proceeded on his way. Liu Bang, observing his somewhat bewildered companions, dismissed their confusion. What are you all staring at? Keep drinking. He then departed the grand encampment alongside Xiao He. You think, with him calling me brother today, he wishes to forge a brotherhood? Xiao He chuckled softly. He hails from a lineage of nobility, while you, my friend, are of a different ilk. There exists a disparity. Yet I find myself in urgent need of support, perhaps just a single opportunity away. Liu Bang regarded Xiao He earnestly, stating, "This brother, I must truly revere." Soon, the awaited opportunity presented itself. The scene depicted two men engaged in conversation. The individual on the left was meticulously labeled as Song Yi, while the general on the right, clad in armor, was marked as Xiang Liang. Song Yi remarked, "Though the Qin army has recently suffered defeat, they should not be underestimated." Xiang Liang chuckled heartily, responding, "To me, Zhang Han's strategies are of little consequence." The camera shifted to the battlefield, where Xiang Liang, bloodied, was being supported by several soldiers. With a heavy sigh, Xiang Liang lamented, "It is my fault for underestimating them." At that moment, Xiang Liang's expression drastically changed. "This is aimed at me." His gaze fell incredulously upon Xiang Yu. If his memory served him correctly, the tale unfolding above spoke of the brotherhood between Liu Bang and Xiang Yu. Recently, Jie had mentioned his intention to change his name to Xiang Yu. The words Xiang Liang, Xiang Yu, and Qin army surged chaotically through his mind. While one might consider it mere coincidence, the conjunction of these elements was far too significant to be dismissed as such. This implied that the general who was defeated and slain was none other than him. Ultimately, he would rise against the Qin, yet if this were the case, he was destined to fail. Not only would he falter, but since Liu Bang was the one to establish the Han dynasty in the future, it seemed inevitable that you would also meet defeat. With this thought, Xiang Liang's emotions became a tumultuous mix. He was determined to witness just what capabilities Liu Bang possessed to vanquish Jie. In the grand hall of the Xianying Palace, the expressions of the assembled ministers shifted dramatically as they fixated on the celestial display. The Xiang family was indeed of noble lineage from the Chu state. During the Qin's assault on Chu, the great general Xiang Yin had triumphed over Li Xian and his 200,000 troops in a campaign against Chu. Ultimately, it was Ying Zheng who called upon the aged general Wang Jian, mobilizing 600,000 troops to decisively extinguish the Chu state. Could it be that the downfall of the Qin dynasty in later years was somehow intertwined with the Xiang family? Ying Zheng's demeanor fluctuated, his gaze sweeping over the remnants of the 6 states present in the hall. He believed he had shown them ample mercy. He had treated these heirs of the 6 states with dignity, refraining from mass slaughter, and even providing them with considerable wealth to sustain their lives. Yet, they harbored treasonous thoughts. This was utterly preposterous. The descendants of the 6 states, noticing Ying Zheng's scrutinizing gaze, bore expressions akin to those of mourners. What connection did the Xiang family have with them? If blame were to be assigned, it should be directed at the Chu state. They were innocent. Suddenly,